City's first high school class, 3-2. Outside the window heavy rain was pouring down. In a seat close to the window Lin Hui was fast asleep, his head resting on the desk. At some point the sudden downpour was accompanied by strong winds with occasional low rumbles of thunder. As a bolt of lightning struck, thunder roared, and Lin Hui's body trembled. Immediately after, a shout shattered the calm of the classroom. Run! A king-level mutant beast isn't something you can. Lin Hui suddenly sprang to his feet, drenched in sweat, clearly terrified. Just a second ago he had been fighting a desperate battle against a king-level mutant beast. Just as the beast opened its massive maw to swallow him whole, Lin Hui closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw everything before him. The campus, his classmates, and his teacher. Had he been reborn 3 years into the past? Lin Hui swallowed hard, trying to confirm whether all of this was real. Looking out at the window where wild winds and heavy rain raged, memories from 3 years ago flooded back into his mind. Lin Hui suddenly burst into loud laughter. The classmates who saw Lin Hui like this were all surprised and worried. The homeroom teacher, who had been reading a book, was startled by Lin Hui's laughter. Lin Hui, what are you doing? I won't criticize you for sleeping during morning reading, but disturbing your classmates is unacceptable. Go stand outside. The homeroom teacher scolded him severely, pointing toward the door and ordering Lin Hui to get out. But Lin Hui, as if he hadn't heard at all, walked straight toward a female classmate in the front row. Xia Qingqing, it's so good to see you again. Without caring about the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Hui hugged her tightly. Whoa, Lin Hui, you're something else. You dare hug class beauty Xia right in front of the homeroom teacher. Lao Lin, I officially declare you're my big brother from now on. This is just too legendary. The boys in the class immediately began heckling. The girls shrieked in surprise, and even the homeroom teacher was left speechless in shock. You let go of me. Xia Qingqing struggled and pushed Lin Hui away, frightened by his sudden action. Although she admitted she had some feelings for Lin Hui, this was the critical stage of preparing for college entrance exams, and she hadn't considered such matters yet. Sorry, I was just too excited. Lin Hui took a deep breath. Seeing the blushing innocent girl before him, a warm feeling washed over his heart. In his previous life, Xia Qingqing had helped him a great deal in the early days of the apocalypse. The two had supported each other all the way into the second year of the apocalypse, but still he had failed to protect her. Xia Qingqing died under the claws of a Nightwalker, and it was while trying to protect him. In his previous life, Lin Hui never understood why this girl had been willing to die for him. Only at the very last moment did Xia Qingqing finally express the love she had kept hidden deep in her heart. In this life, it was his turn to protect Xia Qingqing. Lin Hui, do you have any respect for me as your homeroom teacher? I think you've slept your head silly. The homeroom teacher slammed her book on the desk and said furiously, You two come with me to the office right now. The homeroom teacher was a woman in her early 30s, very strict with students, but a good teacher. In his previous life, when the catastrophe struck, she had died in the very beginning stages of the apocalypse, trying to buy time for her students. After the homeroom teacher led the two away, the classroom suddenly became lively with gossip. Studying is nothing compared to eating melons. Xia Qingqing, don't tie your hair up like that. Let your hair down and put on contact lenses, you'll look much prettier. On the way to the office, Lin Hui said this to Xia Qingqing. The homeroom teacher walking ahead heard it, and her fist clenched hard. Xia Qingqing hugged her book, her head buried, so deeply afraid that Lin Hui would see her blushing like an apple. Lin Hui, explain to me the reasons for your unreasonable behavior today. Xia Qingqing, you tell me too. What's going on between you and Lin Hui? What has happened recently? The homeroom teacher sat in her chair, facing the two of them, a classic lecturing scene. Although Lin Hui had never experienced such a thing, after confirming he had truly been reborn 3 years into the past, he couldn't stop smiling. Still laughing. You're all in your second year of high school, just one more year until your third year and college entrance exams. Lin Hui, considering your good grades, teachers usually don't say anything about you sleeping in class. But what you did today, this foolish act, hugging a female classmate in public, what kind of behavior is that? If you two have any thoughts about dating, I won't oppose it, but under no circumstances should it affect your studies. Besides, after entering college, the homeroom teacher's stern lecture, instead of making Lin Hui uncomfortable, actually soothed his nerves. When they had heard the howling of nightwalkers and the screams of humans in the dark night, they would realize how melodious the sound of birdsong and cicadas, those ordinary, everyday sounds, truly were. Teacher Lin Hui might have been frightened. I'm fine. Xia Qingqing thought Lin Hui might have been scared, which explained his strange behavior. Besides, being hugged once didn't really cost her anything. Teacher, I was wrong. Punish us by having us stay after school today to clean the classroom. Lin Hui had no intention of explaining now, because even if he seriously explained everything to the homeroom teacher, she was unlikely to believe him. The homeroom teacher looked at Lin Hui, then at Xia Qingqing, and made a decision. Then you're punished to clean the classroom by yourself today, and no sleeping during class. Xia Qingqing, you go back to class and study. I need to talk to Lin Hui a little more. No way, I can't finish it all by myself. Please let Xia Qingqing stay with me. Lin Hui heard that the teacher was only punishing him alone and not Xia Qingqing, and he wasn't having it. At this point, Xia Qingqing only had a slight fondness for his handsome appearance. Their true feelings had only developed through the trials of the apocalypse period. He naturally wanted to stay by Xia Qingqing's side as much as possible. Even if it meant being shameless, he had to protect her. Well, after all, she was the only person he had ever let down in his previous life. Teacher, it really isn't fair to make Lin Hui clean alone. If I help him, it'll be done faster. That way he'll have more time to go back and review his studies. Lin Hui never expected Xia Qingqing to speak up for him at this moment. It seemed the seeds of love had already sprouted at this point in time. Fine, but something like this must never happen again. The homeroom teacher was a very open-minded person. As long as it didn't affect studies, she didn't oppose dating. Understood, absolutely won't happen again. Lin Hui raised his hand in promise. After Lin Hui finished speaking, he was about to leave the office. Seeing Xia Qingqing still standing foolishly without moving, he turned back and took her hand. The homeroom teacher, seeing Lin Hui's brazen behavior, could only shake her head helplessly. These young people nowadays. Xia Qingqing was pulled along by Lin Hui, her face blushing all the way to the tips of her ears. Despite knowing each other for so long, this was the first time they had ever held hands. Xia Qingqing had long harbored feelings for Lin Hui, but Lin Hui had always acted as though he had no interest in girls. Combined with the heavy academic workload, Xia Qingqing naturally never thought about it in that way. Yet the current development caught her off guard. You let go of me first. Xia Qingqing was held by Lin Hui the entire time until they reached the corridor, where she finally pulled her hand back. Let's pretend today's incident never happened. Let's head back to the classroom. Xia Qingqing said softly to Lin Hui. She had wanted to ask something more, but the words died on her lips before she could speak. We absolutely can't pretend this never happened. I'm someone who wants to marry you as my wife. You being so cold to me isn't right. Knowing that Xia Qingqing had feelings for him, Lin Hui grew bolder. After all, there was only 1 month left before the apocalypse arrived. Why, you're talking nonsense. Xia Qingqing's face turned completely red this time. She covered her face with her textbook and ran back to the classroom quickly, then buried her face in the desk. Impressive, old Lin. I really underestimated you. You even made the class beauty cry. Cut the crap, what are you even saying? Lin Hui quickly shoved Chun Kai, the busybody gossip, away. The guy just loved to talk nonsense. Spill it. When did you two get together? You hid it from me deep enough. With our relationship, you still kept this from me. That's really unfair of you. Chun Kai leaned in toward Lin Hui, his gossip flame burning fiercely. Get lost, none of your business. Lin Hui kicked Chun Kai in the butt. In his previous life, Chun Kai died in the jaws of a zombie horde while rushing home to save his family. In this life, Lin Hui wanted to protect this close friend of his. Got it. Seeing class was about to start, Chun Kai stopped messing around. Time quickly moved to the evening dismissal. Chun Kai left on his own, leaving only Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing alone in the classroom. Xia Qingqing, to apologize, let me treat you to dinner. Lin Hui was pretending to sweep the floor, then suddenly approached Xia Qingqing, startling her. Oh, okay then. Xia Qingqing blushed again. Lin Hui never noticed before how cute she could be. The two left school and arrived at a small restaurant. Lin Hui didn't have much money at the moment, so they could only eat simply. Xia Qingqing, let me ask you something. Say, if one day the apocalypse were coming, would you stay with me? Lin Hui joked, now certain that Xia Qingqing had feelings for him. Xia Qingqing lowered her head, unsure what to say. She had lost count of how many times she had blushed today. Xia Qingqing didn't answer, but Lin Hui wasn't in a hurry either. After a simple dinner, the two headed home. Early the next morning, Lin Hui was awakened by a mechanical voice. Opening his eyes, he saw something familiar. The golden finger for the Reborn had arrived. Apocalypse Shelter System activated. This system is part of the Apocalypse Ember plan. It has detected that an alien virus will sweep across Blue Star in 28 days. Shelter functions are now enabled. New user gift 1 free lucky draw opportunity. Would you like to draw now? Seeing these words, Lin Hui didn't hesitate and began drawing immediately. Taking a gamble could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Drawing, please wait. Congratulations, you have drawn the no consumption binding card. When the wheel stopped, Lin Hui saw an item resembling a nameplate. This should be something good. Lin Hui tapped on the card and began examining its information. No consumption binding card can select one person to bind as a companion. The binding card requires the other party's consent to take effect. After binding, loyalty is 100%. After reading the description of the binding card, Lin Hui exclaimed in surprise. This was absolutely a great item. The hardest thing to predict in the apocalypse was the human heart. With this item, he would have a loyal and reliable companion. Who should I give this to? Chun Kai or Xia Qingqing? Chun Kai was Lin Hui's close buddy. In the previous life, he had perished early, so Lin Hui actually didn't know whether Chun Kai would betray him. As for Xia Qingqing, that girl was willing to die for him in the previous life. In this life, she should have the same determination. 100% loyalty meant Xia Qingqing would absolutely listen to him. This way, Xia Qingqing could be kept away from danger zones. Lin Hui found the decision momentarily difficult to make. Lin Hui turned to examine the shelter functions again and discovered this feature was truly miraculous. Because the shelter was realized through materialization. Lin Hui's current shelter was merely a small wooden cabin built from logs containing only a single furnace, a bed, and not even a kitchen. But he discovered that this shelter could be upgraded. It just required points. Lin Hui guessed these points could likely be obtained by killing the alien species. 3 years after the apocalypse began, the outside world was filled with man-eating alien species of all varieties, and human shelters fell one after another. If not for the protection of the superpowered, humanity would have long been extinct. But even with the superpowered's protection, the overwhelming alien species and mutant variants outside were gnawing away at humanity's final living space. Now that Lin Hui had obtained this shelter function, he would certainly protect the safety of some people. As for the others, Lin Hui would leak the information out and let them face their own fate. Time for class. Checking the time, it was time to go to class. The moment he entered the classroom and saw Xia Qingqing, Lin Hui was completely stunned. Xia Qingqing had put on contact lenses, abandoning her usual thick black-framed glasses. She had also let her hair down loosely over her shoulders. Lin Hui could only say that even campus goddesses were nothing compared to this. Xia Qingqing, you look really beautiful today. No, wait. You were pretty before too, but today you're even prettier. Lin Hui praised Xia Qingqing in front of all their classmates. Xia Qingqing's face turned red again, but after yesterday's shock from Lin Hui, her mental resilience had improved considerably. Old Lin still saying there's nothing between you two. Confess right now, or I won't give you this tea egg to eat. Chen Kai patted Lin Hui's shoulder as he spoke. Tea egg? How'd you know I didn't eat breakfast? Lin Hui snatched Chen Kai's tea egg and ate it right away. Xia Qingqing heard that Lin Hui hadn't eaten breakfast and hesitated before offering her breakfast to him. It was an exquisite pink lunchbox containing 2 steamed buns and a small cupcake. You eat it, I'm on a diet lately. Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui, too shy to meet his eyes. Thanks. Of course, Lin Hui didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started eating. Chen Kai saw this and slapped his thigh in frustration. Just because you're handsome and got good grades you think you're something. I'm not jealous at all. Xia Qingqing usually paid little attention to her appearance, devoting herself entirely to her studies. Yet when Lin Hui offered just a casual suggestion or two, her looks improved several notches. Chen Kai gnashed his teeth in envy, but to be fair, Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing actually made a quite suitable pair, both in looks and in academics. Though the others felt somewhat sour, they could hardly help but approve of the couple. Being a mere spectator was quite delightful indeed. Lin Hui swiftly finished Xia Qingqing's breakfast, washed the lunchbox clean, and returned it to her. Xia Qingqing, to thank you for your breakfast, I'm treating you to lunch today. No need for that. No way, I insist. At Lin Hui's earnest insistence, Xia Qingqing eventually agreed. Before long, noon arrived, and Lin Hui led Xia Qingqing to the cafeteria. High school students could only eat at the cafeteria. Xia Qingqing, you haven't answered my question from yesterday yet. If the apocalypse were to come, would you stay by my side? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Although Xia Qingqing had already heard Lin Hui ask this once before, hearing it again still caught her off guard. Was this some kind of new confession method? Just answer me, say whatever's in your heart. Lin Hui already knew the outcome, but he still wanted to hear Xia Qingqing say it herself. I would. Xia Qingqing's face flushed red, and she lowered her head to eat, afraid to look at Lin Hui. Then we're officially together now, Lin Hui said with a broad smile, leaving Xia Qingqing completely bewildered. Xia Qingqing listened carefully. In 28 days the apocalypse will arrive. On that day the sky will turn blood red, and a heavy crimson rain will fall. Make absolutely certain you do not get caught in that rain. Before then you can also stock up on food. After the blood rain, and stay at home, and I will come find you. You may share this news with those you hold dear, but do not say it came from me. I'd rather not end up in a lab for study. You're probably wondering how I know all this. I have been reborn from 3 years in the future, and everything I tell you is the truth. Lin Hui laid everything out for Xia Qingqing. Upon hearing it all, her eating froze mid-bite. Lin Hui, are you serious? The very notion of an apocalypse sounded utterly unreliable. If you don't believe me, so be it. We still have plenty of time. Lin Hui continued eating. Having spent 3 years in the apocalypse, he had not enjoyed normal food for a very long time. Although the shelter distributed food daily, it was merely a paste-like sustenance ration to maintain vital signs. Though the cafeteria food was not particularly delicious, Lin Hui finished every single bite. But remember one thing. You are my girlfriend now, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing after finishing his meal, and she fell into deep thought. This was absurd on every conceivable level. Xia Qingqing's mind was entirely consumed by the fact that she was now Lin Hui's girlfriend. As for the apocalypse, she did not take it seriously at all. Chen Kai, are you eating? Lin Hui slapped the top of Chen Kai's head forcefully. Chen Kai let out a cry and rubbed his scalp in complaint. Lin Hui, have you lost your mind? Did Xia Qingqing dump you? That's fantastic. Now I have a chance. Chen Kai's anger swiftly turned to delight, but Lin Hui's next words quickly dashed his hopes. What are you dreaming about? Xia Qingqing and I will never part. In this life, Lin Hui was determined to protect this girl and would not let her suffer even the slightest harm. Let me tell you something. Aren't we good brothers? Of course we are. We're best friends, no joke. Rubbing his head, Chen Kai replied. Then if the apocalypse comes, would you betray me? Are you kidding me? Loyalty is the only word in my dictionary, Chen Kai. Betrayal is impossible. What did you just say? The apocalypse. Having answered with such conviction, Chen Kai was already growing confused the next moment. Yes, the apocalypse. Stop joking around. Read fewer web novels. Seeing that Chen Kai simply would not believe him, Lin Hui could only patiently explain. In my past life you died on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. You went searching for your parents out of concern for their safety, only to perish horribly in the jaws of a zombie horde. Our homeroom teacher was bitten while ensuring our safe evacuation and turned. And there's more. Hold on, let me process this. Witnessing Lin Hui speak with such conviction, Chen Kai came to believe most of it, for he knew that Lin Hui's nature made it utterly impossible for him to fabricate such a story. Lin Hui showed no haste, simply sitting beside Chen Kai and waiting for him to piece things together. After a long while, Chen Kai rose to his feet and gazed at Lin Hui in utter disbelief. Damn it, Lin Hui. Is this actually true? In the end, Chen Kai reached his conclusion. What Lin Hui described was very likely true. Considering his behavior over the past 2 days, it was almost certain that something real had occurred. I need a partner who is 100% loyal. Join my group, and I will ensure you live in comfort and luxury. In or out. Although Lin Hui had barely scraped by in his past life with the system in this lifetime, he could turn the tables and fight a resounding victory. I'm in. What do I need to do? Take this card and place a drop of blood upon it. Seeing Chen Kai believe his words, Lin Hui felt deeply relieved. Chen Kai immediately produced a compass and pricked his finger, letting a single drop of blood fall onto the silver card. Then Chen Kai felt something new appear within his mind, yet outwardly nothing seemed to have changed. Is that all it takes? Chen Kai asked, and Lin Hui nodded in confirmation. Partner system activated. First binding confirmed. Congratulations on your first partner binding. You have earned 1,000 points. Currently bound personnel 13. Additional binding cards can be purchased from the store. The first binding card costs 100 points. After binding Chen Kai as his partner, Lin Hui received 1,000 points. He purchased one binding card from the store, leaving him with 200 points remaining. At the same time, Lin Hui noticed that the shelter could be upgraded. He tapped the option, and the small wooden cabin advanced to level 2. Simultaneously, the cabin underwent visible changes. It had gained a small attic, just the right size to fit another bed. This meant the cabin could now accommodate 2 occupants in total. The wooden cabin's description also gained an additional line. Small cabin level 2. An ordinary wooden cabin with a small attic suitable for 2 residents. In the apocalypse, it could temporarily withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 zombies. After upgrading the cabin to level 2, Lin Hui's points decreased by 100. Lin Hui decided to purchase another binding card right away, for he still had 2 other people he wished to bind. Meanwhile, Lin Hui checked what was available in the store. His current shelter level was too low, allowing him to purchase only lower-tier items. After some thought, Lin Hui added several new items to the cabin: 1 wardrobe, 1 bed, 2 sets of quilted blankets, 1 water dispenser, and 2 cases of mineral water. These purchases precisely drained all 1,000 of Lin Hui's points, yet he felt his stored supplies were still insufficient. He needed more points. Everything in the shelter required points to exchange. Simply put, points meant resources and security. Lin Hui figured that since his first batch of points came from binding partners, he would surely earn more points by continuing to bind companions. The problem was how to persuade the 2 of them. After a moment's thought, Lin Hui decided to move their hearts with sincerity. After all, sincerity was the ultimate trump card. The 2 companions Lin Hui wanted to bind were not in S City. Now there was good news and bad news. The bad news was that the school wouldn't grant leave. The good news was that Lin Hui simply skipped school. Come on, with the end of the world looming, who would take school seriously anymore? The people Lin Hui was looking for were a brother and sister. In his previous life, the 2 of them had earned considerable fame among the survivors through their superpowers. Lin Hui believed that he would eventually come into contact with those truly capable powerhouses. Besides, if they missed certain experiences, their fates might turn out completely different. Lin Hui's current targets were people of ordinary strength, but good character. With his superpower to foresee 3 years into the future, he was confident he could make them far more powerful. Hello, I'm not here to eat. I'm here to find you and your sister. Based on the information he had obtained in his previous life, Lin Hui went directly to a hot pot restaurant. The hot pot restaurant was doing good business. At the moment, Cheng Pingyan and Cheng Shila were attending to customers. You 2 go on with your work. I'll just grab a chair outside and wait until you're done. Lin Hui arrived in the afternoon. After greeting Cheng Pingyan, he moved a chair and sat down, waiting until evening when the hot pot restaurant had no more customers. Then he helped them clean up. May I ask what business you have with the 2 of us? It was late, and Cheng Pingyan had let the workers go home. Now only 3 people remained in the restaurant. There's no hurry to talk about that. Let me help you clean up first. Lin Hui was quick and nimble. Having struggled through the zombie hordes for so long in his previous life, he had naturally picked up a bit of everything. Cleaning up the tableware came to him with ease. Cheng Pingyan and Cheng Shila exchanged odd glances at Lin Hui, but seeing how enthusiastically he was cleaning, they didn't stop him. After everything was tidied up, the 3 sat at the dining table. Considering Lin Hui had been sitting there all day and was hungry, they served him a hot pot. Lin Hui ate with gusto. After all, he hadn't eaten hot pot in 3 years. What did you say? The apocalypse. When Lin Hui explained the situation to them, their first reaction was disbelief. They even thought Lin Hui might be a scammer. But what scammer would use the apocalypse as the subject of their con? That's right, I am a reborn one. In 27 days the apocalypse will come. I'd like to invite the 2 of you to join my team. What do you think? Lin Hui said. At this moment, Cheng Shila pulled Cheng Pingyan aside to discuss something. After a while, Cheng Pingyan came back with an envelope bag and handed it to Lin Hui. Brother, this is a little token from us. Take it and live well. Don't overthink things. Seeing that Cheng Pingyun was actually giving him money, Lin Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The money looked like several thousand yuan, probably a few days' profit for them. Lin Hui had eaten most of the pot of food by himself. Cheng Pingyun guessed that Lin Hui might be in some kind of trouble. Although they weren't close, he thought he should still help if he could. Cheng Pingyun, you're still the same as ever, Lin Hui said with a smile, having eaten his fill. I'm not joking with you. The apocalypse is real. I have 2 cards here. If you're willing to join, just drip a drop of blood onto them. Lin Hui took out 2 binding cards and placed them in front of the siblings. Cheng Shila saw that Lin Hui was still refusing to leave and immediately lost her temper. Don't you have any limits with your con? Dripping blood on the card. Do you take us for kids? Cheng Shila snapped at Lin Hui directly. Lin Hui wasn't angry hearing these words. After all, talk of the apocalypse was simply too unbelievable. I know you won't believe me, but I can prove it. In 3 days a wildfire will suddenly break out in this city and it will be extinguished at 1436 in the afternoon. Keep the cards here. Remember to take good care of them. If they go missing, you'll be the ones to suffer the loss. Without waiting for Cheng Pingyun and the others to react, Lin Hui walked out of the restaurant. Brother, did he not pay? Alas, forget it. I think he's just a student. It's fine. Why keep this thing? Throw it away. Hey, keep it. I think this card is quite exquisite and the material seems high grade. Maybe he'll come back for it. Cheng Pingyun stopped Cheng Shila from throwing away the cards. Little did Cheng Pingyun know how grateful he would later be for keeping those 2 cards. Lin Hui had turned off his phone. When he turned it on, he found more than a dozen missed calls. One of them was from Xia Qingqing, and the rest were all from his homeroom teacher. Afraid they would worry, Lin Hui informed them of his situation, then turned off his phone again. He would wait in this city for 3 days and take the opportunity to look around. After all, peaceful days like this wouldn't last long. 3 days later, the restaurant wasn't very busy that day. Cheng Shila was scrolling through short videos when a moment later she gasped. Brother, come quick. A wildfire really has broken out, and it's right in C City. Cheng Shila immediately ran to her brother and showed him the live stream. So what that man said is true. Cheng Pingyun said after a moment's thought. No way. No one can predict the future. I think he started the wildfire himself. Cheng Shila was sulking. She believed no one could predict the future. This had to be a coincidence. Didn't he also predict the time it would be extinguished? When that time comes, if it doesn't match up, then it must be a coincidence. Cheng Shila didn't believe it at all. But when the clock struck 1436, she was stunned. The time Lin Hui had mentioned was actually the same as the extinguishing time reported in the news. How is that possible? Brother, we might have to consider that what that man said is true. Cheng Shila had to concede now. If the wildfire happening was a coincidence, there was no reason Lin Hui could have guessed the extinguishing time as well. The only possibility was that Lin Hui was truly a reborn one. Now that they had confirmed Lin Hui was reborn, would the apocalypse he spoke of actually come to pass? Hello, we meet again. In the evening, Lin Hui returned to the hot pot restaurant and saw the Chung siblings. He noticed the surprise on their faces. Lin Hui knew they had believed his words. I know you have many questions, but let me ask one first. Where are the cards I gave you? If Lin Hui heard that they had thrown the cards away, he would turn around and leave without the slightest hesitation, because he had already told them to keep the cards safe. If they had been thrown away, he wouldn't be able to bind the 2 of them, and there would be nothing more to say. Hearing Lin Hui's words, Cheng Pingyun let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had kept the cards, otherwise they might have truly missed their chance to survive. Seeing that they had kept the cards, Lin Hui was very satisfied. He didn't want to have made the trip for nothing. Just drip a drop of blood onto the nameplate, and you'll be officially bound as my partners, Lin Hui said to the Chung siblings. Though puzzled, they still did as he said. After the blood was applied, they felt as if something had appeared in their minds, yet nothing had actually changed. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Remember, don't get caught in the blood rain 24 days from now. Protect yourselves. Once I've settled everything, I'll send you an address. Do you understand? Lin Hui said to the Chung siblings. When the apocalypse first began, the only monsters one could encounter were zombie hordes, and the hordes were relatively weak at that stage. So Lin Hui didn't plan to gather all his partners right away. He still hadn't chosen a location for the shelter. Understood. Although Cheng Pingyun didn't quite understand what was going on, Lin Hui's solemn manner made them believe what he said. If that's the case, why don't you spread this news? If the apocalypse is real, telling people in advance might save some of them. Cheng Shila's words reminded Lin Hui. Even though people might not believe him now, he could at least mention it and make them more vigilant. That would be a good thing. After thinking it over, Lin Hui opened a special website on the plane. He had only learned about this site later. It was a somewhat shady underground trading site. The reason he posted there was that if he posted such a rumor on a mainstream platform, it would be banned immediately. In that case, it would be better not to post at all. It would only waste his time. People on this site had stronger mental fortitude. If what Lin Hui said had substance, it would be highly credible. After Lin Hui finished editing everything, he published the post. In less than 5 minutes, someone contacted him. Is everything you said true? The other person had a pure black avatar. Seeing that the username was Lamplighter in the night, Lin Hui thought of someone. This person was a terrifyingly skilled hacker. Lin Hui had heard that he had hacked into the trading system of a Tencent game, causing it to crash for 5 minutes. As everyone knew, Tencent's payment system defenses were comparable to national defense, which showed just how capable a hacker the other party was. Lin Hui hadn't originally had network security in mind, but since this person had contacted him, it would be excellent to recruit him if the opportunity arose. Absolutely true. Lin Hui replied with only that phrase. He could confirm that his rebirth wasn't into some parallel world. He had simply been reborn back to 3 years ago. In that case, are you interested in going big? After a while, the other person sent a message. Based on his understanding of the man's personality, Lin Hui thought this person might really be plotting something earth-shattering. I've always wanted to make a name for myself. Although I'm already somewhat known in the hacker world, I've never done anything truly earth-shattering. If what you say is true, I want to work with you. We'll hack into CCTV's evening news live broadcast and send this message out to the world. Seeing the message, Lin Hui broke into a cold sweat. This guy had extraordinary skills, and he was also incredibly bold to be plotting something like this. After thinking it over, Lin Hui felt this was indeed doable. He had always wanted to preserve more embers for the human race, and pulling this off would certainly be an act of merit. He planned to do it 3 days before the apocalypse. That way, even if the police caught them, the timing would actually provide them with a form of protection. The other person had also made the decision only after carefully reading the post. Lin Hui had filled the post with many details. Some events had not yet happened, but he described them as if they had truly occurred. The most famous example was his prediction of Japan's wastewater discharge into the sea, including when it would happen and how many tons would be released. Lin Hui had followed that news and remembered the numbers clearly, so reciting it was no trouble at all. The lamplighter in the night carefully read Lin Hui's post. She thought it was about 80% credible. Lin Hui agreed. They arranged a time for their next chat and also set a date to meet offline. Lin Hui did not refuse. Lin Hui's post was pinned to the top of the forum in just over 10 minutes because his predictions were written in such detail. The moderators pinned it first out of curiosity and second because the discussion around it had quickly surpassed 1,000 replies. The comment section below had already broken past 1,000 comments. This was a good thing for Lin Hui. The hotter the post became, the more people would see it, and the more people he might be able to help. Belief in the post was split down the middle. Those who believed it were already preparing in advance, while those who didn't had also started stockpiling food. After all, the predicted date was less than a month away, so they treated it as storing up food for winter. Lin Hui casually browsed through the comments. Some people asked him to come out and reply, but he ignored them. Before long, the truth of the post's predictions would be verified anyway. With nothing to do on the plane, Lin Hui began studying the shelter's functions. Binding the Chung siblings had earned him another 2,000 points, just as he had thought. At this stage, binding people gave points. Log cabin LV2 upgradable. The shelter was the most fundamental necessity for surviving the apocalypse, so Lin Hui decided to upgrade it first. Lin Hui clicked upgrade, and this time 300 points were deducted. A kitchen appeared on the first floor of the log cabin, but Lin Hui was still unsatisfied, so he continued upgrading. Upgrading to LV4 deducted 500 points from Lin Hui. A new room appeared on the shelter's second floor, and each room's space expanded by 10%. Lin Hui still wasn't quite satisfied. The next upgrade required 1,000 points, but he gritted his teeth and chose to upgrade anyway. This time something different finally arrived. The entire log cabin turned into a brick house, greatly increasing its sturdiness, and the shelter's description changed as well. Brick and stone house can withstand brief attacks from zombie hordes in the early apocalypse. Lin Hui was fairly satisfied with upgrading the shelter to LV5. At least it had improved from withstanding 2 or 3 zombies to withstanding a horde of zombies. Moreover, Lin Hui believed that as he continued upgrading, the shelter would only grow stronger. Judging from how each upgrade expanded the area, his shelter was bound to become more powerful and protect more people. That was exactly Lin Hui's purpose, to build a shelter powerful enough to preserve humanity's last embers and make it a land of hope for the human race. Lin Hui returned to Class 2, Grade 3, and his first move was to go see Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing, did you miss me? Lin Hui quietly appeared behind Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing was as usual studying intently. Lin Hui, where have you been these past few days? Do you know how worried the head teacher was about you? Xia Qingqing was startled at first, but upon seeing that Lin Hui had returned her surprise, turned to joy. Lin Hui had no attachments in this world, so the head teacher usually took good care of him. This time when Lin Hui skipped school to find Chung Ping'an and the others, the head teacher had called him several times. When she saw Lin Hui's reply that everything was safe, she finally relaxed. It's fine. Didn't I make it back safely? Here, I brought you some local specialties. Let's all eat them together. Lin Hui handed out all the local specialties he had brought back from Sea City. If they didn't eat them now, once the apocalypse arrived, they wouldn't get the chance. Then where exactly did you go? Xia Qingqing demanded. Her cheeks puffed out, looking adorable. I went to. Hey head teacher, go easy. Lin Hui had just been about to say that he went to Sea City to see 2 friends when the head teacher appeared behind him and grabbed his ear. You little brat, skipping school now, are you? Last time I let you off without writing a self-criticism, and now you're itching for a beating again. Seeing the head teacher Zhao Ting appear behind him, Lin Hui immediately begged for mercy. Head teacher, let go. It hurts. It was only because Lin Hui had good grades that he could mess around with Zhao Ting like this. For anyone else, it would start with a disciplinary demerit. Let me tell you the truth. I went to see 2 friends. The reason I skipped school is that in a little over 20 days the apocalypse will be here. When that happens, whether we go to school or not won't matter anymore. Lin Hui decided to come clean with the classmates he lived with day in and day out. He had already said his piece, but whether they believed him was up to them. I can forgive skipping school, but now you're spreading rumors. Lin Hui, what's going on in your head? Can you focus on getting into a good university? Zhao Ting frowned deeply. She now felt that Lin Hui was becoming more and more out of line. Head teacher, it's true. I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. In a few days Japan will discharge the wastewater. Everything Lin Hui had just said was true, but Zhao Ting could only think he was talking nonsense. Until something happens to you personally, no one will believe it. How is that possible? That tiny little country. Even if you gave them 800 times the guts, they wouldn't dare. They might be ready to discharge it, but with our great China watching over them, how would they dare? As soon as Lin Hui finished speaking, someone in the class retorted. It was the long recess, so class wouldn't start anytime soon, and they were naturally happy to discuss the matter. I can't explain it clearly, and I don't want to. Anyway, you won't believe me right now. Lin Hui sat down on the chair and said to them. In reality, no one would believe this because the apocalypse was simply too sci-fi. If zombies appeared, the military would be fully capable of handling it, so there was no need for them to worry. Lin Hui, go back to your seat first. Come with me tonight. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Zhao Ting said to Lin Hui, leaving him utterly speechless. In this day and age, no one believed the truth. Xia Qingqing, it's all right if they don't believe me, but do you believe me? Unable to win any acknowledgement in the class, Lin Hui had no choice but to turn to Xia Qingqing. Seeing Xia Qingqing's hesitant look, it was clear she was also unwilling to believe that it was true. When night fell, Zhao Ting came to find Lin Hui. She insisted on making Lin Hui get a checkup no matter what, and no matter what Lin Hui said, he could not persuade her. No, head teacher, I really am not sick. My mind is perfectly normal. Lin Hui said, but Zhao Ting simply would not believe him. She still dragged him to the hospital. Even with insurance reimbursement, the round of tests still cost several thousand yuan. The conclusion was that Lin Hui was perfectly normal and in excellent health without a single problem. Now it was Zhao Ting's turn to be puzzled. Was she supposed to believe that what Lin Hui had said was true? She was a firm believer in science. How could she believe such absurd words from Lin Hui? Head teacher, trust me. When you see the red rain, be sure not to let it touch you. Even if being drenched doesn't mean a 100 mutation, since I've been reborn, I have every reason to believe everything will be the same as 3 years ago. Lin Hui confirmed that the world he had returned to was not some parallel world. Everything was exactly the same as 3 years ago, except that he had come back now. He alone was the variable. Moreover, Lin Hui had been wondering these past few days why among the survivors from 3 years ago only he had not awakened his superpower. Now it appeared that his ability had probably already awakened, and it might be an ultimate time regression superpower, except that it only triggered just before his death. Whether he could rewind time again in this life, he didn't know. Perhaps heaven had given him another chance. In this life he had to seize everything and wipe out every last mutant. Alright, go back now. Focus on your studies from now on, and don't let your mind wander. Zhao Ting still didn't believe Lin Hui. After all, talk of the apocalypse was far too absurd. Zhao Ting thought the odds of winning the lottery were more reliable than this. China had been at peace for centuries, as she simply couldn't believe in any apocalypse. Fine, head teacher. I've said everything I could. If you won't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Lin Hui could only hail a taxi and return to school. Lin Hui was a boarding student. The moment he got back, his roommates were playing dodiju. In his previous life, these 3 roommates seemed to have died in the early stage of the apocalypse. He hadn't paid much attention, then he only remembered that they hadn't been in the same major. That afternoon they had no classes, and they had probably gone out to have fun. During the 3 years of the apocalypse, Lin Hui never saw these 3 roommates again. Lin Hui didn't have any special affection for them, but if he could give them a heads up, he would. If they believed him, they might be lucky enough to survive. If they didn't, it wasn't his fault. Do you believe me? It was the classic opening line again. Actually, Lin Hui thought this was pretty stupid, but there was no other way to save their lives. Old Lin, what are you being so mysterious about? If you've got something to say, spit it out. They were getting impatient because Lin Hui had ruined their mood for playing cards. The apocalypse is coming. The red rain 24 days from now is the sign. Bullshit. How can you even talk about the apocalypse? If the apocalypse really comes, even if I become a zombie, I'll be an elite mob. One of the roommates who liked lifting weights replied. Sigh, it really is true. Lin Hui had lost count of how many times he had said that what he was telling them was real, but nobody believed him at all. He was utterly helpless. Quit your bullshitting. I'm off to lift weights. If the apocalypse really comes, I'm going to be an elite mob. None of the 3 roommates believed him in the slightest. They all took Lin Hui's words as a joke. Since that was the case, there was no need for Lin Hui to mention it again. They did not believe him at all, so why waste his breath? He might as well lie down and get a good sleep. The next day, Lin Hui got up and went to class. He no longer had any heart for lessons, so everything was just to keep his class teacher, Zhao Ting, satisfied. On ordinary days, he kept up a good rapport with Xia Qingqing, played games with his best friend Shen Kai, and was a rather frugal person, saving a large portion of every scholarship the school issued. During this period, he kept taking Xia Qingqing around to try delicious food. She had been unwilling at first, but under Lin Hui's strong insistence, she could only go along and eat with him. However, she noted down every meal Lin Hui treated her to, planning to treat him back once she had money. Old Lin, you've been so close to Xia Qingqing. Don't tell me you actually want to pursue her. With studies so intense now, would the class teacher agree? Shen Kai said to Lin Hui. He was actually quite happy for Lin Hui to pursue Xia Qingqing since the two of them were such a good match. Both of them were top students in the class, and Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing were both very good-looking. Xia Qingqing had already reached the level of class beauty to begin with. Now with Lin Hui's guidance, she had learned how to dress up, and Chun Kai felt that Xia Qingqing could even contend for the school beauty rankings without any problem. You still don't believe what I said about the apocalypse? Whatever. I'll just do what I want now. The best thing is to eat plenty of good food and travel around, because soon this place will be a scene of devastation. Actually, Lin Hui wanted to take Xia Qingqing traveling, but she refused no matter what, so he could not do anything about it. After all, Xia Qingqing had sacrificed so much for him in his previous life, in this life, he had to make it up to her no matter what. Even though your apocalypse sounds fake, I somehow feel that what you say makes a lot of sense. Chun Kai could not refute it either, because Lin Hui did not seem to be lying. Time quickly reached noon. Damn, come look. Japan really discharged the wastewater. It's already being broadcast live on the national broadcaster. Japan really has the guts to do this. Japan did it in secret, and China found out. I really want to suggest that China just send troops and conquer Japan once and for all. Better not. China has always followed the path of peace. If we really attack Japan, the eagle would definitely take the chance to step on us. The class instantly erupted in heated discussion. It was noon break, and the buzz of conversation immediately filled the entire classroom. Wait, do you all remember something? Didn't Lin Hui say Japan would discharge wastewater? He really hit the mark with that guess. That's just too absurd. Could Lin Hui have the power to foresee the future? Japan has been wanting to discharge the wastewater all along. I think he just happened to guess it. After all, Japan's reckless behavior is nothing new. Even if he did guess it, that's still amazing. At the time, neither people online nor we thought Japan would actually discharge the wastewater. Aren't you forgetting one thing? Lin Hui said the apocalypse is coming. If you trust what Lin Hui said, doesn't that prove the apocalypse might really happen? The discussion in the classroom was in full swing, but when they looked around for Lin Hui, he had already quietly slipped out of the classroom. Whoa, old Lin, you're incredible. You really predicted it. Japan actually discharged the wastewater into the sea. How about predicting the winning numbers for the next 3 color ball lottery for me? By this time, Chun Kai had also seen the news, and his admiration for Lin Hui knew no bounds. Give me a break. You know China's lottery system. It said that even a transmigrator can't guarantee winning at 100%. Do you think I'm Zhou Xingxing able to conjure up winning numbers for you? Lin Hui replied, somewhat speechless. Anyway, winning the lottery wouldn't be of much use. The sanctuaries built by humanity could ultimately only shelter ordinary humans. If this world truly wanted to recover its former vitality, it would still have to depend on the abilities of superpowered individuals. But in the previous life, their powers had been developed far too slowly in the early stage. Many valuable abilities were only truly developed in the late stages of the apocalypse. By then, the rate at which aberrations grew stronger had already overtaken the strength of their superpowers. That was why in this life Lin Hui not only had to gather many powerful superpowered individuals, but also had to maximize the development of their abilities. This was to keep the aberrations offensive in check during the early apocalypse. If their offensive could be contained, then there would be many more things he could do. In the apocalypse, many aberrations grew bit by bit before finally turning into major bosses. In this life, Lin Hui had to prevent those bosses from developing as much as possible. That way humanity would have to sacrifice far fewer lives. That's true, but is the apocalypse you talk about really real? Because Lin Hui had predicted Japan's wastewater discharge, Chun Kai was now reconsidering the truth of what he had said before. If you don't believe me, that's fine. If you do believe me, even better. Anyway, you can stock up on extra food. It won't do you any harm. And no matter what, as long as you're with me, even if you mutate, I'll still take care of you. Lin Hui patted Chun Kai on the shoulder as he said this. Even if one became infected and mutated, there was truly still a possibility of recovery. In the 3rd year of the apocalypse, the year Lin Hui died, he had heard that an organization had developed a drug that could keep infected people sane. It was not a cure for the infected, but it could keep them sane and stop them from viewing humans as food. That was already a major breakthrough by itself. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Lin Hui had not been exposed to that area of research, so he did not know how to develop such a thing. But now he had the sanctuary system, his most powerful source of support, and he believed that under his leadership humanity could be saved. Even though your words sound a little strange, I'm still very moved. Chun Kai said to Lin Hui. Although the premise was that he was infected, the words Lin Hui had spoken still moved him deeply. It was just that the reason he was moved was a little strange. What troubled Lin Hui now was how to earn the points needed for leveling up. He had bonded with 3 companions and obtained 3,000 points. But now those 3,000 points had all been used up, and the system had gone quiet. Could the only way to gain points be by killing aberrations? In the early days of the apocalypse, the mutated zombies were comparatively weak, and Lin Hui was quite confident in earning points. However, not being able to improve his strength or upgrade the sanctuary made him somewhat anxious. After all, before the apocalypse came, having greater strength and a more powerful sanctuary was the key to surviving longer in the end times. If he could make the sanctuary stronger and able to accommodate more people, then counterattacking the great aberration armies of the apocalypse would become much easier. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's useless for me to worry now. Lin Hui returned to the classroom. The moment he came back, everyone immediately started teasing him, and they only quieted down when the class teacher, Zhao Ting, appeared. Whatever you're thinking right now, the most important thing is to get good grades and get into a good university. Put away those devious ideas, especially you, Lin Hui. Homeroom teacher Zhao Ting glared at Lin Hui as she spoke. Over the past few days, everything that had happened in the class seemed to involve Lin Hui, and it was giving her a real headache. What does that have to do with me? Lin Hui had just started to argue back when the roar of a helicopter echoed overhead. A fully armed squad quickly descended and landed on the open ground of the sports field. Then they quickly rushed upstairs. Both the students and the homeroom teacher were stunned. Holy crap, that's a military helicopter of our country. This is the first time I've ever seen fully armed soldiers. They're so cool. If only I could take a photo with them, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams, hee. Why could they be here for a drill at our school? But the school didn't announce anything. What's going on? Not to mention that the students had no idea what was happening. Even homeroom teacher Zhao Ting was utterly baffled. Since when did the military ever come to a school? Nothing like this had happened in 800 years. Amid the students' exclamations, the soldiers appeared in front of Class 2 Grade 3. Lin Hui glanced at them and felt that they had come for him. He wasn't sure why, but he had a strong intuition about it. Which one of you is Lin Hui? The soldiers had received orders to pick up a person named Lin Hui from one senior high school. But the higher-ups had provided no photo and no other information, so they could only come to the classroom to ask. When the students heard that the soldiers were actually here for Lin Hui, their jaws dropped in shock. Homeroom teacher Zhao Ting in particular had never seen such a scene and was completely frozen. In her 30 years of life, this was the first time she had seen a military helicopter and fully armed soldiers. That's me. Lin Hui thought for a moment. Maybe it was the post he had published that had drawn the military's attention. After he had posted it, he hadn't visited the website again, so he had no idea how popular the post had become. Still, he guessed that the recent discharge of wastewater by Japan had made the post explode, which was why it had drawn the military's attention. In fact, Lin Hui was right. The post now had hundreds of thousands of replies. For a little-known website to have such a heated discussion meant that it had thoroughly ignited the curiosity of netizens. Come with us. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. We just want to ask about a few things. Seeing that Lin Hui was only a student, the soldier tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible so as not to scare him. But to his surprise, Lin Hui walked straight out without the slightest trace of fear. Moreover, from Lin Hui's face, he saw no tension or excitement at all, as if this kind of thing was completely ordinary to him. This made the soldier admire Lin Hui a little more. In truth, after struggling through the apocalypse for 3 years, not to mention such a small scene, he had even witnessed the power of a nuclear explosion with his own eyes. Now that was a real spectacle. Don't worry, everyone. I'm fine. I'll be back before long. Before leaving, he said this to his classmates to keep his homeroom teacher and the others from worrying. Seeing this, Chen Kai was shocked. Damn, he actually got a show off. Homeroom teacher Zhao Ting watched helplessly as the soldiers took Lin Hui away, not daring to breathe. Xia Qingqing mustered her courage and stepped forward. Where are you taking Lin Hui? He hasn't done anything wrong, has he? Xia Qingqing remembered that Lin Hui had gone out for a few days not long ago. She suspected that he might have done something that endangered public safety during those days, and was now being taken away because of it. It's fine. We really are just taking him back to understand a few things. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. The soldier said to everyone, but even so it still left an extremely deep impression on them. Watching Lin Hui board the helicopter under the protection of the soldiers, everyone felt a little complicated. They couldn't understand why Lin Hui had been taken away, and even less could they understand what kind of person Lin Hui really was. But one thing was certain: this matter would soon spread throughout the school, and it was not impossible for it to spread throughout the entire city. The students all leaned by the window and watched the military helicopter fly away into the distance before they finally reacted. This was damn it actually real. Can you believe it? Who the hell would have dared to believe it? It was as if someone told you that a classmate you dealt with day after day was actually a hidden big shot. Who would dare to think about that? But it was truly happening before their eyes. This was too absurd. Even after Lin Hui was taken away, the discussion in the classroom didn't stop. Not even Zhao Ting, the homeroom teacher, tried to silence them. Because the impact of this event was even greater for her. She didn't even dare to ask why Lin Hui had been taken away. In the end, it was Xia Qingqing who stepped forward to ask. A few minutes later, everyone returned to their seats, but their gazes all turned toward Lin Hui's seat, as if by silent agreement. The seat that had once been utterly unremarkable now seemed to radiate a golden glow in their eyes. Teacher, Xiao, do you know why Lin Hui was taken away? Xia Qingqing said to Zhao Ting, who still hadn't recovered from the shock. After this incident, Xia Qingqing found it impossible to calm down enough to study. She didn't know whether it was because she was worried about Lin Hui or for some other reason. I don't know either. Zhao Ting was also baffled. She had no idea what had happened. Could it be that Lin Hui had been arrested for spreading rumors? But just how badly would one have to spread rumors to make the authorities send people over to take him away? Besides, judging from Lin Hui's calm expression, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Zhao Ting realized that overnight she had begun to not understand Lin Hui. In the past, Lin Hui had been at most a little mischievous, sleeping in class and not handing in homework. But after waking up today, Lin Hui was somehow connected to the military. This directly shattered their worldview. Alright, everyone, study hard and don't think too much. This period is self-study. Although Zhaoting didn't understand what was going on, she still had to assert her authority as the homeroom teacher in order to keep these kids under control. Lin Hui boarded the military helicopter. On the way, he tried to ask about the specific situation, but the soldiers didn't answer. Lin Hui had no choice but to give up. Still riding in a helicopter for the first time, and a military one at that, was a rather unique experience. After about 3 hours of flight, he felt the helicopter come to a stop. He left the helicopter under the escort of the soldiers. They escorted him all the way to a conference room. After the soldiers knocked on the door, a vigorous voice came from within. "Please come in." The soldier gestured for Lin Hui to enter, so he opened the conference room door and walked in. Upon entering, even Lin Hui, who had endured 3 years of brutal apocalypse, felt a bit unsettled. Seated inside were actually all high-ranking military officials with some lower-ranking officers sitting aside taking notes. What a formidable lineup. Was he really here just to be asked a few questions? "Have a seat, don't be nervous." A middle-aged officer gestured for him to sit, and Lin Hui had no choice but to sit beside him. If Lin Hui hadn't been reborn faced with this situation, he would probably have stammered. "We've asked you here to understand a few things. You posted this thread, correct?" The other party placed a tablet in front of Lin Hui, and he nodded. Although he had posted it on the plane, he hadn't hidden his IP information. The military could easily trace all his details with a quick check. "How did you know that Japan would really discharge the wastewater? And I see you also predicted the earthquake and certain news events later. Could it really be as you said that you are a reborn person? You know, in China we don't believe in ghosts and gods. Everything is based on scientific reasoning. So we asked you to come and understand the situation. As a student, it's already impressive that you could log onto this website. Moreover, the apocalypse you predicted in your post was extremely detailed, so we want to ask you about it. Just tell us whatever you know. Don't be nervous." The officer said, trying to use a calm tone with Lin Hui doing his best not to make him anxious. But when he finished speaking and looked at Lin Hui, his expression remained utterly unchanged. There was no sign of nervousness. "I know what you want to ask. I won't waste words. I can tell you that the apocalypse is real. In other words, the apocalypse I described has actually occurred. And I am indeed a reborn person. That is also true. Of course, before the apocalypse, I was just an ordinary person, though I could only predict major news events. But fortunately, all my predictions have been correct." Lin Hui told them without reservation. Since they had invited him here, he would certainly tell them everything he knew. Moreover, in his previous life, China had actually made many efforts, but the apocalypse came too suddenly, and no matter how much China wanted to protect its people, it was extremely difficult. It was also a good thing that they had allowed Xia Qingqing to come and discuss together today. At least with Lin Hui's help, they could make preparations in advance. This would avoid the situation from his previous life where there was no time to arrange defenses, and China quickly fell. Actually inviting you here already shows that we roughly believe what you've said. However, the apocalypse is such an extraordinary matter that we absolutely cannot shut down the entire country based solely on your words. So if you have experienced the apocalypse, do you have any good methods to prevent it, or at least reduce the casualties and infections among the people? The middle-aged man beside him continued to ask. Lin Hui looked at the officers sitting with him and felt considerable pressure. "I mentioned the blood rain in my post, you should have noticed it. The best defensive measure now is to build underground shelters, and the doors must be highly durable. Stockpile plenty of food and water, and try to equip everyone with a weapon they can use to end their own lives. If mutation occurs, they should quickly take their own lives. This is the best solution I can offer. Actually, people who are caught in the blood rain are merely carriers of the infection. It doesn't mean they will definitely mutate. The virus is likely to spread through the air, sweeping across the globe in an instant. The apocalypse will certainly come. As for how much we can do, we can only do our best, and leave the rest to fate." Lin Hui's maturity was nothing like that of a high school student, which added credibility to his words. "But if we build shelters, how can we protect 1.3 billion people? And you said the virus might be airborne. Can we urgently produce a batch of masks to protect against it?" Someone offered this idea, but Lin Hui shook his head after hearing it. This method was actually not feasible. The virus will sweep across the globe. It may not only infect through breathing, it could also infect on contact. As you said, we humans have to breathe air, and we can't guarantee that we can filter out the virus. If I were to guess, this virus is more like a means for human evolution, though the cost would be severe. Lin Hui said so. 3 days after the apocalypse began, people started awakening superpowers one after another. It was also at that time that alien creatures descended from the rifts and began hunting humans. Doesn't that mean there's simply no way to prevent it? Everyone was disappointed at Lin Hui's answer. If there was no way to prevent it, then China would suffer many casualties, which was not what they wanted to see. They wanted to preserve as many humans as possible, and after surviving this disaster, continue to rebuild humanity's homeland. I'm not sure, but we can prepare in advance to crack the virus. Perhaps we can create a potion that can restore humans. In my previous life, in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, it was said that the Research Institute developed a potion that could temporarily restore infected people's sanity, though it couldn't eliminate the virus. Lin Hui tried his best to offer the experience he had gained from the apocalypse, letting these bigwigs discuss countermeasures. If they truly believed what he said, they would probably report it up the chain. Now there were less than 20 days before the apocalypse. Time was still too tight. Actually, Lin Hui had initially wanted to contact the military, but that wasn't realistic, so he had abandoned the idea. We'll have to trouble you to stay with us for a while. We may have more questions to ask you later. An officer asked Lin Hui to leave, and a soldier led him to a room. Lin Hui would likely stay in this special building far from the city for the next few days. After Lin Hui left, the officers in the conference room held a detailed discussion about what he had said. At this point, they were already 80% convinced by his words. There were no electronic devices in Lin Hui's room, only books, so he read for a while. Within less than half a day, someone came knocking at the door. It seemed they had reached a conclusion. Lin Hui, we've discussed it carefully, and we think your proposal is good. However, if we follow your proposal, how feasible do you think it is? An elderly man asked. Lin Hui glanced at the badge on his chest, which suggested he was the most senior figure in the room. Are you referring to issuing everyone a tool for self-termination? Lin Hui thought for a moment. This was probably what the old man was asking about. Because building shelters, given China's reputation as an infrastructure maniac, was completely feasible. That's right, you're quite clever. The old man gave a kind smile and said, honestly, at most 30%. Also, at the beginning of the apocalypse, the infection itself won't be the biggest problem. The emergence of the mutants will. In the early stages, conventional weapons may still be effective, but as time goes on, they will only grow stronger. By then, we can rely solely on superpowered individuals. As for superpowered individuals, I didn't go into detail in that post because it sounds extremely fantastical, but they truly do exist. About half of the population will mutate in the early stage. Add to that the infected attacking survivors, and I estimate that no more than 30% of humanity will remain alive in the early days of the apocalypse. Lin Hui spoke at length, and the elders listened with great seriousness, for they believed it was highly likely that what he said was true. This matter concerned the survival of the nation and the survival of the world. They would rather believe it than risk dismissing it. Even if Lin Hui's words ultimately proved false at worst, they would have been fooled by him and lost a little money. But if what Lin Hui said was true, what would be lost would not be merely money. The entire nation would cease to exist. Then the most correct decision at hand is to build shelters. But how can we protect so many people? Huaxiao will never abandon any one of its people. Hearing another elder's words, Lin Hui shook his head in disagreement. I understand your thinking, and I feel the same as you. We both want to protect the people of Huaxiao as much as possible. But you also know how enormously difficult this is, so sacrifice is unavoidable. The shelters must still be built, otherwise there is simply no way for us to withstand the coming mutant horde. Lin Hui believed that no matter how one looked at it, there could never be a perfect plan. Only by sacrificing the majority could a small minority be saved. It was tragic, but that was the truth. Increase the military budget, provide the troops with better equipment, and issue orders for them to intensify training. Use the final 3 days to prepare their minds for what is to come. At the same time, instruct all major medical research institutes across the nation to stock up on materials, activate the second-level contingency plan, and take precautions against the virus ahead of time. Even if we can only do a little, we must do everything in our power. Every additional person we protect gives Huaxiao one more chance to move forward. Huaxiao has weathered 5,000 years of wind and frost, and still endures. It will never be defeated by this tiny infectious virus. That elder fully demonstrated his trust in Lin Hui, and hearing those words, Lin Hui was deeply moved. There was only so much he could do. Now the problem on his mind was how to upgrade his shelter so that it could accommodate more survivors. Lin Hui's current shelter had only 3 rooms. It was an ordinary stone house, not very spacious, barely able to squeeze in 6 or 7 people. The most pressing matter now was to earn points and upgrade the shelter. Yet the system had never once indicated how points could be earned, which was very strange. Lin Hui stayed there for 3 days in total. He told them everything he knew, including the matter of superpowered individuals. The only thing he concealed was the existence of the system. Because even when crammed to capacity, his shelter could hold fewer than 10 people, and its defensive strength was not high, he was not yet ready to publicize it. The military personnel sent Lin Hui back, and also gave him a house. However, the house was located in the city center, not really an ideal location. The next day, Lin Hui was awakened by the system's notification chime. Congratulations. You have successfully persuaded Huaxiao to make preparations ahead of time, and change the fate of a small number of people. You have obtained 5000 points. Hearing this notification, Lin Hui was overjoyed. Wasn't this a godsend? The senior leaders of Huaxiao now believed him, and were preparing to begin building shelters. Lin Hui had at last found a way to earn points in the future. It turned out that he had to change certain events to the point of influencing the world's original trajectory in order to earn points. By having Huaxiao build shelters ahead of time, he had helped those who were originally supposed to die. Upgrade the shelter. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to level 6. Storage room unlocked. New room unlocked. Lin Hui upgraded the shelter to level 6 while spending a total of 1500 points. Those 1500 points were quite well spent unlocking 2 new rooms, a storage room, and a new room on the 2nd floor. At least now I have a place to store all those supplies I bought, instead of leaving them piled up in the kitchen. The next upgrade would require 2000 points. Lin Hui continued upgrading without the slightest hesitation. After 2000 points were deducted, he had 1500 points left. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to level 7. New rooms have been unlocked. All areas will expand by 10. With 2,000 points spent, Lin Hui raised his shelter to level 7. 2 new living quarters were unlocked, and the total area increased by another 10. At last, Lin Hui's shelter looked somewhat proper. After upgrading 2 levels, reaching level 8 would require 3,000 points, and Lin Hui was still short half of that amount. So he did not intend to continue upgrading. Instead, he purchased heating stoves for every room along with electric lamps, quilts, pillows, and some wardrobes. His 1,500 points were once again used up. At the same time, the description of Lin Hui's shelter had also changed. Brick and stone house level 7. An ordinary shelter with multiple rooms capable of withstanding a brief assault from a large horde of the walking dead. It seemed that even if the construction materials had not changed, upgrading still increased the shelter's defensive strength. Although Lin Hui's current shelter was already fairly impressive, but he still felt it lacked a few defensive measures. He thought he might have to upgrade the shelter to level 10 before shelter-related defensive systems were unlocked. Although his shelter still left something to be desired, as long as hunting mutants and the walking dead could earn points, he did not have to worry about lacking a source of points in the early days of the apocalypse. Lin Hui returned to school. He was still glad to spend time with Chun Kai, and more importantly, Xia Qingqing was also there. He had to ensure Xia Qingqing's safety. "Hey, I'm back." Lin Hui came through the back door and walked up to Xia Qingqing, startling her again. This time, however, she was not upset. Instead, she seemed rather pleased. "Lin Hui, they didn't torture you, did they?" Xia Qingqing asked. Lin Hui felt a line of black dots across his forehead. What was this girl thinking? Of course not. They were quite friendly to me. And they even sent me back personally. Really? Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. She blinked her big limpid eyes as if in acknowledgement. Before long, the homeroom teacher Zhao Ting also arrived. She immediately pulled Lin Hui into the office to ask about the situation and learned that Lin Hui had been taken in for questioning precisely over the rumor-spreading incident. Zhao Ting immediately gave Lin Hui a knock on the head. "You, stop being so frivolous all day." Zhao Ting sighed. "I really don't know what trouble you'll cause next. Can you study hard from now on and strive to get into a good university?" Seeing Lin Hui full of vitality, she finally felt at ease. These past few days, Zhao Ting had been worried sick about Lin Hui, terrified that he might have suffered abuse. In the days that followed, Lin Hui attended classes as usual, occasionally chatting with Xia Qingqing to nurture their bond. Time flew, and soon only 3 days remained in the countdown. Lin Hui began to feel a twinge of nerves, for this was merely 3 days before the apocalypse descended. If Lin Hui were to discover after 3 days that this was all a false alarm, nothing more than a vivid dream, perhaps he would feel immense relief. For then he would not have to witness those desolate and tragic scenes. However, Lin Hui knew this was no illusion. Memories from his past life remained crystal clear. He could even recount every detail of major events with precision. Such an intensely vivid experience could not possibly be explained away as a mere dream. Moreover, every event he had foretold had come to pass, which only reinforced his conviction that he had indeed been reborn. With nothing to occupy him, Lin Hui logged onto the forum to check his post, only to find that in just a few days it had already accumulated over 1 million replies. More and more people flocked to verify the contents of the post, and the fervor of their discussions reached a fever pitch. Some even called upon Lin Hui to step forward and provide an explanation. Yet throughout this period, Lin Hui had remained silent, offering no clarification. Now, however, he felt it necessary to say something. After all, the curiosity of netizens had reached a boiling point. Lin Hui added personal notes to his post and offered some practical advice to certain users. As for the authenticity of the impending apocalypse, his answer was unequivocal. What Lin Hui had not anticipated was that his post had attracted attention not only within China, but also overseas. Look at those Chinese people, so foolish. They actually believe in some apocalypse. What a joke. If an apocalypse were truly coming with our eagle nation's overwhelming firepower, we'd wipe out every single zombie without breaking a sweat. I reckon China is trying to deceive us with this information. I've heard they're already constructing shelters. This could very well be a smokescreen they're deploying. We must not fall for it. Otherwise, we'd be walking right into China's trap. This post had been copied and shared abroad, where many readers dismissed it as nonsense and considered its credibility virtually non-existent. Of course, there were also those who analyzed the post seriously, noting that it aligned with recent major events. If the post had not been edited retroactively, then it would indeed be prudent to prepare for the coming apocalypse. After all, since the post provided a specific timeline, stockpiling supplies would do no harm. In truth, Lin Hui did not mind that others were sharing his post. When faced with an apocalyptic disaster, every human being on this earth was bound together as one shared destiny. Those in China who had read the post, combined with recent events, had come to largely believe in Lin Hui's prophecy. Even those who remained skeptical had unconsciously begun stockpiling supplies, resolving to stay indoors on that fateful day. Indirectly, Lin Hui's post had saved countless lives. "You're finally online. I thought you'd forgotten our arrangement." As Lin Hui browsed the replies on his post, his private message notification lit up. It was the user ID Night Lamp Bearer. "I'm ready. How about you?" Upon seeing the message, Lin Hui replied with a question. "What's your plan?" "Directly hacking into CCTV's live broadcast isn't feasible. I've decided to modify the scrolling news ticker instead. That way the broadcast will last longer." Seeing this information, Lin Hui resolved to join the operation. After all, influencing the course of the original world would earn him points, and to upgrade his shelter, he needed to impact as many people as possible. Alright, I'm in. Lin Hui typed his response. But just then another chat window flickered to life. Lin Hui, be cautious. Don't do anything illegal. Even if the apocalypse truly comes, if we had decided to warn the public, we would have done so long ago. Lin Hui was under surveillance, which was hardly surprising. After all, he had already been summoned by the military, and any conversation he had at this point would undoubtedly be monitored to prevent him from taking any reckless actions. Sorry, I won't be able to participate. Lin Hui typed these words, then sent a string of random letters and closed the chat window. Upon receiving the garbled string, she typed it out exactly as before and found that it formed no coherent sentence whatsoever. But just as she was about to reprimand Lin Hui, something clicked in her mind. She shifted every letter one position forward. And then she deciphered the message Lin Hui intended to convey. After seeing Lin Hui's message, she decided to handle the matter on her own. Her ID was protected by multiple layers of encryption, and her location was shielded behind a multi-tier firewall. Tracing her back would not be easy. Time raced onward to the final night. The next day was the very noon when Lin Hui had predicted the red rain would fall, and Night Lamp Bearer honored her promise to him. For reasons unknown, the scrolling news ticker beneath CCTV had been tampered with, broadcasting the apocalyptic information Lin Hui had foretold. Though few people watch live news broadcasts these days, a considerable number still learned of the news. Because it was CCTV that reported it, many people believed the information. With one day remaining, they immediately entered a panic-buying frenzy. CCTV seemed completely unaware that the scrolling ticker had been altered, allowing it to air continuously for a full 15 seconds, an outcome Lin Hui himself had not expected. But this was a good thing for Lin Hui. At least it would increase his chances of earning points. So this day has finally come. I truly hope everything I've said turns out to be a lie. Lin Hui decided to do one last thing. He ran to the school's broadcasting room, intending to announce the news over the campus intercom. The fewer infected who turned into zombies within the school, the safer his comrades and Xia Qingqing would be. As for Lin Hui himself, he trusted that since he had not mutated in his past life, he would not mutate in this one either. Testing. This is Lin Hui from Class 2, Grade 3. I'm broadcasting an important announcement. No, a critical one. Everyone please listen carefully. The apocalypse is coming. At 12 o'clock today, red rain will fall. Everyone take great care not to get caught in it, for exposure will significantly increase the probability of mutation. Additionally, if you feel yourself beginning to mutate, please end your own life immediately. Those unable to bring themselves to do so should seek out a secluded place and wait for me to put you out of your misery. Remember, everything I am saying is the absolute truth. Lin Hui could say no more, for the dean of students had arrived and forcibly pulled the power cord to stop him from spouting nonsense. Director, I have made a mistake. I willingly accept the disciplinary action. There's no need for you to speak. I understand completely. Seeing the dean approaching, Lin Hui took the initiative to confess his mistakes. After all, the blood rain was destined to fall at noon, so he no longer cared about any punishment. Lin Hui, what on earth are you playing at? Homeroom teacher Zhao Ting rushed over at that moment. This boy had been acting strangely lately. Making trouble in class was one thing, but to cause such a commotion in the broadcasting room. I'm not making trouble. I'm trying to save everyone's lives. Lin Hui was speaking the truth. Fortunately, the incident of him being taken away by the military last time had already spread throughout the school, so despite his terrifying words, quite a few people still believed him. If you don't believe me, there are less than 4 hours left. Just wait and see. But I must warn you, do not recklessly touch the blood rain. Even if you get caught in it, avoid going into crowded areas. Lin Hui's earnest expression genuinely intimidated both the dean and Zhao Ting, but they quickly snapped out of it. They had been toyed with by a student. Hurry back to the classroom. Received. Lin Hui immediately ran back to his classroom. Seeing Xia Qingqing still studying, he walked over. Xia Qingqing, the apocalypse is coming. There's no point in studying. What good are those textbooks going to do you? Once the apocalypse hits, everything in your books will be useless. Learning to survive is what truly matters. Seeing Xia Qingqing still engrossed in her studies, Lin Hui couldn't help but urge her. If I don't study, I won't know what else to do, Xia Qingqing replied. In her past life, Xia Qingqing had been just as foolish. She hadn't even realized the apocalypse had arrived until biting incidents occurred outside, forcing her to face the horrifying truth. Lin Hui didn't forcibly stop Xia Qingqing from studying. He would protect her when the time came. He had obtained a baton from the military, a new model with an electric charge. He had originally wanted a firearm, but remembering China's strict gun control laws and his own lack of shooting experience, he abandoned the idea. Even in his past life, Lin Hui had never fired a gun. While this new baton might not kill in one strike, it could at least slow down the zombies, and its extended length was certainly an advantage. In his past life, none of the students in his class had transformed into zombies. They had only been scattered when they fled outside and were overwhelmed by the horde. This time Lin Hui would face the zombie army alone. Armed with combat experience from his past life and improved physical conditioning through days of training, he felt confident handling the early-stage zombies. Moreover, in the early stages of the apocalypse, he held an advantage over others. He knew how to awaken his abilities beforehand. In his previous life, Lin Hui had never discovered what his superpower was. This time around, he wanted to verify whether he actually possessed an ability and could become a superhuman. Lin Hui remembered that dismissal time was 12:05 p.m. Since teachers loved to drag out classes, he almost felt grateful to the teacher for prolonging the lesson. They're here. Lin Hui kept checking his watch. With 10 seconds remaining before noon, the sky outside was still crystal clear. Old Lin, are you seriously trying to fool us? Looking at this bright sunny day, it doesn't look like the apocalypse is happening at all. You've caused so much trouble these past few days. Aren't you afraid? Chen Kai whispered to Lin Hui, but before he could finish he saw red rain actually falling outside. As the red rain began to fall, all the students inevitably turned to look out the windows. Just as Lin Hui had predicted, the red rain had indeed appeared. However, the sky above was still bright and clear, which was extremely strange. It wasn't just Lin Hui's class. All students were fixated on this bizarre rainfall. At that moment his phone rang. Lin Hui, where are you? Once the rain stops, we'll come pick you up immediately. It was a message from the military. Lin Hui replied, asking them to come since there were many people at the school who needed rescuing. With the army's intervention, he believed the mutated zombies at one high school could be resolved quickly. No sooner had Lin Hui finished replying than his phone rang again. The screen showed no number, so he answered. I can't believe what you said actually came true. This time around I owe you one. How was that rolling effect? I originally wanted to directly hack into the live stream, but realized it wouldn't last more than a few seconds, so I had to find another way. Lin Hui was surprised to hear a female voice on the other end, though it could easily be disguised. Then why are you calling? Lin Hui asked, also curious about how the other party had obtained his phone number. I think you'll need me. After all, my abilities extend beyond just this. Let me join you. I tracked that you went to City C, presumably to recruit partners. I believe I'm a suitable candidate, so I volunteered myself. The lantern bearer in the night told Lin Hui. After a moment of silence, Lin Hui finally agreed. Alright, once I've settled things I'll send you the address. Stay safe, Lin Hui told the person. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. After hanging up, the lantern bearer in the night pushed her wheelchair to the window, gazing at the relentless red rain. Unable to walk, she had retreated into the digital world, seeking that sliver of validation. However, at this moment, she failed to notice a power surging within her body. The blood rain had already appeared. All that remained were the infected. Strange. Why do I feel as though I can see some kind of particles in the air? Could my ability be awakening? Lin Hui dimly caught glimpses of colorful particles in the sky, but they vanished almost instantly. Lin Hui guessed this might be a sign of his ability awakening. At the same time, homeroom teacher Zhao Ting rushed over. Given that the incident had already made the news, she had no choice but to believe. China had issued an emergency news broadcast. It aligned perfectly with Lin Hui's description of the apocalypse, confirming everything he had said was true. Lin Hui, what else do you know? Tell me everything. Teacher, I've already said it all before. That's all I know. There's no point asking me now, Lin Hui told Zhao Ting. Only then did the classmates realize that Lin Hui had predicted everything beforehand. They had simply refused to believe him. Then you must know how to prevent infection, right? You're so confident. You must have a way. If everything Lin Hui said was true, then the next stage would be infection and mutation. Zhao Ting was unwilling to see that scenario unfold. Teacher, stay calm. I can guarantee that most of us will be fine. In the early days of the apocalypse, the infection's speed and scale are still small. The true tidal wave of infection begins when order collapses. The military will send people here soon. I promise you will all be safe. Just as Lin Hui had said before, he would protect the last embers of humanity. After listening to Lin Hui, Zhao Ting gradually calmed down. With the military involved, things would be much better. All she could do was have everyone arm themselves with books as best they could to avoid being bitten by the zombies. The rain did not last long and soon stopped. At that moment, Chen Kai revealed a worried expression because he had called his parents, but they had not answered. Chen Kai, calm down. Don't do anything stupid. If you really go looking for your parents now, you will very likely become a zombie yourself. Lin Hui had important matters to attend to, so he could not accompany Chen Kai to look for his parents. Moreover, even if he found them, they had most likely already turned into zombies. He still advised Chen Kai not to take such a risk. Lin Hui, I beg you, please save my mom and dad. I really beg you. My parents raised me for so many years, and I haven't even had the chance to repay them as their son. Since you knew the apocalypse was coming, you must have some way to deal with it, right? Lin Hui had never seen Chen Kai cry before. At this moment, the tall fellow of 178 meters was actually crying like a child. Chen Kai's grief quickly infected the atmosphere. Many people, thinking of their own friends and parents, began to weep quietly in sorrow. Less than 3 minutes after the blood rain stopped, some people's joints began twisting at bizarre angles, and their eyeballs were already overwhelmed by blood red. Everyone stay here. Don't go anywhere. Wait for military support. Xiao Qingqing, remember this, don't die. I will come find you soon. Ignoring Zhao Ting's attempt to stop him, Lin Hui charged out. Earlier he had already texted the Chung siblings telling them to stay hidden and wait for him to come find them. At this point, the Chung siblings probably had not awakened any abilities, so staying where they were was the correct decision. But what he had not counted on was that Chung Pingyan would never hide. Having built up a good amount of strength through constant hard work, Chung Pingyan resolutely took Chung Shila to clear out the zombies nearby and save people. If Lin Hui had seen this scene, he would have understood why he often heard the names of the Chung siblings among the survivors in his past life. Get back. He's going to mutate. Lin Hui rushed to the neighboring classroom and kicked the man in the stomach. There were actually 5 people mutating at once in that classroom. No wonder the school had been filled with infected people everywhere in his past life. Oh, the girls in the class shrieked. Lin Hui had originally planned to wait until they fully mutated before dealing with them, but with so many of them, he could not afford any accidents. He could only smash each of their heads with his police baton. You're killing people. More than the mutation, what they saw was Lin Hui killing people. Because the mutating people had not bitten them, all they saw was Lin Hui killing a living person. Lin Hui ignored him. If this kind of sanctimonious talk appeared in the middle or late stages of the apocalypse, the first thing he would do was throw the speaker out to feed the zombies. I can't be bothered to explain. You're not worthy of listening. Lin Hui quickly took care of 5 zombies and earned 50 points. Lin Hui had expended a lot of energy. After all, he had smashed 5 people's skulls. However, he felt that his strength had grown considerably, which might be related to the ability he was about to awaken. In fact, in this rebirth, Lin Hui never thought he could still awaken an ability. He had believed that the sanctuary system was already his greatest asset. He never expected that he might also awaken an ability. Could it be that he really was the chosen one? Congratulations. Your partner Qing Pingyan has killed a zombie. You have received 10 points. Just as Lin Hui was about to go to another class to kill zombies, his system notification sound rang out. He could earn points from bound partners killing zombies, and the points were equal in amount. Didn't that mean the more partners he had, the faster he could farm points? Thinking of this, Lin Hui hurried back to the classroom. Chen Kai, come out and clear zombies with me. Once the military arrives, we won't have this chance. Ignoring everyone's dumbfounded expressions, Lin Hui pulled Chen Kai out. He handed Chen Kai a steel ruler he had picked up from the podium in the neighboring classroom. With Lin Hui watching over him, Chen Kai would have no problem killing zombies. Moreover, because the partner function had been bound, Chen Kai's loyalty to Lin Hui was 100%, so he would definitely follow Lin Hui to kill zombies. Let's go. Lin Hui charged directly into the next class. In that classroom, 2 zombies were tearing at 2 people. At the same time as the zombies mutated, the entire school began to fall into chaos. Chen Kai won each. Go. Taking advantage of the zombies being obsessed with devouring flesh and leveling up, Lin Hui immediately struck one on the head with his baton. Hearing Lin Hui's words, Chen Kai also grabbed the steel triangle ruler and smashed it down on the head of the zombie that was biting a person. About 30 seconds later, 20 points were credited. Looking at the bitten classmates, Lin Hui felt sad. Classmates, let me put you out of your misery. Don't worry, this is high-voltage electricity. It will be over soon. There won't be any pain. The 2 bitten people still had some sanity left. Although they did not want to die, seeing their wounds turning black, they understood there was no saving them. After gaining another 20 points, Lin Hui took Chen Kai downstairs to clear the area. The zombies right now were about the same as ordinary people. No enhancement had occurred yet. Therefore, the 2 of them could kill them fairly easily. At this moment, the zombies' only purpose was to eat, so, in fact, as long as people fought back, they could still stay safe. Unfortunately, fear still took hold of ordinary people. Thinking back to when Lin Hui first experienced the apocalypse, he too had been filled with terror. Hurry, run to the rooftop. The military will come later to take you away. While clearing out the mutated zombies, Lin Hui reminded them, for he had successfully predicted the arrival of the apocalypse. Furthermore, he had saved them, so they naturally believed everything he said. With around 30 students in each class on average, the infection and mutation rate at Lin Hui's school was actually not high, otherwise he would not have been able to kill so easily. Moreover, the virus spread slowly in the early phase. The reason places fell so quickly was simply that people did not know how to fight back. After smashing another zombie's skull, Lin Hui heard the sound of military helicopters. 3 of them came together, and this time the military had moved with astonishing speed. After the blood rain ceased, no more than 6 or 7 minutes had passed before the military arrived and swiftly eliminated the zombies infesting the school. This time, Lin Hui's sortie combined with Chen Kai's effort yielded a total of 130 points plus Qing Pingyan's 40 points, bringing the grand total to 170 points. With the military having cleared all the zombies on site, there was nothing left for him to earn points from. The military's remarkably swift arrival indicated they had heeded Lin's advice, which was precisely why they could restore operations so rapidly within such a short time frame. At the very onset of the blood rain, the military had already prepared various helicopters and bombing drones to eliminate the zombies. Although China had not issued advance notice, they sent an emergency notification to every citizen when the blood rain descended. Consequently, the pressure the military faced was considerably reduced, and thanks to Lin Hui's prior warning, everyone believed in the impending apocalypse and made preparations in advance, enabling swift and coordinated action. Although infections continued to occur intermittently compared to the previous life, the infection rate in this era had been significantly slowed. Take the students and leave. The timing of infections is unpredictable, so you know what to do. I don't need your concern. I have other matters to attend to, Lin Hui told the arriving soldiers. He intended to search for an object born during this blood rain, one that could accelerate the awakening of his supernatural ability. Moreover, in his previous life, he had heard that such an object existed somewhere in City S. However, it had recently been devoured by a zombie, causing it to become extraordinarily powerful and enslave the entire city. Lin Hui had to prevent this tragedy from unfolding again. Absolutely not. You must come with us. The soldier firmly refused Lin Hui's request, yet Lin Hui remained unyielding despite his insistence. He was utterly unwilling to let anyone obstruct his path toward becoming stronger. I cannot leave. I survived 3 grueling years in this apocalypse, and to me the early stages of this world are like a playground. Besides, this time you are better prepared, so the number of zombies will certainly be fewer. I can handle it myself. As Lin Hui spoke, he attempted to walk away, but the soldier still grabbed him. However, upon meeting Lin Hui's resolute gaze, the soldier understood that this was also a warrior. Finally, he relented. Take this. In the end, the soldier handed Lin Hui a pistol along with 2 magazines before departing. Although the weapon would not greatly benefit him since he had never used one before, having it on hand could prove useful. Besides, any self-respecting man would want to handle a firearm, and Lin Hui naturally accepted without hesitation. Lin Hui quickly descended the stairs. With all the zombies on campus eliminated, his path was clear. Mounting an abandoned bicycle, he set off toward his destination. He had originally planned to ride an electric scooter, but realized he had forgotten to bring his phone. Regardless, the object he sought was not far, no more than a 20-minute ride. On the way, he encountered 5 zombies, all of which he dispatched. Adding the 20 points Chung Pingon had provided, Lin Hui now possessed a total of 1,740 points. He was still far from the 3,000-point mark. Finally, after cycling for 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination. The place was a commercial plaza which had already been swiftly evacuated by the military. This proved quite convenient for Lin Hui. Where exactly is that thing? In his previous life, Lin Hui had only heard that the mutated zombie had found its crystal near this area, but he was unclear on the specifics. Fortunately, time was on his side now, and he had ample opportunity to search. Found it. Blood crystal. An initial awakening item. After more than an hour of searching, he finally located the treasure he had been seeking. The blood crystal was an initial awakening item from the early days of the apocalypse. It was said that consuming it could accelerate the awakening of one's supernatural ability and even aid in its development. However, each person could only consume 1 crystal, and how much energy they could absorb depended entirely on their physique. Of course, one could awaken a supernatural ability without absorbing the crystal's energy, but the process would be considerably slower, and the resulting power would be weaker compared to those who had already awakened. In essence, whether or not one consumed the blood crystal was the critical factor that determined early-stage strength disparities. This thing looks rather hard. Should I really swallow it? Lin Hui examined the object closely, discovering that the crystal resembled a certain type of stone, and he could perceive a substance contained within. For the sake of awakening my ability, I'll risk it. Lin Hui ultimately decided to place the blood crystal in his mouth and began chewing. It was extremely hard, feeling like he was eating stone. However, as Lin Hui continued to chew, the crystal gradually grew fragile. The moment he bit through it, the crimson substance enveloped within the crystal slipped down his throat and into his stomach. At that very instant, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations on successfully altering the trajectory of the original world and saving half of the city's population. You have been awarded 8,000 points. Lin Hui's consumption of the blood crystal had changed the original timeline, earning him the point reward. Lin Hui had not anticipated such an outcome, for he himself was unaware of what would happen after swallowing the crystal. He had simply heard that consuming the blood crystal during the early stages of the apocalypse could rapidly activate one's supernatural ability. Now Lin Hui had not only obtained the crystal's power, but also the largest single point reward, 8,000 points. This was truly a double harvest. His decision had proven correct indeed. The early stages of the apocalypse were precisely when the most opportunities abounded, and one must seize them to grow stronger. Lin Hui's merit strange. It feels as though nothing has changed. Lin Hui had consumed the blood crystal for quite some time now, and apart from a warm sensation in his abdomen, nothing else had occurred. This left Lin Hui somewhat puzzled. By all accounts, his supernatural ability should have already awakened by now. Damn it, could this thing be fake? Could I have been deceived? Just as Lin Hui was lost in thought, his heart suddenly began to pound violently, and the previously gentle crimson substance inside him started to grow frenzied. Lin Hui felt his entire body becoming exceedingly hot, particularly his heart, which seemed to have been fitted with a powerful motor beating wildly. Ugh! Lin Hui could no longer withstand the agony, and collapsed to his knees, gasping heavily, as though his entire body might explode. Damn it, nobody told me that awakening would be this painful. Lin Hui felt as though his entire being was being torn apart and rebuilt, enduring unbearable torment. No one knew how much time had passed before Lin Hui finally regained his senses. He looked down and found his clothes completely soaked with sweat. However, he also discovered something remarkable. He could see countless particles of various colors floating in the air. When Lin Hui extended his hand, a cluster of particles drifted toward his palm. What kind of ability is mine? Lin Hui manipulated these particles, attempting to understand the nature of his ability. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could these particles be the key to human evolution? If his hypothesis was correct, he could absorb these particles. Lin Hui tried channeling them into his body, and to his surprise it actually worked. He could also sense subtle changes occurring within his body. However, there were not many particles in the surrounding area at present. He had only gathered over 100 which he absorbed entirely. While this was undoubtedly his ability, something about it felt off. Regardless, he believed that continuously absorbing these particles would make his body increasingly powerful. Although his ability seemed to lack offensive capabilities, any power-enhancing ability was still a valuable one. Lin Hui now felt that his strength, speed, and reactions had all sharpened considerably. Even facing 10 zombies alone, he felt completely at ease. I sense my ability can still be further developed. It just needs the right catalyst, Lin Hui realized. This life's ability was entirely new and he had yet to unlock its true potential. Let's continue hunting zombies. We should take advantage of our restored condition. Lin Hui began searching for new targets to eliminate and earn points. Meanwhile, Cheng Pinyin had led a group to seek refuge in a warehouse. With the apocalypse just beginning and people's minds not yet fully fractured, Lin Hui needed to locate them as quickly as possible. Brother, what should we do? I heard the military has been mobilized. When will they reach our area? Cheng Sheila hid behind her brother, trembling with fear. At this point, he was the only one she could rely on. Don't be afraid, little sister. I'll protect you. Those creatures stand no chance against me. Though physically drained, Cheng Pinyin forced himself to maintain composure and face whatever came next. At the same time, he pinned his hopes on Lin Hui. Since Lin Hui had foreknowledge of the apocalypse and actively sought them out to join forces, he must have valued them significantly. If Lin Hui were to arrive, even if only to rescue Cheng Sheila, Cheng Pinyin would willingly place himself between Lin Hui and danger to buy them time to escape. Everyone stay calm. This warehouse is secure, nothing will get in. As Lin Hui had explained, the transformation timelines varied from person to person, but anyone who survived beyond 24 hours without mutating had clearly developed immunity. Hardly had Cheng Pinyin finished speaking when a low growl echoed from within the crowd, accompanied by drool. The huddled survivors immediately scattered upon witnessing someone near them begin to transform. Forgive me, brother, Cheng Pinyin muttered. After confirming the man's eyes had turned crimson and the mutation was genuine, he swung his wrench down with brutal force. The impact flattened his skull. To ensure death, Cheng Pinyin delivered several more blows until there was no movement left. At that moment, Lin Hui's system registered 10 points, signaling danger at Cheng Pinyin's location. After dispatching a zombie with a single strike, he collected the corresponding reward. Zombie clusters had become scarce throughout the city, making combat relatively straightforward for Lin Hui. Then he realized he'd left his phone behind. Just as Lin Hui was considering reaching out to the military, he discovered his absence. Fortunately, this world offered endless opportunities for adaptation. Lin Hui retrieved a phone from a fallen zombie, bypassed the fingerprint lock, and contacted the military. After confirming Cheng Pinyin was safe, he waited in place. Roughly 10 minutes later, a helicopter approached. At that moment, 3 zombies drawn by the noise emerged from their hiding spots. Lin Hui intended to handle them alone, but soldiers descending from the aircraft opened fire, shattering the zombies' skulls with precise shots. 30 points lost. Still, today's gains had been substantial enough that he couldn't afford to dwell on the setback. Lin Hui was escorted back to the military base, where he contacted senior officials to arrange a rescue operation for the Cheng siblings. While this intervention might alter the siblings' natural development, Lin Hui's guidance could help them strengthen their abilities without issue. After some time, Lin Hui returned to the military base. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, he was immediately surrounded by a group seeking his input on strategy. Thanks to Lin Hui's recommendations, what should have been a death and infection rate exceeding 60% had miraculously been cut in half. This impressed the military leadership even further, prompting them to urgently request Lin Hui's counsel on various strategies. Though he recognized his own contributions were limited and most recommendations had already been exhausted, their fervent appeals left him little choice but to comply. Lin Hui made his way to the conference room as usual, but was met by a group of high-ranking officers distinguished by multiple stars on their shoulders, standing in anticipation of his arrival. The moment Lin Hui entered, they erupted into applause. He stood there bewildered, utterly confused about the source of such reception. Observing the warm smiles on the faces of these distinguished figures, Lin Hui felt increasingly at a loss to understand the occasion. Though he recognized his role in reducing casualties across the nation, Lin Hui understood that his proposals would have been entirely ineffective without the cooperation of China's military apparatus, a fact he kept firmly in mind. A marshal approached him with deep satisfaction evident on his face. Lin Hui, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you've saved China. The strategies you provided proved highly effective, even though many initially dismissed them as absurd. Yet history has proven that without heeding your counsel and preparing for the apocalypse in advance, China would never have recovered its strength so swiftly. This is the highest honor medal, and I believe adorning you with it would be most fitting. Allow us to express our deepest reverence for your contributions. Confronted by this high-ranking officer, his uniform heavy with stars, delivering such words, Lin Hui felt cold sweat pricking his skin. This hardly qualifies as assistance. It is China's rapid response that truly deserves credit. Lin Hui waved his hands, dismissively unwilling to accept such grand honors. Yet the marshal insisted on pinning the medal upon him. Unable to refuse further, Lin Hui bowed modestly. I humbly accept this honor. Thank you, gentlemen. As he fastened, the metal warmth spread through his chest. The smiles on their faces filled him with warmth. In his previous life, China had also fought relentlessly to protect its people, yet ultimately fell to the tide of alien beings. At attention, the senior marshal's command rang out, and everyone in the conference room snapped to attention, saluting Lin Hui. Overwhelmed by the honor, he felt a profound sense of validation wash over him. All of this is what I should do. I should also thank Huaxia for trusting me as a comrade. Lin Hui said, sincerely, so moved that he almost wept. Although he had struggled through the apocalypse for 3 years and had long forged a resilient mind, he still felt tears welling up when faced with this situation. Haha, Lin Hui, unfortunately, it's not convenient to put you on TV right now, or we would surely hold a commendation ceremony for you. Besides, the people you said might awaken superpowers have already been gathered. The good news is that quite a few people in the military will also awaken superpowers. According to what you said, the earlier one awakens a superpower, the greater one's potential. Huaxia has already screened out over 1,000 people who show signs of awakening today. Over at the Research Institute, a cure for the virus is already being analyzed. Everything is going according to plan. Do you have any other proposals? The old military commander said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui thought for a moment. There was indeed one thing he had not mentioned before. It was about the blood crystals. In his previous life, Lin Hui had only learned about blood crystals through others' accounts. Therefore, he planned to bring the matter up only after personally confirming it. There is indeed one matter I must inform you of. Although the blood rain is a disaster, it also brings opportunity. Within the blood rain, an item called the blood crystal will be born. If taken, it can greatly accelerate ability awakening in the early stage. I have already taken one. As far as I know, S City has more than one. I will draw the appearance of the blood crystal for you. I wonder if you can find any more. If you can find extra blood crystals, then I hope I can have one more. Alright. Every person can only take one blood crystal. But mutants and zombies have broken that limit. I'm not entirely clear on this point, I think it may be due to the mutant virus. Lin Hui told them about the blood crystals. It would be quite difficult for him to search for more blood crystals alone, so it was better to leave it to the nation's power to find them. Have you noted down everything Lin Hui said? Lin Hui, the intelligence you provided is extremely useful. On behalf of Huaxia, I thank you. The old military commander said to Lin Hui sincerely. No, it is I who should thank Huaxia. I am one of Huaxia's own, it's only right. Lin Hui held the other's hand and said earnestly. Alright. I think the crystals should be distributed according to the 5-person squad standard. A squad like this should ideally have a tank, a support, an assault, a scout, and most importantly, a leader. I haven't mentioned this squad composition to you before. Since we're going to search for blood crystals, the use of blood crystals should still follow this team principle. This squad was the optimal configuration of Lin Hui's superpower team in his previous life. When facing powerful mutants, none of the 5 positions could be missing. Moreover, later elite squads would even need multiple supports or tanks when facing powerful mutant creatures. It could be said that support and tank roles carried the greatest weight in a squad. The assault role, despite being the attack position, was not as important as those 2 roles. Each person's awakened ability will have a different focus. Moreover, some abilities are very strange and may even seem useless. I hope Huaxia will not give up on them. In the mid to late apocalypse, ability ratings will appear. I hope Huaxia can prevent such a thing from happening. This is extremely important. In his previous life, one squad left a deep impression on Lin Hui. Although their ability ratings were poor, their ability development had reached an extremely high level. That squad may have suffered unfair treatment, so when the mutant horde attacked, they were completely indifferent. Their minds had twisted to the point that they enjoyed watching humans being devoured by mutants. Although he had only heard about this matter, quite a few squads had suffered at their hands. If it were not for the last trace of kinship with their own kind, they might even have gone so far as to brutally murder civilian survivors. The world under the apocalypse was deeply dark and bred many evils. Lin Hui hoped that in this life, with Huaxia acting, such evil could be stopped. Preserve the order of humanity as much as possible. Lin Hui did not want to speak again of the darkness of his previous life. All he could do was keep upgrading the shelter and strive to become humanity's final beacon. Even if Huaxia ultimately could not hold on and collapsed, he would still protect humanity's last spark. Since he had been reborn, he was bound to carry a mission of his own. The system's appearance also confirmed this. He had to protect humanity's last hope and safeguard humanity's last spark. Seeing Lin Hui's grave expression, the old military commander understood that what Lin Hui said was serious. Lin Hui, once again, thank you for your contributions to Huaxia and all of humanity. The old military commander personally gave Lin Hui a salute. All was conveyed without words. Lin Hui returned a not quite standard military salute. Huaxia will never abandon any one of its people. Lin Hui naturally believed the old military commander's words. It was just that in the previous life, many evil forces had emerged and Huaxia wanted to control them, but was powerless. In this life, he did not know how long such a peaceful order could last. However, Lin Hui would do his best to ensure Huaxia's peace could continue. Lin Hui now had a total of 9740 points. He planned to upgrade the shelter now. LV8 required a total of 300 points, so he clicked the upgrade button. Immediately after, he saw the shelter begin to expand. Your shelter has been upgraded to LV8. A new room has been unlocked and new supplies have been put on the store shelves. Lin Hui upgraded the shelter to LV8, gaining an extra room. The only difference was that a new batch of supplies had been put on the store shelves. Thermal hardshell jacket set, top-grade marbled beef, and all kinds of liquor. Lin Hui checked the newly stocked supplies. It could be said that they filled out clothing, food, and even drinks, except that they had to be purchased with points. The next level requires 4000 points. Upgrade. Lin Hui really had nothing to hesitate about because upgrading the shelter was now the top priority. A new room has been unlocked. Your shelter has been upgraded to LV9. New supplies have been put on the store shelves. This is a safe shelter that can accommodate a small number of people. In the early apocalypse, it can provide you with a sense of security. After upgrading to level 9, it only unlocked 3 rooms and put 2 new batches of supplies on the shelves. The rest was simply an increase in the shelter's defensive capability. Now Lin Hui could finally say with pride that his shelter was absolutely safe. This way he could rest assured about finding a place to settle down. Lin Hui spent another 740 points to buy some premium supplies. Well, one must have aspirations after all. The supplies unlocked previously were mostly common goods. Instant noodles, ordinary warm clothing, and the like. The supplies Lin Hui had procured this time, however, were considerably more advanced. Still, with Huaxiao's prior preparations in this life, food and supplies should not be a major worry. The only question was how long they would last. Upgrading to the next level required 5,000 points. Lin Hui was still 3,000 points short, so even the 8,000 points he had just earned were nowhere near enough. There was no choice but to keep earning points. Lin Hui learned from the military that Xia Qingqing was currently placed in an underground shelter, and he planned to go find her. Of course, Lin Hui was now of great importance, with 3 fully armed soldiers guarding him. He didn't refuse because he had just consumed the crystal and was still unclear about his own ability. If he truly ran into a walking corpse, he would basically have to charge in and fight hand-to-hand. A gun really wasn't as useful as his fists right now, at least when the distance was too far. Lin Hui was not confident he could shoot accurately. He arrived at shelter No. 117. He had never asked how many shelters Huaxia had built, nor did he know. What? This shelter actually has 3 layers of defense. I never saw anything like this in my previous life. Truly worthy of being called an infrastructure-crazed nation. Within just 20 days they had secretly built an underground shelter with such formidable defensive capabilities. Lin Hui stood outside for a while. This shelter was mostly populated by his classmates. It had already been confirmed that none of them showed signs of mutation. Moreover, there were armed soldiers keeping watch inside the shelter. Xia Qingqing walked out because she had heard over the broadcast that Lin Hui had come to see her. Seeing that she had put her black-rimmed glasses back on, Lin Hui understood something. This girl had cried so much that her eyes were red. He guessed she could no longer reach her parents. It's all right. If you want to cry, go ahead. Lin Hui stepped forward and embraced Xia Qingqing. It was the second time he had held her. Hearing his words, she, already on the verge of collapse, began to sob softly once more. In his previous life, Lin Hui had heard Xia Qingqing say that her parents had already mutated in the early stages of the apocalypse. She spoke very calmly back then, likely because her tears had long since run dry. Classmates, is anyone willing to follow me? If you are willing, you can come with me. I will lead you through this apocalypse and keep you alive. After Xia Qingqing finished crying, Lin Hui still made that offer to the students. But no one responded. They were all still paralyzed by fear. Besides, staying in a shelter with such a high level of defense was certainly safer. Why would they follow Lin Hui out to roam the wasteland? Seeing that no one responded, Lin Hui understood. After all, not everyone was willing to trust a stranger, and with the Huaxia military's protection, they would not be in immediate danger for now. Chen Kai, come out. It didn't matter if the others ignored him, but Chen Kai could not ignore him. After all, Lin Hui had bound Chen Kai to him as his sworn friend. Lin Hui, can you please stop making me kill walking corpses? My hands are shaking right now. Though unwilling, Chen Kai still obeyed Lin Hui's command because his loyalty was absolute. Oh, come on. Would I ever harm you? Lin Hui asked. Are your parents all right? My mom is fine, but I can't reach my dad. Chen Kai said somewhat forlornly, and Lin Hui knew he shouldn't have asked that. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere. Once we're settled, we'll bring your mother over. Lin Hui said this to Chen Kai. Chen Kai nodded. Let's go, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. Lin Hui, what exactly do you know? Unable to hold back any longer, Xia Qingqing asked. The calm that Lin Hui displayed was not something an ordinary high school student should possess. I don't know much. I'm just an ordinary person who survived the apocalypse, thanks to your protection, Lin Hui told her. After hearing this, Xia Qingqing fell silent as well. In his previous life, more than half of the students at school had died, and Lin Hui was lucky to survive. One day, he went out to search for food, and unfortunately ran into an aberrant creature. That very day, Xia Qingqing descended from the air, holding an ice spear, and slew the aberrant with one clean strike. From then on, Lin Hui stayed by her side. For some reason, Lin Hui never awakened a superpower, so he survived the second year of the apocalypse only by relying on Xia Qingqing's protection. It was only after Xia Qingqing died saving him that he truly stood up on his own. Though he had no ability, he trained his body relentlessly through his own efforts, and eventually joined a weaker squad to hunt down aberrant creatures. Then came the day a king-rank mutant beast appeared. Knowing that he had no chance of surviving, Lin Hui resolutely stayed behind to cover the retreat. It was precisely this act that led to his death, and unexpectedly brought him back through rebirth. It could be said that heaven had given him another chance. Lin Hui, thank you, Xia Qingqing said to him. No matter what reason Lin Hui had for choosing to protect her, she had been sheltered by him in this life, and she felt deeply grateful. At the same time, she silently vowed that once she grew stronger she would repay Lin Hui's kindness today. I told you in this life I will be the one protecting you. Lin Hui said this to Xia Qingqing. She was startled by his sudden words. She truly hadn't expected him to say something like that. Lin Hui, why are you looking at me so seriously? Xia Qingqing said. Her cheeks flushed red again, making her look rather adorable. Chen Kai, watching from the side, felt as if a giant light bulb was hanging over his head. Of course I'm looking at you seriously. I've always wanted to take a good look at your face. Lin Hui meant every word. After Xia Qingqing died in his previous life, he had blamed himself for a long time. If he had been strong enough, if he had been capable of protecting Xia Qingqing, such a tragedy would never have happened. He would not have failed to protect the girl whose eyes were full of him, nor would he have been left to shed tears alone at night in regret. In this life, he would never allow tragedy to repeat. He would fight through this apocalypse with Xia Qingqing by his side. Lin Hui would reclaim the prosperity that rightfully belonged to Blue Star. As long as he was strong enough, the aberrant creatures would never be his match. Lin Hui, I know I probably shouldn't interrupt you too, but could you please spare a thought for the heart of this single dog? I didn't come out with you just to be force-fed dog food. If you keep this up, I really will punch you. Chen Kai said, sounding both sour and helpless. Lin Hui looked at Chen Kai, then at Xia Qingqing. Only then did he continue on his way. Chen Kai, do you know how to ride a motorcycle? Their destination was quite far, so they needed a means of transport. A car definitely wouldn't do since there were many places it simply couldn't reach. However, a motorcycle would work. So long as one's riding skill was strong enough, it could go nearly anywhere. Moreover, his store also sold gasoline. Even if that failed, he could still get his hands on some. In the early days of the apocalypse, most vehicles still had fuel, so Lin Hui wasn't worried in the least. I've never ridden one before, but I can give it a try. Chen Kai was somewhat excited as he said this. After all, a motorcycle was a man's romance. Fine, I'll give you 10 minutes. Tinker with it yourself. If you can't manage it, just ride the e-scooter. Lin Hui teased. The e-scooter had too many limitations, and its speed was far from a motorcycle's. He was only joking with his best buddy Chen Kai. Damn, you think I can't do it? I'll master it in no time and show you. Chen Kai's fighting spirit was roused by Lin Hui's words. Surprisingly, he actually managed to learn how to ride the motorcycle in less than 10 minutes. Why did Lin Hui mention 10 minutes? Because in his previous life, he too had learned in about 10 minutes. See, I learned it pretty easily, didn't I? Chen Kai said smugly. He hadn't expected to pick it up so quickly. Just a few casual pointers from Lin Hui, and he really had mastered the motorcycle. You'll have to keep up with my speed. With that, Lin Hui took Xia Qingqing and headed straight for the outskirts. Since Chen Kai was still a novice, he didn't ride too fast, preferring to give the other man some time to adapt. He remembered that in his previous life, when he had lured the mutant horde on a motorcycle, he had kept the throttle pinned to the max the whole way, treating the brakes as if they didn't exist. Just one wild, frantic ride. After all, he knew all too well which was better, crashing to his death or being devoured by mutants. Before long, Lin Hui and the others arrived at a bridge. Sure enough, the bridge was littered with abandoned cars, and even a few walking corpses were roaming the road. Wait for me here. I'll go take them out. Lin Hui drew the gun from his waist. At times like this, firearms were still the most effective. Be careful. Even though Lin Hui had a gun, Xia Qingqing still worried about him. It's fine. They can't hurt me. Lin Hui said it with absolute confidence. And he had every right to such confidence. If after being reborn, he didn't even have this much faith in himself, then his previous life would truly have been lived in vain. Lin Hui stood just 3 meters away, the ideal distance for shooting. Even if the walking corpses suddenly lunged, they wouldn't be able to reach him in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. 4 gunshots. 3 walking corpses dropped. Fortunately, the gunfire wasn't too loud, so it wouldn't draw nearby walking corpses. After collecting 30 points, Lin Hui continued, leading Xia Qingqing and the others toward the outskirts. Lin Hui, where exactly are we going? Chen Kai had now adjusted to the motorcycle's high speed and pulled up beside Lin Hui to ask. Lin Hui wasn't going particularly fast, so he could hear him. A farmstead on the outskirts. It's located halfway up a mountain and has been abandoned for a while. I plan to build a shelter there. I see you've gotten used to this speed. Just follow me. Seeing that Chen Kai had caught up, Lin Hui immediately accelerated. He shot straight up to 180 kilometers per hour. This motorcycle could reach a top speed of 220 kilometers per hour, and if he hadn't been worried about worrying Xia Qingqing, he would have pinned the throttle all the way. In the afternoon, Lin Hui's motorcycle was like a cheetah sprinting at full tilt, weaving through the city. Occasionally a few walking corpses appeared nearby, but Lin Hui simply ignored them and sped past. Seeing how fearless Lin Hui was, Chen Kai decided to throw caution to the wind as well. He quickly sped up, zooming past the walking corpses. With adrenaline surging through him, Chen Kai gradually gained a sense of control over the high-speed motorcycle, and he truly began to get the hang of it. But after taking a route that was the only way through, their progress was blocked by a pile of cars that had crashed into one another. By the roadside lay a walking corpse and a dead body. Lin Hui immediately drew his gun and fired a single shot at the walking corpse's head, blowing it apart. 10 points were added to his score. Chen Kai, let me teach you a trick for flying over, he said to Chen Kai. Then he revved the engine, and just before ramming into the cars he pulled up the front wheel, used the car as a ramp, and the tremendous momentum sent him flying over. That was how Lin Hui crossed the obstacle. Chen Kai clearly wasn't going to be outdone after seeing Lin Hui pull it off, so he imitated Lin Hui's move and tried to leap over the two crashed cars. Unfortunately, he failed 4 times at first. On the 5th attempt, however, Chen Kai felt as if some divine force were guiding him. He yanked up the front wheel and cleared the obstacle. You catch on pretty quickly. Seeing that Chen Kai had learned it in just a few minutes, Lin Hui praised him. Of course, don't you know who I am? Chen Kai's smug expression made Xia Qingqing and Lin Hui burst out laughing. Let's keep going. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing. Not only did they encounter no walking corpses, but there wasn't a single car on the road either. They arrived at the foot of the mountain without any trouble. This was the moment for the motorcycles. Though a road had been built here, driving a car up was still troublesome. People usually had to go on foot. Lin Hui had no intention of walking. He directly gunned it up the mountain with Chen Kai close behind. We're here. This is the site for our shelter. Backed by the mountain, we'll essentially only have to face threats from one side. I've been looking for a suitable place to set up camp in S City, and this was the only spot that really fit. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing and Chen Kai. Then let's clean the place up a bit. It's been abandoned for quite a while. Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. No need for that. Watch me. Lin Hui directly opened the shelter system and manifested the 2-story stone house in front of them. Seeing Lin Hui conjure a building out of thin air, Xia Qingqing and Chen Kai were both stunned, their mouths agape. Was this some kind of superpower? Lin Hui, what is happening? Xia Qingqing covered her mouth, asking in disbelief. Holy shit, old Lin, you're incredible. I'm truly in awe. Chen Kai's reaction was different from Xia Qingqing's. He quickly accepted the fact, and Xia Qingqing, after a moment to collect herself, also came to accept it. Since I can be reborn, isn't it normal to have some special ability? Lin Hui didn't try to hide anything. He hadn't planned to. Now that his shelter had plenty of rooms, he intended to bring the Chung siblings over as well. At the same time, he could take in some good people. The rooms weren't small, so they could squeeze in if needed. The only question was who should be allowed into the shelter and how to manage them. Alright, let's go inside and take a look. Xia Qingqing, you'll stay with me. We're together now, so you'll agree, right? Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing shamelessly. Xia Qingqing then remembered that she had already agreed to be with Lin Hui, so she could only nod again, blushing. Old Lin, you're really not treating me right. Chen Kai spoke up from behind him at that moment. Lin Hui was confused. Not treating me right? Lin Hui asked in confusion. Of course not. There are only 3 people in the shelter now. The 2 of you lovebirds share a room, while I, a single guy, sleep alone in another room. What if you 2 get intimate at night? Wouldn't it easily affect me? Chen Kai grumbled. That reminds me. You can stay in the innermost room on the 2nd floor. I need to be on guard against you. Lin Hui said to Chen Kai with feigned seriousness. Chen Kai's loyalty to Lin Hui was now 100%. He was only joking with Chen Kai. Did I say that? Lin Hui, don't slander me. Chen Kai was so anxious that he nearly jumped up. He really had no way to defend himself now. Relax. In a while I'll scout out a superhuman for you. Whether they take a liking to you will depend on your own ability. Lin Hui said to Chen Kai. Chen Kai's expression finally eased. The next day Lin Hui received a phone call from the military. They informed him that they had found the blood crystal, and the Chung siblings had also been brought to S City. Lin Hui needed to go out. Xia Qingqing, you stay here. It's very safe now. I should be back by tonight, and I'll bring you a big surprise then. Before Lin Hui left with Chen Kai, Xia Qingqing kissed him. Now he was in an extremely good mood. Although they had slept together last night, without going all the way, their relationship could still progress step by step. Moreover, towards Xia Qingqing, he felt more of a sense of responsibility. Xia Qingqing watched Lin Hui's retreating figure, feeling a little guilty. Although she had heard from Lin Hui that she saved him many times in her previous life, in this life, she was completely dependent on his shelter. Her personality wouldn't allow her to accept that. She wanted to continue protecting Lin Hui as she had in her past life, but how could she make that happen? Lin Hui and Chen Kai drove quickly to the city. They had arranged to meet at an open space. After Lin Hui waited there for a while, he heard a helicopter circling in the sky, and at the same time more than a dozen zombies rushed out from within the city. Wait, before Lin Hui could finish his words, the zombies were shot dead. Well, that cost him over 100 points again. But he couldn't blame the military for being nervous. If any of those zombies bit someone, that would be another precious life gone. Lin Hui looked up and saw Cheng Ping'an and Cheng Shila being escorted down by soldiers. Meanwhile, a blood crystal was also handed to Lin Hui. Brother, I sincerely thank you. If it weren't for you, my little sister and I would probably have mutated already. So you really have skills. I apologize for not trusting you before. As the elder brother, Cheng Ping'an immediately apologized to Lin Hui. Lin Hui patted his shoulder, indicating it was nothing. Lin Hui, the military department, said that in a while they'd like to invite you to serve as the chief commander of superhuman training. Would you have time to think it over? A military officer stepped forward, saluted Lin Hui, then said, by the way, because of your reminder, we conducted a large-scale search throughout S City. We found a total of 7 such blood crystals. The military department has given 1 to the Research Institute for study. Now we still have 5 left. How do you think they should be distributed? 1 was given to Lin Hui, 1 to the Research Institute. Now there were 5 crystals remaining on the military side. According to Lin Hui's estimate, a city should have about 10 such crystals. It seemed the other 2 had been picked up by someone else, something that couldn't be controlled. After all, with so many people in China and so few crystals, it was normal for awakening resources to be scarce. However, the blood crystal could accelerate superpower awakening, but that didn't mean those who didn't take one couldn't awaken early, as long as there was the right method. Lin Hui wasn't sure about the method to awaken superpowers either. He could only hope that China could research some results. You can decide the distribution yourselves. As for the instructor position, give me some time to consider it. Don't worry, I'll go, Lin Hui said to the officer. The reason he needed to think about it was that he wasn't certain how to awaken superpowers, and he needed to go back and discuss it with Xia Qingqing. He remembered that in his last life, Xia Qingqing's superpower development had been impressive. This time with the help of a blood crystal, he figured Xia Qingqing should be able to compile some experience. Understood. The gate of our barracks is always open for you. We'll head back now. After saying this, the officer climbed the ladder and left. Lin Hui then brought the Chung siblings back to his shelter. Conveniently, Cheng Pingan knew how to ride a motorcycle. Lin Hui could take Chen Kai, and the 2 siblings shared the other bike. The 2 motorcycles weaved rapidly through the city and soon returned to the shelter. Lin Hui, did you build this shelter? Cheng Pingan was somewhat shocked to see this brick-and-stone shelter. It was so large and even had a second floor. Who on earth was Lin Hui? This building was clearly not ordinary. Yes and no. Let's go inside first. Lin Hui spoke enigmatically, but Cheng Pingan didn't pay it much mind. Once they entered, they were even more amazed by the shelter's marvels. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they would really have thought they had arrived at a distinctive local residence. Lin Hui, you're back. Seeing Lin Hui return, Xia Qingqing was delighted. She walked over and hugged him. She had now accepted the idea that she and Lin Hui were a couple. I also brought you a surprise. Here it's this, a blood crystal. At the mention of the blood crystal, everyone else on the scene curiously leaned over. In simple terms, this thing speeds up awakening. Of course, not having it doesn't really affect anything. Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Hui explained. Go get a cup from the room. I'll crush it for you to swallow. Lin Hui now realized why the outer shell of this crystal was so hard. It was probably to protect the clump of blood-colored awakening substance inside. Lin Hui placed the blood crystal in the cup, crushed it with a hard object, and peeled away the outer crystal. The blood-colored substance inside could then be swallowed smoothly. Lin Hui hadn't known this before. He had bitten it hard and crushed it, and when he swallowed it, it scraped his throat a bit. Stop staring. Drink it now. Lin Hui saw Xia Qingqing hesitating and urged her. I know. After all, Xia Qingqing had never experienced a past life, so swallowing this thing still made her somewhat uncomfortable. The substance was as crimson as the blood of some creature, and an ordinary person would not easily gulp it down. The clump of blood-colored substance slid down from the cup into Xia Qingqing's stomach. At first, just as Lin Hui had felt a warmth spread through her abdomen. But soon a searing pain surged through her, and Lin Hui swiftly stepped forward to embrace her. Xia Qingqing, calm down. This is just a normal awakening process. Nothing will go wrong. Lin Hui kept comforting her, and Xia Qingqing's breathing gradually steadied. Eventually, she regained her senses, and the pain vanished. Xia Qingqing, how do you feel now? Or can you see anything after awakening? Lin Hui asked. When he had first awakened, he had seen particles of many colors, and he was curious what Xia Qingqing might see. I can see frost appearing in the air, and it seems I can control it. Strange, why don't I feel cold? It's as if I was born to command this frost. Xia Qingqing reached out and touched a snowflake, and immediately the temperature around her began to drop significantly. Lin Hui, having awakened his ability, did not feel the cold, but Chun Kai, Cheng Pingan, and the others could hardly bear it. Sister Qing, please take back your power. We're freezing to death. With Xia Qingqing's ability awakened, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and Chun Kai and the others shivered and huddled tightly in their clothes. Wait, I think I've discovered the effect of my ability. Lin Hui realized that he could also perceive the frost in the air. He reached out and guided it, and all the frost gathered in his hand, forming a flower of ice. Hey, it doesn't seem as cold anymore, Chun Kai said. As Lin Hui activated his ability, the surrounding temperature instantly rose. Xia Qingqing was somewhat bewildered by the scene. How had the frost she controlled just a moment ago been suddenly snatched away by Lin Hui? It seems my ability can absorb surrounding energy and turn it into my own. I never expected that. Lin Hui handed the ice flower to Xia Qingqing. When Xia Qingqing had awakened moments ago, a portion of the released ability energy had been gathered by him into this ice flower. Moreover, as long as he maintained his control, Xia Qingqing seemed unable to command the ability that originally belonged to her. Lin Hui had not expected his ability to be so powerful. If rated by the ability classification from his past life, this would definitely be an S-rank skill awakened right from the start. In his previous life, Xia Qingqing's frost ability had been rated A rank, for although frost powers were formidable, the techniques consumed considerable physical strength. Many times Xia Qingqing had served as the team's primary controller. In this life, however, Lin Hui could assist her, and how far Xia Qingqing might ascend remained yet unknown. Lao Lin, isn't your ability a natural counter to awaken ones, especially those of the emission type? On hearing Lin Hui's words, Chun Kai spoke up. Lin Hui thought for a moment and felt that was not right. He did indeed have a certain degree of control over superpowered individuals, but he believed the greatest function of his ability lay elsewhere. He certainly had not yet fully unleashed the ability's potential, but for now Lin Hui himself had no idea what the ability's main function was. Regardless, at least I finally know what my ability can do. That's a good thing. Ching, familiarize yourself with your skill as soon as possible. I need to spar with you, it will help both of us further unlock our abilities. Lin Hui said to Xia Ching, and she nodded. After all, she had no better plan at the moment, so she would have to follow Lin Hui's lead for now. Your abilities will awaken gradually. As long as you are confirmed to have the potential, you will awaken. It's only a matter of time. Typically, the earlier one awakens, the more powerful the ability will be. And the sooner you awaken, the more time you'll have to train the ability. In 10 days, the alien species will descend upon our world through the rifts. I hope everyone can successfully awaken their abilities during this time. Lin Hui addressed Chun Kai and the other two. They nodded emphatically, having come to believe in Lin Hui without reservation. Lao Lin, do you know what my ability will be? Chun Kai asked curiously. Seeing that both Xia Ching and Lin Hui had awakened abilities, he felt eager to have his own. I honestly don't know. You died very early in your past life, when there was no such rumor as abilities. 3 days after the apocalypse began, some people discovered changes in their bodies. Truly using abilities should have occurred between the 3rd and 7th day of the apocalypse. Now Ching and I awakened ours on the 2nd day. At the very least, we are far ahead in terms of ability awakening. That's a good thing, Lin Hui said to Chun Kai. After hearing Lin Hui's words, Chun Kai was speechless, though he knew what Lin Hui said was probably true. But hearing it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Chun Kai was handsome and brilliant, why had he died so early in his past life? Fuck, who said the information in that post was fake? Now walking corpses are everywhere, and the whole country is in chaos. Damn it. I actually believed it at first, but you bastards analyzed it into nonsense, and I didn't stock up in time. Now I'm reduced to drinking my own urine. Save me. I'm at the Shinyo City International Hotel. Come and rescue me. I'll give you 5 million. I'm rich, believe me. Come off it upstairs, people. What use is money now? If you have money, take a helicopter and leave. Don't tell me you can't even fly one. Damn it, damn apocalypse, how did it suddenly become the end of the world? I was just clapping when the person I clapped for suddenly mutated. Fortunately, I watch a lot of movies, and quickly reacted to hide. Now that zombie is still wandering in the room, what should I do? On the 3rd day, Lin Hui lay in bed scrolling through the replies to his post. Xia Ching lay beside him, and Lin Hui felt incredibly content. Most of the IP addresses on those replies were from abroad. A small portion were condemnations and complaints, but the majority were pleas for help, and the comments underneath were all mocking. True enough, apart from Huaxia, the rest of the world had already fallen into chaos, and even surviving was difficult. Damn it, I heard Huaxia made preparations ahead of time. Let's flee to Huaxia. It's far safer there than here. I heard they even built over 100,000 underground shelters. Huaxia is now the safest country in the world. If we want to survive, the only way is to head for Huaxia. The post was not wrong. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, it was truly remarkable that Huaxia could guarantee the safety of most people. Even those individuals beyond the reach of state rescue, every single person was notified to the best of their ability, then instructed to take proper protective measures based on the information provided. Huaxia truly cares about the safety of its citizens. Lin Hui, if not for your arrival, our nation would likely fare no better than the rest. Xia Ching accompanied Lin Hui, and browsing through these posts, her heart stirred with countless emotions. Indeed, if it were not for Lin Yi's return from rebirth, this era would undoubtedly have followed the same path toward ruin. Just as Lin Hui was browsing the posts, the ID of the Knight's lamp bearer lit up once more. Seeing this ID glow, Lin Hui knew the other party was unharmed. Hello, since you are a reborn one, you must know something about supernatural abilities, correct? I have discovered that an energy is surging within my body. Is this a normal manifestation? Lin Hui had not mentioned superhumans or supernatural abilities in his post, so the other party was unaware. Seeing that Lin Hui was online, she chose to ask him. Can you perceive what kind of energy it is? What form does it take? Enhancement type or technique type? Lin Hui thought for a moment before replying. As for my feeling, specifically speaking, it is as though there is a chi within my body and I can release this energy. The power is considerable even. The Knight's lamp bearer said. At this moment, she had already risen completely from her wheelchair. Having regained the ability to stand and obtained a supernatural power, she had been exhilarated throughout the day. Chi-yoi. Lin Hui read this description and thought of one person, Ning Ziyuan. Though the name appeared masculine, the person was a girl. He remembered that in his past life the squad she belonged to often returned victorious after going out to slay mutants. It was said that the most valuable member was Ning Ziyuan with her body techniques and supporting chi arts. May I ask if your name is Ning Ziyuan? Lin Hui asked. Upon seeing him mention this name, the other party fell into a stunned silence for quite some time. Yes, my name is Ning Ziyuan. However, considering that the other party was a reborn person, this could all be explained. Holy crap, it really is you. General Ning, you must join my team. My team cannot afford to be without you. Seeing the other party admit it, Lin Hui immediately typed out a reply. With Ning Ziyuan joining them even in the early or mid stages of the apocalypse, he could sweep through as long as her supernatural ability was cultivated well. In the first 2 years of the apocalypse, he would not need to worry about major dangers when venturing outside. If one were to use the evaluation people had of her in the past life, it was simply that one person like her could equal 10 million. Where are you now? I will have military personnel come pick you up and bring you to H City. I will recommend you become an instructor for the military. Although Ning Ziyuan might not have grown strong, yet since she possessed such potential, Lin Hui was not worried about her failing to develop. Moreover, Ning Ziyuan awakening her ability on the third day of the apocalypse was precisely proof of her limitless potential. After a 2-minute silence, she ultimately sent her address. Ning Ziyuan also wanted to meet Lin Hui in person. She was quite interested in this reborn individual. J City, that's a bit far. But with the military involved, it should not be a problem. Lin Hui immediately called to notify the military personnel. I have found someone who is absolutely suitable as a military instructor. I will send you the address, go pick her up now. Remember, this is a talented superhuman who awakened on the third day. Be courteous. Make sure none of you are too stern. Lin Hui reasoned that since she was a young girl, he feared the military personnel's seriousness might frighten her, so he gave them special instructions. Understood, we will act immediately. It seemed that following Lin Hui was always correct. His words had now been treated as important directives by the higher-ups, requiring the fastest possible response. Even if Lin Hui were to request a French dinner to be transported from abroad, Huaxiao would do its utmost to fulfill it. Of course, Lin Hui would never do such a senseless thing. Lin Hui carefully recalled those great figures from his past life, whose names he had heard of. He truly looked forward to the day he could meet them in person. Although in the past life they had never met, it did not prevent his determination in this life to bring them all under his command. Qingqing, we are truly lucky. Lin Hui excitedly kissed Xia Qingqing on the cheek. Xia Qingqing did not refuse. Is this Ning Ziyuan really that strong? I did not expect you to be so excited. Xia Qingqing said, somewhat puzzled. It was the first time she had seen Lin Hui so excited in recent days. Usually he was overly calm. Qingqing, she has a nickname, the Great General. It is said she has slain over 10,000 mutants. In the past life, Huaxiao was already in dire straits. Ning Ziyuan united with a group of powerful superhumans, and only then was Huaxiao's fate preserved. Lin Hui said that being able to meet Ning Ziyuan, how could he not be excited? In the past life, Ning Ziyuan was truly a great hero of humanity. No, I must upgrade the shelter as soon as possible and unlock more companion slots. For a powerful partner like Ning Ziyuan, I must obtain her. Lin Hui's heart burned with enthusiasm. He wished he could capture all the walking corpses at once and convert them into points. Xia Qingqing saw Lin Hui so excited over a woman, and her heart filled with displeasure. At the same time, she secretly vowed to grow stronger. She had already tested her ability. Even at 30 meters, she could still deal effective damage. She felt this was not enough. She had to become stronger. Only then could she conquer Lin Hui. Indeed, this was what Xia Qingqing desired. Just as she had protected Lin Hui in the past life, her personality was exactly like that. Extremely domineering. Although she had not shown it in daily life, the apocalypse had made everyone drop their disguises. If there were ever a round of applause, Xia Qingqing would certainly be among those on top. Qingqing, let's go. Let's hunt monsters. Lin Hui urgently needed points to upgrade the shelter. Although his LV9 shelter was already maximally secure in the early apocalypse, he could not calm his heart, because he could not bind Ning Ziyuan. Chen Kai gathered Cheng Ping'an and the others. We are going to hunt walking corpses together. Let's aim to kill 200 today. Lin Hui was still 2,000 points away from LV10. Although he had killed several walking corpses before, it was but a drop in the bucket. Yesterday evening, Lin Hui had driven a car back, and 5 people could fit comfortably. It was a bit troublesome, but now with Xia Qingqing as an ability user, clearing roadblocks was nothing at all. Lin Hui and his group quickly reached the city area. The roadblocks they encountered along the way were all pushed aside by Xia Qingqing's frost ability, and after clearing them, she dissipated her power. They were about to pass through smoothly. Qingqing, just restrain the walkers. Leave the killing to us. Lin Hui refrained from sending Xia Qingqing to fight, because he had not yet bound her. If she killed the walkers, he would not be able to claim the points. The remaining walkers in the city had already been mostly cleared by the military. Hunting 200 of them in such a short time was quite a challenge. Don't panic. With Qingqing here, you'll be fine. Chen Kai and the other 2 had not awakened any abilities, so they were considerably more on edge. Lin Hui kept moving toward the residential area. There were still many people here, though what lay behind that was unknown. Lin Hui, there are 4 walkers behind us. Xia Qingqing spoke to Lin Hui. Her awakened ability had sharpened her senses and hearing considerably. She had detected 4 walkers gathering near a stairwell behind them. Perfect. 1 for each of us. Qingqing, just immobilize their legs so they can't move. Chen Kai, you lure them out. Although Chen Kai was somewhat frightened, his loyalty was absolute, so he carried out Lin Hui's orders without hesitation. Brother Lin, I'll go. I've killed walkers before. I have experience. Brother, be careful. Cheng Ping'an said to Lin Hui. Seeing his initiative, Lin Hui nodded in agreement. Cheng Ping'an stepped forward wielding an iron rod and striking it against a doorframe. The 4 walkers heard the noise and surged out instantly. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Their bodies had not yet decayed, and they moved with alarming speed. Freeze. Xia Qingqing unleashed her frost ability, forming ice crystals beneath the walkers' feet and sealing their movements in place. As we planned, one per person, Lin Hui charged forward immediately. Though the walkers snapped and lunged at him, immobilized by Qingqing's ice, they posed no real threat. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With 3 hammer blows, the walker's skull was shattered into pulp. Seeing Lin Hui charge ahead to dispatch the walkers, Chun Kai and the others steeled their courage and advanced as well. Having killed walkers before, Qing Pinyin was not rattled. He dispatched his target with ease. Chun Kai and Chung Shila moved a little slower, but after a moment they too finished their walkers. Ugh! It was Chung Shila's first time facing such a scene, and she couldn't hold back. She vomited. Fortunately, she'd eaten her fill the day before, or there would have been nothing left to throw up. 40 points credited. Another step closer to 5,000. This is normal for your first kill. You'll get used to it. Some people had weak constitutions and simply couldn't bear scenes of brains splattered everywhere. I'm fine. I just need a moment. Chung Shila was quite stubborn. She also understood that Lin Hui was training them, so she bore it without complaint. Qingqing, take this opportunity to sense whether there are any other walkers nearby. Frequent use of your ability will also improve your control over it. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing began to perceive everything around her. To her ears, she could even hear a single drop of water falling to the ground. She extended her senses as far as possible, covering all the residential buildings in this complex. There aren't many walkers left in this complex, only a dozen or so. But I sense there are still living people in this community. That's strange. Didn't they evacuate with the military? Xia Qingqing asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Lin Hui grew alert. Everyone stay sharp. It's already the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and there are still people who haven't been evacuated in these residential buildings. That means only 2 possibilities. First, they may not be ordinary people, perhaps prisoners or armed individuals with special backgrounds. The other possibility is that someone in their household has mutated, and they simply cannot bear to abandon their relative. Lin Hui had witnessed such cases in his past life. When a family member mutated, some refused to give up on them. At first, they fed them animal meat. When food ran out, they resorted to killing humans. In this apocalypse, human nature was the most complex of all. In such a dark and desperate environment, a person's deepest evils are constantly magnified. He had seen far too many such situations in his previous life. Our goal is simply to clear out the walkers. If they don't interfere with us, we'll leave them be. But if anyone gets in our way, don't blame me. Let's move. Qingqing with me. Lin Hui hunted through the complex, drawing out scattered walkers and eliminating them one by one. With Xia Qingqing as an asset, their rate of clearing these isolated walkers was remarkably fast. Watching his points accumulate, Lin Hui felt deeply satisfied. At that very moment, the living people Xia Qingqing had sensed were watching them. There were still quite a few walkers inside the residential buildings, so Lin Hui led his team room by room. After more than half an hour, they had finally cleared an entire building. But just as they were about to leave, danger struck. Watch out! Lin Hui sensed a bullet hurtling toward them. He quickly activated his ability, siphoning away the bullet's kinetic energy. As if encountering resistance, the bullet's speed steadily decreased until it hovered motionless barely 20 centimeters above Xia Qingqing's head. If Lin Hui had not awakened his ability in time, Xia Qingqing would have been killed by this ambush. At the thought, Lin Hui broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we're all right. Lin Hui kept reassuring himself. He had successfully defused the crisis. Now that the danger had passed, they were safe. Someone was ambushing us. Chun Kai and the others quickly reacted, scanning their surroundings warily. Lin Hui, are you all right? Xia Qingqing noticed Lin Hui drenched in sweat and asked with concern. I'm fine. I know where that person is. It was a blessing in disguise. Lin Hui had discovered a new function of his ability. He could now see the trajectories of moving energy. That meant he could trace where the bullet had come from. Damn it, daring to shoot from the shadows. Let's catch him and rip his balls off. How? They have a gun. Don't forget we have guns too. And I can stop bullets mid-flight. Lin Hui told the group. Hearing this, everyone's confidence surged instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go catch him. That bastard clearly wanted to kill us. We can't just let him walk away. Chun Kai said angrily. If Lin Hui had not reacted in time, just now Xia Qingqing would very likely have lost her life. Exactly. Since they tried to kill us, they must pay the price. I'm a merciful person. I'll just break his limbs. Lin Hui had vowed to protect Xia Qingqing, and yet an incident like this had already occurred on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Lin Hui simply could not swallow this insult. After clawing his way through 3 years in the apocalypse, he knew he had to show what he was capable of in order to dispel any thoughts of a cowardly ambush. This residential building housed more than one family. He still had more walkers to clear from these buildings, and if someone took another potshot at him, he could not guarantee that he would be able to react in time every time. The man who had fired that sneaky shot had to die. Not even Jesus could save him. Qingqing, try raising an ice wall. Just do your best. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing nodded and began to channel her ability. The ground rapidly froze and layer after layer of ice piled up, forming a somewhat irregular ice wall. Clearly Xia Qingqing's control over her ability was still a little weak. But this was enough. Lin Hui immediately reshaped her ice wall into a staircase. It reached straight up to the 16th floor. Let's go up. Lin Hui had regained his composure. At this moment his face was expressionless and his tone was ice-cold to the extreme. Everyone knew Lin Hui was in a bad mood, so no one dared say a word. Lin Hui took the lead, and they climbed the staircase all the way to that man's home. Xia Qingqing's stamina was completely exhausted, so Chung Shila supported her as she walked. Lin Hui went to the window and happened to see the man pointing a gun at him. Unfazed, Lin Hui drew out an ice shard and shattered the glass. You're the one who fired earlier, aren't you? Before him stood a middle-aged man who looked like a wealthy merchant. The gun had probably been obtained through special channels. Don't come any closer. Or I'll shoot. The middle-aged man pointed the gun at Lin Hui, but his legs were involuntarily backing away. Lin Hui did not stand on ceremony. He drew his own gun and pointed it at the man. The two faced off, neither firing first. Only when Xia Qingqing and the others entered the room did Lin Hui turn the ice staircase into energy, draw it to his chest, and condense it into a suit of frost armor. What kind of monsters are you people? The middle-aged man was shaking with fear. He had never seen anyone who could actually use abilities. It was just like being in a movie. Why did you want to kill us? Tell me the reason, and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Hui aimed his gun at the man's head. The man's pistol was not very powerful, and Lin Hui was confident he could stop the bullet. Because you kill walkers, the middle-aged man stammered. What kind of bullshit logic is that? We kill walkers to help humanity. You want to kill us? Is this how good people are repaid? By having a gun pointed at them? Chen Kai flew into a rage. He had never imagined that while doing good deeds he would be the target of a backstabbing shot. Someone in your family has turned. You didn't want us to kill them too, so you planned to kill the ability user in our group and force us to leave, is that it? Lin Hui had heard of such cases in his previous life. Some people unable to bear killing their family members after they turned chose to keep them, and in the end, even lost their own lives because of it. And no, that's right. I didn't care when you cleared walkers from the streets, but you actually went into the building and cleared out the walkers inside. You would definitely have killed her. I'll find a way to cure her. Please don't kill her. The man's voice was trembling, yet even so he still refused to put down the gun. Once humans turn into walkers, there is no saving them. The genetic chain is destroyed. How could they ever be brought back? Take your own life. I don't want to shoot you. Lin Hui hadn't planned to use a gun anyway. He wasn't used to killing people with one. No, I can't die. If I die, who will take care of her? She's so young, so young. Hearing this, something suddenly occurred to Lin Hui. He had first assumed it was a girlfriend or a wife, but he never expected it to be a baby. Bang! Lin Hui fired. The bullet struck the man right between the eyes. The man fell with unwillingness while Lin Hui's expression did not change. Xia Qingqing flinched. Even Sheng Pingyan, who had a strong mind, was startled by Lin Hui. None of them had expected it. Not even the gunman himself had expected that Lin Hui, who still looked like a student, would shoot so decisively. I'm not the Lin Hui you remember. Don't treat me like a student. Looking at everyone's silent expressions, Lin Hui explained. He hadn't wanted to explain, but since these were his companions it was necessary to make things clear. If I hadn't reacted just now, Xia Qingqing would likely be dead. He made a move against me, so he had already accepted that I might kill him. Lin Hui said to the group, and they remained silent. They all fell silent. Wait here. I'll check the other rooms. Lin Hui said to them. He used his frost ability to seal the man in ice, then hurled him out the window with his power. The man's body hit the ground and instantly shattered into several pieces. This act was meant to warn anyone still thinking of moving against Lin Hui. Look at this man's fate before making your own plans. Lin Hui initially had not cared whether there were walkers in that room. But since the man had been foolish enough to act, death was the only answer. In the apocalypse, there was no room for misplaced mercy. Nor would he spare the pitiful man just because his daughter was pitiful. Perhaps the man had only wanted to kill himself and drag Xia Qingqing down with him. After Lin Hui left the room, everyone was silent, profoundly silent. What Lin Hui had done was not wrong in itself. They simply had not expected him to be so cold-blooded. A living human being, killed just like that. Indeed, as Lin Hui had said, he was not the Lin Hui they remembered. That Lin Hui had died 3 years ago. What remained was a Lin Hui who knew how to survive in the apocalypse. Lin Hui found a nursery. On the small bed lay a turned child with a chunk of flesh bitten from her arm. Beside her lay a woman's corpse that had been rotting for some time. It seemed the mother had turned and bitten her own child. The father, reacting, killed the mother, but could not bear to kill the child. Looking at the infant who had already become a walker, Lin Hui decided to give her a dignified end. With a single gunshot, the child, chained to the bed, was released from suffering. To be honest, Lin Hui was moved as well. But he also felt helpless. Once humans turned into walkers in his 3 years in the apocalypse, he had never heard of anyone inventing a cure. Even if someone truly invented a cure, when you woke up and learned you had eaten people, would you have the courage to go on living? Lin Hui did not want to dwell on such meaningless questions. He would keep the people around him safe. If any of them truly had the misfortune of turning into walkers, Lin Hui was willing to grant them a quick, merciful death. Lin Hui returned to the room and notified everyone to come downstairs. Do you think I'm being too cold? Or do you think I shouldn't have killed that person? Lin Hui noticed that everyone's mood was off, so he spoke up. After all, killing Walking Dead was one thing, but killing a living person was quite another. They still couldn't come to terms with the fact that Lin Hui had taken a human life. If it were you in my position, what would you do? Should I just show mercy and let him go? What about Xia Qingqing? What if she had died? What would I do then? You are my companions. You must understand me. Others may not, but you cannot be the one to turn away. Shinkai, do you understand the fucking hell of what I'm saying? Lin Hui's anger began to rise. If his teammates, his companions, couldn't understand him, he truly couldn't accept it. Understood. In truth, they all knew Lin Hui had done the right thing, but they were still struggling to emotionally accept this reality. This is the apocalypse. Wake the fuck up. Lin Hui cursed outright. He had no choice. He didn't want his companions to reject the decisions he knew were correct. Lin Hui, I want to go back, Xia Qingqing said to him, feeling a bit unwell. Then you guys take Qingqing back. I can manage alone. Lin Hui ultimately let his teammates leave first. After all, their emotional state was clearly unstable right now. But this was also a good thing for Lin Hui. Discovering the problem now and addressing it promptly was far better than facing it later in the apocalypse. Brother Lin Hui, let me stay with you. Just have Qingkai send them back, Cheng Pingyun told Lin Hui. He didn't want Lin Hui to be alone. If danger arose, it would be troublesome. No need. You haven't awakened your ability yet, so staying by my side isn't safe, Lin Hui said honestly. Cheng Pingyun would be a great asset in the future, but the premise was ensuring he could grow strong enough first. And to be honest, in the early stages of the apocalypse, he could handle a large number of walking dead on his own. The reason he brought them out was to help them adapt to this new world early on. Once the mutants started invading in 7 days, that would be the real apocalypse. Alright, stay safe, Cheng Pingyun said to Lin Hui before getting in the car and driving toward the shelter. Let loose and get to work. Lin Hui was full of fighting spirit. Although he certainly couldn't kill 200 walking dead today, killing a few dozen wasn't a problem at all. After a full day of work, Lin Hui finally cleared out the walking dead in the residential buildings of this community. His points increased by 600. Hunting monsters alone was troublesome even when you're skilled at it. Finding them was the hard part. Unlike Xia Qingqing, who could sense the temperature around her, Lin Hui could only use the old method of making noise to lure walking dead. That night, Lin Hui found a warehouse to rest. He didn't fall asleep. He simply closed his eyes to recuperate. Although he now possessed an ability, it was rather special. He needed to find energy to activate its power. Early the next morning, Lin Hui continued sweeping through the walking dead in this community. This residential area had several buildings, enough for Lin Hui to spend considerable effort clearing them out. As he killed more and more walking dead, Lin Hui felt that his physical condition was gradually approaching that of his body from 3 years ago. It was only the 4th day, and he already had this feeling. It seemed closely related to his ability. During this period, Lin Hui had absorbed a considerable amount of particles from killing walking dead. He believed these particles were strengthening his body, including his sense of smell, hearing, vision, and even his reaction time. This discovery filled Lin Hui with immense joy. Although the number of particles he could find each day wasn't large, the cumulative effect over time was a terrifying physical enhancement. Moreover, these particles were already floating in the air naturally. It didn't require Lin Hui to generate them or expend any physical or mental energy. As long as he came into contact with them, he could absorb them effortlessly. As evening approached, Xia Qingqing had messaged to confirm his safety. Seeing that Lin Hui was fine, she felt at ease. Lin Hui purchased a steak from the store to reward himself for a day of hard monster hunting. Through his efforts over this period, he only needed a little over 900 more points to reach the 5,000 required to upgrade the shelter. The walking dead in this community were basically nearly wiped out. He planned to spend tomorrow here, then search for the next location where he could hunt walking dead. Earlier today, the military also sent him a message informing him that Ning Ziyuan had been picked up and was now settled in the military camp. Ning Ziyuan was also happy to train alongside the soldiers and showed strong enthusiasm for the training. Lin Hui wasn't surprised by this. If Ning Ziyuan wasn't hardworking, how could she deserve the title of General Ning? Their scheme fell upon Lin Hui. That guy is actually eating steak. Where did he get it from? A man watched Lin Hui, who was leisurely eating at the moment, through binoculars. Seeing Lin Hui eat so well, they felt bitter and resentful. They had been hungry for 2 days, surviving only on water. Seeing Lin Hui not only had the strength to kill walking dead, but could also eat such good food, anyone would be envious. The man couldn't help but swallow hard. He looked at the woman lying on the bed, and a plan formed in his mind. Not bad, this steak is really good. When I have enough points, I can buy more. This steak cost a full 30 points. 1 unit, which was the price of 3 walking dead. With points tight now, he still couldn't afford to eat it often. Lin Hui checked his watch. It was 6 in the evening. I'm a bit tired today. Let me continue hunting walking dead tomorrow. Killing walking dead was indeed a physically demanding task. Although Lin Hui's physical condition was now much stronger than before, he still couldn't withstand high-intensity, continuous combat. As night fell, Lin Hui prepared to rest. Suddenly, he heard a loud commotion from the building next door. Get lost. You won't even let me touch you. What use are you? Get out. The night was very quiet, and Lin Hui heard the sounds of smashing and arguing from the adjacent building. Please don't. There are walking dead everywhere outside. If you kick me out, aren't you sending me to my death? The woman begged with a crying voice, but what she received was a brutal beating. None of my business. It's better if you die. With a bang, the door was slammed shut. Lin Hui closed his eyes, not thinking about it, not watching. Because he felt this whole scene was put on specifically for him to see. Having survived 3 years in the apocalypse, he still had enough awareness to recognize it. If nothing unexpected happened, this woman would come to his place, then try to stir up his sympathy, so that he would choose to help them. Although Lin Hui had the ability to help others, he generally didn't help strangers. In the apocalypse, that's how people are. Mind your own business, and stay out of others' affairs. Lin Hui heard a faint sobbing sound followed by a series of knocks. Looking up, he saw the woman standing outside the warehouse. Lin Hui resided in an abandoned warehouse. Earlier that evening, he had eaten a meal bathed in the afterglow of sunset before returning to prepare for rest. Brother, can you help me? My boyfriend is so ruthless. For his own survival, he actually abandoned me out here alone. There are walkers everywhere outside. It's far too dangerous. Have some mercy and save me. The woman pleaded in a suppliant tone, her voice sounding remarkably youthful. The walkers in this area had nearly been wiped out by Lin Hui, so she faced little immediate danger standing outside. It was precisely this knowledge that emboldened her to appear. Go away. I want to sleep. Do not disturb me. Lin Hui callously refused. Though he possessed the strength to control the situation, he would never take unnecessary risks. Can you bear to let me suffer the chill alone out there? I haven't even worn warm clothes. Hearing this, Lin Hui opened the door. As expected, the woman was quite attractive, clad only in a shirt. Combined with their earlier conversation, Lin Hui could already guess the gist of the matter. He suspected she might employ some scheme to lure him, but he had not anticipated a seduction plot. After quickly assessing her combat ability, and finding he could easily subdue her even without his firearm or powers, he decided to let her in. Upstairs, a man secretly watching the entire scene was greatly pleased to see his woman successfully complete the first step. Brother, thank you so much. Without you, I would surely have spent the night outside. You've been killing walkers around here lately, so you must be quite strong, right? Unlike that good-for-nothing man of mine, who drove me out even though there's hardly any food at home. The woman spoke while shedding tears. However, Lin Hui saw through her act immediately. Having to admit her acting skills were superb. She could outperform any up-and-coming pretty boy. Oh, he's that ruthless. Didn't even give you extra clothes? The nights have grown rather chilly lately. Lin Hui watched the woman with keen interest, his gaze unreserved. Why not enjoy the view when it's offered free of charge? Yes, he is that cruel. If you don't mind, take me. I'll stay with you from now on. That bastard, I don't ever want to see him again. The woman spoke with tears and sobs, appearing exquisitely pitiable. Watching her performance, Lin Hui could only find it laughable. Then fine, I'll help you kill him, how about that? Lin Hui said. These words caught the woman off guard, though she managed to maintain her composure. She hadn't expected Lin Hui to dare speak such words. Didn't he look barely 18 years old? How could he possibly dare to kill someone? No need. He did take care of me once. It's better not to do such things. The woman's heart was pounding, furiously terrified by Lin Hui's words, yet she had to remain calm and hide her true feelings from him. Never mind then. Let him off this time. Right, let him go. Hearing Lin Hui say he wouldn't kill anyone, the woman quickly agreed, fearing he might actually go and murder her man. Lin Hui had killed walkers himself. He heard their guttural roars every day. By the way, what did your boyfriend send you over for? You're not wearing that outfit to seduce me, are you? Lin Hui asked. Upon hearing this, the woman's mind went blank for several seconds. How could that be? I was truly kicked out by that man. I even had a fight with him. Originally, he wanted me tonight, and when I refused, he threw me out in my pajamas. The woman's explanation sounded perfectly reasonable. But the abnormal part was that after leaving, she went straight to Lin Hui's warehouse. Granted, walkers outside was a factor, but even if frightened, she wouldn't directly come knocking at Lin Hui's door. It simply made no sense. Good then. I was worried you dressed like that specifically to seduce me. Lin Hui smiled. With his appearance as a male high school student, fooling this woman would be no problem. If you desire it, I can satisfy you too. I understand, men. In this apocalypse, one always needs a woman by their side. If you're willing, just take me. The woman brought up the matter once more. Lin Hui now confirmed the entirety of her scheme. Lin Hui boldly hypothesized that the man had sent his girlfriend to seduce him, aiming to make Lin Hui lower his guard, then kidnap or kill him in a surprise attack. Though unsure of their exact plans, he would soon find out. Midnight arrived, and Lin Hui lay on his side, appearing to be asleep. In truth, Lin Hui remained in a state of light slumber, able to detect at any moment what the woman intended to do. This skill had been honed during 3 years in the apocalypse. In a world overrun by mutant hordes, a good night's sleep was exceedingly rare, because one must remain vigilant against the pervasive mutant army who could strike while you slept at any time, whether resting by day or by night. Lin Hui observed the woman quietly rising in the middle of the night, creeping to the doorway and gently opening it. Then her man slipped inside. How is he? Fast asleep. Dead to the world. Hurry up and tie him, let's take him back. It's freezing out there. The woman said impatiently and walked toward the exit. But she saw her man retreating backward. What are you doing? Hurry and tie. Before she could finish, she spotted a gun barrel pressed against the man's forehead. What do you intend to do to me? Lin Hui had them both subdued and asked. We wanted to kidnap you and force you to hand over all your food. We were just so hungry. We're truly sorry. I know what we did was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let us go. No way. I'll give you my girlfriend. Play with her however you like. This time there's truly no trick, believe me. It's the apocalypse after all. Everyone needs a woman to ease loneliness, right? The man's mind raced, and he quickly proposed offering the woman to Lin Hui. He had originally thought Lin Hui would certainly be tempted, but instead received a solid slap. That slap came from Lin Hui. You're truly despicable, afraid of death so much. Don't worry, it'll be over in an instant. Fast and clean. As for your girlfriend, I'll take care of her for you. Lin Hui pointed the gun at the man's forehead. Even the woman dared not utter a word, now fearing that provoking Lin Hui might cause him to pull the trigger. Just as Lin Hui placed his index finger on the trigger, he suddenly caught a whiff of foul urine. Scared yourself into peeing? Seeing the man had lost control of his bladder, Lin Hui found it rather amusing. Forget it. I don't feel like killing you two after all. Tell you what, I have a coin right here. If it comes up heads, I'll spare you. If it comes up tails, I'll shoot you in the leg. If it comes up heads, you can go. Otherwise, the game continues. Lin Hui pulled out a coin. The man hesitated, but a 50% chance of survival was still a chance, so he took the bet. Fine, you'd better not go back on your word. The man was ready to risk it all. Death was coming for him either way, so he might as well gamble. Of course I won't go back on my word. Lin Hui naturally wouldn't go back on his word because he couldn't lose in the first place. He could control the coin's momentum as it flipped and release it at will. In other words, he could decide exactly how many times the coin spun before it landed. A little trick he had figured out over the past 2 days. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Lin Hui tossed the coin. It hit the ground. Tails. Looks like your luck isn't very good. Well, choose. Which leg? Lin Hui said to the man whose face had turned ashen. I. The man gasped for air, unable to believe he was about to lose a leg. I'm kowtowing to you. Please don't hurt me. I was blind to your greatness. I never should have come to provoke you. I'll even give you my woman. As long as you don't hurt me, you can do whatever you want with her. The man begged for mercy again. In such an environment, suffering a gunshot wound meant his life had already reached its end. If you prefer, you can use your girlfriend's leg instead. I don't mind. Lin Hui said to the man. In an instant, a gleam of hope burst from the man's formerly despairing eyes. I'm begging you. Please take this bullet for me. I swear I won't abandon you. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Okay, I'm begging you. Seeing her man like this, all she felt in her heart was disgust. She had never imagined her boyfriend could be this kind of person, nor had she ever imagined he had such a revolting side. Get away from me, you make me sick. The woman shoved him away and ran to the side. Lin Hui didn't care. He simply kept his gun trained on the man. You can't leave. The man was utterly desperate. Turning to face Lin Hui, he said, shoot me. Just kill me. Seeing there was no longer any chance of survival, the man chose to face death bravely. Sorry, I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. Actually, I'm a peace-loving man. Otherwise, why would I keep thinking about killing the walking dead? Lin Hui finally put his gun away. He had no intention of wasting bullets on scum like this. Besides, without supplies, this man wouldn't live much longer. The man's mind was completely blank and his ears wouldn't stop ringing. Lin Hui suddenly said he didn't want to kill him. What on earth was going on? I understand it all. There are no bullets in your gun at all. You've been bluffing me this whole time. The man snapped out of it and shouted at Lin Hui as if he were the real victor who had seen through everything. But to Lin Hui, the man had simply lost his mind and was spouting nonsense. You think my gun is empty? Lin Hui pointed the muzzle upward and fired a round. The man's body trembled uncontrollably from fear. Then he stared at Lin Hui in terror, all his earlier arrogance gone. Care to bet whether you'll get shot today? Weren't you shouting pretty loudly just now? The man was once again at gunpoint. After that warning shot, he was now trembling all over with fear. He lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Hui. Please let me go. I'll kowtow to you. I had a loose mouth just now. I shouldn't have said those things to upset you. The man banged his head on the ground again and again, hoping to soften Lin Hui's heart and make him let go. To be honest, Lin Hui hadn't planned to kill him anyway. A man like that wouldn't survive even the first day of the alien invasion. Lin Hui simply felt that this man had dared to target him, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Moreover, after this incident, this couple would probably be through with each other. If they split up, the woman still had some chance of surviving the apocalypse. As for the man, that was hard to say. With brains like his, he wouldn't amount to anything anywhere. In the end, Lin Hui still didn't kill him. Because a man who has lost his dignity is as good as dead. The next day, Lin Hui prepared to leave and continue hunting the walking dead, but the woman kept following behind him. Why are you following me? Do you really think I don't dare to kill someone? Lin Hui said fiercely. If she got in his way, he really would kill her without hesitation. Last night had merely been a whim. He only wanted to toy with that man. Under normal circumstances, Lin Hui would simply have given him a bullet. I have nowhere else to go. The woman begged, wanting Lin Hui to take her with him. She would do anything for that. I'll give you the coordinates of a shelter. Whether you can make it there alone is none of my business. Lin Hui wrote the nearest shelter's coordinates directly on the ground and left. Seeing how resolute he was, the woman no longer followed him. Lin Hui went to another residential complex to hunt the walking dead. On the way, he found a string of firecrackers. Perfect. This saved him from having to search for them one by one. He wanted to see exactly how strong he had become. Although the military went out every day to kill the walking dead, some were always left uncleared, and the military didn't actually have enough manpower. After all, over half of the military had undergone mutation. It was only because they heeded Lin Hui's suggestion and prepared in advance that the entire camp could barely keep running. The crackling sound of firecrackers erupted, and the walking dead in the residential buildings suddenly went into a frenzy. A dense dark mass surged toward the spot where Lin Hui had set off the firecrackers. At the same time, the surviving humans in the buildings poked their heads out. Today marked the beginning of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Some of the surviving humans had probably already awakened their abilities. The Chung siblings had also awakened at exactly this point. Awakening too late in fact proved that the initial energy of one's ability was too low, which also made it difficult to raise the ability's intensity later on. As for whether Chen Kai had an ability, if there was still no sign of awakening in the remaining days, it would be extremely difficult for him to awaken one. The Walking Dead's high-speed running stirred the wind energy around them. Lin Hui decided to try absorbing that wind energy to see if he could lift himself into the air. Extending his hands, Lin Hui watched streams of wind energy converge upon him. As more and more wind energy gathered, he actually felt himself growing lighter. Woo! I really can fly. Lin Hui was thrilled. He hadn't thought it would truly work, but the flight height was only a dozen-odd centimeters above the ground, far from meeting his expectations. But as more and more wind energy gathered, Lin Hui truly began to fly. Although the wind energy released by a single Walking Dead was extremely weak, the sheer number of them made up for it. By gathering those faint traces of wind energy together, he really could fly. Lin Hui's ability now served 3 major functions. First, it could collect the special particles permeating the air, and those particles could strengthen his physique. Second, he could control the abilities of other superhumans, but it seemed that complete control was only possible when the target was weaker than him. Third, he could absorb various forms of energy and make them his own, including, but not limited to, wind and fire. As for electricity and water, he had not tried them yet, so he was not sure. If he really could control them smoothly, he felt he might as well become an elementalist. After having enough fun, Lin Hui condensed all the wind energy into a wind orb and smashed it into a zombie's head, which burst apart with a boom. The power seems pretty impressive. Before him were nearly 100 zombies. The loud crackling sounds had lured every last zombie from the residential building over. After killing this group of zombies, he would have enough points, 5,000, to upgrade the shelter. Lin Hui was now sharp-minded and agile. Though the horde was charging, he didn't panic at all. With a single kick, he sent a zombie flying several meters away like a bowling ball, and an entire swath of zombies was knocked down in an instant. Before those zombies could struggle to their feet, Lin Hui blew their heads open one by one. What is this? Superman. He is practically a god of war. So this is a superpower. When will I ever be as strong as him? He probably awakened a body enhancement ability, most likely leg enhancement. Otherwise, how could he kick a zombie that far with one kick? Upstairs, a few scattered households watched Lin Hui kill these zombies and gasped in shock. Although the bodies of zombies were not much different from ordinary humans, they felt no pain and never retreated. A dark swarming mass easily created a sense of oppression. One bite was enough to assimilate a person. Some people could not even hold on until assimilation and were torn apart and devoured by the zombies. After a period of one-sided slaughter, Lin Hui finally managed to kill all the zombies cleanly. Although he felt his stamina draining greatly, watching the points keep rolling and made him feel immensely pleased. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Lin Hui's strength, speed, and reaction were basically enough to contend with a second-tier mutant. Before the mutants had even appeared, he already possessed such power. Lin Hui believed that in this life his early-stage preparations were complete. Are you also an ability user? A young man who looked about the same age ran downstairs and asked him. You're also a superhuman. In his previous life, ability users were called superhumans. It was a general term for people with extraordinary abilities. Some awakened physical enhancement abilities such as metal enhancement, speed enhancement, and so on. Some people awakened speed-related abilities. In reality, there were huge gaps between each type of ability. Some awakened strength abilities and could blast a tank apart with one punch, while others could only break a stone. What ability did you awaken? I awakened a vision-type superpower. I can see very far away. I can also narrow my vision and see many things I couldn't see before. As far as I know, there are at least 2 other superhumans in this neighborhood. When I awaken my ability, I like to look around, and that's how I found them. By the way, I awakened yesterday. That day I discovered that I could see clearly even without glasses. When I tried to make out something in the distance, I suddenly found that the area became magnified and crystal clear. This man was very excited. Perhaps because he had awakened an ability and had no one to talk to, he talked more than usual now that he had finally run into a living person. Can you see through walls or anything like that? Lin Hui asked. If he had this ability, he could let the man temporarily join his team. After all, a scout position was still quite important in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse. I can't, but I've discovered that I remember everything I've seen with great clarity. The other man said. Lin Hui nodded after hearing this. I'll take you to the military camp. You should be able to be useful there. How about it? If you agree, come with me. Lin Hui had been planning to return to the military camp anyway, so he might as well bring him along. Going to a military camp. I won't be taken for human experimentation or anything, right? The other was clearly hesitant. Don't worry. Nothing like what you're imagining will happen, Lin Hui said to him. If you don't agree, then forget it. Seeing the man hesitate, Lin Hui was ready to leave. After all, modern high-tech could basically match what he could do. Lin Hui simply didn't want to give up on this superhuman, hoping to let him develop his ability as much as possible. Maybe it would prove useful later. Wait, I'll go with you. Seeing how powerful Lin Hui was, this man figured he might have received formal training, so his heart was moved. In fact, the military camp did provide different training programs based on the different ability types, and they would set up a professional training plan for each person according to their ability. When Lin Hui saw that he agreed, he brought the man along. Then he found an open area and called the military helicopter. After waiting for a while, the military personnel arrived. Comrade Lin Hui, nice to meet you. And who is this? A military officer saluted Lin Hui and said, he's a superhuman I just met. I thought of sending him to your unit for more training, Lin Hui replied. Haha, welcome young man. Our superhuman military camp has good meals and dedicated instructors to guide your training. Although everyone is just starting out, many hands make light work. The officer patted the young man, looking quite pleased. Humanity was in dire need of superhuman power now. They had also broadcast recruitment news on television, but it had little effect. After all, once people awakened superpowers, they all considered themselves exceptional. How could they choose to live under someone else's roof? Lin Hui and the others soon returned to the military camp. He wanted to see Ning Ziyuan. Hearing that Ning Ziyuan was still training, he decided to upgrade the shelter first. Your shelter has been upgraded to level 10. You have a total of 30 remaining points. A new living area has been expanded. The current maximum capacity of the shelter is 20 people. Raising the level will increase the capacity. A new companion slot has been unlocked. You can currently bind 2 more companions. A new shop section has been opened. Please browse it at your leisure. The farming system has been unlocked. The animal husbandry system has been unlocked. Indeed, level 10 was the first major hurdle. Reaching level 10 finally activated one of the shelter's basic functions. Unfortunately, the points disappeared in an instant. Lin Hui inspected the new living area. Overall, the stone house had been expanded again, and a third floor had appeared, a dormitory-style area. Although a 10-person room was somewhat crowded, it was at least equipped with bunk beds with desks beneath them barely passable. In the current apocalyptic environment, having a safe place to live was already good enough. The maximum capacity probably meant the number of people who could live there. The rooms on the first and second floors were all very large. If they really wanted to, more than 20 people could fit. The merchandise section had unlocked the shelter defense section, which allowed the purchase of intelligent machines, mechanical dogs, mechanical hummingbirds, and other alarm-oriented defensive measures. Of course, behind the defense section stretched a long row of blacked-out entries, presumably because his level was not high enough to unlock them. The most important systems were the 2 major systems of breeding and planting. What made them most considerate was that each was an independent space. Not only were they unaffected by reality, but spending points could also affect the world inside. If I had to describe them, they were a bit like the penguin farm and ranch systems. Of course, breeding and farming likewise required points. The importance of points went without saying. Although the store already provided basic food, it would also continue to put higher quality food and drinks on the shelves. But farming was in the genes of the Huaxia people. In the apocalypse, planting vegetables and raising chickens, ducks, and geese was quite enjoyable. I still don't have enough points. Ning Ziyuan, you'll have to wait for me a little longer until I save up 400 points. Lin Hui's next binding card required 400 points to purchase, and each subsequent purchase would double the points needed. The next one would require 800 points. But in return, he would gain a permanent companion for earning points, so it wasn't really a bad deal. The day finally reached evening, and Lin Hui at last met Ning Ziyuan. Are you Lin Hui? You're more handsome than I imagined. Ning Ziyuan wiped away sweat and took several big gulps from her water bottle. So you had already been recruited by Huaxia back then. I was wondering why you eventually changed your mind. I was even thinking of making the trending search list with you. That would have been really exciting. By the way, you must have awakened an ability too, right? Come on, tell me. What ability did you awaken? Ning Ziyuan was extremely excited about meeting Lin Hui for the first time. Lin Hui honestly hadn't expected Ning Ziyuan to be so friendly right off the bat. Ning Ziyuan, hello. It's an honor to meet you. Lin Hui extended his hand to her. He could now tell that she carried the bearing of a female warrior. Later, once her ability grew strong, the title of General Ning would become a reality. You're too polite. We've technically known each other before. You still haven't told me what your ability is. Ning Ziyuan had previously always been in a wheelchair, although she appeared to outsiders to be a cheerful girl who could truly understand her heart. Show me your ability, and then I'll show you mine. Lin Hui played coy. Ning Ziyuan was equally straightforward. She directly activated the chi within her body and sent it toward Lin Hui. The attack was not very powerful, it would merely push Lin Hui back a short distance. Lin Hui directly took control of the chi Ning Ziyuan had released and toyed with it in his hand. He noticed that Ning Ziyuan's chi was different from wind energy. The interwoven trajectories of Ning Ziyuan's chi were much more regular, whereas the wind vortex energy he had gathered before was noticeably messy. Is your ability stealing? Ning Ziyuan asked curiously. You can understand it that way, Lin Hui said, releasing his control, and Ning Ziyuan's chi vortex dispersed. Ning Ziyuan, I sincerely invite you to join my team. Would you be willing? Lin Hui said this to Ning Ziyuan. Although he didn't know Ning Ziyuan's current strength, he already knew in advance how far she would grow. Your team? Okay, I agree. Ning Ziyuan thought for a moment and accepted. Since Lin Hui was a reborn person, following him would surely bring benefits. Then it's settled. You're my teammate. Lin Hui hadn't expected Ning Ziyuan to agree so readily, and he felt she was somewhat different from the Ning Ziyuan in his memory. Today was the 6th day of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, Lin Hui woke up from the end times world. As usual, he reported his safety to Xia Qingqing and then began to wash up. Bang bang bang. Just as Lin Hui was brushing his teeth, someone knocked on his door. Lin Hui, let's go train. Lin Hui opened the door and saw Ning Ziyuan. I heard from Instructor Liu that you recommended me as a trainer for superpowered people. Do you think I can do it? Ning Ziyuan asked, not caring that Lin Hui was still brushing his teeth. Hold on, let me finish brushing my teeth first. After a while, Lin Hui finished brushing his teeth and accompanied her to the cafeteria for breakfast. This morning's breakfast was quite good, though each person had a limited portion. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, food was precious now, so it had to be rationed. Lin Hui had just unlocked the farming and breeding systems, so he could see about providing a stable supply in the future. If his points were sufficient, Lin Hui could provide the Huaxiao people with good food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. If he wanted to be a savior, he had to have that sort of resolve. Lin Hui, do you have any thoughts about being a trainer? If you're willing, we can do it together. We can also exchange ideas and spar with each other. Also, I'll let you in on a secret: trainers get extra meals. We're guaranteed meat for both lunch and dinner every day. So are you tempted? Hearing Ning Ziyuan say all this, Lin Hui was momentarily at a loss for an answer. He couldn't very well tell her that he had a system. Such a thing would be hard for anyone to understand unless it happened to them. Ning Ziyuan, stick with me, and I'll guarantee you meat at every meal. Lin Hui finished the pumpkin porridge and said this to Ning Ziyuan. The military's food was truly good. The pumpkin porridge was pretty delicious. Really? Ning Ziyuan asked. She was a little skeptical, but thinking about the fact that Lin Hui was a reborn person made it much more plausible. All right, then I'll follow you. You said it. Meat at every meal. Ning Ziyuan extended her pinky, wanting to pinky swear with Lin Hui. Lin Hui thought she was a little childish, but he smiled and linked pinkies with her anyway. Does braised beef noodles count? If you get tired of that, you can also have spicy beef noodles. Right after making the agreement with Ning Ziyuan, Lin Hui cracked a joke. That's not impossible, but I'd probably need 2 packs a day to get full. Ning Ziyuan thought about it and said, in reality, being able to eat braised beef noodles in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse was already a tremendous luxury. Having instant noodles for every meal isn't impossible either. The main thing is that the flavor shouldn't be the same every day. Lin Hui, the chief instructor, wants the 2 of you to come over. An officer walked over and saluted Lin Hui. After all, Lin Hui was a great contributor to the human race, so basic etiquette was still necessary. Fine, I'll go over and take a look. Lin Hui didn't need to guess. It was surely still about the trainer position. To be honest, Lin Hui wasn't very willing to become a trainer because he had more important things to do. Although the shelter had already been upgraded to LV-10, it was still far from enough for the battlefields of the middle and late stages of the apocalypse. Lin Hui needed to hunt down more aberrant creatures to earn points. He could only find time to come over for the trainer position. That was why he had recommended Ning Ziyuan to be the trainer. Ning Ziyuan herself loved training. Ever since she was injured in a car accident, she had never been able to stand up again. Now that she finally had a chance to stand, she naturally wouldn't give up exercise. Hello to you both, he said. This is our first meeting, especially you, Lin Hui. I've been wanting to meet you in person for a long time. The commander rose enthusiastically the moment he saw Lin Hui and his companion shaking their hands firmly. Although I don't fully understand what a rebirthed one is, we are truly grateful that you stepped forward to help our Huaxia. The outside world has already fallen into chaos. Only Huaxia has maintained basic order. The follow-up work is also in normal preparation. All of this thanks to you. The commander was beaming with joy. Commander, you flatter me. Since you call me comrade, this is simply my duty. However, I do have one concern. I am truly unfit to be a trainer. To be honest, I still have many matters to attend to. Besides, in my previous life, I was just an ordinary person. I really have no experience as an instructor. Lin Hui still declined the military's invitation. He truly could not afford to be stationed in the barracks. There were more important things for him to do. Since you say so, Lin Hui, I cannot force you to be this trainer. Well then, what do you think, Instructor Ning? The commander said to Lin Hui, showing that they had already discussed this privately. Lin Hui, you won't be the trainer. Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui, clearly a little disappointed. Just rest assured as the trainer. Simply tell them all your usual training experience and feelings. In developing superpowers, teaching is secondary. What matters most is one's own comprehension. In 4 days, the mutants will officially appear. That is when the real battlefield begins. I've made a table about the mutants. I compiled it the day before yesterday while hunting the Walking Dead. This information is only for reference. Mutants are nothing like the Walking Dead. They are thousands of times more terrifying. Remember to have everyone protect themselves. Always keep teamwork in mind. Lin Hui thought for a moment, then finally gave the advice. The most distinctive difference between mutants and the Walking Dead is that the mutants can advance by feeding, and their upgrade speed is extremely fast. The greatest characteristic of a Walking Dead's bite is infection. Mutants, however, are different. They devour humans, even superpowered beings alive. If left alone, Walking Dead might slowly evolve under the influence of the mutant virus, but reaching the level of a boss would only happen in the middle or late stages of the apocalypse. Yet the mutants from the early stages of the apocalypse onward attacked humanity without pause. although humanity had united from the very beginning of the disaster. The endless tide of mutants brought heavy calamities upon the human race. Lin Hui, I truly don't know how to thank you for your contributions to Huaxia and to all of humanity. We will remember you. If this apocalypse can be ended, you will surely secure a place on Huaxia's roll of heroes. The commander was deeply moved, tears in his eyes. Lin Hui's rebirth was his personal fortune and also the fortune of all Huaxia. Commander, you are too kind. Lin Hui said to the commander. If there's a chance, let's have a good drink together. The commander said to Lin Hui. Before Lin Hui entered, he had been processing many documents. It seemed that with the advent of the apocalypse, there were still countless matters to handle and headaches to bear. They did not hand these tasks to Lin Hui and the others, unwilling to let them shoulder too much. Definitely. On the 7th day, Lin Hui returned to the shelter. Ning Yuan had originally wanted to come with him to see the shelter, but the military camp was too busy, so she had no time. Xia Qingqing, I'm back. Lin Hui returned to the room and saw Xia Qingqing practicing her power. He felt quite gratified. Lin Hui, you're back. I've discovered a great way to optimize my power. If I use my frost ability in close combat, I can maintain my fighting capability without casting spells, so my energy consumption won't be so high. Xia Qingqing said excitedly to Lin Hui. She had found that by forming a weapon from ice and holding it in melee combat, she could control her power's drain on her stamina well. That way she would have sustained combat strength. Lin Hui was not surprised. In his previous life, Xia Qingqing had also realized this around the same time. He had made Xia Qingqing awaken ahead of schedule. Although the timing deviated, the overall storyline hadn't gone off course. It seemed his rebirth did affect many things, but the fundamental situation was still moving in its original direction. For example, in the previous life, Ning Yuan probably never joined the military, nor became a trainer, but she still unearthed her power's potential. This life, the result should be the same. Moreover, in the previous life, Huaxia's superpower training camp was established on the 30th day of the apocalypse. Now it was fully established just 3 days after the apocalypse began. There were deviations in the world, but overall it remained the same. Lin Hui could indeed influence parts of the timeline, but the timeline would not undergo major changes because of his appearance. Brother Lin Hui, my sister, and I have both awakened our powers. Please let us know how we should train. Cheng Pingyan had awakened a strengthening type power. His ability was full body enhancement, similar to Hulk's, though without Hulk's terrifying limitless growth. Cheng Pingyan could currently enhance his physique to 10 to 17 times its normal limit, anything beyond that was his cap. Cheng Shila's power was supportive. She could slow down enemies and accelerate allies. Lin Hui remembered that when the power was fully developed, she could also reduce or increase strength. Although Cheng Shila herself had no combat ability, when Cheng Pingyan carried her on his back, the two of them became a fighting machine. If one were to describe them with a character from a certain game, Annie would be the most fitting. Cheng Pingyan, how long can your berserk state last now, and what level of enhancement do you get after it ends? Lin Hui asked, wanting to know exactly what tier Cheng Pingyan's awakened power was. Berserk? You mean when I release my power? It lasts about 4 minutes with around a 15-fold enhancement to my body. In my current state, I also have about a 5-fold boost. Right now I can crush a rock like it's tofu, very easily. Hearing Cheng Pingyan's words, Lin Hui nodded. Cheng Pingyan's power level should also be A rank. Of course, that was with proper development. Compared to Xia Qingqing's A rank, Cheng Pingyan was far inferior because Xia Qingqing's power had far greater plasticity. What about yours, Cheng Shila? Me? I can speed up or slow down, but the effects are just ordinary. Right now I can provide an acceleration of 3 meters per second. As for slowing down, I tested it on Shin Kai. It's about a 20% slow. Can they be used simultaneously? Yes, I can cast acceleration with one hand and deceleration with the other, but I can't take damage. If I get hurt, the spells will be interrupted. Lin Hui asked Cheng Shila again, and her answer matched what he had learned in his past life. Try it on me. Let me see if I can extract your ability, Lin Hui said to Cheng Shila. He discovered that her buffs could be applied to him, but not her debuffs. Debuffs would be gradually absorbed by Lin Hui's power until they vanished, and he even found he could replicate them. Yet another new door of knowledge had opened. It seemed that anyone trying to place a debuff on Lin Hui would have a hard time succeeding, granting him greater freedom on the battlefield. He extracted Cheng Shila's ability and applied it to her, discovering that this actually worked. Interesting. I never imagined I could cast buffs on myself. Cheng Shila was overjoyed since she had never thought her support abilities could benefit her as well. What about Chen Kai? Hasn't he awakened an ability? Lin Hui asked. Brother Chen Kai awakened one yesterday, I think, but it probably isn't a very powerful one. I remember Brother Chen Kai let out an excited shout, and then went quiet. Maybe he discovered his ability wasn't all that impressive. Cheng Pingyan told Lin Hui. In his past life, Lin Hui had never known whether Chen Kai would awaken an ability, so he had no idea what Chen Kai might develop. Alright, I'll go check on him later. Cheng Pingyan, for now you should focus on physical training and combat skills. I'll buy some equipment in a while, and put it in your room for training. As for you, Sheila, since your ability is the release type, the best approach is to keep using it, and see if you can increase its power. By the way, you must have noticed that the shelter now has a 3rd floor. What do you think of it? Lin Hui asked, actually curious about their thoughts on the floor that had appeared out of nowhere. Yet they all just shook their heads. Brother Lin Hui, you don't need to explain. As long as I know you're a good person, that's enough. Cheng Ping'an had decided to stick with Lin Hui no matter what. Following him was always the right choice. Since you trust me, I'll do my best to give everyone a good quality of life. It may be simple fare for now, but later I'll make sure every meal is excellent. Lin Hui had previously stocked up on plenty of basic supplies: rice, oil, seasonings, corn, potatoes, and other everyday necessities. Brother Lin, we were already so grateful for the free room and board. You don't need to take such good care of us, Cheng Ping'an said. Lin Hui shook his head in disagreement. No, our quality of life has to keep improving. You're the ones coming with me to kill aberrants. How could I let you live poorly? Lin Hui would never treat his own people badly. He couldn't very well feast on meat and fish every day while those under his command had nothing but plain congee. Brother Lin, we honestly thank you for looking after us siblings. Winter is almost here, and without your care the two of us would struggle to survive out there. Cheng Ping'an was truly grateful. Lin Hui had a safe shelter and plenty of stored food. For the end of the world, this place was already paradise. Lin Hui arrived at Chun Kai's room and knocked on the door. Chun Kai, let's talk. How is your ability awakening coming along? Lin Hui asked directly. Chun Kai reluctantly opened the door. He didn't dare look up at Lin Hui, clearly indicating that his awakened ability was far from impressive. Tell me the truth, what ability did you awaken? Don't panic. Even if an ability is weak at the initial stage, later development could still bring a leap forward. Lin Hui patted Chun Kai's shoulder to comfort him. It's just a speed enhancement type, and the increase isn't very obvious. Probably around the level of a world-class sprinter. No wonder you said I died early in the apocalypse in your past life. It really is because I awakened too late and my ability isn't strong either. Chun Kai was clearly disheartened. He had originally wanted to make a name for himself in this apocalypse, but the ability he awakened had thrown cold water on his dreams. Brother, look on the bright side. At least you awakened an ability. In my past life, the success rate was less than 30%. Even if it's just an ordinary speed boost, that's still pretty good. Once you grow stronger, maybe you'll become the next Flash. Though Lin Hui was exaggerating a bit, speed-type talents were quite useful throughout the early and middle stages of the apocalypse. Especially when facing aberrant creatures, equipping them with the right weapons could make their kills even more efficient than a majority of superpowered individuals. Really? Lin Hui, you're not deceiving me, are you? Chun Kai found it hard to believe, but Lin Hui didn't seem to be lying. You're my brother, how could I lie to you? Lin Hui said. However, at this stage you should go train at the military camp, because there are only 3 days left before the aberrant invasion. Lin Hui decided to send Chun Kai to the military camp for training. After all, they would have more professional training there. His own advice was simple: keep training speed until reaching the limit. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chun Kai didn't argue since Lin Hui was his brother and would never harm him. In the evening, after a simple dinner, everyone began training. Cheng Ping'an, try using your ability and clash with me. Hold back a bit at first. Let's test each other's power. The particles Lin Hui absorbed had also strengthened his body, though he couldn't gauge his overall strength precisely. He just felt that with all his might he could probably kill an ox with one strike. Cheng Ping'an's awakened power happened to be a physical enhancement type as well, so this was a good opportunity to test his own strength. Xia Qingqing and the other two sat nearby cracking melon seeds as they watched the show. Lin Hui found it a bit strange, but had no choice. Brother Lin Hui, watch out. Cheng Ping'an used his berserk ability, his muscles swelling violently, until he transformed into a towering 2-meter-3 muscle giant. His exact combat power was unknown, but he certainly looked intimidating. Come on. Lin Hui didn't back down. As Cheng Ping'an began to run, they could faintly feel the ground trembling beneath his steps. When Cheng Ping'an threw a punch at him, Lin Hui felt the punch was somewhat slow, as if Cheng Ping'an's movements were being slowed down before his eyes. Lin Hui looked closely and found he could further slow Cheng Ping'an's fist, as if there were a speed button in front of him. Normally he could slow things by 3 times, but at his limit he could slow them by 4. Lin Hui threw a punch at Cheng Ping'an. From Lin Hui's perspective, the punch was extremely slow, but in Xia Qingqing's eyes, Lin Hui's fist had met Cheng Ping'an's almost in an instant. Cheng Ping'an felt a tremendous force meet his fist, locking it in place and preventing any further advance. When Lin Hui exerted his strength, Cheng Ping'an was sent sliding backward 10 meters. The dramatic size difference between Lin Hui and Cheng Ping'an led everyone to believe the fight would be decided without question, yet surprisingly, it was Lin Hui who emerged victorious. They didn't even pause their snacking, for no one could have predicted Lin Hui's overwhelming dominance over Cheng Ping'an. Though Cheng Ping'an had only activated 10 times his berserk state and used just half his power, it was evident that Lin Hui hadn't fully committed either. If they had fought seriously, Cheng Ping'an still would have lost. After all, Cheng Ping'an had just awakened, and his ability couldn't possibly rival Lin Hui's, who had awakened on the very first day. Brother Lin Hui, let's clash fists once more. This time I'll activate 15 times my berserk state and use 70% of my strength. Cheng Ping'an told Lin Hui. Being knocked back by a single punch was something he hadn't anticipated. Judging by Lin Hui's awakened ability, it didn't appear to be enhancement type, so how could it surpass enhancement abilities? Fine. That first punch hadn't truly satisfied Lin Hui, and he was ready to exchange another blow with Cheng Ping'an. By the way, while we're at it, Sheila, you should apply your slow and speed boost effects on me and my brother respectively. This is a good chance to test your ability, Lin Hui added thoughtfully. Alright, Cheng, Sheila replied. The moment Lin Hui and Cheng Pingyan threw their punches again, he immediately activated his ability toward them. Lin Hui felt his fist speed temporarily sluggish before recovering, while Cheng Pingyan's punch seemed to briefly accelerate from his perspective before gradually decelerating. Boom. Their fists collided once more. This time the outcome surprised everyone. Lin Hui remained firmly planted, while Cheng Pingyan retreated 3 meters. I can't control the abilities I've placed on both of you anymore, Cheng Shila said after the clash. Even Lin Hui hadn't anticipated this. His ability to absorb others' powers was actually a passive skill that activated automatically, without conscious control. If that was the case, he could counter numerous superhumans. It seems my ability absorbed Shila's power. I didn't expect that either. I absorbed it without consciously controlling it. In his past life Lin Hui had no ability, so this new awakening was still unfamiliar to him. Good. Xiao Qingqing, come practice with me. Chun Kai, jog around the area until you can't go on. Since Chun Kai had awakened an ability, his physical fitness would undoubtedly improve. Lin Hui was very familiar with Xiao Qingqing's ability and could train alongside her. As for Chun Kai, he shouldn't be left as a third wheel. Chun Kai followed Lin Hui's instructions and began running around the nearby mountains. At first uncomfortable, he soon found his rhythm and realized he hadn't reached his limit yet. He pushed himself to run faster and faster, gradually gaining greater control over his body. It was the 8th day of the apocalypse. After practicing with Xiao Qingqing all night, she had a clearer grasp of her ability. Today they planned to head to the camp together. He needed to bring Ning Ziyuan to hunt walkers. He also wanted to borrow some military tech equipment. I'll leave Chun Kai with you here. I'll come pick him up later. Lin Hui handed Chun Kai to an officer who had also awakened a speed-type enhancement ability and had high control over it. Don't worry, brother Lin Hui. I'll take good care of your friend. The officer patted his chest reassuringly. This was indeed a better fit for Chun Kai. Lin Hui couldn't provide professional training. Lin Hui, are you looking for me? Hearing that, Ning Ziyuan walked over proactively. Is this your friend? Can you introduce us? Ning Ziyuan now wore an officer's uniform and had trained a large group of people, giving her a commanding presence. How's your ability training going? Lin Hui asked. Last night's exchange with Cheng Pingyan had given him a good sense of his level. He was probably around mid-tier 1 superhuman now. In extreme situations, he could probably defeat a second-tier mutant. Second-tier mutants wouldn't appear for another month, so there was still plenty of time. Lin Hui's power would grow significantly by then. And when the first human ability evolution occurred a month from now, his ability might see an even greater breakthrough. It's okay, I can barely handle about 20 or 30 people. I also discovered a new defensive technique for my Qigong. It's like Tai Chi. You can deflect and redirect force. Lin Hui wasn't surprised given that Ning Ziyuan's combat style was fairly predictable. Perfect. I actually wanted to ask you to join me in hunting walkers today. Are you willing? Lin Hui said. Ning Ziyuan nodded. She had no objections. I can just hand over my duties here. Alright, we'll wait for you. Lin Hui introduced his team to Ning Ziyuan after she came out, and they drove to the nearest walker infestation. Lin Hui had also borrowed several high-tech items from the camp. Thermal night vision goggles, wall-climbing gloves, military-issue pistols, and other gear. Ning Ziyuan, just disable their limbs. We'll handle the kills. Since he hadn't bonded with Ning Ziyuan yet, he wouldn't earn points from her kills. Lin Hui deployed a reconnaissance drone to scout for nearby walkers. After circling the area, he found fewer than 30 walkers, unexpectedly low. This location was far from the city center, and the military had already evacuated the surrounding residents. There shouldn't be so few walkers here. Even at the low end, there should have been over 100. Something was definitely off, though Lin Hui couldn't yet determine what. Everyone stay alert. The walker count nearby is low, but something about this place feels wrong. Report anything unusual immediately. We're a team now. We need to trust each other. Lin Hui addressed the group. He intended to build this team for the mid to late apocalypse, so losing members here would be devastating. Understood. Ning Ziyuan was enthusiastic, this being her first walker hunting expedition. Be careful, avoid ambushes. With that, Lin Hui charged ahead. A shovel struck a walker's skull, and within moments the group had eliminated the horde. You earned 10 points for eliminating a walker. You earned 10 points for eliminating a walker. Points plus 10. There were 31 walking corpses in this group. Lin Hui had now harvested a total of 310 points. With the previous 30 points, Lin Hui now had 340 points in total. He only needed to kill 6 more walking corpses to save up enough points for a binding card. In this battle against the walking corpses, Ning Ziyuan displayed her extraordinary superpower. With a single punch, she could send a walking corpse flying dozens of meters away. A single kick could launch a walking corpse as high as 3 stories. Yet with such immense strength, Ning Ziyuan did not even gasp for breath after a round of attacks. Lin Hui fully acknowledged Ning Ziyuan's performance. With her current combat power, she should have no problem taking on a first-order mutant one-on-one. Moreover, Ning Ziyuan herself likely possessed the combat power of a first-order superhuman, though she was still slightly weaker than Lin Hui. Although China is now tending towards stability. The number of walking corpses is still too few, and the points obtainable are too little. However, this was also a good thing. Of course, he wished there were no walking corpses at all within China, but he knew that was impossible. Let's make do with instant noodles tonight. This kind of supply cost 1 point per cup. Points were still tight now, so they had to use them sparingly. Not bad, I happen to be hungry too. Actually, no one had any objections, after all they could tell how Lin Hui treated them. Instant noodles are great. In the apocalypse they are an important supply, they have oil, energy, and they fill you up. In fact, eating only instant noodles could supply basic energy. Now it was the 8th day of the apocalypse. Shops and stores had been looted clean. Having instant noodles was already good. The main reason was that Lin Hui needed points to obtain binding cards, otherwise he would definitely treat them to a nice meal. Lin Hui, where did you get instant noodles? Ning Ziyuan asked while eating them. As far as I know, there shouldn't be any instant noodles nearby. Don't tell me you can fetch things from thin air. Ning Ziyuan took a bite of the instant noodles and said that she rarely ate such things, so she found them quite tasty. Actually, I have a space. From this space, I can take out many supplies, but there are great limitations. I think the appearance of this space is closely related to my rebirth. My strength is still weak now, so I can only get instant food like instant noodles. After all, building that shelter consumed too much of my energy. Lin Hui couldn't tell them about his system. Perhaps he would tell Xia Qingqing in the mid to late apocalypse. For now, he was not ready to reveal the existence of the system. If he did, it would do him no good, and might bring unnecessary trouble. Today was the 9th day of the apocalypse. Yesterday, after a bout of Lin Hui's smooth talk, they had fully accepted that Lin Hui could conjure food. Today they continued hunting walking corpses. After yesterday's operations, they were no longer unfamiliar with hunting them. Moreover, with the help of technology, Lin Hui could locate walking corpses faster. On the way, Lin Hui finally scraped together 400 points. He immediately bought a binding card and bound Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan did not refuse. The next binding card required 600 points. After binding Ning Ziyuan, he obtained 1000 points. After binding Xia Qingqing, he still had 1400 points left. Tonight they could have a big meal. His small team was now fully formed. Something's wrong. There should be quite a few walking corpses around here. Why are they all gone? Lin Hui brought Ning Ziyuan and the others to a new area. This area should have had many walking corpses active, but why couldn't they see a single one now? Maybe they saw how fiercely we were advancing and hid away. Ning Ziyuan asked. They had been charging forward triumphantly all the way, encountering no rivals at all. In fact, these walking corpses were basically zero order. Lin Hui could easily handle them alone. They indeed had not encountered much difficulty along the way, but that was a good thing. Naturally, Lin Hui did not want to run into danger now. Being able to stay low and steadily grow stronger was naturally the best. Be careful, don't let your guard down. Although we haven't encountered any powerful enemies along the way, no one can predict what we might face the next second. Although it was the early apocalypse, and the possibility of walking corpse mutation was low, it was not non-existent. Lin Hui still had to be extremely careful. Ahead at an intersection was a commercial street plaza. Such commercial streets usually had heavy foot traffic, so there were many walking corpses. Lin Hui deliberately chose this place to rapidly earn points. As soon as Lin Hui reached the intersection, he stopped instantly, because he saw a huge crowd of walking corpses gathered together. Based on the memories from his past life, a very powerful walking corpse must have appeared here. Moreover, it was highly possible that its intelligence had not completely perished. Such a walking corpse would be somewhat difficult to deal with. There appeared to be at least several hundred walking corpses nearby. This was the first time Lin Hui had seen so many walking corpses, and he was uncertain whether he should fight them. Lin Hui, what's wrong? What's up ahead? Seeing Lin Hui's cautious expression, Ning Ziyuan leaned out to take a look. Indeed, it was somewhat terrifying. It's just a little bit of a threat. And no need to be afraid. Ning Ziyuan was honestly frightened because a circle of walking corpses surrounded them, and they couldn't see how many were in the inner circle. But with just one glance, he was certain there were at least several hundred, possibly even 1,000. Lin Hui, let's have the military lock onto this place with missiles. The number of walking corpses here is so massive, I feel like it's not something we can handle. There were too many walking corpses here. Out of safety considerations, Ning Ziyuan decided to request military missile support. Even if they had the ability to kill walking corpses, they couldn't possibly deal with a huge horde. That simply wasn't realistic. But I want to seek fortune amid danger. Lin Hui had not yet told them that killing walking corpses awarded points. If the military bombed this place with missiles, it would indeed save trouble, but it would also mean losing a huge pile of points. He had brought a stun grenade which might scatter the corpse horde, making the fight a bit easier. Forget it. You don't train like this. It's too dangerous. Ning Ziyuan disagreed. To truly deal with this group of walking corpses, at least a heavily armed fire team would be needed to suppress them. They were only a few people, and they didn't have heavy firepower, nor had they ever learned to shoot. How could they possibly deal with so many walking corpses? Very well, let's call for air support. Indeed, it's not very safe. Lin Hui glanced at Xia Qingqing, thought for a moment, and said, although points were important, he still would not do things that were too dangerous. But just as they were calling for air support, the corpse horde suddenly erupted into chaos. They had never expected the horde to burst into a riot without warning. Damn it, run. Xia Qingqing ice wall hold them off for a moment. Lin Hui made a snap decision and shouted for everyone to flee. Behind the zombie horde stood a towering cadaver with bone spikes jutting from its back, directing the swarm with its hands. It caught the scent of Lin Hui and his group, and immediately commanded the horde to attack them. The living in this area had already been devoured. Fresh prey delivered to its doorstep. Naturally, it would not let them go. Zombies also needed to feed. If they went too long without eating, their strength would wane and their movements would slow. Xia Qingqing instantly raised an ice wall behind them, but it was not thick enough. Only about 20 centimeters, and the massive horde soon smashed through it. That wall nevertheless bought them a dozen or so seconds, giving them a precious chance to escape. To the rooftop. Xia Qingqing, our lives are in your hands. You've got to make full use of your ability. Lin Hui said this to her, even though he was there to keep danger in check. But it was necessary to put some pressure on her. Only under pressure would her ability grow faster. Xia Qingqing kept conjuring sheets of ice between the buildings, allowing them to cross. The zombie army behind them gave chase at once. Just like in the movies, they only knew how to charge straight ahead, so the stairways did slow down their pursuit. No good. We have to find a way to take out that commanding zombie, or this horde will chase us forever. We can't shake them off. Lin Hui swiftly analyzed the situation. He knew zombies never tired. Even if they fell from a great height, they would scramble up and attack again. Only if the commander were eliminated would they stop receiving orders and gradually come to a halt. Lin Hui, my ability is almost drained. Xia Qingqing told him anxiously. Her releases were growing slower and slower. Lin Hui could tell she had reached her limit. Thanks for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Lin Hui absorbed Xia Qingqing's frost ability and took over as the pathmaker, leading them across 5 buildings in a row. Gazing at the zombies behind him, Lin Hui locked onto that first-rank cadaver. Day 9 of the apocalypse, and a first-rank zombie has appeared after all. Time to test my own combat strength. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hui fired 3 shots at it, but the zombie grabbed another corpse and blocked them all. Against a first-rank zombie, an ordinary weapon's effectiveness was greatly reduced. To kill a first-rank zombie, you'd need at least a high-powered sniper rifle. You all know zombie shooter games, right? Use the terrain to hold them off. I'm going to kill that first-rank one. Hold the high ground, and buy as much time as you can. Those zombies couldn't leap across the tall buildings, but they were strong jumpers, and began leaping towards Xia Qingqing and the others. Follow the tactics we laid out before. Just hang on until military support arrives. I'm going to take out that first-rank zombie. Seeing the situation was still manageable, Lin Hui charged straight down. To end the zombie tide, he had to kill that mutated first-rank corpse. The bone spikes on its back reminded Lin Hui of a mutated zombie from his past life. The old Lin Hui would have avoided it at all costs. But now he felt the fighting spirit surge within him. Killing this zombie would surely earn him a considerable number of points. Using Xia Qingqing's frost ability, Lin Hui created a slide and rode it straight down. After landing, he sprinted toward the enemy. Though Xia Qingqing was deeply worried about Lin Hui, the zombie horde before her left no room for carelessness. She could only keep condensing ice spears and hurling them at the attackers. Fortunately, Ning Ziyuan and Cheng Ping'an were there, one a warrior and one a tank standing in the front line, which reduced their offensive pressure considerably. Moreover, having undergone training, Ning Ziyuan dealt with zombies with greater ease. Seeing Lin Hui charging at him, the zombie actually smiled. Witnessing that, Lin Hui immediately concluded that this zombie possessed intelligence, and no small amount of it. Motherfucker, in my last life you bastards chased me around. In this life I'll pay back every ounce of humiliation. Lin Hui lunged forward, condensed his frost ability into an ice spear, and hurled it at the foe. The ice spear pierced through the first-rank zombie's arm, but the creature showed no fear. It simply yanked the spear out and crushed it in its hand. Xia Qingqing's frost ability was still weak at this stage, so being crushed was only natural. Lin Hui had never planned to rely on it in this fight anyway. JTTC. Lin Hui hurled a flashbang at the enemy. The blinding burst stunned the zombie, rendering it immobile for a moment. Lin Hui, having anticipated this, ducked behind a car. As soon as the flashbang went off, he charged forward again. Lin Hui pushed off with both legs, leaped high, and brought a steel police baton smashing down onto the first-rank zombie's head. Bang! Unexpectedly, when the baton struck its skull, the impact rang out like colliding steel. Holy shit, a steel skull. Startled, Lin Hui stepped on the creature's head and used the leverage to dodge behind it. Looks like the baton doesn't do much damage to it. Fine, let's test raw strength. Lin Hui tossed the baton aside and squared up to trade blows with it. But then the zombie extended the bone spike on its back and ripped it off with brute force. Damn, that's vicious. Seeing that, Lin Hui was genuinely stunned. So the bone spike was also one of its attack methods. The first-rank zombie charged at him with the spike. Although Lin Hui tried his best to slow the creature down, he couldn't fully halt its momentum. He quickly tumbled aside and kicked the zombie square in the head. Bang! A dull thud rang out. It seemed this zombie's skull had been specially reinforced, making it difficult to kill with brute force alone. Next time I'll find a proper weapon before going after zombies. Fortunately, Lin Hui had made the right call this time and didn't recklessly charge into the middle of the horde. This first-rank zombie was far tougher than he'd expected. There was nothing to be done about it. After all, he still had very little energy at his disposal. I'll smash you to pieces. Lin Hui threw a punch at the enemy. The first-rank zombie reacted and threw a punch of its own. Bang! A heavy thud echoed. Their fists collided solidly. The first-rank zombie was sent staggering back 3 meters while Lin Hui stood utterly unmoved. Oh, so it's only your skull that's hard. Your strength isn't all that impressive. It seemed this zombie had concentrated its defensive power on its weak point. After all, if its head were destroyed, it would no longer live. funneling strength into defending its weak spot. That was reasonable enough. Again, just as Lin Hui was about to throw another punch, the zombie hurled its bone spike at him. Lin Hui absorbed the kinetic energy of the projectile and caught the first-rank zombie's bone spike. This weapon of yours isn't bad. I wonder if it can crack open that thick skull of yours. Lin Hui snatched the bone spike away, released the kinetic energy into his legs, and charged at the enemy. Power erupted from Lin Hui's legs, launching him like a cannonball toward the first-tier walking corpse. Holding the bone spike before him, he drove it straight at the creature's eye. The walking corpse panicked. It had never seen a human with such terrifying strength, let alone one who could stop its ranged attack. In truth, Lin Hui's very first blow had sent tremors through its skull. The corpse simply didn't care about that sensation. That was why Lin Hui thought his attack had no effect. In fact, his strength far surpassed the first-tier walking corpses. Crack! The bone spike shattered, but the back of the fleeing corpse's skull was smashed open by Lin Hui's savage blow. Evidently, the bone spike's hardness was about the same as that of the back of its head. The overwhelming force sent the first-tier walking corpse crashing to the ground. Lin Hui stomped the bone spike into its skull, killing it. After the walking corpse died, the corpse horde instantly slipped out of its control and ground to a halt. If it had lacked intelligence and only known to attack him, then given the hardness of its skull, Lin Hui truly would have had no way to deal with it. But this walking corpse was defeated because it had intelligence. It feared Lin Hui's strength and exposed its weakness to him. Had it continued to face him head-on, Lin Hui would have had no way to kill it. You have slain a first-tier walking corpse and earned 200 points. Since this is your first kill of a first-tier walking corpse, you receive an additional 1,000 points. For your first kill of a first-tier walking corpse, you are awarded 1 10-pull draw. With this kill, Lin Hui gained 1200 points. Added to the points Xia Qingqing and the others had earned, Lin Hui now had 3120 points in total. By the time Lin Hui killed the first-tier walking corpse, the military had also arrived at the scene. This corpse tide contained more than 500 walking corpses. Xia Qingqing and the others had eliminated a portion of them, and the arriving military troops gunned down all the rest with heavy machine guns. Lin Hui had originally wanted them to leave some for him, but he thought that might seem strange, so he gave up. Anyway, by the 10th day of the apocalypse, the mutant creatures outside would be beyond counting. There was no need to worry about lacking ways to earn points. It was only that points were scarcer in the early stages, so it made no real difference. Lin Hui hurried back to Xia Qingqing and the others. He had been worried about her. Fortunately, she had encountered no danger, and only then did he relax. Lin Hui carried Xia Qingqing on his back. This time she had truly exhausted all her strength, but such complete exhaustion was actually very beneficial for improving her ability. You worked hard, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. It's fine. As long as I could help you, that's enough, Xia Qingqing replied, weakly lying against him. The sensation of using her ability this time was like having every bit of her energy wrung out. Right now, she could only lie there and gasp for breath. Tonight we're having a big meal to replenish your energy, Lin Hui said. He now had 3120 points, and the shelter did not need an upgrade at the moment. He planned to buy some fish fry, raise some poultry, and buy some seeds to grow vegetables. These things probably wouldn't cost more than a few hundred points. His points were still more than ample. Lin Hui also had a 10-pull draw and had no idea what he might get from it. He carried Xia Qingqing all the way to the car, got in, started the engine, and drove everyone back to the shelter. Ning Ziyuan's eyes widened the moment he saw Lin Hui's shelter. The 3-story shelter Lin Hui had built had a footprint as large as a villa. Come in, Ning Ziyuan. Don't just stand there. Seeing Ning Ziyuan standing at the door in a daze, Lin Hui called him inside. Once inside, he was even more astonished. Your building is no simple thing, Ning Ziyuan praised. Even more impressive things will come in the future. Just wait and see. Ning Ziyuan was now one of his companions, so future shelter renovations definitely could not be hidden from him. Then I'll wait and see. Lin Hui, you really are hard to see through. The room is quite simple, but overall it's not bad. Ning Ziyuan looked around and was more or less satisfied. Lin Hui helped Xia Qingqing lie down on the bed. Get some sleep. You've had a tiring day, Lin Hui said softly. His eyes were full of concern. Although he understood that in this apocalypse becoming stronger meant constantly pushing one's limits, seeing Xia Qingqing so exhausted still made his heart ache. I'll go cook. When it's ready, I'll call you over to eat, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. She softly hummed in acknowledgement and sank into a deep sleep. As Lin Hui had said, she had truly overextended her energy. Her strength had already been somewhat overdrawn, and afterward, she had kept forming ice spikes to kill walking corpses. Her body, already under a heavy burden, was now even more fatigued. Xia Qingqing fell asleep almost as soon as she touched the bed. Lin Hui bought many raw ingredients from the store. He was a skilled cook, so he planned to cook himself, mainly because buying raw ingredients and preparing them was much cheaper. Lin Hui bought a huge pile of ingredients. Since there were 5 of them, and the weather had turned chilly, he decided to make hot pot. The charcoal copper pot was ready. Now all that remained was to prepare the ingredients. Lin Hui put together a large platter of fatty lamb rolls. The whole platter cost only 15 points. A plate of large prawns cost 12 points in total. Several plates of assorted meatballs came to 20 points. Add several plates of vegetables plus tripe and other ingredients. The entire meal cost less than 200 points. That was equivalent to the points earned from killing a first-tier walking corpse. Killing one now cost Lin Hui a little effort, but not much risk. One first-tier walking corpse could buy a feast for 5 people, and Lin Hui thought that was well worth it. Besides, everyone was tired after the day, so spending these points was entirely necessary. It took less than half an hour to prepare all the ingredients. During that time, Ning Ziyuan was delighted to see so much delicious food, while Cheng Ping'an and Cheng Shila seemed unenthusiastic. That was because their family ran a hot pot restaurant, so they were actually indifferent to hot pot. Still, in the current apocalypse, being able to have hot pot was already an immense luxury. I'll go wake Xia Qingqing. You all sit for a while. He went into the room, gently roused Xia Qingqing, and led her to the living room. After sleeping for about half an hour, Xia Qingqing's spirits had improved considerably. As a superhuman, she naturally recovered her stamina faster than ordinary people. Since unleashing abilities was an extremely physical drain, recovering energy also had to be quicker to deserve the title of superhuman. After all, one couldn't fight once, and then need days to recover. Lin Hui, do you have a treasure chest? How else could you possibly get such fresh ingredients? Seeing the pile of fresh ingredients on the table, Xia Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. And when it came to the system's products, even ordinary ingredients, if not top grade, were definitely fresh. In this apocalyptic world, even stale bread was a luxury, let alone such a lavish feast. The apocalypse had just begun and food reserves would not deplete so quickly. It would be a month later before a true food shortage emerged. Fortunately, with China's control this time, there was no immediate worry about food issues. The meals might not be as luxurious, but nobody would starve to death. Rest assured, I have promised Ning Ziyuan that we will have meat at every meal without any problem, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. Such an ordinary life was a luxury in the apocalypse, yet Lin Hui promised her meat at every meal. Xia Qingqing looked at Lin Hui and could not find words for a long time. She even began to wonder if Lin Hui had been sent by God to save her. Stop staring and eat quickly. Everyone worked hard today, eat more. Oh my brain, I forgot to prepare drinks. Wait a moment, I will be right back. Lin Hui glanced around and found something odd. Only then did he realize he had forgotten the drinks. He immediately went back to his room and pulled out a case of beer and also prepared red wine for the girls. What a pity Chen Kai is not here, Lin Hui said regretfully. With his close friend absent, he felt there was indeed less fun. But there would be plenty of time ahead, and hot pot could be eaten any time. At that moment, Chen Kai, who was in the training camp and preparing to sleep, sneezed. Chen Kai was puzzled as to why he would sneeze out of nowhere. Although Xia Qingqing was not yet of legal age, she did not mind drinking. After all, order laws and everything else no longer existed in the apocalypse. Drinking a little would not cause any trouble. 2 cases of alcohol were nothing for Cheng Ping'an and Lin Hui, both superpowered beings. Finishing them was merely like rinsing their mouths, but they certainly drank to their heart's content. Brother Lin Hui, honestly, I am truly grateful to you. I know saying these things sounds cliched, but what I worry about most is my younger sister. Cheng Ping'an was usually the talkative and outgoing type, since someone running a shop could not be too introverted. He immediately started chatting with Lin Hui, including how heroic he had been today and how many walking corpses he had killed. When Xia Qingqing and the others heard Lin Hui and Cheng Ping'an drinking happily, they tactfully returned to their rooms. However, Lin Hui was quite restrained. He did not keep pouring more wine just because he was having fun. After finishing the 2 cases, the 2 of them each returned to their rooms. Xia Qingqing was already asleep at this point, and Lin Hui did not disturb her. He also climbed into bed and fell asleep. It was the 10th day of the apocalypse. Lin Hui got up early. He stared blankly out the window while Xia Qingqing trained her superpower. It is almost time. The aberrants will appear by evening. Lin Hui did not know how many more times he would see this blue sky in the future. When the aberrants appeared, the world would enter a true dark age. With the arrival of the dark age, not only would plant growth be affected, but animals might also be influenced and mutated by the aberrant virus. The first wave of aberrant virus affected humans, and the second wave would affect animals. Of course, Lin Hui had warned the military about this in advance. They had already executed all the animals. Although some pets were hard to give up under the greater good, personal attachments had to be sacrificed. Lin Hui, you said animals will also mutate. Can we still eat hot pot? Xia Qingqing thought of something, put away her ice cone, and asked. Of course. With me here, not to mention hot pot, even a buffet might be possible for you. Lin Hui smiled and said. As long as there were enough points, he could even produce a state banquet. Then that's fine. Xia Qingqing knew Lin Hui had his secrets, and she did not wish to ask. She could feel that Lin Hui was genuine toward her, and that was enough. The aberrant invasion is also the critical point for evolution to the 2nd tier. We must hunt aberrants as soon as possible. Lin Hui looked at the bright weather around him and said, let me do a 10 pull first and see what I get. Hope I hit a big prize. Lin Hui had not used the 10 pull he received yesterday, and he still had nearly 3,000 points. He planned to buy some planting and breeding supplies. 10 pull confirmed. The wheel is spinning. Congratulations, you have drawn a food gift pack. Congratulations, you have drawn a clothing gift pack. Congratulations, you have drawn a seed gift pack. Good heavens, whether it was rolling or the slips, everything was a gift pack. If these were not all the most common white-grade items, Lin Hui would have thought they were something valuable. Congratulations, you have drawn a hummingbird surveillance robot. Congratulations, you have drawn an alloy thermal blade. Congratulations, you have drawn kinetic enhancement gloves. Fortunately, the drop rate of this 10 pull was decent, yielding 3 purple grade items in total. So far, Lin Hui had never seen what a golden grade item looked like, making him increasingly curious. The hummingbird surveillance robot could monitor whether any aberrants or outsiders approached the house, and its footage could be synced to Lin Hui in real time. As for the thermal blade, it should be able to handle a first-tier aberrant. If Lin Hui had possessed it earlier, killing that first-tier aberrant would likely have required only a single strike. The kinetic enhancement gloves increased both Lin Hui's punching speed and power. With this set of equipment, Lin Hui would no longer worry about lacking suitable weapons when encountering walking corpses. Lin Hui spent 2,000 points from his remaining balance. He mass-procured animals such as chickens, ducks, fish, and geese for breeding, and the seed gift pack also yielded many basic crops. Now his planting system and breeding system finally had something to do. Moreover, he discovered that the crops in his planting system could be accelerated with different fertilizers. He had practically turned this into a penguin-style village and ranch. However, with Lin Hui's ample food supply, these poultry and crops once mature would be enough for 5 people to eat for several years. With the planting and breeding systems in place, Lin Hui suddenly felt his confidence rise. Even if he slacked off in the future and stopped earning points, he would by no means starve to death. The military invited Lin Hui over again. At this point, Lin Hui essentially served as the military strategist. For any matter concerning the apocalypse, they basically needed to consult Lin Hui before making decisions. Lin Hui, according to what you said, humanity's current crisis arrives today. We have already strengthened the protection of underground shelters as you suggested, and prepared sufficient water and food. However, the scene you described is truly terrifying. We cannot make up our minds despite so many people, so we came to ask you. Perhaps you have some good methods. I know you have already told us everything you know, but now everyone is pooling their wisdom. After all, this is a matter concerning the survival of humanity. Lin Hui sat down with the officers. He had long since overcome his initial discomfort and fully adapted to his current role. Everything he did was to ensure the survival of humanity. May I ask how many people in the military camp have currently advanced to first-tier superpowered beings? Over 7,000 people have already succeeded in advancing to rank 1 superhumans, and the test results are consistent with the data you provided. That's good. At least we won't have too hard a time getting through the first phase. My recommendation is to send them out to slay aberrants. For this is the ideal time to train. I admit this decision is risky, highly unsafe, and gives no real consideration to the people. But I believe we have to fight. From now on, the aberrants will only grow stronger. If we don't seize every opportunity to improve ourselves now, we will become food for them later. So said Lin Hui to the assembled crowd. They exchanged uneasy glances. Clearly this decision was not the plan they had in mind. But after all, they have no battle experience whatsoever. Even with superhuman abilities, I doubt they can handle this mission. I think this plan will be extremely difficult to pull off. After all, going by the kind of aberrants you described, Lin Hui, our current strength is still somewhat insufficient. An officer said to Lin Hui. The aberrants he described were creatures that in the early days of the apocalypse regarded human beings as food. If we send superhumans out to kill aberrants without first assessing the strength of both sides, we will likely suffer tremendous casualties. But Lin Hui's view remained that a battlefield was bound to see blood. Sacrifice is unavoidable. The situation is different now. Sacrifice is necessary. Soldiers can be sacrificed, so why not civilians? The number of aberrants that appeared on the first day numbered in the tens of thousands worldwide. Within Huaxiao there are probably several thousand as well. Later that figure will rise to tens of thousands, even 100,000 or more. Certain risks must be borne in the early stage. Otherwise, as the aberrants grow stronger, humanity's living space will only keep shrinking. In my previous life, by the 3rd year of the apocalypse, the number of survivors had already fallen below 1 million. In this life, I hope to guard the last embers of humanity and wipe out every last aberrant. Since this was a discussion, Lin Hui naturally did not hide his thoughts. He laid out everything he had learned from 3 years of the apocalypse. Hearing this, the officers all began to ponder. Actually, Lin Hui made a valid point. They merely felt that the situation had not yet reached the point of sending civilians to the battlefield. But Lin Hui believed that the time had come to turn every citizen into a soldier. After sharing some insights with the officers, Lin Hui went to see Chen Kai. Here's a braised pork hock for you. How's your training going? Lin Hui handed Chen Kai a hock. Chen Kai paid no attention to anything else and dug in with his bare hands. Though the military camp provided ample nutrition, he still couldn't get enough of such a delicious braised pork hock. Old Lin, I thought you had forgotten all about me. Wow, I'm so touched. Chen Kai ate with grease smeared all over his mouth. Cut it out. Can you be serious? Now come clean, has your superpower made any progress? Lin Hui asked. If Chen Kai's ability had progressed, it meant his latent potential was considerable. If after all this training his power still showed no progress, it might mean that its strength was genuinely low. Although Lin Hui had always maintained that everyone had a role to play, some people awakened initial abilities that were already extremely powerful. Some awakened abilities that were feeble from the start. One might have to expend 100 or 1,000 times more effort just to reach the level of someone else's initial power. This world has never been fair. Even on the very first day of the apocalypse, the people who underwent mutation were already predetermined. If it had been random, Lin Hui might have mutated not long after his return, and then what the hell would be the point? Not bad. I can feel my running speed continuously improving. At this rate, I think I'm about as fast as a high-speed electric bike now. Chen Kai replied. Although he had awakened only an ordinary speed-type ability, fortunately, he was improving quite quickly in his superpower training. That's not bad. No flying aberrants have appeared on the first day yet, so your speed ability is still quite useful, Lin Hui said to Chen Kai. His own speed was actually already a bit faster than Chen Kai's. Mind you, Chen Kai had awakened speed enhancement, whereas Lin Hui's own ability granted him comprehensive physical enhancement. The gap between them was enormous. Old Lin, how did you know I was planning to join the battlefield and kill enemies? This has always been my heroic dream, Chen Kai said to Lin Hui. Even if you didn't want to go and fight, I'd still throw you out there. The aberrants are at their weakest on this first day. If you don't take this time to train yourself, well, how do you expect to improve your ability any other way? Lin Hui gave Chen Kai a sharp knock on the head. Besides, these were special times. It was precisely superhumans like Lin Hui who ought to step forward and defend Huaxia. If no one carried the weight and marched forward, how could Huaxia survive this apocalypse? Of course I understand that. I've thought about it as well. Since I've awakened a superpower, I need to train hard. It's what heaven has arranged for me. Even if I may not survive, I have no regrets. As Chen Kai spoke, his expression became somewhat forlorn. Lin Hui naturally noticed it too. But once on the real battlefield, even Lin Hui could not guarantee that he could handle every unexpected development. Take that shot from the shadows, for example. If Lin Hui had not awakened the ability to absorb the kinetic energy of an object, he might well have spent the rest of his life blaming himself. Don't worry. We're both blessed with massive luck. We won't die. And if you really do die, I'll see that you get a grand burial. Lin Hui patted Chen Kai on the shoulder and said, Old Lin, you really do know how to comfort people. Chen Kai rolled his eyes and said, utterly speechless. Ha ha ha. Chen Kai's expression was so aggrieved that Lin Hui burst into laughter. Sure enough, it was with this close friend of his that he found the most amusement. It had been a long time since he had been made to laugh. With the apocalypse upon them, everyone's emotions were strained. Relaxation now and then was good for the body and mind. Time passed quickly. It was now less than 2 hours before 6 in the evening. Lin Hui followed an officer to give a pre-battle mobilization rally to the superhumans who were heading for the battlefield. Everyone, I believe you all already know what we are about to face. Soon they would face the aberrants, and this pre-battle rally was absolutely essential. It would greatly boost morale and dispel the fear in their hearts. Although this is the last decision we would ever want to make, Comrade Lin Hui is right. We must grow stronger while we are still at the beginning of the apocalypse. Only then can we handle the difficulties of the middle period and even the trials of the later period. I know you are all people from an era of peace. But the situation is different now. I hope none of you will flinch. Even if death is inevitable, die in battle. Die a glorious sacrifice. Do you have this resolve? We do. Standing behind them, Lin Hui watched these spirited young people, and his heart ached with melancholy. Now let's invite Comrade Lin Hui to say a few words. Everyone applaud. After the officer finished speaking, he called Lin Hui forward, and the applause was thunderous. They had long heard of Lin Hui's achievements, and the degree of admiration for him in the military camp had reached an unprecedented level. Though to some extent the military camp had deliberately fostered this, humanity truly needed a leader now. It needed a spiritual pillar. Lin Hui had experienced the apocalypse firsthand, making him the most suitable choice for this leadership role, and no one understood better how to survive in such a world. Looking at this group of young people whose eyes carried unwavering determination, a trace of sorrow stirred within Lin Hui's heart. He wondered how many would return alive from this mission. Regardless, he had to make them understand the terror of the mutants, and that in this apocalypse only by constantly strengthening themselves could they hope to fight back. Let me be clear from the start. Does anyone here want to curse me out? Or is there someone dissatisfied with my decision? Raise your hand, and let me see you. Lin Hui's words left those present bewildered, and even the other training camps watching the broadcast were thrown into confusion. When you go out there, you may die, you may be maimed, or you might even flee in cowardice. I don't know if you'll hate me or curse me by then, but what I want to say is I will fight alongside you until our last breath. As long as I stand here, humanity still has a final hope. As long as I do not fall, the mutants will never harm civilians. I won't linger with sentimental words. When you march onto that battlefield, I want you to remember one thing. In combat, you may rely on your abilities, but I hope you will not become dependent on them. An ability is merely a tool, a capability. Only you are the master of yourself. You must never let your power control your mind. What I mean is, if your mind tells you that you cannot win, run. Run far away and preserve your life. There will be plenty of opportunities to hunt mutants in the future. Of course, I am not asking you to abandon your team or your comrades. I am asking you to fight according to your own heart. If your battle spirit surges and you charge forward without hesitation, then charge forward. But if you truly lack the courage, then retreating is no shame. I do not expect everyone who goes to the battlefield today to possess the courage and ability to slay mutants. Yet I hope you will remember one thing. The survival of humanity concerns us all. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue and across the other training camps. Clearly his words had resonated deeply within everyone's hearts. When placed in a certain position, one becomes receptive to certain truths. Lin Hui's words moved some present to tears. Humanity now stood at the brink of existence and extinction. As proud sons and daughters of China, what was there more noble than to shed blood and give one's life for the nation? This was precisely what they were meant to do. Without China, where would the individual find refuge? Should China fall, where would they turn? The reason Lin Hui's words struck such a chord is because every syllable came from his heart. He never demanded that anyone sacrifice themselves. China had known peace for far too long. Soldiers naturally possessed this kind of resolve, but he could hardly expect civilians to share such determination. In his previous life, Lin Hui had witnessed far too much darkness. But in this lifetime, Lin Hui had severely underestimated the united resolve of the Chinese people. As long as China stands, they stand. After Lin Hui finished speaking, the floor opened for questions. Commander Lin Hui, is it true that you are a reborn individual? Why did you choose to expose your identity, and what was your mindset at the time? A single person fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. These 3 questions were precisely what most people present wanted to know. You have asked excellent questions. First, regarding whether I am a reborn person, yes, it is true. That I experienced the apocalypse is also true, and everyone here already knows this. As for the second question, I pondered it at length, but ultimately I decided to expose my own identity. I cautiously published a post containing prophecies. I knew that military personnel were monitoring that website, so I wagered on whether they would trust me and reach out for a conversation. Granted, claims about an impending apocalypse sound absurd before it happens, absurd beyond measure. But now the situation is favorable and events have come under control. For this I must thank China for its trust in me and thank everyone in China for the sacrifices and efforts they have made. Thank you. Lin Hui speaking thus bowed deeply. All of this came from genuine emotion and therefore it could move people all the more. As for the third question, I think you should ask about my current mindset, not what it was back then. My nature is simple. I only wish for humanity to continue its existence. No matter what happens, I will stand beside you. Even if tomorrow I awaken to find humanity truly at the brink of extinction, I will resolutely face death alongside you. After Lin Hui finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted once more. Everyone was moved to tears, their palms stinging from the force of their clapping. After the mobilization time had nearly arrived, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows with a group of officers watching the sun gradually descend. A dark age belonging to Earth was about to begin. The mutants were about to invade. Who knew whether humanity could defeat the mutants? If they could, at what terrible cost? If they could not win, would humanity still have any possibility of survival? Even Lin Hui could not guarantee that. In his previous life, he had not witnessed whether humanity conquered the mutants, nor had he seen humanity driven to complete annihilation by them. But he could guarantee one thing: he would perish alongside humanity. In that case, shouldn't we try to communicate? If they haven't shown hostility for now, is there a chance we can open a dialogue? Someone asked again. Hearing the question, Lin Hui only found it absurd. Even if that were truly possible, to put it bluntly, who would stand before them? And the instant they see humans, it's like seeing food. Would you communicate with your food? If one day the chickens, ducks, and geese you raised told you they wanted to live in harmony with you, wouldn't you think you were the insane one? Lin Hui's words were harsh, but that was exactly how reality was. The officers present had nothing to counter. After all, who could foresee what had yet to happen, and who could guarantee they could definitely be communicated with? Send them out. They must see blood. Let the soldiers take the front line and raise their morale. After all, these are units thrown together in the last 10 days. Without being tempered by blood and fire, they will hardly grow. It's time for me to go out and stand with my own squad. Once Lin Hui finished speaking, the officers present felt even deeper admiration for him. Though he was young, his mind was exceptionally mature. Besides, he was willing to go to the battlefield in person, something many of those present could hardly bring themselves to do. Issue the order into battle, kill the enemy. At the same time, broadcast this battle live to all the people through drones. Let them watch. They must know the battlefield situation, and it is necessary for them to know it. The ones going to battle were their children, their partners. Though war was cruel, they had to know what the real battlefield truly looked like. As Lin Hui had said, those who had never lived through an apocalypse could never understand how precious food is. Those who had never suffered through war could never understand the bliss of peace. By letting them see this, Lin Hui also intended to steel their minds for the future. When they faced aberrants, they would not be so paralyzed with fear that they could not even walk. Lin Hui's decisions were cruel, but each carried a certain logic. So long as humanity could endure, even if Lin Hui fell on the battlefield, he would leave smiling. The ability users were released from the base. Some were excited, some were calm, and some felt fear stirring in their hearts. Everyone had a different temperament, and Lin Hui required every ability user to participate in the battle. There was no helping it. But Lin Hui also gave them a choice. If they were unwilling, they could withdraw. Those ability users who chose to step forward now had already resolved themselves to die. Aberrants appeared on the streets and inside the malls. They seemed curious and thrilled by this newly arrived apocalyptic world, looking around as they smashed things everywhere. Destruction and slaughter seemed etched into their very minds. Meanwhile, training camps across every city were opened and ability users were sent out squad by squad. At the same time, Lin Hui regrouped with his own squad. Before the battle began, he sent Chun Kai a message on his phone telling him to keep his head down and no matter what not to die. Ning Ziyuan, show me what you've got, Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan, who charged forward the moment he heard it. Ning Ziyuan already had the strength to kill a first-order aberrant on his own, and Cheng Pingyun and Cheng Shila, when working together, could take one down as well. As for Lin Hui, he was like a one-man fortress holding off 10,000 soldiers. And with Xia Qingqing behind him, she could help keep him safe from danger. Bang! Lin Hui moved. His legs powered up, and he shot forward like a cannonball. When the aberrants saw humans appear, their eyes blazed with murderous light, and they instantly gathered to charge at Lin Hui and the others. Cheng Shila gave Lin Hui a burst of speed. With his velocity increased another notch, Lin Hui closed in and smashed his fist into that aberrant's head. The aberrant's head exploded like a watermelon. You have slain a first-order aberrant and earned 100 points. Because this is your first kill of a first-order aberrant, you are awarded a 10-draw bundle. Because this is your first kill of a first-order aberrant, you receive an additional 1000 points. Just as Lin Hui had expected, killing a first-order aberrant also yielded points and rewards. Lin Hui suspected that the point reward was related to the strength of the victim and also to the type of enemy killed. Killing a zero-order walking corpse had only earned him 10 points, while killing a first-order aberrant netted Lin Hui 100 points outright. That was a tenfold gain. Congratulations. Your partner Ning Ziyuan has slain a first-order aberrant and earned 100 points. Congratulations. Your partner Cheng Pingyun has slain a first-order aberrant and earned 100 points. Lin Hui's teammates were also exceptionally reliable. With Xia Qingqing and Cheng Shila supporting from behind, they were killing aberrants at lightning speed. Though they were facing more than a dozen aberrants, killing them took only a few minutes. Lin Hui and the others slew 13 aberrants, in total earning 130 points, plus the extra 100 point bonus. Now Lin Hui had 4300 points altogether plus a 10-draw opportunity. It was truly an overnight windfall. The other squads ran into aberrants as well. Some had strong minds and dared to clash head-on with the creatures, but others were not so mentally tough. All they did was stay far away, chipping away at the aberrants' health bars with ranged attacks. Some squads even faced multiple aberrants at once, and a few people's legs gave out beneath them on the spot. Once a squad showed a crack, the aberrants could easily shatter the whole team. Lin Hui saw this happen and naturally could not turn a blind eye. He condensed the ice fragments around him into an ice spear and hurled it at that aberrant. Your points 100. At the same time, he rained the ice spear back into his hand. Descending like a war god, he killed that aberrant in a single strike. 200 points were credited to his account. Lin Hui arrived in time and saved the members of that squad, but the other squads were not so lucky. In the end, some were devoured. Once fear seizes the mind, a person casts away all will to fight and becomes a coward who knows only how to run. Sigh. Just as I expected. Lin Hui did not blame them. After all, the very act of stepping forward already took tremendous courage. Even Lin Hui, when he first faced aberrants, could not keep his heart from slamming wildly against his chest. Everyone stay calm. Aberrants aren't that scary. We can defeat them too. Though these words were somewhat against his conscience, this was precisely the moment the squads needed their morale lifted. And after seeing Lin Hui's strength, the courage in their hearts gradually began to return. About 40 aberrants appeared at the training camp where Lin Hui was stationed. That number was not really many, and humanity had the advantage in numbers. It was only their fear that robbed them of it. If not for the soldiers holding back the endlessly surging aberrants, their battlefield trial this time would have been far more tragic. At this stage, first-tier aberrants can still be eliminated with large-caliber weapons, but when it comes to second and third-tier aberrants later on, conventional firearms won't be nearly as effective. We'll have to rely on superpowered warriors. With 2 thuds, Lin Hui kicked a pair of aberrants flying, then raised his thermal blade and slashed down at one of them. The thermal blade instantly blazed with searing heat, cleaving the creature's body in two. Lin Hui turned and drove his fist into another aberrant, blasting its head apart. Seeing him take down 2 aberrants in an instant, the others felt their confidence surge, and they seized their weapons and charged into the fray. Kill. Lin Hui raised his thermal blade with Ning Ziyuan following close behind and charged at the aberrants ahead. With Lin Hui leading the way, the fighting spirit of the group was ignited. Casting aside their fear, they rushed at the enemy. Watching Lin Hui charge into battle from behind, the officers' admiration for him deepened. As a reborn man, he could easily have stayed in command, but no one expected him to personally lead humanity in striking at the aberrants. Comrade Lin Hui is truly a great hero for our Huaxia and for all of humanity. If not for him, the morale of humanity's first battle would never have run so high. An officer remarked as he looked at the scene before him. Ning Ziyuan catch. Seeing 2 aberrants closing in around her, Lin Hui tossed the thermal blade to her. She didn't hesitate, grabbing the weapon and cleaving down twice, easily slaying both creatures. Cheng Pingyun meanwhile unleashed his explosive muscles, seized an aberrant, and slammed it into the ground again and again until a deep crater had formed. Only after confirming it was dead did he move on to the next one. With Xia Qingqing's frost ability, those first-tier aberrants could barely hurt them at all. She could simply freeze their heads and limbs solid, leaving them completely open to Lin Hui and the others' attacks. Under Lin Hui's command, this first battle became a total rout. The fighting spirit of every squad was fully ignited by him. After they had wiped out the aberrants before them, Ning Ziyuan returned the thermal blade to Lin Hui. That blade of yours is pretty handy. When are you going to get me one? Ning Ziyuan said. She practiced martial arts focusing mainly on fists and feet, so a weapon meant little to her. Another time. Lin Hui's thermal blade wasn't unlocked in the shop yet, so he couldn't buy one for her. Once the aberrants grew stronger, he would have to arm his entire squad. This first battle ended successfully under Lin Hui's guidance. There were casualties among humanity, but it was a resounding victory. This was also why Lin Hui insisted that ordinary ability users join the fight. They had to undergo the trial of blood and death to truly grow. If they never faced blood and death, no matter how much they trained or how strong they became, their mental fortitude would ultimately fail, and they would still die in the jaws of the ever-strengthening aberrant horde. In Lin Hui's original plan, no one was supposed to die today, or at worst there would be serious injuries. If the team coordinated well, a 5-man squad could face up to 3 aberrants at once. But ideals are always beautiful, while reality is harsh. In the end, 4 people still fell to the aberrants today, as small as that number might seem. After 10 more days, the number of human ability users would barely grow at all. Meanwhile, aberrants would keep appearing endlessly. With one side shrinking and the other swelling, the safety of humanity remained difficult to guarantee. Still, Lin Hui gained 7,300 points from this battle, which he was quite satisfied with. When he returned to the base and the gates opened, all the officers saluted him and the others. Seeing this, many couldn't help but shed tears. What are you crying for? We won, didn't we? Seeing the sorrow behind him, Lin Hui offered words of comfort. That's right. In this first battle, Huaxia has won. No matter what, today is a day worth celebrating. Tonight there will be extra food for everyone. An old officer smiled and patted Lin Hui on the shoulder, his eyes filled with pride and admiration. He was old now and had never awakened any ability, so all he could do was stay in the camp and serve as a commander. If he had the chance, he too would charge into battle and wipe out every last one of those alien aberrants. Come on, let's escort our great hero home. The officers made way, watching Lin Hui and his men head back into the base. Though Lin Hui felt there was no need for such ceremony, he knew it was also a way to stir the others' spirit. Lin Hui spent 500 points to buy a large quantity of pork, a treat for everybody. He couldn't help the people from other regions, but there was nothing he could do about that. Comrade Lin Hui, where did you get so much pork? If we ration it properly, this could feed everyone in the base for 3 days. The camp cook found it utterly unbelievable that Lin Hui had produced so much fresh pork. Don't ask. It's a secret, Lin Hui said with an air of mystery. After all, he couldn't exactly tell them. He had a system that could provide abundant food. Evening came quickly, and it was time for dinner. The kitchen staff couldn't bear to use all the pork at once, but they still used most of it. After all, this was humanity's first victory. Everyone had given so much, so they deserved to eat well. Let us thank Comrade Lin Hui for leading us to victory in this battle. At the same time, we must also remember our fallen comrades. Let us remember their sacrifice. Let their names be carved forever into our hearts, and may their spirit live on in us all. Everyone pressed their right hand to their chest and bowed their heads in remembrance of the dead. Meanwhile, a new memorial stela was erected in the base. Today, 4 names were engraved upon it. No matter what, they had sacrificed themselves for humanity. Their deaths were meaningful and worthy. Originally, they had also planned to hold an award ceremony for Lin Hui during dinner. But Lin Hui refused. First, it was unnecessary. Second, all the ability users had gone out today to fight the aberrants. Singling out Lin Hui for praise would be clearly inappropriate. For Lin Hui, real honor meant leading humanity to survive, launching a counteroffensive against the aberrants in this apocalypse, and restoring a peaceful homeland for mankind. After dinner, Lin Hui was invited up to speak again. Though he didn't want to say too much, that was sentimental. 4 people had died today, and he felt it was necessary to say a few words. We won today's battle. But there is also a fatal problem. We lost 4 ability users. I've looked through their files. Their abilities were actually not weak at all. They should have been fully capable of dealing with the aberrants on this first day of the apocalypse. But they hesitated. I just want you to understand that aberrants won't spare you because you're afraid, or because you choose not to kill them. To them, humans are prey. Only by fighting them to the bitter end can humanity find a way out. Only by slaughtering every aberrant creature can we restore a peaceful homeland for humanity. I hope none of you will be cowardly from now on. When you have the awareness to sacrifice yourself for Huaxiao and for humanity, you will find that death is actually a very small matter. After Lin Hui finished speaking, he looked towards Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing had said similar words to him in his previous life. In that previous life, she had said, "Don't grieve for her death, instead be proud of her death, for she died fighting for humanity." That is all I have to say. I hope everyone will bear it in mind. Here I would like to thank you all once again for your dedication. Every bit of your contribution is remembered in my heart. Lin Hui stepped down from the stage, and everyone applauded once more. However, they also realized that what Lin Hui had said was indeed correct. The casualties this time occurred precisely because some had been afraid, and that was the cause of their deaths. If everyone had followed Lin Hui's team-based tactics, although it did not guarantee no one would get hurt, at the very least 4 people would not have died on the first day of the apocalypse. At night, Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing lay together. Lin Hui, are you feeling pressured? Xia Qingqing's sudden question caught him off guard. You? What do you mean by that? Lin Hui was flustered. Xia Qingqing was still underage. He couldn't do that kind of thing. What I mean is you've experienced so much and still have to lead humanity forward. Bearing so much alone. Isn't the pressure too great? Xia Qingqing explained. Only then did Lin Hui realize that he had overthought it. Looking at her immature face, Lin Hui couldn't refrain from kissing her. Xia Qingqing naturally didn't resist. They had long gone through life and death together, and now Lin Hui was her sole support. Don't worry, I won't break down, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. Now Lin Hui was the leader of humanity. He could not afford to fall, and he would not fall. Today was the 11th day of the apocalypse. Early the next morning the aberrants appeared. Humanity's superhuman elites had to go out and hunt the aberrants again, because if they failed to clear them all out the risk of death would be even greater when the next wave arrived. Qingqing, you control the monsters. Ning Ziyuan and I will be responsible for killing them. Cheng Pingan and Sheila hold the front line. We killed them all clean yesterday, and we can do the same today. Lin Hui charged toward the aberrants. With his current strength, there was no problem at all in slaughtering this group. Moreover, today there were even more of them than yesterday. But the good news was that the obtainable points had increased, and the other squads had plucked up the courage to kill the aberrants too, so Lin Hui didn't need to look after them anymore. Xia Qingqing ice blades. Lin Hui had Xia Qingqing condense 3 ice blades in front of him, and he directly manipulated them to slash toward the enemy. Meanwhile, Ning Ziyuan grabbed an aberrant and kicked it toward Lin Hui's position. Lin Hui swung an ice blade, driving it straight into the aberrant's brain. 100 points earned. After this period of training, Xia Qingqing's ability could easily cleave through an aberrant's skull. Lin Hui found it quite handy to use as well. He lent the thermal blade to Ning Ziyuan, whose killing speed with it was even faster than his own. Ning Ziyuan was like a wolf charging into a flock of sheep, ceaselessly cutting down aberrants. Cheng Pingan too fully brought out his ability. Now he could easily achieve a 20-fold enhancement of his physical body. The aberrants simply couldn't harm him. He didn't need to worry about Ning Ziyuan or the Cheng siblings, so he could freely slaughter the aberrants before him. Charged heavy blow. Lin Hui absorbed the power generated from his attacks on the aberrants and threw out an astonishing punch. An aberrant was sent flying directly by Lin Hui and smashed heavily into a large building. This meant that Lin Hui's ability was of the type that grew stronger as the battle prolonged. Lin Hui lifted a nearby car and flung it with all his strength, hitting 2 aberrants that were about to attack another squad. In an instant, the members of that squad cast grateful looks at him. But Lin Hui had no time to respond. He immediately jumped up and smashed an aberrant ready to pounce. The aberrants attacked with much greater frequency today. Lin Hui guessed that they were evolving as well. After all, it wasn't just the superhumans whose abilities improved. Every aspect of the aberrants improved too. They're improving even faster than I thought. No wonder ordinary people had no chance of surviving in the previous life. Even if they don't eat humans, they still keep evolving for some reason. That's troublesome. Lin Hui had originally thought that if the aberrants were kept from eating humans, their rate of improvement would be limited. But judging from the current results, it wasn't very effective. It was as if the heavenly Tao were testing humanity. Every other day the aberrants would grow stronger, as if compelling humanity and the aberrants to compete for the right to survive in this world. Lin Hui could clearly sense that the aberrant's strength had increased, but because his own power was still overwhelming, he appeared as invincible as ever to the others. However, from the way the other squads were coping, he could tell that each day the aberrants posed a growing threat to them. In the present situation, the improvement of human abilities was simply no match for the speed of the aberrants' evolution. If Lin Hui couldn't find a way to elevate humanity's overall abilities in the future, then humanity would still be unable to escape the fate of becoming food. Don't think too far ahead. The priority now is to earn points. Upgrading the shelter to level 11 required 10,000 points, and he was still a good distance from 10,000 points. He still had to strive to kill aberrants. After a long battle, Lin Hui and his team finally eliminated all the aberrants. This time Lin Hui gained 10700 points, finally enough to reach the 10000 point mark. For now, Lin Hui didn't plan to upgrade the shelter. He intended to prepare some things for it, such as purchasing training equipment and the like. Lin Hui returned to the base and as always received everyone's praise. He had long been used to this. In the evening after dinner, Lin Hui called them together and was about to ask what they wanted to equip the shelter with. He wanted to make preparations. Good work, teammates. I'm going to prepare some exclusive benefits for you. Tell me what you want. Try to keep it simple because I probably can't obtain anything too advanced right now. Lin Hui gathered Ning Ziyuan and the others together and asked them what they wanted to add to the shelter. At present, Lin Hui had only stocked up on the simplest items like food, clothing, blankets, and padded jackets. He believed they should also prepare some recreational activities for the people in the shelter. Could you prepare some books for me? Romance novels, that kind. I really need them. Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui. The network had completely collapsed, now rendering Ning Ziyuan's geek identity useless. She was far more suited to her role as a trainer. It made her feel that she had meaning in this world. Alright, no problem with that. What about you, Cheng Pingan? I only need a set of equipment. The room is spacious enough for me to train in. I cannot afford to slack off, for I must protect you all. Then I want snacks. Cheng Ping'an and Cheng Shila's ideas were rather simple, and their wishes were easy for Lin Hui to fulfill. And what about you, Xia Qingqing? What do you desire? Lin Hui asked Xia Qingqing, who shook her head. What? You have no wants. Lin Hui asked, somewhat puzzled. Nothing. I have you, and that is enough. Xia Qingqing lay across Lin Hui's back and spoke languidly. Using her ability had drained far too much of her physical strength. Hearing Xia Qingqing's words, Lin Hui smiled faintly. Good heavens, Lin Hui, this is hardly fair. You deliberately brought us here just to feed us dog food. Let me tell you, if you force-feed us dog food, we will demand extra compensation. Ning Ziyuan was the first to object, while the siblings Cheng Ping'an and Cheng Shila had no objections. Very well, hang on for just one more day. We will have a rest day tomorrow. After tomorrow, the aberrations will temporarily cease to appear. At that point, we will return to the sanctuary, and there will be a grand feast, as usual. The first phase of aberrations would only last for about 3 days. They would not appear continuously. However, just as Lin Hui had said, the aberrations grew stronger every single day. Even during the periods when no aberrations appeared, they were still growing stronger bit by bit. This was no reason for humanity to let their guard down. Nevertheless, Lin Hui could only take things one step at a time. He did not yet know how to realize his grand ambition. It was the 12th day, the third day of aberration appearances. After 2 days of fierce battles, the superpowered squads were finally able to properly confront the aberrations. This was precisely the transformation Lin Hui hoped to see in them. After 3 days of relentless slaughter, Lin Hui discovered that his control over his ability had advanced a level. He could now use the energy surging across the battlefield to control the movements of aberrations. Since he had been hunting aberrations alongside a group of superpowered individuals during this period, he found he could gather the power released by the superpowered and unleash it as a thunderous punch. He could also use their energy to pull an aberration toward him, though this new skill was not yet proficient and its execution was not entirely smooth. But he believed that as long as he continued to practice and refine his ability, he would eventually master this technique. That day, Lin Hui's squad earned another 3700 points. Lin Hui now possessed a total of 14000 points. With a wave of his hand, he spent 100 points to replenish supplies for the base. Lin Hui, what? What is going on? It has been so long since the apocalypse began, and fresh fruits and vegetables have long disappeared. And there is even meat. Where did all these come from? And such abundant supplies all being given to our base. This is hardly proper. There are still many people suffering across China. We did not mind the previous meal improvement since it was humanity's first battle. But we absolutely cannot accept these now. It is truly inappropriate. Seeing Lin Hui bring out more than a dozen sacks of supplies, the head chef immediately summoned the base commander. Although the commander was grateful, he still dared not accept such a vast amount of supplies, for it would be unfair to the other bases. Brotherly, please accept them. As for the other bases, not to worry, there will be more later. I will ensure everyone gets fresh vegetables and fruits and meat at every meal. If Lin Hui had more points, he would have supplied all the bases across China. Since his points were insufficient, he could not provide enough for everyone. This is truly. Then I will thank you on behalf of the base people. These apples are truly beautiful. May I ask a question? Where exactly did these items come from? There have not been such fresh apples in this world for a long time, have there? These vegetables and meats look as though they were just harvested. The old commander could not help but ask. He was far too curious. Oldly, you already believe that I have returned from the past. Surely you can understand that I can connect to the world of the past. The amount of food I can bring back is limited. Considering food concerns, I did not bring any alcohol, though otherwise I would certainly have brought you a couple of bottles of fine wine to taste. Lin Hui offered an excuse. As for why he did not bring gifts for the commander, it was because he needed to proceed gradually. If Lin Hui had produced too much from the beginning, others would have viewed him differently. One must be wary of human nature. He still needed to keep some cards close to his chest. No, absolutely not. Now that humanity is in dire straits, the fact that you can bring food to our people is already a magnificent virtue. How could I burden everyone's rations for my own sake? This is most commendable, truly commendable. The old commander grasped Lin Hui's hand, deeply moved. From Lin Hui's words, he could roughly deduce that Lin Hui had not stayed in the past for long. His primary objective would naturally be food, so why would he bother with unnecessary items like alcohol and cigarettes? Currently, espers consumed enormous physical strength. Although China had long maintained breeding and cultivation facilities, they could not guarantee stable production. Commander, there will be a period of peace ahead. Before the next wave of aberrations arrives, I will return to the base and fight alongside you all. You need not worry about this. I must return to the past now, for I still have important matters to attend to. Lin Hui said to the officers in the base. Although they had prepared a fine room for him, Lin Hui still preferred staying in his own sanctuary, mainly because he could arrange some entertainment for himself there. Very well, please be careful on your way. The old commander and his men saw Lin Hui off all the way. Not long after Lin Hui departed, frost and snow began to fall across the world. The sun had been obscured for far too long, and the entire world was rapidly entering a cooling phase. Those who had failed to enter the sanctuary would have a difficult time indeed. China's early preparations had only rescued a portion of its people, some refused to leave. This time Lin Hui brought Chen Kai with him. He could not possibly forget his close friend. Finally back. Your sanctuary is truly comfortable to stay in, Lin Hui. Even the beds are considerably warmer than those in the base. Ning Ziyuan said happily. Although the base had a heating system, it was generally not used in order to conserve energy. In Lin Hui's stone house, every room, even the hall, had a fireplace, so it was naturally very warm. Old Lin, I'm so moved I could cry. Come here, give me a hug. Lin Hui's stone house was extremely warm, and everyone could finally take off their heavy padded jackets. Although they were all superpowered individuals, except for Xia Qingqing, practically everyone still needed protection from the cold. When they did not activate their abilities, they still found it hard to withstand the bitter cold. Alright, don't make me sick. If I'm cuddling with anyone, it's Xia Qingqing. Don't come near me, you big rough man. Right, Qingqing? Xia Qingqing cast a glance at Lin Hui, but said nothing. It's so cold today, let's have hot pot as usual. Lin Hui, you still get to have hot pot. Wait, I heard someone donated a lot of supplies to the base. That person wasn't you, was it? Chen Kai slapped his thigh as it suddenly dawned on him. Damn it, old Lin, you're really something. You left me alone at the base while you all ate and drank, well, didn't you? The moment it hit him, Chen Kai was instantly displeased. Damn, what are you talking about? If I hadn't left you at the base these past days, would you have grown this fast? Besides, if I'd forgotten about you, would I still have kept your room? Lin Hui kicked Chen Kai, which made everyone burst into laughter. Chen Kai complained, but he still knew right from wrong. Lin Hui understood that he was only grumbling. In his heart, Chen Kai was deeply grateful. As usual, the raw ingredients were purchased. After Lin Hui prepared everything, everyone sat down to eat together. Today, Lin Hui gave everyone in the shelter an extra meal, and they all enjoyed a feast. It also served as a celebration of their 3-day victory over the aberrants. In the days ahead, once he had points, he wanted to extend this kind of life to everyone. He wanted every person to be able to eat a hot pot meal in peace. Lin Hui believed that day would come. The human race would surely be victorious as well. After dinner, Lin Hui returned to his room, with Xia Qingqing to rest. He had prepared the things everyone needed, including Chen Kai, who had asked for a game console that cost a full 500 points. Lin Hui quietly kept that debt on the books. One day, he would make Chen Kai pay it back. Lin Hui bought himself a movie projector, thinking that Xia Qingqing would enjoy watching movies. Besides, the two of them could lie together, have some snacks, and relax. At the same time, Lin Hui spent some points buying potted plants and other odds and ends to decorate the shelter. Between buying things for the others and a gift for himself, it cost him 3,000 points in total. That left exactly 10,000 points. Lin Hui hesitated for a moment, then decided to use them to upgrade the shelter. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to level 11. New rooms have been opened and new beds have been arranged. Your shelter can currently accommodate 30 people. New items have been put up for sale. Please be sure to check them. Lin Hui's shelter now had 10 private rooms. They were occupying 5, leaving 5 single rooms still open. The remaining 20 spots were arranged as triple-decker bunk beds with desks beneath, much like a dormitory layout. Lin Hui planned to wait until he had enough points, then recruit more people to move into the empty beds. Of course, the most basic requirement was that they had to obey the rules he had established in the shelter. For now, however, he was not ready to publicize the shelter because his points were nowhere near enough to support that many people. Only after his point reserves reached at least 10,000 would Lin Hui even consider it. Moreover, the people of Huaxiao were on the whole still quite safe at the moment. There was no need for him to rush into it now. Xia Qingqing, what movie do you want to watch? After getting everything ready, Lin Hui gave Xia Qingqing a surprise. Xia Qingqing was already past the point of being astonished. She simply took it for granted that Lin Hui was Doraemon, capable of conjuring anything. I really never thought I'd be able to watch a movie in the apocalypse. This life really is luxurious. Lin Hui's projector had a built-in battery, and it was durable and long-lasting. If they only watched one movie at night, it could easily last several months. Let's watch something heartwarming. I've killed too many zombies lately, I'm tired. Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. Only when she returned to the shelter, or was with Lin Hui at the base, did she feel a sense of safety. At other times, she always felt a vague sense of unease. Sure thing. After Lin Hui picked the movie, the two lay down together, and Xia Qingqing fell asleep as she watched. Lin Hui supported her head, helped her lie down, then turned off the projector, and lay down as well. Looking at the side of Xia Qingqing's face, his heart felt far more settled. Even if in the very end he truly could not protect the human race, he would never let anyone take this girl from him. In his previous life, she had given her life for him. In this life, his life was owed to her from the very beginning. After Lin Hui fell asleep in the middle of the night, his hummingbird surveillance robot suddenly sent an identification alert, and Lin Hui's phone quickly received the live footage. In the image, several masked people crept closer. After surveying the area around Lin Hui's stone house for a while, they decided to leave. Lin Hui watched the surveillance feed the whole time. If they had any ill intentions toward the stone house, he would directly attack robots and kill them all while they were unprepared. Lin Hui had originally imagined that in this apocalypse, scheming and dark-hearted human behavior would become far rarer. He had not expected that his frequent trips back and forth to the shelter would still attract the attention of certain people. If they had no sense, then they could not blame Lin Hui for being merciless. He absolutely would not allow anyone to threaten his and Xia Qingqing's safety. Even if the threat was extremely minor, he would still cut off every source of danger and never let it happen. The next morning was the 13th day of the apocalypse. Today was a rare quiet day, but the sun still had not appeared in the sky and the weather outside was as cold as ever. Xiao, all of you stay home. I'm going out for a while, Lin Hui said to the others. He still had to go out and hunt aberrants. Although few aberrants might remain alive now, he needed to prevent the appearance of mutated aberrants. He still had to be a diligent aberrant exterminator. Okay, stay safe. Xiao took the initiative to kiss Lin Hui. In her heart, she had already made Lin Hui her emotional anchor. Xiao did not stop Lin Hui because she understood that he knew what he was doing. All she could do was continuously strengthen her ability so that she could help him more on the battlefield in the future. After saying goodbye to them, Lin Hui mounted his motorcycle and left the shelter. The weather had now turned cold and winter was setting in. Wearing the warm windbreaker he had bought before, he no longer felt the chill. Lin Hui's understanding of this apocalypse was still far from complete. He had to become even stronger so that he could protect his companions and those he cared about. After Lin Hui drove his motorcycle out, a group of people appeared on the road he had to pass. Boss, he has driven the car out. A man pulled out a walkie-talkie to report, and the one addressed as boss was a red-haired man. At that moment, he was lying leisurely in bed with a woman in his arms. Hearing his subordinate's report, he picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, "Got it. Keep watching and find out everything about him. After this is done, there will definitely be rewards for you." After saying this, the red-haired man tossed aside the walkie-talkie and dived into the blanket, and then a vibrating sound came from under it. Damn, he's always feeding us empty promises. If it weren't for that guy awakening his superpower, why would we need to fear him? I really don't know what's so impressive about him. So I don't say that. In this world now, awakened ones are just stronger. What can we ordinary people do? We can only rely on them to survive. Just stay put. Maybe the pie can really be eaten after all. Besides, if we don't serve him, he won't even give us anything to eat. Lin Hui drove the motorcycle out. He had no idea that some people were lying in ambush on the road he had to take to return to the shelter, a fact that was bound to cost him. At that moment, Lin Hui was speeding along the road on his motorcycle. His purpose in going out this time was twofold: first, to kill zombies; second, to look into the cause of animal mutation. He needed to understand this post-apocalyptic world better. After mutants appeared, animals in the apocalypse underwent mutation. Although not all animals mutated, that was generally the case. Lin Hui was now looking for animals that had survived in the apocalypse. Though they were rare, they weren't non-existent. As the saying goes, perseverance pays off. He believed he could find some clue to unlock the secret of the virus. Lin Hui roamed the streets on his motorcycle. He mainly wanted to see if there were any mutated zombies or mutants. Killing them might get him some points. Yet after searching around, he found nothing. No way I found nothing. Let alone mutants. He couldn't even spot a single zombie. This looks like my luck isn't very good. The streets were desolate everywhere. Not to mention zombies and mutants, even the plants had withered. Only some hardy weeds were still growing, bringing a touch of green to the desolate streets and dilapidated buildings. With nothing to do, Lin Hui went to a supermarket. As expected, its supplies had long been looted. There wasn't even a vegetable leaf left. A woof woof woof. Just as Lin Hui was wandering aimlessly, he heard the sound of barking, which instantly snapped him alert. Following the sound, he ran over and found a little yellow dog that was at that moment surrounded by two zombies. Without hesitation, Lin Hui picked up two pebbles from the ground and blew both zombies' heads off. 20 points were credited to his account. Yet even though the little dog was no longer surrounded by zombies, it still barked at Lin Hui warily, and for the moment Lin Hui didn't dare approach. First, he wasn't sure whether the little yellow dog had mutated. Second, logically speaking, no animal should have been able to survive 13 days into the apocalypse. Either it had adapted to the apocalypse, or it had already mutated. Since the little yellow dog seemed extremely agitated, Lin Hui didn't dare approach rashly. Seeing that Lin Hui didn't advance, the little yellow dog walked straight to the zombie with its head blown open and began to eat its flesh in large gulps. Naturally, Lin Hui saw this. Good grief, this little yellow dog is really something. It actually eats zombies. After all, zombies were creatures infected by the mutant virus, yet this little yellow dog dared to eat them. Such behavior could only lead to two outcomes. Either it would mutate, or it had developed antibodies to the virus. But there was a third possibility: this little yellow dog might have already mutated long ago. But Lin Hui looked it over and found that there were no wounds on its body, and its eyes and body were normal. However he looked at it, it didn't seem like a mutated creature. But if this little yellow dog wasn't a mutated creature, how could its ability to eat zombie flesh be explained? Lin Hui couldn't figure it out. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of animals surviving. He had, however, heard plenty of stories about animal mutations. Since Lin Hui had nothing important to do, he simply stood where he was to watch whether this little yellow dog would mutate after eating the zombie flesh. If it mutated, he could take care of it right then and there, so as to prevent the dog from going out and biting people after it changed. Yet something strange happened. Lin Hui waited for more than 10 minutes, and even after the dog had eaten its fill, it still hadn't mutated. That was truly puzzling. It's a pity there's no item in the system to detect whether a target has mutated, otherwise I would definitely buy one. When the dog had eaten its fill, Lin Hui wanted to step forward and see what exactly was going on with it. But the little yellow dog instantly became vigilant. It kept barking wildly at him, and the shrill sound was so piercing that his head began to hurt. Logically, this shouldn't have been happening to him. He was already a mid-stage first-rank superhuman about to break through to a late-stage first-rank awakened. It was impossible for a little yellow dog's barking to be unbearable to him. Since this dog could eat zombie corpses without mutating, it was definitely no ordinary creature. Having concluded that the dog was no ordinary creature, he wanted even more to study what was going on. Maybe he could even discover an antidote to zombie mutation. But perhaps the little yellow dog was smart enough to know it couldn't beat Lin Hui, so it immediately ran away. Lin Hui had originally planned to catch it for research. However, that plan fell through. Still, this little episode didn't matter much. He continued hunting the zombies he encountered along the way. After killing zombies all day, his points finally reached 100. There was no helping it, ordinary zombies only awarded 10 points each, which was far too few. Still, a mosquito's leg is still meat. He could use those 100 points to enjoy a feast. Lin Hui spent 50 points to buy a whole lamb for roasting, then took seasonings out of his backpack and started roasting it over a fire. This time he had deliberately made sure that there was no one around, and he chose a spot inside the supermarket, so he basically didn't have to worry about being exposed. It had to be said the roasted whole lamb smelled simply wonderful. The lamb was huge, but if Lin Hui ate it alone, it could last him several days. Fortunately, he could put the leftover lamb into his system backpack, otherwise carrying it around would be quite troublesome. Lin Hui cut off a leg of lamb for himself and ate it with great enjoyment. Paired with a small beer, it was pure bliss. After finishing the lamb leg, Lin Hui casually tossed the bone aside. He stored the remaining mutton, then found a safe spot to rest. Early the next morning, Lin Hui woke up. It was the 14th day of the apocalypse. After a quick wash, Lin Hui prepared to continue his journey. But as he stepped out of the supermarket, he noticed something unusual. Strange, where are the bones I left from last night? Why are they all gone? They should be right around here. I remember throwing them nearby. I've already checked the area. There's no one else here, so it couldn't have been a person. Every single bone Lin Hui had discarded the previous night had vanished. If they hadn't all disappeared, he might never have noticed. However, his past life experience told him that something must have entered the supermarket last night. Fortunately, he had rested hidden in the storage room where his safety was assured. There's no one around. The only creatures I've encountered recently are the walking corpses. Oh, and that little yellow dog. Dogs eat bones, so that fits. It must be connected to that dog. Lin Hui thought of the little yellow dog. It was the only living creature he had met and crossed paths with yesterday. But then another question arose: hadn't it run away back then? And if it had been following him all along with his keen perception, he surely would have sensed it. Now there was only one possibility. That little yellow dog had pretended to flee, but had actually been trailing him in secret, keeping a safe distance all the while. Another possibility was that the dog's sense of smell was incredibly sharp. Even though Lin Hui had ridden his motorcycle around nearly half the city, it could still pinpoint Lin Hui's location. If its olfactory senses were that extraordinary, only one answer remained: it must have undergone mutation. Otherwise it couldn't possess such superior scenting ability. But then another issue arose: if the dog had mutated, how did it regain its clarity? How did it resist the virus? Moreover, how exactly did the dog mutate? Was it affected by the mutant virus, or was it bitten by a walking corpse? That day Lin Hui had clearly seen no signs of injury on it, so the latter could likely be ruled out. The conclusion was basically certain. The dog had been infected, mutated, and yet regained consciousness, while also possessing an innate survival wisdom. This was truly peculiar. I never heard of anything like this in my past life. But past life experience can't be taken as absolute truth. Lin Hui pondered aloud. In this life, he had been reborn, so he couldn't always rely on memories from his previous life to judge things. Forget it. Since that dog hasn't attacked me on its own, it probably won't be a problem. If it doesn't know its place, I'll just kill it. Lin Hui said this. No matter what, as long as the dog posed no threat to him, it was fine. But if it became a nuisance, he would deal with it himself. As usual, Lin Hui searched the city for walking corpses and mutants. Some mutants had hidden themselves away, making the hunt somewhat troublesome. His main reason for clearing out the city's mutants was to prevent them from strengthening and mutating further. If low-rank mutants were left alone for too long, there was a high chance they would undergo another evolution. If only low-rank mutants evolved, it might not be so bad. But the king-level mutated beast that had devoured Lin Hui in his past life. Countless squads had perished in its jaws. In this life, to secure more peaceful days, he still had to relentlessly eliminate mutants and walking corpses. After an entire morning, Lin Hui had only slain 3 insignificant walking corpses. Lin Hui was far from satisfied. He was earning too few points. A first-rank mutant yielded at least 100 points, while killing walking corpses was safe, but offered far too little reward. Not much of a haul today. Lin Hui deliberately drove extra laps around the area, wanting to see if that little yellow dog would show up again. If it really came, he intended to capture it for research. At noon, Lin Hui ate the leftover mutton from the previous day. After eating, a thought struck him: what if he left part of the mutton here and waited for the dog to take the bait? Could he catch that little yellow dog this way? No sooner said than done. Lin Hui placed some meat beside him, sat down on a chair, and closed his eyes to rest. After about half an hour, the little yellow dog actually appeared. It first peered in from the doorway, scanned its surroundings, and twitched its nose, clearly catching the aroma of mutton. It spotted Lin Hui resting with closed eyes, then noticed the small piece of meat he had tossed aside. It stared warily at Lin Hui for a while. Only after confirming that he showed no reaction did it cautiously creep forward. First it hid under a chair. Since Lin Hui had chosen a restaurant as his resting spot, there were plenty of chairs. One by one the dog used them as cover to approach the meat Lin Hui had thrown. Just as it was about to reach the food, it stopped. The little yellow dog looked at Lin Hui, confirmed that his eyes were still shut, then gently snatched the meat and devoured it. Of course Lin Hui saw everything. He appeared to be fast asleep, but in truth he was secretly watching the little dog the entire time. Now that he saw it again, he confirmed that the dog had indeed mutated. Otherwise there was no way a small dog could have kept up with him while he rode his motorcycle across nearly half the city these past 2 days. After the little dog left, Lin Hui tossed another piece of meat onto the floor. This time the distance was shorter than before. After finishing the meat, the dog originally intended to take the leftover bones. But then it spotted another piece of meat on the ground, so it trotted over, grabbed it, and ate it as well. Lin Hui repeated the trick. The little dog didn't catch on. All it knew was that meat kept appearing on the floor, and it kept eating. Finally, the last piece of meat lay less than 20 centimeters from Lin Hui. It glanced at Lin Hui and saw that his eyes were still closed. Yet its wariness was high and it refused to approach easily. It stared from a distance for a long while, visibly torn with hesitation. Lin Hui naturally noticed this and thought to himself that this dog was surprisingly cautious. Still, judging by its eager, restless posture, it clearly didn't want to give up this rare meat. In the end, the dog couldn't resist. It tiptoed forward with a posture almost eerily human-like. This caught Lin Hui off guard. This dog was definitely no ordinary creature. He felt it was of great research value. When the dog was just 1 meter from Lin Hui, it slowed its steps again, growing even more cautious. But no amount of caution could save it from the lure of the mutton. At last it moved to snatch the meat. Yet in that very instant Lin Hui's large hand shot out and seized it. Only then did the dog realize it had been fooled and began barking wildly. Lin Hui examined the dog closely and found that its appearance was no different from any other dog. But if it were just an ordinary dog, it absolutely could not have kept up with him the whole way. Of that Lin Hui was 100% certain. The dog's barking gave Lin Hui a headache. Somewhat displeased, he said, "Stop barking, or I'll stew you." Lin Hui said impatiently. As it turned out, the dog was very sensible. It stopped barking and stopped struggling in his grasp. You can understand human speech. Seeing the dog's reaction, Lin Hui became instantly interested. "If you understand me, bark once," Lin Hui said to the dog, and sure enough, it barked once. Wow, this dog is interesting. This little yellow dog really understands human speech. What's 1 plus 1? Now intrigued, Lin Hui asked tentatively. He hadn't expected the dog to answer, but it actually barked twice, which astonished Lin Hui. Could this dog truly have mutated? And it still retained its sanity. Lin Hui murmured inwardly. This was rather shocking. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing happening. Lin Hui then tested the dog with a few more addition problems, and it answered all of them correctly. He originally thought of asking it to multiply large numbers, but then realized the dog would probably get too tired barking, so he gave up. "Want some meat?" Lin Hui dangled the piece of meat in front of the dog. The dog's gaze was instantly drawn to the mutton, and it barked twice at Lin Hui, clearly indicating that it really wanted to eat. Seeing how much the meat attracted the dog, an idea suddenly struck Lin Hui. He grabbed the dog and held it in his hands. He examined it carefully. Indeed, the little yellow dog bore no injuries at all. Since he had confirmed that the dog hadn't been bitten by another creature and mutated, it must have been infected by a mutant virus and naturally mutated. Moreover, it still retained its rationality, so it should be useful for guarding the house. After all, in this apocalypse, finding an animal was no easy feat. Lin Hui didn't lack food or entertainment, but he did lack a pet. "Would you like to be my pet? I promise you'll have meat every day. If you agree, bark once. If you don't, bark twice," Lin Hui said to the little yellow dog. He was actually open to keeping a pet, and in this world there were almost no pet cats or dogs left. Meeting this little yellow dog was a stroke of luck. After hearing Lin Hui's words, the little yellow dog lowered its head, as if pondering for a moment. In the end, it barked once at Lin Hui. Overjoyed, Lin Hui hadn't expected the dog to truly understand human speech. It was remarkably perceptive. "In that case, let me ask you a question. How did you find me? Was it your sense of smell? If so, bark twice." "Woof woof." As the dog barked twice, Lin Hui immediately understood. "So you followed me all the way here, right? Then how could you run so far? Can you show me? I'll give you some meat later." Lin Hui asked, not really expecting the dog to answer. Yet the dog barked twice at him, as if asking to be set down. Taking the hint, Lin Hui placed it on the ground. Once the dog was on the ground, it quickly ran 3 laps around the restaurant. Its running speed was faster than even some superhumans who had awakened speed abilities. "So it really has mutated," Lin Hui said thoughtfully after seeing the dog's speed. He tossed the dog the piece of meat, then cut another large piece and set it down in front of the dog. "I'm actually a bit tempted to dissect it and study it." Lin Hui said this only in his heart, or the dog would definitely have understood. "Forget it. Killing this dog probably wouldn't yield any useful information anyway. Let me give you a name. How about Snake?" Lin Hui offered a name for the little yellow dog, but to his surprise the dog shook its head, as if it didn't want that name. "Then how about Dawang?" Lin Hui asked tentatively. The dog barked once as if in response. Hearing this reaction, Lin Hui guessed that its previous name had been Dawang. That made sense. After all, this dog was a Chinese rural dog, and dogs of this kind were mostly raised in the countryside. Since it already had a name, it had probably made its way from the countryside to the city. If so, that would actually explain the dog's mutation. Alright, Da Huang spin around. In the end, Lin Hui settled on this common name. He simply couldn't think of a nicer or more interesting one. Hearing Lin Hui's words, Da Huang obediently spun around. Clearly, it was very pleased with the name. Let me go online and look up what breed this dog is. Most parts of Huaxia still had internet access, then although the signal wasn't very good, it was still barely possible to get online and browse pages. A Bindu hound. No wonder it's so good at running. It seems I was destined to meet this little one. After Lin Hui finished looking it up, the dog had also finished the meat. It walked over and affectionately rubbed against Lin Hui's leg. Alright, hop on the bike, Da Huang. Lin Hui took the dog outside and got on the motorcycle. The dog stood behind him, giving it the bearing of a mighty general. Da Huang sniffed around for any zombies nearby. If there are any, point them out to me, Lin Hui said. To his surprise, the dog actually started sniffing. Lin Hui thought to himself that since the dog had mutated its sense of smell, the most important sense must have been enhanced, and maybe it could help him find zombies. Da Huang stretched out a front paw and pointed at a road ahead. Lin Hui drove over, and upon reaching the fork stopped and waited for Da Huang to guide him. Sure enough, more than 10 minutes later it led him to 3 zombies. Lin Hui unceremoniously collected 30 points, bringing his total to 110. When evening came, with Da Huang's help, Lin Hui had slain 20 zombies in total. His overall point count was now 280. Lin Hui spent 15 points at the store to prepare a meat steak for Da Huang. If not for this little yellow dog, his zombie killing efficiency would not have been nearly this high. It was also a reward for Da Huang. Actually, Lin Hui was a little puzzled. The little yellow dog clearly didn't look very big, so why had someone named it Da Huang? Today was the 15th day of the apocalypse. The zombies nearby had been largely killed off by Lin Hui. This trip had originally been meant to eliminate mutant creatures, but instead of encountering any mutants, he ended up bringing back a little dog. 2 days later, Lin Hui planned to drive back to the shelter. Boss, he's here. Do we make a move? No rush. Our orders are to lie in wait for the boss's instructions. Although I really don't want to listen to him, he is an awakened after all. I can't afford to offend an awakened. He told us to squat, so we'll squat properly. On a small path leading to the shelter, quite a few people squatted among the weeds by the roadside. Lin Hui had chosen to set the shelter on a mountain precisely to stop anyone from attacking it. If someone did attack, having the base on high ground made defense much easier. What he had not expected was that the road at the foot of the mountain offered those with ill intentions an ideal hiding place. Moreover, because their hiding spot was a bit farther away, he actually had no idea that people were concealed nearby. Woof woof. When Da Huang passed that stretch of road, he gave 2 wary barks. Lin Hui was focused on driving and didn't catch Da Huang's meaning, assuming the dog was simply complaining because the wind had chilled him. But the vehicle sped past. Seeing that those people made no move and that he and Lin Hui had already driven safely away from that path, Da Huang let it go. After a while, Lin Hui returned to the shelter. He had wanted to bring Da Huang inside, but the dog, being sensible, stood outside the shelter on patrol by himself. Da Huang walked around, stopping and starting looking everywhere, seeming extremely wary of all his surroundings. Actually, Lin Hui had wanted to tell him that there were surveillance cameras nearby, but seeing how earnest Da Huang was, he didn't want to dampen the dog's enthusiasm. Moreover, dogs like Chinese rural dogs usually guarded the house out in the countryside and seldom set foot inside the home. Lin Hui could only let this dog serve as the shelter's patrol canine. Seeing the earnest look on the dog's face as he stood guard, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile. He told Xia Qingqing about it. Xia Qingqing was incredulous at first, then it sank in that Lin Hui had truly brought back a Chinese rural dog. Xia Qingqing had always been a girl who loved small animals. When she heard the news, she dashed out of the shelter to inspect Da Huang. The moment the two came face to face, Da Huang began barking furiously at Xia Qingqing. Just like his first meeting with Lin Hui, it seemed that having seen too many walking corpses had made Da Huang hostile toward every human. Da Huang, sit. Stop barking. This is my girlfriend. If you scare her, you won't get dinner tonight. Somehow Da Huang seemed very obedient to Lin Hui, perhaps because Lin Hui was the one who fed him. As soon as Lin Hui gave the order, Da Huang wisely sat down and stopped barking at Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing tentatively stepped forward and touched Da Huang's head. To her surprise, Da Huang showed no resistance. He understands human speech? Xia Qingqing asked curiously. At that moment, Ning Ziyuan and the other 3 came out. Da Huang immediately stood up, about to bark at them and scare them away, but after seeing Lin Hui's look, he sat back down obediently. It seemed he understood that the people before him were not to be threatened. Damn, old Lin, where did you get this dog? Are we having hot pot? Chen Kai's way of thinking was indeed different from everyone else's. The moment he saw this dog, he thought of stewing it in a hot pot. Lin Hui looked at Chen Kai and suddenly had an interesting idea. Da Huang, stand up. See him? Chase him. Chase him for all you're worth. He had not intended to train Chen Kai before, but now the path suddenly became clear. With Da Huang around, wasn't this a ready-made training plan and method? Chen Kai was dumbfounded when he heard Lin Hui's words. Everyone was delighted and laughed at what Lin Hui said. They had no sympathy for Chen Kai, who told you to think about putting the dog in a hot pot. Served him right. Chen Kai, however, was not flustered. He was a speed-type awakened, and he did not believe this dog could catch him. Chen Kai, I advise you to run now, or it'll really bite your butt later. Lin Hui teased, making everyone laugh. Da Huang dashed forward instantly. Chen Kai hadn't cared at first, but when he saw Da Huang's legs rev up like a turbocharger, he turned and ran for his life. The man and the dog ran several laps around the shelter. Lin Hui could tell that Da Huang was not using his full strength, while Chen Kai was clearly already running with everything he had. Chen Kai, if Da Huang catches you, your dinner will become Da Huang's extra meal. Da Huang, if you catch Chen Kai, you get an extra meal tonight. Lin Hui shouted to them. Chen Kai and Da Huang both immediately sped up when they heard his words. Everyone else nearly doubled over laughing at what Lin Hui had said. To be honest, watching Chen Kai being chased by Da Huang is especially entertaining. Lin Hui, where did you pick him up? Xia Qingqing asked curiously. It's strange to say this dog was also hostile when he first saw me, and he even ran away. But that night he followed me, and secretly ate the bones I had left over. I used a little trick to win him over. Lin Hui related the whole story of winning Da Huang over to Xia Qingqing. Just as he finished, Da Huang caught up with Chen Kai. He didn't bite Chen Kai's, but Da Huang had earned his extra meal tonight. Chen Kai came back with a gloomy face followed by Da Huang wagging his tail energetically. Da Huang looked very pleased. Da Huang, good job. Seeing Lin Hui praise Da Huang, Chen Kai, who had been gloomy before, became even gloomier. What he had always prided himself on was his speed talent. He never expected that one day he would be overtaken by a dog. Alright, stop being gloomy. Da Huang might have awakened even earlier than you. Although I don't know how he mutated, I think he probably awakened just like us. I was in a misunderstanding before. I never thought animals could awaken powers too. I always thought Da Huang had simply mutated. Now if we understand Da Huang's change as an awakening like ours, everything makes sense. In his previous life, Lin Hui had never heard of animals awakening either. It could only be said that his identity as an ordinary person in his previous life had caused him to miss out on too much. This time he felt that his experiences and his ending would be very different. Lin Hui went into the shelter to prepare dinner. As promised, half the meat in Chen Kai's meal was given to Da Huang as an extra portion. Seeing Chen Kai so depressed, Cheng Pingan simply gave him all his meat. Chen Kai was a little embarrassed, but unable to resist Cheng Pingan's warmth, he ate it with gusto. This is outrageous. Even the dog eats better than we do. A man was watching all this through a telescope. And this shelter is lit up brightly at night with the smell of food wafting out. That's insane. I really wonder who on earth built this shelter. How can a stone building like this have 3 stories? That's right, brothers, keep envying. Once our boss captures this place, their food and houses will all be ours. Boss, we've been lying in wait here for 3 days and haven't seen hide nor hair of him. We're outside here freezing and suffering while he lies in a den of women. How is anyone supposed to be okay with that? Among the 5, someone still dissatisfied with the so-called leader's arrangement spoke bluntly. Alas, what can we do? This guy got lucky with his awakened ability, otherwise we wouldn't necessarily fear him. The leader replied. They had grown weary of this life, eating only meager rations each day, not enough to fill their stomachs, and having to expend mental energy on surveillance figuring out Lin Hui's schedule. Meanwhile, the one who assigned them the task was reclining in a woman's arms enjoying hot food. All this was because they were ordinary civilians in the apocalypse without awakened superpowers. If only I had evacuated with the army back, then I wouldn't be suffering now. I can't stand this life anymore. Complaints continued, and the leader grew troubled. Though he too was reluctant to serve the superpowered individual, that person had given him a task and bestowed upon him the title of leader. He had to exert himself for a chance to eat a full meal. Tell me, after all this time, has that guy set a date for action? If he makes me squat here for 10 days or half a month, who can endure that? Everyone was self-interested when the rewards were unequal. Resentment was inevitable. And indeed, as the man said, they had only received orders to lie in ambush without even a confirmed time for action from the superpowered individual, which only fueled their fury. After dinner, Lin Hui lay in bed scrolling through the news. Upon reading it, he realized the winds had shifted dramatically on foreign websites. Now across the globe, except for the relative stability of Huaxia, every other country was in chaos. Not only plagued by aberrations, but unable to even deal with the most basic zombies. Zombies roamed the streets, survivors struggled to stay alive. This was the root cause. By the 15th day of the apocalypse, the entire world had descended into utter disorder. Especially in a country which had always governed by a laissez-faire approach, now that the apocalypse had arrived, chaos reigned even more severely. If not for the apocalypse awakening a few individuals as superpowered beings, many nations would have been completely annihilated. For now they relied on superpowered individuals to barely carve out safe zones, but as the apocalypse progressed into its middle and later stages, even the superpowered would find themselves in dire straits. Good heavens, how can Huaxia streets have so few zombies? And I've heard they even repelled the aberrations. How is that possible? Whether you believe it or not, it's the truth. As someone who has lived in Huaxia for over a decade, every photo I've posted is genuine. From the very first day of the apocalypse, I've been documenting Huaxia's situation. Now 15 days in Huaxia is the safest country in the world. Not only are zombies scarce, but aberrations have been all but wiped out. I've been staying home all this time, and even basic infrastructure is occasionally maintained. We still have about 3 hours of electricity a day, and the internet is stable enough for me to share these updates with you. Oh my god, that's utterly unimaginable. Over here, forget electricity and water. Even the internet signal is terrible. I reckon our Ingwo will lose connectivity soon. If I survive this apocalypse, I will definitely immigrate to Huaxia and obtain citizenship. Lin Hui browsed through these posts, finding them highly amusing. Though he wasn't one to revel in others' misfortunes, seeing Huaxiao faring well filled him with pride as a native. What are you looking at? Xia Qingqing came over after her bath, a faint pleasant fragrance lingering on her. Here, take a look. It's an international forum, a site newly set up for mutual aid during the apocalypse. The thread I'm reading is titled, How Safe Huaxia is in the Apocalypse. The replies are quite interesting. Lin Hui handed his phone to Xia Qingqing, who began reading with keen interest. Lin Hui was actually reading the thread to gauge the situation abroad. He deeply sympathized with the suffering of people worldwide. Except of course for a certain island country. It truly deserved its fate. Lin Hui, if Huaxia hadn't had your help, would it have ended up like the other countries? Xia Qingqing, seeing the foreign scenes of literal zombie sieges, could hardly bear to look. It was too brutal. I can't say for sure. But since I've been granted a second life, I believe I can lead Huaxia against the aberrations and reclaim our homeland. Since I was chosen to be reborn, I feel it's my responsibility to lead them to survive. Lin Hui told Xia Qingqing. He had been reborn and obtained the shelter system. He knew what to do. It's wonderful to have you. My parents have probably turned into zombies. They never called me. In our previous life we never saw them, either did we. If I had believed you back, then maybe things would be different. Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui, grateful for his help. Without him her life would never be so comfortable. She had never imagined she could live a normal life during the apocalypse. Qingqing, don't be sad. There are things I can't control either. I'm sorry. Lin Hui actually knew that in the previous life, Xia Qingqing's parents had mutated, but he didn't want to tell her the cruel truth. It's okay. You've already done so well. In truth, she understood his implication. She knew her parents had already mutated. Though the truth was harsh, she had to accept it. Night fell, and Lin Hui rested. Today, after seeing the chaos abroad, an idea formed in his mind. If possible, he would go overseas to kill zombies. The sheer number of zombies there would allow him to earn points much faster. Boss, you're here. The 5 men lying in ambush for Lin Hui saw their superpowered leader appear and immediately spoke with deference. Though they cursed him behind his back, they had to show respect in public lest he fly into a rage and take their lives. How's it going? Any chance of attacking? Wang Kuan emerged with a woman in his arms. His awakened ability was fire-based, allowing him to hurl a powerful ball of flame. This ability was especially handy at night. A snap of the fingers produced a flame for illumination. Having awakened fire powers, Wang Kuan considered himself a child of destiny. He had gathered some underlings, moved into a luxury hotel, and won the heart of a woman. A life he had never dared to dream of before. Now all this came from possessing an ability. Wang Kuan was both confident and arrogant. But staying in a hotel for long eventually caused problems, like power and water outages, which greatly annoyed the superpowered Wang Kuan. Just then one of his men came to report that Lin Hui had built a shelter on the mountain, and Wang Kuan immediately wanted to claim it for himself. The reason he had sent these underlings out to scout was in truth simply to have them at his beck and call. There was no deeper meaning to it. In Wang Kuan's view, since these people had willingly proclaimed themselves his underlings, they were useless if he didn't order them around. And those who were useless did not deserve his protection. As for these men, they had only agreed to become Wang Kuan's underlings after seeing him slay walking corpses. Later, however, when the aberrants came, Wang Kuan hid inside the hotel and never dared to go out. The odds were actually quite good, except that the kid brought back a mongrel. That could be a problem. I can tell that mongrel is quite wary. At the moment, I'm afraid there won't be much of a chance, the leader said to Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan nodded at this, then left a few words behind and departed. Keep watching. Call me if an opportunity arises. With that, he wrapped his arm around the curvaceous woman and went back inside. This trip had been nothing more than going through the motions. Day 16. Still, the aberrants did not show up today. In his previous life, the aberrants made their reappearance on day 18. Now, there were still 2 days to go. Da Huang chased. Lin Hui dragged a chair outside, claiming it was to train Chun Kai. In reality, he just wanted to watch Chun Kai being chased by a dog. It was simply too entertaining. Lin Hui, are you sure this training method is really effective? It feels so unreliable. Chun Kai said while running. With his extraordinary hearing, Lin Hui naturally caught every word. Of course it works. If it didn't, would I have you train? Even as he said this, Lin Hui was already leisurely sipping his tea. It didn't matter whether it worked, the most important thing was that it was amusing. Chun Kai, run faster. If you don't pick up the pace, you're going to be caught. Lin Hui called out to Chun Kai, then like a cantankerous old man spat out a tea leaf. At the same time, the 5 men lying in ambush had been watching his every move. But seeing Chun Kai chased by a dog left them all rather stunned. Oh, this kid is so young, but he's into such twisted games. Could it be that this person was captured just for his amusement? If we get caught too, is that how we'll end up? The lookout pointed at the spectacle of Chun Kai being chased by the dog and remarked that if Lin Hui was going to torment him like this, he might as well have killed him outright. I think this kid is not simple. The speed at which that man and that dog are running isn't something an ordinary person could achieve. I suspect they've both awakened their abilities. He can actually control a dog with an awakened ability and a superhuman with an awakened ability. Is someone like that really someone we can oppose? Among the 5, some were already having second thoughts. They hadn't really wanted to serve Wang Kun in the first place, they had only agreed because the circumstances forced them to. What do you say? If we go over and ask him for help, would he help us? I mean, we could just pledge ourselves to him and stop following that Wang Kun kid. After all, his building has 3 whole floors, there must be rooms for the brothers to stay in. As for Wang Kun, he has a hotel with so many rooms, yet he insists on squeezing us all together. He says it's easier to manage. He's just insulting us. Wang Kun's behavior had stirred resentment among the men, but the leaders still hadn't said a word. But what if he doesn't take us in? Then we won't be able to go back to Wang Kun either. What would we do? Besides, he might not even be willing to keep us. We're a bunch of coarse laborers who only know construction work, and we're not young anymore. How would someone like him take us in? If you ask me, we'd better keep serving Wang Kun faithfully. Don't lose the watermelon while picking up a sesame seed. It was because Wang Kun had given him an infinitesimal sliver of authority that he tasted the pleasure of power for the first time. Though he was not much better off than these men, he could decide who stood guard and who kept watch, directing the other 4. It was an extremely small measure of authority, but it brought him genuine joy. When the others heard him speak, they said nothing out loud, but what they truly thought was anyone's guess. Stay in hiding. I don't think he's going out today. He's so relaxed, he even has time to sip tea while we have to freeze out here. It was early winter, so it wasn't that cold yet. Still, Lin Hui had put on a warm coat and was drinking tea outside, living a rather cozy life. The crops in the planting system and the livestock in the farming system were growing steadily. At the current pace, the first harvest would be ready in another month. With the planting system, the meat and vegetables he supplied to the base no longer had to be purchased from the store, saving him a great number of points. Moreover, once he accumulated more points, he could upgrade the planting system and the farming system, which would speed up harvest time and increase production even further. The poultry raised in the system would also yield even more delicious meat. Honestly, what kind of training is this supposed to be? Isn't Shin Kai your best friend? Is it really all right to tease him like this? Xia Qingqing walked out dressed in simple autumn attire. This temperature was nothing to her. Weren't you laughing pretty happily last night? Lin Hui asked, taking a sip of tea. Xia Qingqing was suddenly at a loss for words. She could only pick up her teacup and take a drink. Before long, Ning Ziyuan and the others came out, as well, watching Chen Kai make a fool of himself with leisurely amusement. Damn it, this is really unfair. There are 6 of them all together. They must burn through a lot of food every day. And with such high spirits, they don't look like people who are starving and shivering at all. Anyone who didn't know would think they were here on vacation. It's maddening to compare, the leader said indignantly. But indignation was all it was. He was utterly powerless to do anything about it. Boss, I say we may as well go and throw in our lot with him. Who knows? Maybe he really would be willing to take us in. If he's not, the worst he'll do is drive us off. Then we can just leave, can't we? Why keep crouching here when it does us no good? One of them urged. But their leader still shook his head. He was still unwilling to go and beg Lin Hui. First, he did not believe Lin Hui would help them. Second, he could not bear to throw away this sesame seed-sized authority. In this apocalypse, who didn't want to carve out their own destiny? The end of the world had come. If he didn't have ambition, wouldn't his life have been lived in vain? Right now, all he wanted was to earn Wang Kun's regard, so that more people would be placed under his management. Small as this power was, he craved it, and could not stop himself from chasing after it. Strange. I keep feeling like someone has been watching us. What's going on? Could it just be my odd sixth sense? Lin Hui said slowly after taking a sip of tea. Xia Qingqing thought it over for a while, but couldn't make sense of it. So she said nothing. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziyuan took a sudden interest. Tell me who is thinking about you. Or perhaps, who are you thinking about? She asked curiously, as if all she needed was a bag of melon seeds and a watermelon to settle in for the gossip. Wait, which year did you hear me say someone was thinking about me? Ning Ziyuan, I never realized you were so improper. If I had known you were like this, I would never have brought you into the team. Lin Hui spoke to Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan's personality truly exceeded his expectations. He had never heard of Ning Ziyuan being so talkative in his past life, but then again, many circumstances had been different back then, which was understandable. That special sensation you're feeling must mean someone is thinking about you. Do you understand? TCH, fine, then keep your secrets. Seeing Lin Hui unwilling to share the gossip, Ning Ziyuan turned her head and reclined on her lounge chair to rest. Lin Hui found himself somewhat helpless at Ning Ziyuan's behavior. Next time he recruited someone, he would need to understand their personality first, or getting along might prove quite troublesome. Day 17. Today, Lin Hui continued to keep Xia Qingqing company at the shelter. Since Lin Hui's points had been scarce recently, their meals were rather plain, though having meat at every meal was still no problem. Meanwhile, beside some trees at the foot of the hill. Boss, how about we make our move tonight? As long as we can ambush that dog, we should be able to infiltrate that shelter. Everything inside will be ours. Boss, there are 3 beautiful women inside as well. One of them looks quite young, a student girl. If we occupy his shelter, won't his women become ours as well? The leader chuckled wickedly, behaving quite debauchedly. Wang Kun had originally had no intention of attacking the shelter, as he was uncertain whether he could prevail. But upon hearing this man mention 3 beautiful women inside, he thought it might be worth a try. Anyway, if it did not work out, he still had a backup plan. He was a power user, the chosen one of heaven. He simply did not believe the other side would be foolish enough to strike against him. In fact, he had underestimated Lin Hui, and also underestimated Lin Hui's strength. Fine, I will follow your plan. We will make our move tonight. Seize his shelter. Wang Kuan announced this to the group, appearing highly motivated. But they rarely had their fill in daily life, so where would any morale come from? They could only half-heartedly cheer. Hee, thank you boss for your trust. This leader was quite pleased, believing that Wang Kuan was finally beginning to value him. But anyone with eyes could see that Wang Kuan never considered them as subordinates. They were merely pawns he could discard at any moment. Wang Kuan returned to his vehicle, while the others continued to keep watch over the shelter. To ensure they could capture the shelter, Wang Kuan had summoned all 13 of his men, all armed, and brought them along. All they needed to do was stealthily approach Lin Hui's shelter under the cover of darkness, eliminate Lin Hui, and seize his shelter. Before long night fell. Ah, shall we make our move now? I think they have already fallen asleep, and that mud is resting as well. This is precisely the perfect opportunity for us to attack. The leader approached the vehicle and respectfully knocked on the window, then spoke. Wang Kuan had flattened all the seats in his car, making it abundantly clear what they had been used for. Lead the way. Although Wang Kuan had not forgotten his mission, he was still groggy from just waking up. Sai, please be careful, sir. The leader could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy seeing Wang Kuan spending every day with this woman. He stole a glance at the sleeping woman, then respectfully showed Wang Kuan the way. Boss, follow me, I will lead you up. This group was equipped with torches and blades, though most of them would have preferred not to be involved in this matter. But what could they do when Wang Kuan was a superpowered individual? Wang Kuan could reduce a person to ashes at will. How dare they disobey? After walking for some time, they finally approached the shelter. However, at this moment the dog had already caught their scent. In truth, the dog had known they were lurking at the foot of the hill all along, but Lin Hui simply did not care, so naturally the dog never barked in that direction. After all, Lin Hui had made it clear he did not appreciate that kind of behavior. Da Huang immediately began barking furiously. When Wang Kuan spotted Da Huang, he hurled a fireball directly at it. A fireball with enough power to melt steel. Yet who could have expected Da Huang to dodge it? Moreover, it kept barking furiously at Wang Kuan and his group. Lin Hui naturally heard Da Huang's barking immediately. Under normal circumstances, Da Huang would never bark so loudly at night. Something must have happened. Lin Hui immediately activated the hummingbird surveillance drones, capturing all movements in the surrounding area, and only then discovered that a group of people was sneaking up on them. What is it? At this moment, Xia Qingxing also woke up. Seeing that Lin Hui was awake and hearing Da Huang's barking, she asked, assuming that another mutant had appeared. It is nothing. Stay here. I will handle it. Some blind fools, nothing more. Lin Hui got out of bed and walked straight toward the door. By then Ning Yuan had also come downstairs, and Chun Kai and the others had all awakened, gathering together with Lin Hui. Seeing that everyone had come down, Lin Hui decided it would be better to go out together so they could respond to any situation that arose. Wang Kuan hurled 7 or 8 streams of flame at the dog, yet each one was somehow dodged by the beast, which filled him with rage. He had never imagined he would ever be outsmarted by a mere dog. How could such a thing leave him calm? It was impossible to remain composed. When he saw Lin Hui and the others emerge, he realized the situation had grown somewhat problematic. Lin Hui surveyed the surroundings, then turned his gaze to Wang Kuan, and the rest, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Wang Kuan had never encountered such a gaze before, and suddenly his confidence wavered. The fact that the opponent had managed to acquire a dog that even he could not handle, as a guardian, meant he might not be able to win this fight. Young man, our boss would like to borrow your shelter for a stay. I wonder if that would be convenient for you. The leading man stepped forward and spoke to Lin Hui, his arrogant demeanor suggesting he believed himself to be the boss. Hearing these words, Lin Hui could only laugh. What absurd nonsense. If they wanted to rob him, they should simply come out and say so rather than pretending it was anything reasonable. That is right, brother. I see your house has 3 floors, yet you only have 6 people. You cannot possibly need all this space. Why not let us move in as well? I possess abilities and could be of help to you in times of crisis. Superpowered individuals are extremely rare, do you understand? Wang Kuan noticed Lin Hui was not making any moves or showing any reaction, so he assumed he must be terrified. In that case, he could afford to be more arrogant. After hearing all of this, Lin Hui remained utterly unmoved. He simply wanted to see how far this group would take their delusions of grandeur. Did you hear that, kid? Our boss doing you the honor of staying in your place. That guy next to you is an awakener too, I can tell, but our boss awakened the mighty fire type ability. Now be a good lad, prepare some food, and let us in. Lin Hui found these words utterly ridiculous. These people were truly ignorant. Where did you bastards crawl out from? You think a few words from you are enough to make me let you into my shelter? Did you fry your brains? If your brains are fried, go get treated. Don't spout nonsense here. As Lin Hui spoke, Da Huang let out 2 approving barks as if echoing his words. Tisk, this kid's got quite the mouth on him. Wang Kuan grew displeased upon hearing Lin Hui's words. He was a man chosen by fate, having awakened his ability, yet this guy dared to look down on him. Besides, the one speaking was his underling. Though Wang Kuan held them in contempt, they still represented him, and Lin Hui had spoken those insulting words. Wang Kuan was deeply upset. Lin Hui, do you think they're idiots? Chun Kai asked. He hadn't expected to witness such a spectacle after getting up in the dead of night. I don't think they're idiots. I think they can't see reality clearly. As for that bunch, Ning Ziyuan alone could wipe the floor with them. Ning Ziyuan chimed in as well. After all, he was a man who had personally slain aberrants with his own hands. Who did these people think they were? That's right. Sheila, and I can also hold off that fire-type awakener. It might be a bit hot, but with my current limit of roughly 30-fold enhancement, I'm confident I can endure it. Cheng Pingyan said the same, and Cheng Sheila nodded in agreement. You'd better scram while you still can, or we won't be polite anymore. Chen Kai shouted loudly, but Wang Kuen's expression darkened. He felt looked down upon by this group. Boss, what do we do? He won't listen. Maybe the power you've shown isn't enough yet. How about you go show him a bit of your strength? Maybe then they'll be willing to let us in. The leader said to Wang Kuen. Wang Kuen was thinking the same. He stepped forward. I'm an awakener, a powerful fire-type ability user. If you let me in, I'll definitely protect you all. As a sign of good faith, let me show you just how powerful my flames can be. Wang Kuen said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui remained unmoved. Wang Kuen then displayed his flame ability. A streak of fire about a meter long burst forth from his palm. Lin Hui could tell that developing his ability to this level since the 15th was indeed quite decent. However, no matter how strong the ability was, not a single person here feared him. Even Chun Kai, the last to awaken his ability, could beat him to a pulp using his speed advantage. So brother, how about it? Pretty strong ability, right? Let's be friends. If danger comes, I'll look out for you. Wang Kuen said to Lin Hui, basking in the glory of his own power, utterly oblivious to the icy cold fury brewing in Lin Hui's eyes. I don't want to be friends with you. Let me make it clear, get lost now, or you might be dead the next second. Understood. Lin Hui had no patience left for them. Who knew if they had ulterior motives? The best course was to drive them away. Sir, are you rejecting a toast only to drink a forfeit? Could it be that you look down on me, Wang Kuen? Anger flared within Wang Kuen. He had shown such respect, yet Lin Hui wouldn't give him any face at all. Wouldn't this cost him authority in front of his underlings? Who the hell are you? Why would I care about you? Get lost now. My patience is running thin, and I won't say it again. Lin Hui was furious too. In his eyes, Wang Kuen's ability was no better than a clown's act. He could easily absorb Wang Kuen's flames and make them his own. You little punk. You don't appreciate favors done to you, do you? Kill them. Butcher that dog, kill the 3 men, and leave the women alive. Wang Kuen was enraged. He immediately ordered his underlings to attack. Lin Hui didn't indulge him in the slightest. He drew his gun and fired a shot straight into the ground in front of him. That single gunshot froze them all in place. Get lost now. Move any slower, and you'll be saying goodbye to your heads. Though Lin Hui could have driven them back with his ability, there was no need to reveal his powers when a gun sufficed. Gulp. The 13 underlings swallowed nervously. None of them had expected Lin Hui to have a gun. He actually had a gun. No wonder he'd been so calm all along. You think a gun scares me? Charge. I'll block his bullets. Wang Kuen's anger got the better of him. He stopped caring about anything else and summoned a blazing wall of fire in front of him to block Lin Hui's shots. Lin Hui fired 2 rounds into the flame barrier only to find both bullets melted away. Huh. Get him, everyone. His gun's useless now. The boss is invincible. Mighty boss. Charge. Kill them all, and take the shelter. Seeing Wang Kuen melt Lin Hui's bullets, their confidence surged, and they charged toward the shelter. Lin Hui was actually a little surprised. The man's talent was genuinely impressive. It was a pity his character was lacking, otherwise he might have invited him to join the shelter. That flame barrier of yours is pretty good. I'll take it. Lin Hui directly used his ability to seize the fire barrier. The scene stunned Wang Kuen and the men about to charge. None of them had anticipated that Lin Hui also possessed an ability, and one of such a plundering nature. Cool, Lin Hui. Ning Ziyuan slapped Lin Hui on the shoulder. Only then did the group snap back to reality, realizing they were already under Lin Hui's control. It was a suppression on the level of the mind. Those who had nearly reached Lin Hui suddenly felt a strong urge to sneak back. Are you kidding? The man had a gun. And who would have thought he also had an ability? And what was even more absurd, he could steal Wang Kuen's ability outright. That meant Wang Kuen was as good as powerless now. How could they possibly fight? There was no way to fight. It was over. This, as the one directly involved, Wang Kuen was the most dumbfounded. He had no idea what had happened, only that the flame barrier under his control had been wrenched away by an invisible force. Boss, what do we do now? The leader asked Wang Kuen. But Wang Kuen's mind was blank. How was he supposed to know? Lin Hui looked at these people standing frozen like wooden statues and let out a cold laugh, feeling not a shred of pity in his heart. Jiang Hui understood that if they had truly broken in and he lacked the ability to resist, he knew exactly what they would do based on their character. You were told to leave, but refused to go. In that case, none of you shall depart. You will all remain here. As he spoke, Jiang Hui cast the flame barrier into the sky. It instantly split into multiple fiery clusters, completely surrounding Wang Kuen and the others. Jiang Hui had indeed given them chances before, but they had failed to seize them. Since that was so, he could hardly be blamed. His principle had always been clear: if others did not provoke him, he would not provoke them. Should anyone provoke him, he would certainly strike them down. But when life and death were at stake, Jiang Hui would not hesitate to crush them all. He wished to avoid further harassment, and he certainly did not want his sanctuary coveted by others. Therefore these people had to die. Jiang Hui would show them no mercy, for he harbored not an ounce of compassion. Wang Kuan was panicking, utterly undone. The moment he realized he could no longer control his ability, his heart had filled with dread. He had once believed himself the chosen one, that his awakened ability was his greatest asset. Little did he know that Jiang Hui would shatter that illusion so swiftly. Perhaps it did not matter that his dreams had been crushed. He could always retreat and grow stronger before acting again. But the reality was this: Jiang Hui clearly had no intention of letting them leave alive. That meant he wanted them dead. Stripped of his ability, Wang Kuan was nothing more than a lamb awaiting the butcher's knife, entirely incapable of resistance. Wang Kuan had no desire to die. His legendary path had barely begun, and he could not perish here. Choose your own manner of death to spare yourselves unnecessary suffering, for I bear you no particular hatred. Take some time to consider how you might die as painlessly as possible, Jiang Hui said coldly. Ning Ziyuan and the others gazed at the cold Jiang Hui. Though still uncomfortable, they were gradually coming to understand his ways. After all, Jiang Hui had crawled out of a sea of corpses himself. Had these people not sought to seize his sanctuary and kill him, Jiang Hui would not have resorted to lethal force. He had offered them every opportunity. They simply had not valued it. Wang Kuan's mind raced frantically. He had to find a way to survive. There, it came to him. Brother, this plan was never mine. I never intended to take your sanctuary. It was this man who kept whispering in my ear. He constantly incited me to seize your stronghold, and my resolve proved insufficient. I fell for his schemes. How about this? I will kill him to appease your anger. Let us go, and we swear we will never appear before you again. Wang Kuan pleaded in a near-submissive tone. At this point, Jiang Hui was after Wang Kuan's life itself. If survival was possible, he would humble himself to the dirt without hesitation. No, it is not like that. He was the one who wanted to seize your sanctuary, which is why he sent me to scout you. We have been watching you from the foot of the mountain for days. He gave the orders. I am merely a leader with no real power. Silence. Dying alone is better than all of us perishing together. Do you wish to bring death upon all of us? Wang Kuan instantly silenced him. Had he not feared Jiang Hui's anger and suspicion, he would have killed the man on the spot rather than let him finish his sentence. Jiang Hui found the scene rather amusing. In his past life, he had witnessed countless betrayals and acts of treachery. Still, he had to admit this particular drama was genuinely novel. Given all that you've said, should I not kill every last one of you? Jiang Hui addressed the group. Yes, this was not my idea. Brother, this man has been inciting me all along. Slap him a few times for me, and let that satisfy your anger. Upon hearing Jiang Hui's words, Wang Kuan immediately replied. He raised his hand and delivered a series of brutal slaps to the middle-aged man's face. As a superpowered individual, Wang Kuan possessed tremendous strength, and he held back nothing. Within moments, the man's face swelled grotesquely. He attempted to defend himself, but Wang Kuan stepped on his ankle with a punishing kick. The man let out agonized wails. Witnessing this, Jiang Hui let out a cold smile. He had never imagined Wang Kuan's mind could turn so quickly. To avoid death, this esper had exhausted every trick at his disposal. How does that please you, brother? If you are still dissatisfied, name any other request. Wang Kuan plastered on a grinning face, believing Jiang Hui was satisfied with his performance. In truth, Jiang Hui found him merely ridiculous. What you say does hold some merit. Indeed, I suppose I should not have intended to kill you all. Then tell me, which of you do you believe deserves to live? Jiang Hui rotated his wrist as he spoke. Though he appeared to offer them a chance, he was merely eager to see how dramatic this spectacle would become. More importantly, he wanted to observe the extremes to which Wang Kuan, this esper, would go to stay alive. Wang Kuan undoubtedly wanted to survive. Having awakened an ability, he had long considered himself the chosen one destined by heaven. Among them all, he was the one most afraid of death. Rest easy, sir. I will handle him myself. Should you disapprove of anyone else, simply kill them. However, I sincerely hope you will spare me. I, Wang Kuan, swear to you, brother, that I will become your most capable and loyal subordinate. My ability is far from weak, and with winter approaching, it can even serve to keep you warm. What do you think? Wang Kuan asked Jiang Hui. As long as he survived, he did not care whether his subordinates perished, nor did he care if Jiang Hui chose to kill his woman. In the apocalypse, preserving oneself above all else was the only truth. Though Wang Kuan was cowardly, he understood this principle profoundly. Reasonable, quite reasonable. Jiang Hui contemplated for a moment before speaking. You heard what he just said, didn't you? He regards you all as mere chess pieces, pawns he can discard at any time. I have said all I need to say. You know what must be done now. Do not forget, he has lost his ability. Aside from slightly superior physical strength, he is no different from any of you. Jiang Hui addressed the group outside. After those words, only were the outsiders stunned into silence, but Ning Ziyuan and the others alike stared in astonishment. Jiang Hui, you really are something else. Ning Ziyuan gave him a thumbs up in praise. Old Lin, I never imagined you were capable of such cunning. But honestly, I can understand you now. After all, every one of your decisions has proven correct. Jiang Hui, having survived 3 years in the apocalypse, knew precisely how to handle these people, and without lifting a finger himself. Shilu, return to your room. This next scene may not be to your liking. Cheng Ping'an sent Shilu away, for he could already sense the powder keg of tension about to erupt in the air. He could already foresee what this place would look like in just 3 minutes' time. Though resentful, Chung Shila was pushed into the shelter by Cheng Ping'an. The people outside looked at Wang Kun with uncertainty, for they had been taking his orders all along. Now they were being asked to turn around and kill him. In that moment they found themselves paralyzed by indecision. After all, by the current circumstances they stood with Wang Kun, not Lin Hui. Lin Hui read the hesitation in their eyes, and understood he had to pour more fuel on the fire, stoking the flames to a fiercer intensity. Look at the man he holds in his hand. Can you guarantee he won't treat you the same way today? Lin Hui shouted to the crowd. Their inner turmoil had already been extreme, and his words instantly hardened their resolve. Some had already begun moving toward Wang Kun's position. You? What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't come any closer. Wang Kun's legs trembled uncontrollably as he watched them approach with weapons in hand. He had never imagined death could come so suddenly, so close. Brother, I beg you on my knees, spare me. I swear I'll never appear before you again. Look, you've barely been harmed. Spare me. It's your own virtue you'll gain, isn't that right? Seeing their unyielding determination, Wang Kun could only flee toward Lin Hui, hoping for mercy. But the wall of flames surrounding the area radiated intense heat, keeping him at bay. All he could do was plead relentlessly. Lin Hui watched him plead from behind the fiery barrier, unmoved. On what grounds should I spare you? And releasing someone like you would shorten my own lifespan. Do you consider yourself a good person? If you were truly good, you wouldn't have done such things. And if you aren't, then why should I let you live? Lin Hui's airtight logic left Wang Kun utterly speechless. There was clearly no escape. His fate was sealed right here. If he'd known this would be the outcome, he never would have provoked Lin Hui. He should never have coveted Lin Hui's shelter. He should never have come to seize it. Wang Kun's greatest flaw had been his arrogance. Believing his awakened fire ability made him unparalleled, he had never considered that someone might possess a power far greater than his own. It was his excessive confidence that had brought him down. Blind arrogance is its own undoing. Please let me go. I don't want to die. Wang Kun looked at the crowd surrounding him in sheer panic. He was barely stronger than an ordinary person now, and had no chance of breaking free from these burly men. Wang Kun, I might spare you, but can they, if we kill you we still have a chance to survive. Your death is better than all of us dying together. The man spoke these words to Wang Kun, whose face drained of color. They were the very same words Wang Kun himself had spoken moments earlier to the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Die. You've annoyed me for too long. Why should we be treated like slaves? Following you has brought us nothing but abuse. Now we can finally take revenge. A steel pipe struck Wang Kun's shoulder with devastating force, shattering bone. The weapon's destructive power was immense, and the blow was delivered with murderous intent. Had Wang Kun not been a superhuman, that single strike would have obliterated his entire shoulder. But as an enhanced individual, he sustained only partial damage. You bastards. Die. Wang Kun, unleashing a torrent of flames from both hands, he lunged for the man's throat. The attack caught him completely off guard. Before he could even react, Wang Kun's infernal grip locked onto his neck. Before his nervous system could register the pain, the flames had consumed his entire throat. Lin Hui's expression shifted as he witnessed this. He had never anticipated Wang Kun could still unleash his latent abilities. He believed he had already absorbed his power. Wang Kun should have been powerless. Yet beneath the threat of imminent death, he had erupted with extraordinary strength. This was an unexpected turn of events. How fascinating, Lin Hui murmured. Watching Wang Kun swiftly dispatch several attackers, the very people who had intended to kill him suddenly turned and fled for their lives. Lin Hui focused intently on Wang Kun's ability and suddenly felt a deep hunger stir within him. Like a starving man spotting a magnificent feast, or a man dying of thirst discovering a spring in the desert. His eyes burned with desire. In an instant, Lin Hui blurred forward. He appeared before Wang Kun in a flash. Chun Kai and the others were stunned. They hadn't noticed Lin Hui explode into such breathtaking speed. How was this possible? Lin Hui seized Wang Kun's hand. Wang Kun's eyes widened in bewilderment. What are you doing? Confronted with Lin Hui's sudden appearance, Wang Kun couldn't muster even a flicker of resistance. He gazed at him in terror, having no idea what awaited him. Lin Hui's eyes remained fixed on the flames in his hand, burning with fierce intensity. Suddenly Lin Hui reached out and grabbed Wang Kun's hand. Wang Kun was instantly stunned. He could never have imagined Lin Hui would do this. Chun Kai and the others were equally shocked. They had witnessed Wang Kun slaughter those men moments before. His flames could easily melt steel. This proved his ability exceeded at least 1,500 degrees. If Lin Hui touched it directly, his hand should have been reduced to ash. Yet in reality, as Lin Hui gripped Wang Kun's hand, he felt no heat whatsoever. Instead, a warmth spread through his body. Lin Hui. Ning Xuan cried out in alarm, but Lin Hui raised a hand signaling him not to approach. Wang Kun himself was the most bewildered of all. He had no idea what was happening or what Lin Hui intended. But in the next instant he felt a powerful suction erupting from his palm. His ability instantly slipped beyond his control. Meanwhile, Lin Hui's hand began to glow increasingly bright. Moreover, a stream of energy surged into his body, a sensation both strange and extraordinary. You're absorbing my ability. Wang Kuan felt the abnormal drain on his body and struggled to pull away, but in the next moment both his hands were firmly pinned by Lin Hui. You? Wang Kuan's face was contorted with sheer terror. He felt as though he were facing a monster. If given another chance he would never ever have interfered with Lin Hui's possessions. Everyone present was instantly stunned by Lin Hui's move. They had never seen anything like it. Lin Hui had seized Wang Kuan in a vice-like grip. Then just like Wang Kuan's, Lin Hui's hands also burst into flames, and the fire gradually spread to his arms, then to his chest, and finally down to his legs. Combined with what Wang Kuan had just said, they could all tell that Lin Hui was absorbing Wang Kuan's superpower. This realization shattered their worldview. Ordinary people were shocked enough, but Ning Ziyuan and the others were truly shaken. They had never heard of anyone being able to absorb another person's superpower. In their eyes this was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The man in front of them, Lin Hui, was absorbing Wang Kuan's superpower. Moreover, Wang Kuan's condition seemed extremely wrong. It really felt as though Lin Hui was about to drain every last bit of his superpower. Lin Hui, what are you doing? Ning Ziyuan couldn't help but shout. But Lin Hui showed no sign of stopping. Wang Kuan had already been stripped of most of his superpower, and now he was kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in agonizing pain. Everyone watching was both shocked and terrified. They had never seen such a scene. Seeing that Lin Hui was in an abnormal state, caught in a kind of obsession, Ning Ziyuan thought she had to stop him. But Cheng Ping'an blocked her. Cheng Ping'an, what are you doing? Ning Ziyuan pulled her hand free from his grasp, but Cheng Ping'an shook his head at her. Ziyuan, you can see how wrong Lin Hui's condition is. What if you go up there now, and he absorbs your superpower too? Don't forget Lin Hui has the ability to absorb other superpowers. I suspect his instinct is driving him right now. I suggest we don't get close to him for the time being. After hearing these words, Ning Ziyuan finally calmed down. Besides Ziyuan, given Lin Hui's current state, going up to him probably won't help him at all. Shin Kai also spoke. Having been best friends with Lin Hui for so many years, he had never seen Lin Hui wear such an obsessed expression. It was as if a second personality had awakened inside Lin Hui. The person before them was nothing like the man he used to be. What's going on? It sounds like something's wrong outside. At that moment, Xia Qingqing walked out. She saw Lin Hui gripping someone's palm, and Lin Hui's palm was glowing. She knew at once that something was deeply wrong. She was about to charge forward, but everyone stopped her. You. Xia Qingqing was about to snap at them, but when she saw the grave expressions on everyone's faces, she instantly backed down. Meanwhile, Lin Hui had fully absorbed Wang Kuan's superpower. Wang Kuan could only feel that the scorching energy that had once filled his body was now completely gone. Wang Kuan's face was bloodless, like a man who had gone without water for a long time. His lips were pale, and he seemed to have aged decades in an instant. Phew. Lin Hui slowly exhaled a stream of warm breath. He felt warm all over, more comfortable than his body had ever been. So this is my superpower's true function. What a pity I never realized it before. Lin Hui said with a soft sigh. He had completely absorbed Wang Kuan's superpower, which meant he had now awakened a new ability, and a rare fire-type superpower at that. Elemental superpowers might be found in only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 awakened individuals, a probability of just a few in 1,000. Yet Lin Hui had obtained one this way. Lin Hui's entire body was warm. He could feel Wang Kuan's fire-type superpower spreading through every inch of him. With a single thought, he could unleash explosive flames from his whole body. In short, elementalization. Lin Hui had originally been able to absorb particles to strengthen his body and absorb energy to make it his own, which he had already thought was extremely powerful. Only today did he discover his superpower's true purpose. These particles were not continuously generated, and Lin Hui had no idea how they came into being. So far he had absorbed only a few thousand particles, and yet they had granted him his current formidable body. But he had always felt that his superpower was not that simple. Only today had he truly uncovered what it was meant to do. No wonder he had often felt that he could absorb the energy of other superhumans. It turned out that this feeling did not simply mean absorbing the energy they released. He could also devour other people's superpowers entirely. Lin Hui concealed his fire-type superpower and looked at the crowd. Even now he had no intention of letting these people go. These people had never harbored good intentions from the start. Lin Hui was no living bodhisattva. He was a living king of hell. As long as no one provoked him, everything could be negotiated. But those who provoked him and crossed his bottom line had to die. Seeing Wang Kuan lying motionless on the ground and Lin Hui beaming with vitality, Xia Qingqing and the others knew that Lin Hui had completely absorbed Wang Kuan's superpower. Time's up. Since you won't do it yourselves, I'll do it personally, Lin Hui said to the crowd. In truth, from the moment they had planned to attack his shelter, he had already sentenced every one of them to death. Not one of them would he spare. Lin Hui, calm down. You're killing people right now? Seeing that Lin Hui was in an alarming state, Xia Qingqing immediately called out to stop him. But Lin Hui did not seem to hear her at all. Lin Hui, snap out of it, Xia Qingqing shouted. Only then did Lin Hui turn around to look at them. Do you think I've gone mad? Or do you think it's wrong of me to kill them? Lin Hui turned around and asked. The group was momentarily at a loss. Of course they knew what was going on. Besides, after what he had just done to Wang Kuan, they were still afraid of Lin Hui. None of them dared to speak. Only Xia Qingqing remained comparatively calm. You're killing people right now? I know this is the apocalypse and the law no longer exists, but right now you're killing people. Xia Qingqing shouted at him frantically. She did not want Lin Hui to lose himself because of power. Xia Qingqing, do you think I'm a complete madman now? Why don't you ask them? If Wang Kuan really had broken into our shelter, not to mention what would happen to us, what do you think would happen to you women? Do you understand? That man wasn't me, he would never have treated you so well. They were going to kill us anyway. I'm only doing unto them what they intended to do unto us. What's wrong with that? Xia Qingqing, you died in your previous life because you were too kind. You shouldn't have saved me back then. If you hadn't, you would have survived. I'll tell you the truth, I'm not a good man. Everything I did for you was calculated. You should understand that. What I can't understand is why you have a problem with me eliminating them. Lin Hui couldn't comprehend their reasoning. He felt he had to lay the matter bare, otherwise when a similar situation arose in the future the problem would remain unresolved. Xia Qingqing, do you think I should have killed them? Lin Hui demanded. Xia Qingqing was rendered speechless. She knew that no matter what she answered, it wouldn't be what she truly wanted. Sigh, enough. The instigator was that bastard. Kill him, and I'll let you go. Seeing the expressions on their faces, he understood that today was not the day to remain unyielding. Lin Hui had originally intended to slaughter them all, leaving not a single survivor. Unfortunately, Xia Qingqing ultimately stepped in to stop him. His team still hadn't grown enough, they needed more trials. There were things they couldn't understand right now. Why aren't you moving? Waiting for me to change my mind. Lin Hui commanded, staring at the terrified crowd. The crowd rushed forward, attacking Wang Kuan with clubs and blades. The unconscious Wang Kuan was jolted awake by searing pain. He screamed and wailed, but his voice gradually faded until he fell silent forever. Though these people were fellow countrymen of Huaxiao, they dared to harm him, dared to strike against him. So he had to mete out severe punishment. Lin Hui's philosophy was simple: if you were his friend, he would treat you well. If you were his enemy, he would show no mercy. Boss, can we leave now? Yeah, I've already beaten him until he stopped breathing. He's definitely dead, can't be deader. Right. To be honest, we were following that superpowered man's orders. If he hadn't forced us to bring weapons to attack your shelter, we would never have dared to provoke you. Having witnessed Lin Hui's terror, they couldn't muster the slightest will to resist. It was like ordinary people facing a superhero. Even with 10,000 guts, they wouldn't dare pick a fight with Superman. The two simply existed in entirely different dimensions. Seeing how terrified these people were of him, Lin Hui knew it was all because of his strength. Without power, he couldn't even hold on to his shelter, let alone protect Xia Qingqing and the others. Get lost now. If I ever see you again in front of my shelter, I will kill you. Lin Hui said, his killing intent razor sharp. The crowd shuddered involuntarily, unable to tell whether it was from the freezing cold or the sheer terror of his murderous aura. As the crowd retreated with bowing and scraping, the farce finally came to an end. Lin Hui had expected only to watch a good show, but unexpectedly he gained an ability as a windfall, a pleasant surprise. What? Why are you all staring at me like that? Afraid I'll eat you. Lin Hui walked toward Ning Ziyuan and the others. Though they tried to appear composed, their body language betrayed them. Now they were afraid of Lin Hui. Only Xia Qingqing was, because she had shared his bed these past days and knew what kind of person he truly was. Tell me, why did you want to kill them? Don't you think it's wrong? Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. But to Lin Hui these words were utterly laughable. Do you even know what you're saying? You all think I'm the one who's lost his mind, but I think you're the ones who can't see clearly. Lin Hui said to the crowd. He had already said all that needed to be said, repeating it would be meaningless. Do you actually believe this is right? That killing people that were relying on your strength is right? Xia Qingqing demanded. She had never imagined Lin Hui would become like this. Or perhaps she had never truly understood him. Then tell me, what is right? Go lecture them about right and wrong. See if they'll even bother to listen to you. Xia Qingqing, I think you need to set aside your kindness. If you don't, one day, it will be the death of you. Lin Hui truly couldn't grasp their way of thinking. This was the apocalypse. Had he made life too comfortable for them? Fine, let's not talk about you killing people. When you absorbed that man's ability, you looked so entranced, so indulgent. Why were you like that? Will you drain our abilities too? Do you think we should be afraid of you? Xia Qingqing shouted at Lin Hui. He understood that their team would eventually have to confront this issue. Bringing the problem out into the open and resolving it now was the only sensible approach. You're my companions. Why would I ever harm you? Do you really think I'm that kind of person? You fear my ability, yet you don't fear this gun in my hand. I could easily kill every one of you while you sleep at night. Don't forget, you're living in my place. But have I done anything like that? Have I ever wronged you? If not, then on what basis do you distrust me and suspect me? Lin Hui said to them. They knew he was speaking the truth and could not refute it. Your trust in me isn't even as deep as Da Wang's. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing and the others. If it weren't for the companion system binding them all, guaranteeing absolute loyalty, he would likely have driven every one of them away by now. Absolute loyalty only ensured they wouldn't betray him. It didn't mean they wouldn't question or doubt. That assurance merely guaranteed no one would stab him in the back. It was precisely because of this guarantee that he could live peacefully alongside them. Without that card, Lin Hui would have thought long and hard before even letting them into his shelter. Lin Hui, but there are Huaxia compatriots. There's no need to go this far. Isn't your dream to protect Huaxia? Then why are you set on wiping them out? This goes against your original intention. Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui nodded. He did admit that he wanted to protect Huaxia to safeguard the last embers of humanity. But he never said he would protect everyone. Those who tried to kill him and seize his shelter, he would absolutely never let them off. My original intention truly was to protect Huaxia. But that doesn't mean I'm a fool. If they want to kill me, I won't just stand there and let them chop me down. Lin Hui shook his head. In the end, they had never been tempered by the apocalypse, so they couldn't understand his way of thinking. Had they lived through 3 years of Doomsday as he had, even if they couldn't wholeheartedly approve of his actions, they wouldn't have quarreled with him so fiercely today. Go get some rest. We'll talk more tomorrow. Lin Hui glanced outside. It was still pitch dark. When they left, he had made those people carry away the garbage. So the area in front of the shelter was relatively clean now. Only a few bloodstains remained which the snow would soon cover. Xia Qingqing truly couldn't accept Lin Hui's killing, but she also found that she couldn't convince him otherwise. Like the first time Lin Hui fired a gun in front of her, she had spent a long time accepting it. Now not long after, Lin Hui even wanted to kill a group of people. How could she ever come to terms with that? Xia Qingqing didn't get into bed, she was still angry. To be honest, Lin Hui really didn't feel like coaxing her, because coaxing wouldn't help with this kind of matter. Xia Qingqing had to understand it herself before she could get over that hurdle in her heart. At first he too couldn't accept it with equanimity, everything depended on how one viewed it. Today was the 18th day of the apocalypse. Today the aberrations were to appear at 8 o'clock in the evening. Last night Lin Hui had been pondering some issues, and he believed it was necessary for him to communicate with his squad. Early in the morning, he gathered everyone together. Everyone, I want to thoroughly settle the issue we disputed last night today. Everyone should agree, right? Lin Hui said to the group, but he saw that their morale didn't seem very high. Snap! Lin Hui conjured a ball of fire in his palm. How about this? This is the ability I plundered last night. I find that I can wield it far more skillfully than that person did. What do you all think? Lin Hui made no effort to conceal his ability, even though it had been wrested from Wang Kun. But after fully absorbing the other's ability, he discovered that it had become his own, as if he was meant to possess it all along. But Lin Hui's gesture still failed to lift the atmosphere. He couldn't help feeling helpless. Could the shock he had given them last night really have been that great? I owe you all an apology. Last night, I was being irrational. Lin Hui said to everyone. Since the aberrations were about to appear, his primary task was still to keep the team's morale under control. Old Lin, to be honest, killing is never a good thing. I understand you are a reborn one who has experienced the chaotic apocalypse, but the situation in our Huaxia is still relatively peaceful. I think that in many cases things don't have to be done so ruthlessly. After all, people can't become completely callous, right? What do you think? Chen Kai said. That's right, Lin Hui. This is exactly what we've been agonizing over. I believe that even though we're in the apocalypse and the law has lost its power, we still can't kill people wantonly. Moreover, if you keep this mentality, you might lose control one day. Although we trust you, we don't want that to happen to you. Ning Ziyuan also said to Lin Hui. Cheng Pingyan and his sister nodded, all expressing agreement. Lin Hui, I don't know what kind of person you used to be. I want to get to know you anew from now on. I hope you can be a kind person. Can you? Of course, I also understand that some things cannot be judged simply as right or wrong, but we do have a choice. Even though one shouldn't be too kind in the apocalypse, kindness is still not wrong. Xia Qingqing also said to him. Hearing their words, Lin Hui reflected on the matter. He was indeed at fault in some ways, but Xia Qingqing and the others also understood that Lin Hui's choice hadn't been wrong. After all, Lin Hui's decisions were merely intended to protect them. Moreover, those he had killed were not good people. In the current stage of the apocalypse, killing the wicked was in fact a form of protection for the righteous. Xia Qingqing actually understood Lin Hui. She just didn't want him to become cold and ruthless. She didn't want to face a tyrant who could kill anyone at will in the future. If they hadn't brought up this issue, the problem would have kept accumulating in their hearts, and when it finally erupted, it would be very difficult to resolve. Lin Hui was also aware of this, which was why he had called the meeting. Otherwise, his squad would be a squad with lingering problems. I understand. I'll keep this kind of thinking in check from now on. This matter was thoughtless of me. I failed to consider your feelings. I'm sorry. Lin Hui said to everyone. You don't need to apologize. We're not blaming you, we just wanted to voice the problem. Xia Qingqing moved to Lin Hui's side and looked at him sincerely. In fact, they could all tell that Lin Hui wasn't the kind of person who delighted in killing. Yes, we're just solving the problem. Now that everyone has laid their cards on the table, this issue is settled. Come today, I'll cook a lunch for everyone. Cheng Pingyan said to them. He could tell what was going on and quickly stepped in to ease the tension. After all, Cheng Pingyan worked in the catering industry, and reading customers' expressions was an art in itself. Right, Lin Hui said, the aberrations will appear today. We'll have to face them, so let's eat first. Cheng Shila also said, and then she followed Cheng Pingyan into the room to make preparations. Cheng Kai, do you think I'm a good person? Of course you're definitely a good person. To them, Lin Hui was certainly a good person. However, during this period, Lin Hui had already killed 2 people right in front of them. If it had been before, they definitely wouldn't have dared to say that Lin Hui was a good person. This was because they were in the apocalypse. In different circumstances, people's perspectives on things naturally differ. That was why Cheng Kai had answered the way he did. Then what did you think about my first kill? The time I shot that person dead. You all fell silent. What were you thinking at that moment? Lin Hui brought up the matter. He had indeed been furious at the time, which was why he had shot and killed that person without thinking. When Chun Kai and the others saw Lin Hui fire the gun, they all fell silent for a long time, and afterwards they never mentioned it again. Obviously they already had answers in their hearts. That matter, heh. Chun Kai looked around awkwardly and noticed everyone avoiding his gaze. Clearly they wanted him to make the decision himself. None of them were willing to answer. Say it. What are you afraid of me? Because what he wanted to hear was the truth. Chun Kai and the others had no need to fabricate comforting words just to spare his feelings. Then I'll speak. Seeing that no one responded, Chun Kai had no choice but to speak. First, my initial reaction was shock, speechless shock. I never imagined that you who were so close to me would dare to shoot and kill a person. Second, I felt fear. I didn't know what I was afraid of. I just had a feeling of chills all over my body. Perhaps it was the fear of facing death. Another thing was that I didn't know how to face you. Old Lin, you know that our Huaxia is a peaceful country. As for killing. Although Chun Kai phrased it tactfully, he also knew how everyone now viewed him. To put it plainly, Lin Hui had killed someone. Whatever the reason, his deed had left a thorn in everyone's hearts. Even though they understood that this was the end times and that law and order no longer existed, they still could not bring themselves to cross that final threshold within their own hearts. It was precisely for this reason that they had stopped Lin Hui yesterday. I understand. It's fine. You understand me, and I understand you. If this is a sin, then let me bear it alone. Having struggled through the apocalypse for 3 years, Lin Hui had long grown accustomed to killing, but he had not expected Chun Kai and the others to take it so hard. Although he knew the current environment was still relatively peaceful, which allowed kindness to linger in their hearts, this could not truly be judged as right or wrong. He simply resolved to be more mindful of such matters in the future. Even if he were ever forced into a situation where killing became unavoidable, he would do it away from their sight. After all, no matter how tiny a thorn in their hearts, it was still a thorn. A thorn lodged in the heart always aches. Come, try my spicy diced chicken. It's incredibly satisfying and goes perfectly with rice. Everyone eat up. Considering their differing dietary preferences, Chung Pingyan had prepared one spicy dish and one mild dish, catering to everyone's tastes. After lunch, Lin Hui and the others headed to the base. Tonight was when the aberrations would appear once more, and they needed to rally the troops there. Comrade Lin Hui, you've arrived. Lu Jinglong, the minister of the Huaxia military region, excitedly clasped Lin Hui's hand. After all this time, he had finally met the great hero of humanity. In truth, Lu Jinglong had arrived at the S-City base long ago, but Lin Hui had returned to the sanctuary, so the two had never managed to meet. As the minister of the Huaxia military region, he held the highest command authority and was one of the 3 great ministers. Previously, he had been occupied with critical national affairs and had never found the time to see Lin Hui. Lin Hui, let me introduce you. This is the supreme leader of our Huaxia military region. The suggestions you made were approved by him personally. He has been eager to meet you. The base commander said to Lin Hui. Although Lu Jinglong was advanced in years, his vitality rivaled that of a middle-aged man, and no one could possibly mistake him for an elder. Commander Lu, it is an honor. Lin Hui shook his hand in return. It was his first time meeting a military region minister, the supreme leader of the Huaxia military region. That such a figure would personally come to see him was quite unexpected. Why so formal? Just call me Dalong. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui, paying no regard to rank or age. Lin Hui had saved countless citizens of Huaxia. They would never presume to flaunt their titles before him. Commander Lu, that hardly seems appropriate. Lin Hui dared not address the military region minister so casually. It simply wasn't fitting. Nonsense. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? My name is Lu Jinglong. You may call me Along. It sounds more intimate that way, Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. Even so, Lin Hui still found it rather awkward. All right then, Along, it's a pleasure. I'm Lin Hui. Lin Hui ultimately accepted the form of address. Evidently, this minister of the military region was quite amicable. Lin Hui, regarding the appearance of the aberrations tonight, we have already made all the necessary preparations. Moreover, the civilians have been safely sheltered. Is there anything else you think we should add? Lu Jinglong asked. Every day, citizens of Huaxia still perished in various ways, and the nation was largely powerless to prevent it. Have the superpowered individuals strictly follow their training protocols. Today's aberrations will no longer attack humans on sight. They have evolved and will learn to avoid danger. It is absolutely essential that we send the superpowered out to hunt the aberrations tonight. If we fail to eliminate them in time, their rate of advancement will far surpass the growth of my abilities. Lin Hui said to Lu Jinglong. Lu Jinglong nodded, expressing his agreement with Lin Hui's words. As you've said, the aberrations that appear tonight initially cannot adapt to the darkness, but later they will evolve into variants fully adapted to it. Those are what you call the Night Stalkers. We haven't yet devised a countermeasure against them, but we will accelerate our research. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. Night Stalkers were creatures that would not appear until a month into the apocalypse. Fully acclimated to darkness, they took particular delight in hunting humans fleeing through the black of night. They generally did not kill their prey immediately. Instead, they delighted in toying with them, waiting until their victims were utterly exhausted and bereft of any strength to flee before devouring them. However, when faced with superpowered individuals, their predatory instincts would be magnified without limit. Thus, it was not only ordinary humans who feared the Night Stalkers. Even superpowered beings could not claim a guaranteed method of slaying them. After the customary meeting concluded, Lin Hui set out. Initially, he had not brought Da Huang along, leaving him to guard the sanctuary. Yet as he prepared to depart, he saw Da Huang sprinting toward him at full speed. Da Huang, weren't you supposed to guard the sanctuary? Why have you come running over? Lin Hui said to Da Huang, but the dog merely spun around in circles, as if insisting on joining them in hunting the aberrations. Since Da Huang had come, Lin Hui had no choice but to bring him along. It couldn't be helped. Had he left the dog at the base, it would surely have found a way to follow anyway. Lin Hui, you're taking Da Huang with you. Will he be safe? Xia Qingqing asked with concern. Dogs were precious creatures in the apocalypse. If anything happened to him, they would all be heartbroken. Don't worry. Da Huang is faster than even Xun Kai, and when I first encountered him, he was already holding his own against the zombies. I think he'll be fine. Besides, Da Huang understands human speech. If danger arises, he can simply be told to leave. Since Lin Hui had spoken, Xia Qingqing naturally raised no further objection to bringing Da Huang along. After all, Da Huang's running speed was truly remarkable, and ordinary aberrations could not hope to catch him. The rift has appeared. Let's move out. Lin Hui immediately drove toward the nearest rift, while the superpowered squads from the base also set out at the same time. Comrade Lin Hui, do be careful out there. Lu Jinglong was deeply moved. Had the superpower awakening not been restricted to a specific age range, he would undoubtedly have followed Lin Hui onto the battlefield as well. Every time Lin Hui personally took to the field, it brought tears to the eyes of these veteran commanders. After all, young men with Lin Hui's courage and vision were few and far between. Comrade along, rest assured I will return safely, Lin Hui said to Lu Jinglong. Though the two had only just met, Lu Jinglong felt a deep sense of having found a kindred spirit far too late. In truth, Lin Hui could understand this sentiment. In his previous life, he had heard that the Huaxia military region had always fought on the front lines, even though he never learned the minister's name at the time. Nonetheless, he held the military region minister in the highest esteem. In his past life, despite overwhelming hardship, they had never ceased fighting to protect Huaxia and exterminate the aberrations. Congratulations. You have slain a first-order aberration and earned 100 points. Now the number of aberrations appearing is clearly much greater than before. Lin Hui truly felt that this apocalypse was beginning to show its might. Fortunately, his strength had already reached the late first-order stage. Dealing with these low-rank first-order aberrations was as easy as reaching into one's pocket. Bang! Lin Hui slammed his fist into the aberration's head, and its skull caved in directly. These aberrations pose no great pressure on me right now, oh, I can handle them with ease. With a flick of his blade, Lin Hui quickly killed one aberration after another. After a period of coordination, his squad's teamwork had become even better. To them, killing these aberrations was as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. There was virtually no pressure. Woof woof woof. Just as Lin Hui killed an aberration, he saw Da Huang barking persistently in one direction. Lin Hui guessed that Da Huang must have smelled something. Da Huang, what's the situation ahead? Lin Hui asked. Da Huang stretched out a front paw and pointed at itself, leaving Lin Hui momentarily confused. But he quickly understood. You mean there are survivors up ahead? Lin Hui asked. The things that could grab Da Huang's attention were nothing more than a few possibilities: humans, walking corpses, and aberrations. Da Huang pointed at itself again, making the situation crystal clear. Da Huang was telling Lin Hui that there were still survivors hidden in the pile of ruins before them. Woof! Da Huang barked in response to Lin Hui. Everyone hurry up and clear away these aberrations first, Lin Hui said to everyone. They immediately entered a rapid kill mode, and their efficiency greatly improved. In this trip, Lin Hui gained a total of 700 points, meaning that the 6 people together had killed 70 first-order aberrations. Actually, more than 100 first-order aberrations had appeared, but seeing Lin Hui's formidable combat prowess, many of them fled. Even with Xia Qingqing's control over them, they could only keep 70. That was already an impressive feat. Some squads might have only managed to kill 1 or 2 aberrations by now. This time Ning Ziyuan fully exerted her combat strength, and her personal kill efficiency directly caught up with Lin Hui's. After all, Lin Hui had 3 years of monster-killing experience ahead of Ning Ziyuan. No wonder Ning Ziyuan was called General Ning. Her talent in combat was indeed formidable. In fact, in her previous life, Ning Ziyuan hadn't grown up that quickly either. The point when she truly rose to power was 1 month into the apocalypse. It was only because of Lin Hui's intervention that her growth was accelerated. Ning Ziyuan's current strength was already close to the middle first-order stage. After another 2 or 3 battles, Lin Hui would notice that her physical fitness had improved. What's wrong, Captain Lin Hui? Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui. Hearing this address, he realized that Ning Ziyuan had already acknowledged him. Follow Da Huang. We're going to rescue people, Lin Hui said to everyone. Upon hearing that they were going to save people, they immediately sprang into action. They ran to a pile of ruins ahead. It looked like it had once been a small supermarket, but now it had collapsed into rubble. Woof woof. Da Huang barked at the ruins, then made a digging motion. Lin Hui understood that Da Huang was telling them the people were inside. Clear the rubble, but be careful. There are people underneath, Lin Hui said to everyone. Hearing this, they immediately started moving the debris away. Because they were all ability users, they cleared the rubble very quickly. Moreover, with Cheng Pingyun, a body enhancement tank, on hand, the larger stones could be entirely left to him. After Lin Hui cleared away the debris, he saw a triangular area. A load-bearing wall there had just managed to hold back the falling boulders, giving the people underneath space to survive. It was already the 18th day of the apocalypse, and they didn't know how long the two had been buried or whether they were still alive. Lin Hui stepped forward to check their breathing and found that both were still alive. However, the woman was extremely weak. The one in her arms was probably her daughter, who had also fallen unconscious. Save my child. The woman said these words with all her remaining strength, then fell unconscious. The last thing she saw was Lin Hui's face. Lin Hui couldn't imagine what had sustained this woman for so long. The last bit of food she had should have been eaten long ago, and they must have been buried here for many days. Lin Hui gently placed the two in the car. Then at the shop's medicine counter, he spent 200 points to buy 2 bottles of nutrient solution for them. He administered it via 4-drip, trying to see if he could save them. I never expected Da Huang to have the ability to save people. That really opened my eyes. Lin Hui, do you think these 2 bottles of nutrient solution can bring them back to life? Don't they need some medicine or something? Ning Ziyuan asked. Lin Hui was speechless. How would I know whether they'll live? And they're both unconscious. How am I supposed to feed them medicine? Lin Hui also couldn't guarantee that he could save them, but seeing how strong their will to live was they should survive. After all, among the items he had found in the medicine counter, nutrient solution was the most suitable for them. I'm just worried about them, that's all. Da Huang, tonight I'll have Lin Hui give you an extra drumstick. You saved 2 people today? Ning Ziyuan went over to rub Da Huang's face. Their breathing has stabilized a bit. They should wake up soon. Xia Qingqing checked their breathing and said, it's good that they're all right. Qingqing, stay here and watch over them. Ning Ziyuan and the others will go clear out the aberrations. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing, and the others had no objections. After all, their most important task right now was clearing aberrations. Okay, be careful, Xia Qingqing said. Lin Hui and the others set off immediately. Ning Ziyuan, do you feel that your strength has increased a notch? Lin Hui asked. During this period, Ning Ziyuan's progress had indeed been remarkable. Yes, I feel that I've grown much stronger now. Even if more first-order aberrations come, they'll be a piece of cake for me, Ning Ziyuan said proudly. Seeing her smug expression, Lin Hui found it somewhat amusing. Why are you so confident? Lin Hui asked. However, it was good for Ning Ziyuan to be confident, because the more confident one is, the better one can exert one's abilities. What I said is the truth, Ning Ziyuan said. Her words reminded Lin Hui of her in his previous life. A single person capable of holding off an army of 10,000. Facing tens of thousands of aberrations alone, she moved, as if through unguarded territory. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Lin Hui died in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, so he had no idea how Ning Ziyuan had developed afterward. He did not know much about Ning Ziyuan's ability, so he could not help Ning Ziyuan much. Still, he believed Ning Ziyuan did not need his help anyway. Lin Hui and the others arrived at the site where the second rift had appeared. By then, only the corpses of aberrants lay on the ground with no sign of the superpowered squad. An aberrant spotted Lin Hui and the others and charged straight at them. Ning Ziyuan blasted out a wave of air, knocking it down on the spot. Ning Ziyuan killed a first-rank aberrant. You have earned 100 points. 100 points were credited to the account. Many aberrants were still hiding nearby. They would occasionally come out to ambush humans, but in the current situation their choice was to lie low and wait to evolve. This was precisely because Lin Hui's decisions had changed the circumstances of the aberrants. In the previous life, when the aberrants first appeared, no one had anticipated that they would evolve. At the very beginning, people only fled from the aberrants and took no effective countermeasures, effectively providing the aberrants with nourishment. Lin Hui had stressed this point emphatically even before the apocalypse began. Every time aberrants appeared, they had to exterminate all of them as thoroughly as possible. Even if some aberrants still escaped, once they had the strength to eliminate them, they had to do so as soon as possible. Before aberrants could evolve, they could awaken. They had to feed at regular intervals, so they came out to hunt humans. Lin Hui believed that if not for that, they could have stayed hidden until invincible before emerging. Moreover, in the later stages, high-rank aberrants could even evolve to the point of speaking human language and would even employ tactics, a truly devastating blow to humanity. The aberrants were already far more numerous than humans, and they would eventually awaken intelligence, as well, making an already difficult battle even harder. You all go clear the nearby aberrants. I'll go check the surroundings, Lin Hui said to everyone. Given the current strength of first-rank aberrants, their abilities were fully sufficient to deal with them. Even if a first-rank mutant aberrant appeared, they would not be without a fighting chance. Lin Hui's purpose, however, was to search for first-rank mutant aberrants in the area, for these aberrants were the true threat in the late stages of the apocalypse. Because they had mutated, even among those of the same first rank, they might possess different attack methods. Take the first-rank aberrants Lin Hui faced, for example. Their mutation paths numbered at least a dozen or more. Some had mutated eyes that could see through the attacks of superpowered users. Some had mutated leaping abilities, allowing them to spring dozens of meters into the air. Others had mutated forelimbs, with razor-sharp claws capable of eviscerating superpowered users of the same rank. Understood. Ning Ziyuan immediately acted on Lin Hui's order and searched the surrounding area. Lin Hui had equipped each of them with a communication headset, so they could coordinate at any time. Shen Kai, you're in charge of searching for any survivors nearby. Remember, be careful. I don't want to see you get cut. Lin Hui said to Chen Kai. Chen Pingyan and the others had also gone out with Ning Ziyuan. After a while Chen Kai returned. Lin Hui, there are no survivors around here. Even if there were with aberrants appearing nearby, they've probably all gone into hiding. About 10 minutes later Chen Kai returned and reported the situation to Lin Hui. Although Chen Kai had awakened a rather ordinary speed enhancement, it was still extremely useful in the early days of the apocalypse. Got it. You stay with me, Lin Hui said to Chen Kai. Although Chen Kai now possessed a speed-type talent, he was still lacking in strength. Therefore Lin Hui temporarily kept him by his side. Back to Xia Qingqing's side. She was holding Da Huang and watching over the unconscious mother and daughter. Woof woof. Da Huang suddenly struggled and jumped out of Xia Qingqing's arms. Da Huang. Xia Qingqing cried out in alarm, but the next second Da Huang had already run off. He looked at the two unconscious people and finally decided to stay by their side. After all, Da Huang could run very fast, and the mother and daughter were both unconscious. And by the look of it they were ordinary people. Xia Qingqing decided it was better to guard them first. I hope Da Huang will be fine. Xia Qingqing reported this to Lin Hui. Don't worry. Da Huang should be fine. He's very smart. Lin Hui comforted her. In truth, he had no idea why Da Huang had run off. Yet after he waited where he was for a while, Da Huang actually ran to his side. Da Huang, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay there and not run around? Lin Hui picked Da Huang up and sent Xia Qingqing a message telling her that Da Huang was with him and there was no need to worry. Only then did Xia Qingqing feel at ease. Otherwise Da Huang dashing alone through this apocalypse teeming with aberrants might very well be caught by them. Da Huang barked at Lin Hui twice again. Hearing Da Huang's bark, Lin Hui understood that something else had likely happened. Da Huang pointed toward an aberrant corpse. Lin Hui looked at it and seemed to think of something. Are you saying a rift might appear nearby? Lin Hui asked. Da Huang only barked once. Lin Hui understood Da Huang was telling him no. He should guess again. Are there aberrants around here? Lin Hui guessed again. This time Da Huang barked twice and pointed in one direction. Fortunately that direction was not the one Ning Ziyuan and the others had taken. They should be safe over there, so he did not have to worry. Come on Chen Kai. Let's head up ahead and take a look. Lin Hui said to Chen Kai. If aberrants appeared ahead, he could handle them. But Da Huang would not have run all the way to his side for an ordinary aberrant. There was probably a special mutant aberrant around. Lin Hui and Chen Kai walked forward together. After roughly half an hour he saw the area ahead covered with walking dead. Just as I thought, a mutant has appeared here. Seeing the walking dead all over the ground, Lin Hui understood at once. Lin Hui, there are so many walking dead here. Should we fall back first? Chen Kai said to Lin Hui. At present there were only the two of them, and two people truly could not handle that many walking dead. No. If there is a mutant aberrant here we must eliminate it. With my current strength I can deal with a mutant aberrant, and with your speed you can lure these walking dead away. Don't worry. Just the two of us is no problem. Lin Hui patted Chen Kai on the shoulder. The mutant aberrants by now had definitely awakened intelligence. If they waited for reinforcements, what if that mutant aberrant ran away? Chen Kai, you go. Lure these walking dead away. Take this. Lin Hui tossed Chen Kai a specially made blood pack. The smell of blood from the pack could instantly ignite the walking dead's bloodlust, making it perfect for luring monsters. Let's do it. Chen Kai steeled himself. He had not contributed much to the team, and now was the time for him to prove himself. Naturally, he stepped forward to lure those walking dead away. As soon as the blood bag was opened, the zombies behind turned their heads. One after another more of the walking dead surged toward Chen Kai, and he immediately activated his ability and fled. The remaining horde stirred restlessly but stayed put. Lin Hui understood that these zombies would not leave. They were likely under the control of a mutant. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to go. Lin Hui charged straight ahead, erupting with his flame ability and slaughtering the zombies in front of him. You have killed a zombie. Earned 10 points. Lin Hui's flames incinerated the zombies before him, and points kept pouring into his account. The zombies finally snapped into action and lunged at Lin Hui. He drew his thermal blade, swung it down in one stroke, and the 5 zombies in front of him dropped dead instantly. Lin Hui gained another 50 points. Old Lin, what should I do now? Chen Kai ran back and asked. Keep luring them around. Once I've dealt with the zombies here, I'll come help you. After saying that to Chen Kai, Lin Hui charged forward again to slay the zombies. Bang! A car came hurtling toward him. Lin Hui saw it unleash the thermal blade at full power and split it in half. Split in half, the car toppled to both sides, its wreckage scraping along the ground and dragging a long trail of fire. So you finally can't hold back and want to attack me. I've been waiting for you. When Lin Hui saw a car hurtling toward him, he knew that the intelligent mutant had shown itself. Using a car as a weapon was an attack he had never seen before. No ordinary zombie could hurl a vehicle. Their strength was nowhere near enough. So cautious. Lin Hui had thought he would finally get to see the intelligent zombie, but all it did was command the other zombies to attack him. Lin Hui guessed that it was trying to exhaust him. That in itself was proof of its intelligence. If it had been like the previous zombie, it would have appeared before him and attacked by now. Clearly this one was intelligent enough to use ordinary zombies to drain Lin Hui's stamina. Lin Hui naturally saw through this too. He immediately threw a canister into the horde, a gasoline bomb. Combined with his flame ability, it could ignite all those zombies in an instant. Da Huang, let me show you a fire show. A fireball blazed to life in Lin Hui's hand and crashed into the middle of the onrushing horde. Drenched in gasoline, the zombies burst into flames at once. At the same time, a peculiar odor filled the air. How should one describe it? It did not smell like barbecue, it was more like the stench of burning garbage. But woven into that odor was actually a slight fragrance which was a bit strange. This flammability is really handy. I have that man to thank for giving it to me. If I had to rely on slashing these zombies with a blade, I don't know how long I'd have to keep cutting. Lin Hui said, looking at the flammability in his hand. If he had not absorbed that man's ability, he truly would have had no good way to deal with the horde. But with the flammability and gasoline bombs, he could burn these zombies cleanly away. With this one move, Lin Hui netted over 700 points. For the first time, Lin Hui truly tasted the joy of earning points. I refuse to believe you still won't come out now. Let me see how long you can hide. Because he had no idea what kind of mutation the creature had undergone, Lin Hui did not recklessly charge forward to kill the mutant zombie. Although Lin Hui was confident he could slay it in the apocalypse, a person had only one life. One could not be too careful. He certainly did not believe he would be reborn a second time. After the fire had blazed for a while, the zombies before him were mostly burned clean away. Then Lin Hui spotted a car driving straight toward him. That's right, a car was driving straight at him. When Lin Hui looked closely, he realized the zombie was actually the one behind the wheel. This mutant zombie was covered in green, and its eyes were an eerie red. At that moment, Lin Hui could even see the maniacal expression on its face. What the hell? Not only does this mutant zombie have intelligence, it can even drive a damn car. Lin Hui could not help cursing. This was an eye-opener. Not even in his previous life had he come across something so bizarre. Da Huang, get to the side. I'll handle him. Holding the thermal blade in his right hand and condensing his flammability in his left, Lin Hui prepared to face the intelligent mutant. I don't believe you can ignore my flammability. Take this. Lin Hui hurled the fireball. Sure enough, the zombie jumped out of the car. It chose to bail to evade his flame attack. As I thought, it still can't resist my ability. That proves its evolution isn't that advanced. Still, for such a highly intelligent zombie to appear at this stage is truly rare. Watching the car race toward him, Lin Hui did not panic. He lobbed a fireball at the tires, and the vehicle was instantly flipped up, flying over his head. Don't run. Seeing the creature actually flee, Lin Hui immediately gave chase. He was not surprised that the zombie ran from him, but why was it so decisive about it? Seeing Lin Hui chase after it, Da Huang naturally followed too, one man and one dog pursuing a single zombie. The green-skinned zombie climbed straight up a towering building. Lin Hui watched the zombie scale the high-rise and had no choice but to follow through the stairwell. It was not that he could not climb the building himself, but he was certain he would not be as fast as the creature. Taking the stairs, by contrast, allowed him to reach the corresponding floor quickly. Huh, what is it trying to do? When Lin Hui climbed up and saw the creature in another building, he was immediately perplexed. This zombie clearly doesn't want to fight me, but why would it willingly stop and wait for me? Could it be trying to exhaust my stamina? Lin Hui could only think of that explanation because the creature neither attacked him on its own nor fled outright, leaving him deeply confused. Whatever its intentions, I have to catch up and destroy it. If such an intelligent zombie is allowed to keep evolving, it will be a tremendous blow to humanity. Lin Hui did not concern himself with that. The buildings in the city were close enough together that he could leap from one floor to another. Using the thermal blade as a brake, the maneuver was safe enough and carried no real danger. But when he caught up, the creature ran away once more. This baffled Lin Hui completely. He had no idea what the zombie was trying to do. Could it truly just be trying to wear him down? Yet if this was its only way of exhausting him, given Lin Hui's stamina reserves, it would probably take 4 or 5 hours to drain him completely. Still, Lin Hui had no choice but to continue chasing after it. It posed an absolute potential threat to humanity, and Lin Hui had to eliminate it. If he allowed it to continue developing, the next encounter would hardly permit such an easy kill. Damn it. No matter how Lin Hui pursued it, the shambling corpse kept staying ahead of him. This chase had been going on for some time now. Lin Hui gradually realized the creature was either trying to lure him away, toying with him, or leading him somewhere specific. But Lin Hui had no time to overthink. He had to find a way to take down this shambling corpse. Even if a trap awaited him, he would have to march straight into it. Lin Hui chased the wandering corpse all the way into an abandoned factory, where it finally came to a halt. So you're done running now, are you? Die. Lin Hui charged forward and brought his blade down in a single strike. It resonated like steel being struck. To his astonishment, the corpse merely grinned back at him. What's going on? Lin Hui sensed something was wrong and immediately withdrew. At his current level, a late-stage first-tier cultivator, he should be able to slay a first-tier shambling corpse with ease. Could there be something unusual about its green hide? Damn it, let's go again. Frustrated by the creature's antics, Lin Hui charged forward once more and slashed directly at its head. But the creature didn't even attempt to dodge, simply absorbing the blow. Astonishingly, the strike produced no real effect, leaving only a pale scratch on its crown. So hard. Lin Hui was taken aback. This mutated wandering corpse was green, and its emerald skin must have granted it enhanced defensive capabilities. However, Lin Hui had never encountered such a mutated corpse in his previous life, leaving him uncertain of how to defeat it. A predicament that gave him pause. Just as Lin Hui was deep in thought, the wandering corpse broke into a smile once more. Seeing that grin, Lin Hui immediately sensed something was wrong. He had walked right into a trap. The creature had deliberately lured him here. Before he could react further, the shambling corpse picked up a remote control from the ground nearby, and Lin Hui's stomach dropped at the sight. No. Even as the thought crossed his mind, the creature pressed the red button. A split second later, a thunderous explosion erupted. A massive burst of flames surged toward him, and Lin Hui finally realized the entire facility had been rigged with explosives. The creature had deliberately drawn him here to kill him with the blast. Lin Hui had been consumed by anger at its provocation. He had never imagined the wandering corpse could acquire so many bombs. Was this to be his end? Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly saw a yellow figure dash beside him, rapidly growing in size. Boom. The explosion sent a devastating thermal wave crashing toward Lin Hui. Yet the searing agony he anticipated never came. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the factory. Looking up, Lin Hui saw Da Huang had expanded to a massive size, now larger than even a lion or tiger. In that final desperate moment, Da Huang had dragged him to safety. Da Huang, Lin Hui asked tentatively. The beast gently set him down and let out 2 happy barks. Whoa, Da Huang, did you just unlock some new ability? Seeing the once small dog transform into such a massive form, Lin Hui was truly amazed. He had never imagined Da Huang possessed such a transformation ability. This dog was extraordinary from the start. Thank you, Da Huang. Hearing Lin Hui's gratitude, Da Huang barked joyfully twice. The factory in front of them lay in smoldering ruins, and Lin Hui wondered whether the wandering corpse inside had survived. Lin Hui guessed it was likely still alive, since the creature was willing to place itself at the epicenter of the explosion and must have a means of survival. When the green walking corpse emerged from the wreckage, Lin Hui immediately understood why it dared to detonate the bombs. Indeed, the shambling corpse was unharmed. Emerging from the flames, it looked almost imposing, but it was still a walking corpse, and no matter how fierce it appeared, it still had to die. Gripping his thermal blade, Lin Hui charged forward once more. The mutated green corpse had been scorched crimson by the intense heat, and he intended to test whether a single strike could sever its head. But to his astonishment, the creature blocked his blade with one hand. Lin Hui's jaw dropped. Though this attack had not utilized his full strength, it had still exerted at least 70% of his power, and yet the opponent had stopped it with a single hand. With no option but to withdraw, Lin Hui fell back. Could this wandering corpse have awakened an enhancement ability and then willingly allowed itself to be bitten? That made no sense whatsoever. Lin Hui analyzed the situation aloud, realizing he had truly run out of viable strategies against the mutated corpse before him. In truth, the situation aligned closely with Lin Hui's suspicions. The creature had indeed awakened a physical enhancement ability and had been bitten, but not voluntarily. This first-tier walking corpse had been a fierce fighter. Before mutating, he had used his ability to slay numerous shambling corpses. Upon waking, he discovered that although he had become a wandering corpse, he still retained a fragment of his original intelligence. His greatest limitation was the inability to speak. If Lin Hui had known his story, he would have given the creature his utmost respect. This was the tale of a true survivor. To dare draw Lin Hui into the same deadly environment and press the detonator without hesitation. That marked him as a genuine warrior. Had the creature not become a wandering corpse, Lin Hui would have welcomed him into the shelter and called him a friend. Unfortunately, fate had simply placed them at the wrong time. After Lin Hui retreated, Da Huang paused briefly before charging forward. Despite his enlarged size, the dog's speed had only increased. Da Huang lunged and sank his teeth into the creature's neck. The wandering corpse, confident in its durability, had never expected its skin to be pierced by the dog's jaws. It reacted instantly, swatting Da Huang away with a powerful blow. Lin Hui was stunned once more. Had the enhancement also amplified Da Huang's bite force? Since Lin Hui at the late first-tier stage could not pierce this mutated corpse, Da Huang's bite force must now rival that of a second-tier mutant. Great work, Da Huang. For the first time, Lin Hui felt profoundly grateful that he had not cooked the dog back then. Without Da Huang, he would have had no way to defeat this copper-skinned, iron-boned shambling corpse. Now that Da Huang could wound it, and judging by the creature's comparatively weak offensive capabilities, it seemed to have focused primarily on enhancing its defense. Lin Hui charged toward the zombie once more. This time the creature finally stirred. Seeing this, Lin Hui sneered inwardly. "If I thought you truly looked down on me." Fireball technique, blast. Lin Hui had named his ability the Fireball technique. He slammed a fireball into the zombie. Although it failed to inflict any real damage, it stalled the creature for a fleeting moment, and that was all he needed. "Time for you to die." Lin Hui struck down at the wound Da Huang had bitten open earlier. This time the zombie took the blow squarely without evasion. With the thermal blade at full power, it finally bit into the flesh. Just a little, but enough to prove that Lin Hui still had the means to destroy this thing. It would simply require some time and patience. The green zombie suddenly lunged at him with its jaws wide open. Lin Hui smashed his fist into the creature's forehead, flame ability blazing. Even if it didn't land any substantive damage, that punch was more than enough to leave the zombie reeling. Moreover, Lin Hui's current strength was at the late stage of the first rank, having fused particles from every element. His raw power was something no ordinary superhuman could hope to match. That was the zombie's only edge, its mutated armor-like body specialized in defense. Had it been a speed type like Chun Kai, Lin Hui was certain his earlier strike alone would have sent the head tumbling. At that moment Da Huang charged forth. The hound was so fast that it reached the zombie almost simultaneously with the end of Lin Hui's attack. Raising its forepaws high, Da Huang carved deep gashes across the green zombie's body. Lin Hui was astonished by the sight. Did that mean he wasn't even a match for Da Huang right now? That was simply unfair. After Da Huang's assault, Lin Hui circled around to the zombie's back and blasted it with 2 consecutive fireballs. Though hardly enough to severely wound it, they left the creature writhing in agony. Now realizing it could not win, the zombie finally summoned every ounce of strength to flee. Lin Hui immediately pursued, but then Da Huang galloped to his side, motioning for him to climb up. Knowing Da Huang was far swifter than himself, Lin Hui mounted without hesitation. With the hound sprinting at full speed, they caught back up to the zombie in no time. As the zombie fled, it kept glancing back. Lin Hui was surprised to catch a look of terror in its eyes. No matter what you've become, you must die. Besides, you killed me once, and I'll kill you once. That's only fair. Lin Hui had toyed with the idea of capturing the zombie and hauling it back to the research institute to study its strange condition, but the potential risk was too great, so he abandoned the thought. Once he caught up, Lin Hui cut at the zombie from behind. Seated atop Da Huang, he bore the majestic air of the legendary Lu Bu. SSSSK. This strike actually wounded the target, flesh splitting wide open. Lin Hui blinked, caught off guard. His defense actually dropped. What's going on? Lin Hui was bewildered, until he noticed the zombie's speed had suddenly grown even greater and comprehension dawned. Could it be that he doesn't have the energy to maintain high-speed movement and his defensive mutation simultaneously? If that's the case, it would explain why he barely even moved when my attacks landed. To test his hypothesis, Lin Hui urged Da Huang to speed up, caught up with the zombie, and delivered another slash at its back. The outcome was exactly the same as the first. Once more, Lin Hui carved a fresh wound into the zombie's body, and everything suddenly became clear. As I thought, this guy awakened a speed-type talent when he was alive, probably similar to Chun Kai's. But after being bitten, because he didn't want to die, he poured all his ability into fending off the viral invasion. After he was infected as a superhuman, his physique was further strengthened. And perhaps because he kept using his ability to resist the mutation, his evolution took a purely defensive direction. But he can't activate his defensive mutation and his speed mutation at the same time. That is the secret to defeating him. With this realization, Lin Hui slashed his blade at the zombie's head. Unsurprisingly, the creature's skull was sent flying from its shoulders. I knew there wasn't any zombie at this stage that I couldn't take care of. Still, this guy's mutation was truly bizarre. I'll have to be more careful next time. As soon as Lin Hui finished speaking, a system prompt chimed in his ear. You have slain a first-rank mutated zombie. 500 points awarded. Congratulations on resolving a major crisis for humanity ahead of schedule. Bonus 3000 points. Congratulations on assisting fellow superhumans. 2500 points awarded. Killing this single zombie had netted him 600 points in total, a veritable windfall. That was equivalent to slaughtering 60 mutants. Da Huang, this time I owe it all to you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have dealt with him so quickly. Lin Hui stroked Da Huang's enormous head. The fur was soft and fluffy, and it felt rather pleasant to the touch. Woof! Da Huang wagged his tail, brimming with pride. Although Lin Hui found it strange after Da Huang's physique had enlarged, its speed had also increased, and its strength had clearly surged in step. In terms of overall power, Da Huang should be approaching the second rank. Having a second-rank companion in the early apocalypse meant he had no reason to panic, at least for a month. Even if he were to face another opponent like today's with Da Huang beside him, if they couldn't win, could they not still run? Da Huang's speed was greater than even a speed-type superhuman's. Furthermore, Lin Hui knew that Da Huang still had yet to reach its limit this time. To truly test that limit, they would have to fight under life-and-death circumstances. Alright Da Huang, we've earned quite a lot of points today. When we get back, I'll treat you to a bonus meal. Lin Hui let Da Huang carry him home. At the promise of a feast, the hound raced along with unbridled joy. Lin Hui watched the occasional credits trickling into his system, and he knew Ning Ziyuan and the others were still safe for now. No immediate cause for concern. What he had to do now was return and wipe out all the monsters that Chun Kai had lured over. After all, that kid didn't possess the power to slay a zombie horde. Great fireball technique. Riding Da Huang, Lin Hui surged into the air and hurled a colossal fireball into the crowd of corpses. It was exactly like bowling. The undead caught in the impact were instantly blasted apart. He dropped down from Da Huang's back and annihilated all the remaining zombies in less than 30 seconds. Old Lin, you're finally back. Chun Kai was nearly moved to tears at the sight of Lin Hui's return. If you'd waited any longer, I'd have been dead tired. This zombie pack never gets exhausted. They just kept chasing me. If I weren't such a fast runner, they'd have bitten me by now. Chun Kai patted his chest as he spoke. Is this big dog Da Huang? Old Lin, the name you gave it is truly fitting. It has grown enormous now. I wonder if it's changed down there. Damn, I'm blind. Chun Kai merely cast a downward glance and declared himself blind. See, you just had to be nosy and now you're scared. I'm not scared because I'm about the same size as Da Huang, Lin Hui said with a grin. Old Lin Yu. You're not fooling me. We've been as close as brothers since we were kids. I know exactly what you're like. Chen Kai shot back immediately. Lin Hui laughed, looking thoroughly amused. You're having dinner at Da Huang's table tonight, he said to Chen Kai, implying he should get lost. Chen Kai didn't mind in the least. The two brothers had always messed around together, and he was used to Lin Hui's antics. Alright, enough of that. Let's hurry and meet up with Xia Qingqing. I'm afraid something might have happened to her. Since the mutants in the vicinity had been dealt with and the mutated first-stage zombie had been killed by Lin Hui, the current task was complete. It was time for them to head back. Ning Ziyuan, after you finish your mission, assemble at the separation point. Lin Hui sent a voice message to Ning Ziyuan and the others. After seeing their reply confirming receipt, he prepared to reunite with Xia Qingqing. But when Chen Kai tried to climb onto Da Huang's back, he found that Da Huang refused to let him ride. What a clear case of favoritism. Seeing Da Huang's proud and coquettish gaze, Chen Kai was left utterly speechless. Chen Kai, you're a speed-type awakener. Just run alongside Da Huang. Maybe it can help sharpen your speed talent, Lin Hui said to Chen Kai. Chen Kai felt helpless. Da Huang wouldn't let him ride, so there was nothing he could do. Lin Hui and the others returned to Xia Qingqing's location. Lin Hui had Da Huang shrink back to its normal size in advance, afraid that if the mother and daughter woke up and saw a creature as huge as Da Huang, they might faint again in shock. Lin Hui, you're back. Where are Ning Ziyuan and the others? Xia Qingqing said. Now that the mother and daughter had both woken up, it was a relief. Ning Ziyuan and the others have some matters to attend to. They may be back a little later, Lin Hui said. Xia Qingqing nodded. They're awake. Go see them. Xia Qingqing had said this to Lin Hui, and so he walked over to check on the mother and daughter. Hello there, how are you feeling? Are you both any better? Lin Hui asked them. Thank you for saving us. When I saw my daughter fall asleep, I had already given up hope. I never imagined I would live to see another day. Especially since you saved my daughter too. I truly don't know how to thank you enough, the woman said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui hurriedly shook his head. You don't need to thank us. You should thank yourselves and your daughter. We merely did what we had to do. You held on for so long, and you are the truly remarkable ones. Lin Hui said to them. Had they not clung to the hope of survival all along, Lin Hui would never have been able to save them. Their will to live was the greatest savior. Lin Hui and the others waited there for a while, and then Ning Ziyuan and his team returned. Lin Hui, what's the situation there? I saw flames raging on your side, so I assumed you hadn't run into any trouble. I didn't receive any voice message from you, so I didn't come to help. Are you okay? Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui, because Lin Hui was the only one in the team with fire-type abilities. The great fireball technique he had used truly made the surrounding buildings seem to blaze into the sky. I'm fine. If I'd been worried for my own safety, I wouldn't have sent you all away, Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan. The team was gradually developing cohesion and a sense of unity. That was a good thing. That's good. I thought you might have hit an insurmountable problem, Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui. Since everyone was gathered, Lin Hui arranged for Chen Kai and the others to escort the rescued ones back first. Cheng Ping and escort them to the shelter. Ning Ziyuan and I are going back to the base. I need to report some matters to the base leaders. Oh, and let them stay in the rooms on the 3rd floor. The conditions are a bit rougher, but for now we'll have to make do. Lin Hui's shelter could currently accommodate 30 people. The 1st and 2nd floors had 10 rooms in total, while the 3rd floor was dormitory style, capable of holding 30. Although the rooms were 8-person dorms, they featured bunk beds with desks underneath, and the space wasn't especially small. For the two of them to stay together was no issue. Lin Hui planned to save the 1st and 2nd floors for the superhumans. After all, the superhumans had to follow Lin Hui on hunts for mutated creatures, so it was only fair they enjoyed better accommodations. Moreover, 5 people were already living on the 1st and 2nd floors, leaving only 5 rooms available. Lin Hui was uncertain whether future upgrades would add another room, so he had to plan ahead for now. Alright, I understand, Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. She had no objections. She had already looked at the 3rd floor rooms, which were actually quite nice. It was just that several people had to share. Ning Ziyuan, let's go, Lin Hui said. Ning Ziyuan was taken aback, for Lin Hui had made Da Huang grow large, and he knew how fast Da Huang was. Obviously Lin Hui wanted him to ride Da Huang. What's wrong? Surprised. Let me tell you, Da Huang saved my life today. The explosion was a mere 0.1 seconds away and Da Huang pulled me out. Honestly, when I first saw Da Huang grow to this size, I was astonished too. But now, well, we've gained an extra mount. Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan. Though Ning Ziyuan had settled onto Da Huang's back, he still found it utterly novel. I've heard of horseback riding, but riding a dog is a first for me. Ning Ziyuan murmured. In response, Da Huang barked twice, plainly expressing its displeasure. Da Huang, don't worry, he's not insulting you. He's just being an airhead. Don't mind him, Lin Hui said soothingly. Da Huang's full sprint speed was comparable to that of a car racing at top speed on the highway. Moreover, a dog's obstacle avoidance and pathfinding abilities are simply something a car cannot match. If one must describe it, Da Huang was like a high-performance mount loaded with a top-tier navigation system. And while nobody would bat an eye at horseback riding a dog, honestly that was a first, especially one that could streak like the wind. Wasn't that way cooler than driving? If Lin Hui paraded Da Huang around the base, he'd win countless fans. Da Huang's speed was so great that they reached the base quickly. Lin Hui and the others entered the base. Unsurprisingly, Lu Jinglong took the lead in coming out to welcome them. Lin Hui had long grown accustomed to such occasions. If this had been the Lin Hui of old, he might still have felt a little out of place, but now he had fully adapted to this atmosphere. Comrade Dalong, there's no need for pleasantries. I came this time because there are some matters I need to report to you, Lin Hui said as he clasped Lu Jinglong's hand. These senior comrades had the habit of shaking hands, and they also liked to look at him with kind, benevolent eyes. All right, please come in. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. He naturally welcomed Lin Hui coming to the base to report the situation. Any piece of intelligence Lin Hui provided might be exactly what saved another person's life. Lin Hui walked into the base and saw that even more names had been added to that wall. Though sorrow welled up inside him, he could only strengthen his resolve. Everyone, today, I want to talk to you about the mutants. I believe you have all heard about the mutant situation by now. But listen very carefully, because what I'm about to say is different. I told you before that intelligent mutants would not appear until 1 month after the apocalypse began. However, for reasons unknown, they have appeared ahead of time. Today I encountered a mutant zombie. Not only did it use cunning schemes to lure me into a sealed factory, it had also planted a large number of explosives inside. What's more, it was enhanced in both defense and speed. This is not something you have ever faced. Even I have never encountered anything like it. So when you face mutant zombies, you must observe carefully whether they have awakened intelligence. Then compare the strengths of both sides and determine whether there is a chance to kill them. Lastly, if you cannot win, retreat first. There is no shame in that. Staying alive matters more than anything else. After finishing his words, Lin Hui stepped down from the podium. He still had some detailed matters to report to Lu Jinglong. Comrade Dalong, has China figured out why intelligence has emerged among mutant zombies? Lin Hui asked Lu Jinglong. His individual strength was still rather weak, and he still needed to rely on China's power. Not yet. The information we have is still too scarce. Right now, half of China's military resources are devoted to scientific and military research, so the number of soldiers we can send out remains far too small. Moreover, the mutant's power is far beyond what we imagined. A mutant that used to be killed with 1 shot now takes 3 or even 4 shots to put down. As for abilities, apart from a small number of people who have shown enough combat power to kill mutants, most people's powers are still somewhat weak and need continued development. Although, as you said, every ability has the potential for further development. But with mutants wreaking havoc, too little time is left for them. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. I didn't expect that after I came back my help to this world would still not be as great as I had imagined. And by coming back and doing all this, I must have triggered the butterfly effect. We shouldn't have run into intelligent zombies this early. Perhaps some cause has driven their evolution. Or perhaps the heavenly Tao deliberately let them evolve to oppose us. Lin Hui said thoughtfully. Everything really was different from his past life, but unexpected situations could still happen. Take the mutant zombie he met today, for instance. Not only did it have intelligence, but it also understood how to use tricks. This kind of thing should only have appeared 1 month after the apocalypse. Now there were only 2 possibilities. Either Lin Hui had uncovered its scheme ahead of time, or his rebirth had set off this series of butterfly effects. Lin Hui would actually prefer to believe the former, because that would be more advantageous to the human race. Lin Hui had disrupted the mutant's plan, killed it, prevented it from continuing to grow, and saved some people. That was certain. For now, this was also the only good thing that had happened. Don't worry. The military is already researching special bullets. China is not about to do nothing and sit around waiting for death. We have also found new materials from the mutant creatures and are researching them. If they prove feasible, we believe that research, development, and production will soon be completed. Once that happens, we will finally have true weapons to deal with the mutants. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui nodded. If China really could develop new bullets, it would be good news for ordinary civilians. At the very least, if civilians could be armed, they would not become lambs to the slaughter. When facing mutants, they would at least have some means of self-protection. In the middle and later stages of the apocalypse, the human race remained the best nourishment for mutants. With fewer people in danger, the mutants' evolution and mutation would perhaps decrease by a fraction. I think we should also focus on training civilians now. In the later stages, they will need to go to the battlefield and assist the superhumans. Lin Hui said to Lu Jinglong. In his past life, he had actually played this very role. Although he was an ordinary man, he had fought against mutants within a superhuman squad. Even though he could not kill mutants personally, he could use weapons, traps, and all kinds of tools to attack them and delay their movements. This created opportunities for the superhumans in the team to make kills. There was no choice. In his past life, the number of ability users was far smaller than it was now. Manpower was severely insufficient, so the only way was to put civilians on the battlefield too. Of course, the chance of civilians surviving the apocalypse was simply too low. If it had not reached that stage, Lin Hui certainly would not have been willing to do this. It was really no different from sending them to their deaths. In this life, he could only hope that more powerful superhumans would emerge, and that more of them would step forward to protect China. That way the weight on his shoulders would not be so great. Arranging this will take some time. But don't worry, we'll arrange it as soon as possible. Besides, civilians' physiques and other conditions have improved compared with before. You are right. Mutants are not the only ones evolving and mutating. We humans are also improving ourselves. Knowing this will make our subsequent arrangements easier to carry out. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui had indeed noticed it. By the middle and later stages of the apocalypse, his physical condition had already improved tremendously. Otherwise, how could he have kept escaping from under the mutants' claws? If ordinary people who had not awakened had no way to improve themselves, they would be almost the same as food rations for the mutants. As it turned out, the heavenly Tao ultimately had not gone that far in the end. At least it had given everyone the opportunity to increase their own strength. As for how much they would improve, and how quickly, that depended on whether they worked hard enough. From what he could tell now, the particles Lin Hui had absorbed were probably the key to improving one's strength. Lin Hui and the others returned to the shelter. Night had already fallen. The moment Lin Hui returned to the shelter, his heart finally settled. Sure enough, staying in his own shelter was the safest. After returning to the shelter, he remembered that he still had a tin draw unused. He simply activated it right away, since he certainly did not want another incident of superhumans invading the shelter. Lin Hui now had 18,000 points, and the next shelter level LV-12 or required 11,000 points. After a moment's thought, he decided to upgrade. Anyway, after the upgrade, he would still have 7,000 points left, enough for him to splurge for quite a while. Congratulations! Your shelter has been upgraded to LV-12. A new residential area has been added. The shelter can now accommodate up to 40 people. New items have been listed in the shop. Feel free to browse if you need. After upgrading the shelter to LV-12, Lin Hui found that it merely added one room on the 4th floor, the rest remained unchanged. Although only a room had been added, the shelter's defensive strength had also increased correspondingly. Every time he upgraded the shelter, its defensive strength would be enhanced. Now the shelter's description had changed as well. Brick and stone house, a small shelter that can accommodate 40 people. Its defensive strength is more than enough to keep those inside from worrying about attacks by first or second tier aberrations, provided they do not mind the noise. Previously, the shelter could withstand at most attacks from first tier aberrations. Now it could already resist some second tier aberrations as well. The power of a second tier aberration was by no means comparable to that of a first tier one. If the strength of a first tier aberration were a bullet, then that of a second tier aberration would be an armor piercing round. The two were simply not on the same level of power. At least the shelter now feels somewhat like a real shelter. I can finally set my mind at ease. At least Xia Qingqing and the others can stay here without worrying about external threats, Lin Hui said. But once there was no external danger, the most dangerous factor was actually the internal one. Therefore, Lin Hui would screen every person who moved in. Ordinary people were fine. They posed no threat to superhumans. But when it came to superhumans, Lin Hui had to be cautious beyond caution. If a superhuman with ill intentions was allowed to stay, it would instead easily get the civilians inside the shelter killed. The shelter is LV-12 now, so it is time to do a lottery draw. Hopefully it will give me something useful. Lin Hui opened the lottery system and gazed at the big spinning wheel before him, feeling a little tempted. If he were lucky enough to hit a gold tier item, he would immediately soar. Indeed, nothing stirred the heart quite like a lottery draw. 10 draw begin. Congratulations. You have won a basic supplies gift pack. Congratulations. You have won a basic food gift pack. Congratulations. You have won a seed gift pack. The first 9 draws had all been basic supplies. Although supplies were crucially important in the apocalypse, what Lin Hui needed more were defensive measures. His shelter currently had only one hummingbird surveillance device, and if he were to purchase defensive equipment, 7,000 points would hardly be enough. Lin Hui could only pin his hopes on drawing good equipment. Fortunately, the final draw gave him a pleasant surprise. Congratulations. You have won an intelligent tracking machine gun with an ammunition capacity of 3,000 rounds. Additional ammunition must be purchased separately. In the end, Lin Hui finally had a burst of luck. With this weapon, his shelter would remain safe for at least the first month of the apocalypse. Even a month later, when second-tier aberrations began appearing frequently, his shelter would still possess defensive capability. The machine gun had been stored in Lin Hui's system backpack. He took it out and placed it directly in front of the shelter. At the same time, he replenished it with 2,000 rounds. Each bullet cost 1 point, so Lin Hui spent 2,000 points in total, leaving him with 5,000 points. With his current setup, if Wang Kuan and his group came back again, he could simply open fire and gun them all down. Wang Kuan's superpower could indeed block bullets, but Lin Hui refused to believe that Wang Kuan could withstand over 1,000 rounds. With this machine gun, there was basically no need to worry about the shelter's safety. Moreover, aberrations were not appearing in very large numbers yet, so under normal circumstances, safety was absolutely guaranteed. After securing the shelter, Lin Hui went inside and found the mother and daughter. How are you two? Feeling better? Lin Hui asked the mother and daughter. Qian, quickly come thank our savior, the woman said to the little girl. There is no need to be so polite. As descendants of Huaxiao, this is what we ought to do. You two will live here from now on. Rest assured this place is safe. You will not be in any danger. Lin Hui said this to them. Thank you, the little girl named Qian said. My name is Yang Guimei. Thank you for saving us. This is my daughter Song Qian. As Yang Guimei said this to Lin Hui, Song Qian seemed very well behaved, neither crying nor making a fuss. Qian is truly adorable. Xia Qingqing, who really liked the child, stroked Qian's cheek and said with a smile. Xia Qingqing should have introduced everyone to you already, so I will not say more. Let's eat first. It is already very late, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing and the others. Although Yang Guimei's body had recovered considerably after receiving the nutrient solution, she was still very weak, because she had not eaten for too long. Okay. Yang Guimei nodded, deeply moved inside. This was one particularly fortunate thing amid all the misfortunes she had suffered. When Cheng Pingyan and the others finished cooking and brought the food over, Yang Guimei was stunned. She had expected at most some porridge and pickled vegetables after all the apocalypse was upon them, and she knew very well what conditions were like then. But to her surprise, she saw fresh vegetables, meat, and even scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Such a luxurious meal was just dinner. If these dishes had been served before the apocalypse, they would have been a simple home-cooked meal, but now they were a rare delicacy in the world. Even she had never imagined that she could still enjoy such fresh meals and meat at a time like this. It felt like a dream, too surreal. So many dishes, and this is just dinner. Would this not be too wasteful? Yang Guimei said, truly finding it hard to believe. It's fine. This is our usual meal, Sister Yang, so feel free to eat, Xia Qingqing said to Yang Guimei. When Yang Guimei took her first bite, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Recalling the suffering she had endured in the ruins, and then thinking of how she could now eat a single bite of green vegetable, her tears flowed unceasingly down her cheeks. If Lin Hui and the others had not saved her, she would very likely have died beneath the ruins. How could she have ever dared to dream that one day she would still be able to eat such fresh meals? The 19th day arrived. The aberrations had still not let up that day, and Lin Hui and the others went out to hunt aberrations as usual. After earning 3,000 points, Lin Hui returned to the base. This time he had returned to deliver supplies to the base. The system had given him several supply gift packs. These packs contained vegetables, meat, eggs, milk, and the like. Lin Hui took out some of them, and kept the rest aside for the time being. Although Lin Hui could have donated all these supplies to the base, he was afraid that giving too much would make the base suspicious, so he could only hand over a smaller portion. Even so, if the base carefully rationed these supplies, it would still be enough to feed this large group for about a week. At the very least, they could add an egg and a bottle of milk each day, and some meat and vegetables as well, so they would not have to live on plain rice and pickled vegetables every day. Thus the base's meals would not be so poor for now, but as time went on it might truly reach the point where only such meals could be provided. Lin Hui, are you truly going to donate all these supplies to our base? These goods are far too precious, all fresh vegetables and meat. I never even imagined I could still eat meat at a time like this. With you giving us so much, we truly feel too embarrassed to accept it. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. Earlier Lin Hui had already spent 1,000 points to replenish the base's supplies, and they had been extremely grateful. Now he had sent another truckload of supplies, and they genuinely could not bear to accept it again. It's nothing. I have plenty of supplies. There's no way just a few of us could eat it all. It's only right to improve everyone's meals. Especially you busying yourselves for China day and night. With all that hard work, you deserve to eat well. Besides, the base's supplies must be nearly used up by now. It won't be good for the soldiers to fight on empty stomachs. Don't worry. Give me a little more time, and I'll find a way to send supplies to every base and shelter across the nation, ensuring that no one will go hungry. Lin Hui said to Lu Jinglong. He was not short of supplies at the moment. With the farming and breeding system at his disposal, he only needed points to upgrade, and in fact he could provide a massive amount of supplies to the people of China. The biggest problem now was transportation. Moreover, as things stood, the Chinese people had not yet reached the point where they could not afford 3 meals a day. The true hunger would strike 1 month into the apocalypse when second-tier aberrations appeared. All Lin Hui needed to do was resolve the supply and transportation issues before that time. He believed that with his abilities he could accomplish this. We truly cannot thank you enough. Lin Hui, everything you have done the Chinese people will remember in their hearts. We will deeply remember the contributions you have made to the Chinese people. Lu Jinglong tightly clasped Lin Hui's hand, tears already streaming down his aged face. He could not tell whether it was gratitude or overwhelming emotion. This really is what I should do. I believe the Chinese people need me as well, Lin Hui said to Lu Jinglong. He had never expected any reward for doing these things. Being able to make the lives of the Chinese people a little better was his greatest comfort. The fact that he could not yet help everyone was at present the one thing that saddened him. Comrade Lin Hui, having such a sense of devotion is truly a great fortune for China. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. What the Chinese people needed most was supplies. Although he did not know how Lin Hui had managed it, being able to keep the Chinese people from being reduced to eating plain rice was already a very good outcome. After donating the supplies, he returned to the shelter. He had barely finished a simple dinner when the aberrations emerged once again. Lin Hui, come look. This time the rift has appeared right near our shelter. I estimate they will attack the shelter soon. What should we do? Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui. Seeing the rift, she was admittedly somewhat tense. It was not that she feared too many aberrations would appear, she was simply afraid the aberrations would break through the shelter. If the aberrations really do break through the shelter, I have no idea how we would repair it. It's fine, don't panic. It seems the system already predicted the aberrations' appearance. With a machine gun in place, there should be no problem. Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan. A machine gun? You actually have one of those? Ning Ziyuan said in pleasant surprise. Although the base was not lacking in heavy firepower, bringing such a thing back to the shelter would require considerable skill. I didn't ask the base for it. I built it myself. It's placed at the shelter entrance, and can even track the aberrations automatically. Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan, who was utterly incredulous. Lin Hui, I never thought you had such abilities. You have truly earned my admiration. The shock in Ning Ziyuan's heart was beyond words. How could she ever have imagined that Lin Hui could produce a machine gun? Then those aberrations won't be able to get in right, Ning Ziyuan said after a moment's thought. Just then aberrations emerged from the rift, and Lin Hui's shelter was the only one nearby. Seeing the light, the aberration charged straight at it. At that moment the machine gun started up. Lin Hui happened to be operating the Hummingbird surveillance drone, so he could watch the machine gun spring into action. The machine gun continuously sprayed firepower, attacking the aberration in the sky. After a dozen or so shots the creature was riddled with bullets. The aberration had originally planned to make a high leap straight to the 4th floor of the shelter, but it had not expected Lin Hui to have prepared a machine gun for defense. Damn, no points at all. The aberration killed by the machine gun did not even yield any points. It seemed that only Lin Hui and his team members could earn points by slaying aberrations, or the Walking Dead. That was only natural though. If he could earn points this way, all he would need to do was set up heavy firepower, and then lure the aberrations over. Wouldn't harvesting points be effortless then? Naturally the system would not allow Lin Hui to exploit such a loophole, so he still had to go out and kill monsters himself. I'm going out to kill the aberrations. Does anyone want to follow? Of course Xia Qingqing, you stay here, Lin Hui said to the others. Naturally they had no objections, and followed him out to slay the aberrations. Why do you always make me stay behind? If you won't let me kill aberrations, how am I supposed to improve my superpower? Xia Qingqing complained, but Lin Hui simply paid it no mind. He would avoid letting Xia Qingqing take risks whenever possible. Xia Qingqing was safest staying in the shelter, and she could also look after Song Qianqian and her daughter. Your superpower is already very strong at this stage. There's no need to improve it. Just stay put, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. His words were half lie, half truth. The lie was that Xia Qingqing's superpower did not need to be improved. The truth was that her superpower was indeed very strong at present. After all, Xia Qingqing had taken the blood crystal, so her superpower had developed to a degree greater than most people's. Fire Fist. Lin Hui covered his fist in power, and blasted a punch at the aberration, shattering its head. Seeing this, Ning Ziyuan refused to be outdone. She likewise channeled the qi in her body, and drove a punch at the aberration. As expected, the aberration's head burst open. Both Lin Hui and Ning Ziyuan could now instantly slay first-tier aberrations. I think I can call this move the Explosive Fist. What do you think, Lin Hui? Ning Ziyuan showed off to Lin Hui. Ning Ziyuan's strength had already grown formidable. After all, she had never consumed the blood crystal, yet her power was already threatening to surpass Lin Hui's. Not bad, Lin Hui replied before charging forward again. His mind was set on killing aberrants, for slaying them was his vital source of contribution points. If he wanted to supply resources to all regions across the country in the future, he needed to accumulate even more points now. Only then could he ensure an uninterrupted stream of supplies. If you were a bit more serious, I think your combat power would be even greater. Lin Hui punched an aberrant flying with a single blow, then used his flame ability to hurl a fireball at it, completely engulfing the creature in flames. Hearing Lin Hui's words, Ning Ziyuan instantly grew displeased. What did he mean by not serious? She called it being lively. While Lin Hui and the others were slaughtering the Walking Dead, outside Yang Guimei watched from the shelter and was utterly shocked. Xiao, I've heard that humans can awaken abilities. Are Lin Hui and the others superpowered beings? Yang Guimei stepped away from the telescope and said to Xia Qingqing beside her. Watching Lin Hui and the others fighting desperately outside, countless thoughts surged through her mind. It was her first time witnessing a battle between superhuman warriors. That's right, Sister Yang. I'm a superhuman too. Apart from the two of you, everyone in this shelter is a superhuman. In this world right now, it is superhumans who are needed to slay the aberrants. Don't worry. Lin Hui is very strong, so you have nothing to fear, Xia Qingqing said to Yang Guimei, who though somewhat confused nodded in response. After about an hour, Lin Hui returned. This time they had eliminated 47 aberrants in total, while 3 had escaped. Lin Hui chose not to chase after them. The main reason was that it was getting late. Once the aberrants vanished into the darkness of the night, they would be extremely difficult to track down. Moreover, those 3 aberrants would not amount to much anyway. There were other superhumans in the city who would likely deal with those escapees. As long as the aberrants had no food, they would inevitably return to attack humans. Of course, if it were mutated aberrants, they absolutely could not be let go. If left unchecked, a mutated aberrant would only grow stronger and stronger, evolving at a rate far surpassing that of ordinary aberrants. I'm so glad you're all safe, Yang Guimei said to Lin Hui and the others. Lin Hui had saved her life and provided her with shelter, so she sincerely hoped nothing would happen to him. They're just first-rank aberrants, so of course we're fine, Lin Hui said with confidence, then headed back to rest. Lin Hui now had a total of 12,700 points. That amount was enough to upgrade his shelter to the next level, but he intended to hold on to them for now. He needed to upgrade his farming and breeding systems. He had just checked and found that upgrading both systems would cost 10,000 points in total. After the upgrade, both breeding and farming time would be shortened. He currently had plenty of vegetable seeds and poultry, the only thing he lacked was time. At present, some vegetables with short growth cycles could be harvested once a week, but those with long cycles still required over a month before they could be picked. After Lin Hui watched a movie with Xia Qingqing, he went to sleep. In the middle of the night, however, an urgent phone call came through. Lin Hui, something terrible has happened. A second-rank aberrant has appeared in the eastern district of S City. It appears to be a mutated variant, and its body is enormous. The superhuman squad we assembled is no match for it. It was a commander calling him. What? Repeat the situation for me once more. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Lin Hui was honestly deeply shocked. He had never imagined that a second-rank mutated aberrant would appear in less than 20 days. What's wrong? Has something happened? Xia Qingqing had also woken up at the commotion. Seeing how anxious Lin Hui looked, she asked with concern. A second-rank mutated aberrant has appeared in S City. I need to go check it out. You should get some more rest. Don't worry, I'll come back safely. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. If the situation were not urgent, the military district would not have specifically called him. And if it were not for hearing about a second-rank aberrant, he would not have cried out in shock and woken her up. Then you must be careful. How about I go with you? I know you want to protect me, but I also want to rely on my own strength to protect myself. Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui, once again bringing up going with him to face the second-rank aberrant. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Hui kissed Xia Qingqing before setting off. Ning Ziyuan had also received the call, and she followed Lin Hui downstairs together. The two mounted their motorcycles and sped off to the rendezvous point. Lin Hui, how much do you know about the second-rank aberrant? Ning Ziyuan asked along the way. To be honest, if the second-rank mutated aberrant happened to be an exceptionally powerful one, their current strength might not be enough to contend with it. Lin Hui's strength had not yet advanced to the second rank. All I know is that it shouldn't have appeared on the 20th day of the apocalypse. That simply doesn't make sense. And since we haven't reached the scene, yet I can't say for sure what kind of aberrant we'll be facing. Lin Hui couldn't shake the growing sense of strangeness. It felt as though whenever he managed to make things better for China, a new crisis would emerge out of nowhere. And this time, it was a second-rank mutated aberrant, a creature that was only supposed to be encountered after the 30th day of the apocalypse. In a sense, the first month of the apocalypse was a trial period. If one failed to survive that trial, they would certainly not live to see the beginning of the second phase. But now Lin Hui didn't know why, yet he felt that the arrival of the second phase was accelerating. Moreover, more aberrants that he had never anticipated were appearing. First there was that intelligent walking dead, now a second-rank aberrant had appeared, something he had never imagined would show up on the 20th day. As for this matter, Lin Hui believed it could no longer be described as merely the butterfly effect. There had to be some underlying problem. Otherwise, a second-rank aberrant would never have appeared at this time. But now was not the time for him to ponder all this. He had to get to the scene first and deal with that second-rank aberrant. When Lin Hui and the others arrived at the scene, what stood before them was an aberrant resembling a wolf, yet not quite looking like one. This was the first second-rank aberrant Lin Hui had ever faced. Lin Hui, we call it the dire wolf. We have already dispatched 5 superhuman squads to fight it, but none of them are a match for this second-rank aberrant. All we can do now is suppress it with heavy firepower and wait for you to arrive and guide us. An officer saluted him and quickly reported the situation on the scene. A second-tier mutant. Ordinary artillery can't even scratch it, only missile-type attacks can harm it. I'm not even confident I can slay it. Lin Hui's combat power had not yet reached the second-tier level. To be honest, he lacked the confidence to guarantee he could kill the opponent. What do we do then? We can't just let it run wild. It has already destroyed several aircraft. This mutant's aggressiveness exceeds our imagination. The officer inquired. Lin Hui had no good solution at the moment. He could only brace himself and charge in. No more thinking. I'll go first. Lin Hui rushed forward with the thermal blade in hand. The thermal blade was a first-tier weapon sufficient for killing first-tier mutants, but it would be extremely difficult to slay a second-tier one. This second-tier mutant only vaguely resembled a wolf in appearance, but upon seeing it up close one would notice its head was nothing like a wolf's. It was more like a lion's. Moreover, its body was far larger than that of a lion. Lin Hui drew his sidearm and fired 2 shots at the wolf mutant. As expected, the bullets struck its body with a metallic sound. This wolf's body was no less formidable than the first-tier mutated zombie he had slain earlier. Fireball technique. Lin Hui immediately hurled several fireballs at the opponent, but the mutant dodged them all. It leaped onto a tall building and looked down at Lin Hui from above. Perhaps it sensed that Lin Hui was different from other humans, piquing its curiosity. It returned to the ground, but did not recklessly charge at Lin Hui. At that moment, Ning Ziyuan had already dashed forward. Ning Ziyuan, have you lost your mind? Lin Hui shouted in alarm as he saw Ning Ziyuan rush out. The opponent was a second-tier mutant. Even he himself had no certainty of killing it. Ning Ziyuan kicked the second-tier mutant on the head, but it seemed unscathed. Just as the wolf mutant prepared to strike back, Lin Hui also reached it. He swung the thermal blade downward, but the wolf retreated several meters, evading the attack. The opponent's speed was clearly faster than his own full sprint. The situation was becoming troublesome. You haven't even advanced to second tier. How dare you face this second-tier mutant alone? Lin Hui roared at Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan was being far too reckless. If the wolf had swiped its claws at that moment, Ning Ziyuan would have been in grave danger. Watch out. Ning Ziyuan did not answer. The wolf had already charged. Ning Ziyuan condensed an air vortex and hurled it at the wolf. The vortex exploded instantly on the wolf's face. But still it did not harm the wolf. The wolf merely shook its head as if indicating that its hairstyle had been ruffled by Ning Ziyuan's wind. Then the wolf continued charging at Lin Hui. Fire Fist. Lin Hui gathered all his flame ability into his fist and punched toward the wolf. The wolf raised its forepaw to block. As fist and claw collided, Lin Hui felt a tremendous force, but his flame ability also scorched the wolf's forepaw. This made the wolf immediately retract its paw and rub it on the ground, as if trying to extinguish the fire. Seeing this, Lin Hui realized that his attacks were effective against the wolf. Although he couldn't inflict major damage, he could lure it to an empty area and use high-yield bombs to critically injure it. That was the idea, but implementing it would be extremely difficult. Unless a full barrage of firepower was used, this second-tier beast would surely evade missile lock-on. At that moment, Lin Hui felt a boost. His body seemed lighter. Turning back, he saw a superpowered individual applying an auxiliary ability to him. Thank you. Lin Hui expressed his gratitude. The other person nodded. Lin Hui tested his movements and realized that his body didn't feel lighter. Rather, gravity's effect on him had diminished. Affecting gravity. That's an interesting ability. If she's willing, I'd like to invite her to join my shelter. It might prove useful in other situations. Lin Hui said. He jumped with force and found that his leap height was nearly twice as before. This boost could be invaluable in specific circumstances. If she could control gravity, that would be extremely powerful. But it seems she doesn't have that ability yet. Developing this ability probably won't be easy. Lin Hui finished speaking and turned his gaze to the wolf. Ning Ziyuan was now locked in combat with the wolf, whose attacks were fierce. Fortunately, Ning Ziyuan's Qigong could both attack and defend, allowing her to hold her own for the time being. Great fireball technique. Lin Hui conjured a massive fireball above the wolf. Whether it could kill the beast or not, at least it would serve as a deterrent. Indeed, even though the opponent was a second-tier wolf, Lin Hui's fire ability had a certain restraining effect on mutants. The wolf immediately tried to flee, but Ning Ziyuan blocked its path, kicking a piece of rubble at the beast. The wolf dodged and lunged at Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan did not retreat. Instead, he gathered all his internal energy and punched the wolf square on the jaw. The wolf was sent flying. Then Lin Hui's fireball came crashing down. At that instant, Ning Ziyuan swiftly dodged, and the fireball struck the second-tier wolf exactly. Roar! The wolf let out a pained howl. The massive fireball exploded upon it, and the bursting flames splashed onto surrounding buildings, melting them instantly. A wave of heat surged toward Lin Hui. With his flame ability, he could absorb thermal energy, so he remained unaffected. But the officer behind him could feel the scorching heat. So this is Lin Hui's power. Good thing I recorded it. During Lin Hui's attack, the officer had turned on the camera and recorded the battle footage. The power Lin Hui unleashed was unparalleled among China's superpowered individuals in terms of damage output. Moreover, they could study Lin Hui's combat performance, which would benefit the development of many superpowered individuals in China. Besides, China needed a hero right now. Lin Hui was the perfect candidate. The world needed heroes. Lin Hui had contributed greatly to China. He deserved to be that hero, and China intended to make him one. Lin Hui stared at the explosion in the flames. He vaguely sensed that the second-tier mutant was not dead. When he saw it emerge from the smoke, he knew that his attack could not kill it. The wolf's back was charred black from Lin Hui's flame ability, but the mutant was still lively, and now it had set its sights on Lin Hui. Damn! Although it came as no surprise, that was his strongest move. If this strike couldn't take down the second-order mutant beast, there was nothing else he could do. Lin Hui instantly jumped. Aided by the weakened gravity, he leapt just high enough to evade the dire wolf's lunge. Without that boost, he would likely have been tackled by the mutant. The wolf turned and charged at Lin Hui just as he landed. At this moment, the only thing Lin Hui could do was absorb the kinetic energy of the wolf's pounce. Fortunately, Ning Ziyuan ran toward him at that moment, leapt into the air, and pulled Lin Hui down. The dire wolf pounced on nothing but empty air. Thanks, Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan. Although that pounce wouldn't have killed him, being thrown down by the dire wolf would certainly have hurt badly. You're welcome, Ning Ziyuan answered. Lin Hui raised his thermal blade and charged at the dire wolf once more to battle it. How is it? Are the missiles ready? The officer contacted the military base and was told they were ready. However, locking onto this second-order mutant was difficult. The only option was to continue saturation bombing of the area. This meant they would have to withdraw first, but someone had to stay behind to hold off the second-order mutant. Otherwise, the missile would not strike its target. Fire first, don't worry about anything else. I've sent you the coordinates. Lead everyone to retreat, I'll watch this place. The battle officer said to them. The soldiers had no choice but to lead the wounded superhumans away. No good, our strength can't even wound it. After all, it's a second-order mutant beast, and its hide is far too thick. Lin Hui's thermal blade could only leave white marks on it, exactly like when he had cut that mutated zombie before. But fighting this second-order mutant was far more dangerous than dealing with that zombie. Lin Hui, the missile has been launched. What do we do now? It will arrive in 1 minute and 12 seconds. The officer shouted from behind. Ning Ziyuan and Lin Hui both heard him. They had to evacuate. Even though they were ability users, they weren't powerful enough to withstand a missile directly. They had to get far away. But if they left, the missile would certainly not hit this second-order mutant, and the missile that had been fired would be useless. Just as Lin Hui was at his wits' end, a figure suddenly darted out from beside him. The figure instantly enlarged, opened its huge mouth, and bit down on the dire wolf. Da Huang. Lin Hui was stunned. He had never imagined that it would be Da Huang. Song Qianqian had said she liked Da Huang, and had taken him into the room to rest. He was sure that he hadn't woken Da Huang when he got up. He had no idea how Da Huang had run all the way here from the shelter. But Da Huang's appearance instantly turned the battle around. Although Da Huang was a little smaller than the dire wolf, he was extremely ferocious. The scene was like a lion fighting a tiger. No one could say for certain who would win. Let's go help him. Lin Hui jumped onto Da Huang's back and swung his thermal blade at the dire wolf. The wolf was locked in a tangle with Da Huang and had no attention to spare for Lin Hui. Lin Hui aimed straight at its wound, which had already been scorched black by his flames and had lost much of its defensive power. The thermal blade was just able to break through its defenses. Lin Hui, without thinking twice, drove the blade deep into the wound. The dire wolf finally howled in agony. Da Huang seized the opportunity and slammed a paw against its head. The wolf's whole body toppled to one side. At that moment, Lin Hui released all the energy he had previously absorbed in one explosive surge. The immense force suppressed this second-order mutant, and the missile descended at the same time. Lin Hui took the chance to mount Da Huang and get away from there. As he fled, he didn't forget to bring the officer along. The dire wolf was pinned down by Lin Hui's power and unable to move, and the missile above struck at that moment. A gigantic fireball cloud rose into the air, and Lin Hui heard the system notification tone. Congratulations. You have successfully killed a second-order mutant and earned 300 points. You have killed a second-order mutant for the first time and received 500 bonus points. You successfully prevented the mutant from ravaging Huaxiao and saved the fates of some people, earning 500 points. For your first kill of a second-order mutant, you receive 120 pull draw. You killed an animal infected with the mutant virus, bonus reward 1 bottle of animal gene refinement serum. This was the richest reward Lin Hui had ever received. Such abundant rewards took even him by surprise. This time Lin Hui not only gained 580 points, but also obtained a 20 pull draw and a bottle of special refined liquid. How did it go? Is that mutant dead? The officer asked, turning his head. He had already been prepared to die, never expecting that Lin Hui would suppress the beast at the crucial moment and hold it until the missile exploded. This was utterly unbelievable to him. He had never imagined that Lin Hui could actually manage to kill the second-order mutant. Dead. Dead beyond any doubt. Lin Hui and the others fled to a safe place. Da Huang then returned to his puppy form and was held in Ning Ziyuan's arms. Da Huang had saved him twice. If Da Huang hadn't appeared in today's battle, Lin Hui probably couldn't have killed this second-order mutant at all. It seemed that creatures eroded by the mutant virus also became larger. Moreover, they grew thick-skinned and sturdy. Without second-order strength, one could not even break through their defenses. You can send people to study its corpse. This dire wolf should have been an ordinary wolf. I suspect it was eroded by the mutant virus. When I was fighting it, some of its movements were quite familiar, so I guessed it was a mutant animal originally from Blue Star. Lin Hui said this to the officer, and the officer nodded. Lin Hui, thank you very much. If you hadn't appeared, we probably couldn't have dealt with this second-order mutant so quickly. The officer shook Lin Hui's hand and saluted. You're too kind, Lin Hui replied. Although he knew the officer was genuinely grateful, he had heard words like that so many times that he had grown numb to them. Lin Hui looked up at the sky. The sun had climbed into the sky, shedding the light of dawn. Morning of the 20th day. I truly wonder how many more times I'll be able to see the sun. Over those 20 days, most days had been cloudy or overcast. Today was a rare sunny day. On sunny days, mutants would not appear. They would hide in the shadows. They would wait for the next darkness to fall. There will be a chance. We'll make the sun return again, Ning Ziyuan said to Lin Hui. Having seen the sun after such a long absence, Ning Ziyuan's body and mind finally relaxed a little. Lin Hui and the others returned to the shelter. As for the base, he planned to make another trip later. After all, he already knew the course of events that lay ahead. What Lin Hui didn't know was that the military intended to publicize his deeds. The military intended to establish a heroic image for humanity, and Lin Hui was without a doubt the most suitable candidate at the moment. Lin Hui, I'm so glad you're all safe. The moment Xia Qingqing saw him, she threw her arms around Lin Hui. She didn't realize that she had already grown used to having Lin Hui by her side. After Lin Hui left, she had tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. What's wrong? You look like you were so worried about me. Didn't I come back safe and sound? Lin Hui said to her. He didn't mention anything else because he didn't want Xia Qingqing to worry about him. I just saw Da Huang run outside. Normally Da Huang only runs out when it senses you're in danger. Ning Ziyuan already told me about what happened last time. Even if you don't tell me, I'll still worry. Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui looked at Ning Ziyuan, who pretended to know nothing, and hurried back to the room. It's fine. Didn't I come back safely? Don't worry. Lin Hui said gently to Xia Qingqing. At this point, the two of them could almost be said to depend on each other for survival. Lin Hui wanted to protect Xia Qingqing, and Xia Qingqing needed him. Can you stop hiding things from me next time? I want to stand in front of you and protect you. I don't need you to protect me all the time. That feels like a burden to me. Lin Hui, do you understand? Xia Qingqing said affectionately. She was truly afraid that something might happen to Lin Hui. If so, there would be no one left in the world who cared about her. Okay, I promise there won't be a next time, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing, while also wondering when Da Huang had run out. Qingqing, why would you say Da Huang ran out? Because it sensed I was in danger, Lin Hui asked. Come to think of it, Da Huang had indeed saved him twice. That was the truth. Last time when Da Huang was in my arms, it struggled free and ran out. After it came back, its body had grown much larger. At that time, I guessed Da Huang might have gone to save someone. I just didn't expect that the person it saved was you. Later, Ning Ziyuan told me you had been in danger. This time Da Huang ran out shortly after you left. I thought maybe you had run into danger, and it sensed it. It seems Da Huang really cares about you, Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui as she stroked Da Huang, whose tail was wagging. Lin Hui thought for a moment and realized that was indeed possible. Whenever Lin Hui encountered danger, Da Huang could sense it in advance and rush over to save him. Da Huang, you get extra food today, Lin Hui said to Da Huang. Da Huang barked once in response. Let's eat breakfast, everyone. Lin Hui, next time something like this happens, I hope you'll bring me and Shilla along. After all, we're a team. A team should always stay together. Don't you think so, Chen Kai? Cheng Ping'an said to Lin Hui. When he learned that Lin Hui and Ning Ziyuan had gone out to fight a second-tier aberrant creature without bringing him, Cheng Ping'an felt somewhat indignant. Although he understood that Lin Hui was worried about their safety, since they were a team, they should face whatever came together. That was what truly built team cohesion. It was an emergency, and you were resting. I didn't want to disturb you. The reason Lin Hui hadn't woken them was precisely because they were facing a second-tier aberrant creature. If Ning Ziyuan hadn't woken up, he had actually planned to go alone. Still, much of the credit this time went to Ning Ziyuan. Ning Ziyuan had practically saved his life. Moreover, Ning Ziyuan's qigong was formidable. The second-tier vicious wolf couldn't get the better of him for a while. Only by working together could the two of them barely hold back this second-tier vicious wolf. It was because they coordinated well. If it had been anyone else, they definitely couldn't have handled it. Lin Hui, you keep emphasizing the concept of a team to us, but why is it that whenever you encounter trouble you prefer to take it head-on alone? I think you know that's wrong. Cheng Ping'an was more than a decade older than Lin Hui and had rich social experience, so when he spoke to Lin Hui it sounded like a lecture. I understand. Of course I understand. Lin Hui evaded the answer. He simply wanted to keep his team as safe as possible. Whatever he could bear alone, he would bear alone. If you understand, why didn't you call us? If you hadn't come back early, the rest of us would have gone out looking for you. Cheng Shila also lectured him the way Cheng Ping'an did, though she wasn't much older than Lin Hui. What could Lin Hui do? He could only concede obediently. After all, what they said did make sense. He really shouldn't have faced a second-tier aberrant creature alone. If anything happened to him, his team would surely grieve for him. Moreover, they were a team. By all rights, they should have faced it together. If Lin Hui had actually brought them along, maybe they could have killed that second-tier aberrant beast without a missile. But Lin Hui truly had never considered letting them at their current stage fight a second-tier aberrant beast together. I really didn't consider your feelings, but wasn't I thinking of you? That was a second-tier aberrant creature. Its strength was nothing like the first-tier aberrant creatures we killed. Lin Hui explained to them. Actually, they did understand. What they didn't understand was why Lin Hui, when facing difficulties, hadn't taken their team into account. They were a team. Whenever they encountered danger, they should face it together. That was the true team spirit. It's precisely because it's dangerous that you should bring us along. What if something happened to you? This time it was Xia Qingqing's turn to speak. Lin Hui knew he couldn't out-argue them, so he decided to retreat for now. Hey, stop criticizing him. That second-tier aberrant creature was very powerful. In the end, they had to use a missile to kill it. Him not letting you come along was actually right, because he didn't want to put you in danger. Don't you know him by now? He just likes to shoulder all the risks alone, Ning Ziyuan said to everyone. Hearing Ning Ziyuan's words, they all fell into thought. Indeed, Lin Hui had always considered them. Precisely because they were a team, Lin Hui kept them in mind. They really were angry about this matter, but from Lin Hui's perspective, he hadn't done anything wrong. After all, Lin Hui was thinking of them while they were thinking of Lin Hui. Xia Qingqing pushed open the door to the room. She saw Lin Hui watching a TV drama. She sat down beside Lin Hui and rested her head on his shoulder. Lin Hui, tell me honestly, are you really afraid that something might happen to me? Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. She had actually asked him before why he felt so guilty, but Lin Hui had never given her a direct answer. In this life, I said that I would definitely protect you, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. You said that in my past life I died protecting you. I've thought about it a lot, and I believe the me who died before your eyes had no regrets. If she could live it all over again, I think she would still choose to save you. I don't think you need to feel guilty, nor do you need to protect me too well. This is the apocalypse. In the end, I still want to do something for you. A future that has already been decided cannot be changed by us. If I am still destined to die before your eyes, I hope I leave with a smile. So, can you let me go out with you to slay aberrant creatures? I am capable of protecting myself, Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui actually understood what Xia Qingqing meant. He just couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. To put it plainly, he had imprisoned himself in the past. Lin Hui fell silent, knowing that he had a serious problem. Perhaps the things we worry about constantly will happen sooner or later, while the things we don't care about will never happen. After Xia Qingqing died, Lin Hui could think of nothing but killing aberrant creatures. He believed that for every extra one he slew, his guilt and pain would ease a little. He had never thought he would die, and he had never feared death. It was not until he encountered that king-rank mutated beast that he was truly reborn to the present. Alright, I promise you. But you must also promise me if I tell you to leave you must leave without the slightest hesitation. Lin Hui said this to Xia Qingqing. Since that time had not yet come, he could indeed afford to relax a little. If that time really came, he only needed to kill that mutated creature in advance, and Xia Qingqing would definitely survive. Alright, let's pinky swear, Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui pinky swore with Xia Qingqing. This was also a pact between the two of them. Although Lin Hui was not sure whether Xia Qingqing would listen to him 100%, he would ensure that she would not encounter any danger. Night quickly fell. The group cooked a hot pot and celebrated. Lin Hui also gave Da Huang 2 chicken drumsticks and a meat chop. After all, Da Huang had saved his life twice, so he certainly couldn't be stingy. Nightfall arrived quickly. Lin Hui decided to use up those 20 draws. He was curious about what good things he would get. Your prize wheel is spinning. Starting a 10 pull for you. Congratulations. You have won Fuel 9. Congratulations. You have won a heavy-duty camper truck. What Lin Hui had drawn earlier was all fuel. He was on the verge of cursing. But when he saw that he finally drew a golden tier item, he became happy at last. Heavy-duty camper truck equipped with an attack and defense system with a 30cm steel spike at the front, 2 heavy machine guns mounted on both sides, and the rear of the vehicle can deploy a large number of grenades. In addition, the truck is equipped with a micro-intelligent repair machine, an intelligent driving system, a small intelligent reconnaissance drone, and an intelligent aberrant creature detection system. This heavy-duty truck can withstand attacks from second-rank aberrant creatures and can resist third-rank ones for a period of time. It is a must-have vehicle for home and travel. Lin Hui finally drew a golden tier item, a heavy truck, which was really quite good. Lin Hui planned to draw again, but this time he got a pile of basic supplies. However, he finally drew something good. Congratulations. You have won an intelligent butler robot. This robot can help you solve trivial household matters such as washing dishes, mopping floors, brewing coffee, and other small tasks. Lin Hui got another purple tier item, a butler robot. Although this robot was not an attack type, it could still bring help to Lin Hui, and that was enough. Moreover, with so many people in the sanctuary, a butler robot would definitely be needed to handle things. Drawing it now was actually preparing for the future. So Lin Hui was actually genuinely happy. Not bad. At least I got a golden tier item. This heavy truck looks strong, and it's an RV type too. Coincidentally, I've also been planning to drive to other cities and have a look. Staying in S city all the time isn't good. But why do I feel it's a bit odd that the system gave me 9 boxes of fuel? Could it be that this 10 pull was meant for this heavy-duty camper truck? Were those 9 boxes of fuel predetermined? Lin Hui pondered aloud. He indeed felt that the 9 boxes of fuel were given a bit deliberately. But it didn't matter. Fuel could be exchanged at the store anyway. Oh, perhaps the system just didn't know what to give. Xia Qingqing, would you like to go to another city for a while? Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing beside him. He had originally planned to leave Xia Qingqing at the sanctuary because he was worried about her safety. But after thinking it over, he decided to bring her along after all. Because Lin Hui felt that keeping Xia Qingqing by his side would make it easier to take care of her, and it would also spare her from worrying. Why do you suddenly ask this? Xia Qingqing looked at Lin Hui and asked in confusion. Nothing, I just got a heavy-duty camper truck, so it happens to be a good time to travel to another city. Even though it's the apocalypse now, it's still better than staying in the sanctuary all the time. And that heavy truck is very safe, as you know. If it were dangerous, I wouldn't let you go out. Didn't you want to fight aberrant creatures with me? I'd like to hear your opinion. The main reason was that Lin Hui planned to be away for quite a while this time. He was afraid that if he didn't bring Xia Qingqing, the two of them might break up. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Will you bring Ning Ziyuan and the others? Xia Qingqing asked, and Lin Hui felt this was a minefield. Well, do you want me to bring them? Lin Hui asked in return. If Xia Qingqing said no, he wouldn't bring them. Besides, Ning Ziyuan was strong enough now to be a leader on her own. Lin Hui felt at ease having her lead the current team. He would come back within 10 days because that was when second-rank aberrant creatures would appear, and he had to return to take charge of the overall situation. Day 21. Lin Hui told Ning Ziyuan and the others about the heavy-duty camper truck, and they agreed to go along. Lin Hui's heavy-duty camper truck could carry 4 people in total. It was no problem for him to bring Ning Ziyuan, but he just wasn't sure whether he should bring the others. Even though the specs said it could carry 4 people, they could also sleep on the floor with mats. It wasn't as if they had to sleep in a bed. Old Lin, the look in your eyes tells me you don't really want me to come. I'd rather go back to the base and train, Chun Kai said bluntly. Lin Hui indeed did not want to bring him along, mainly because Chun Kai was still a bit weak right now, so it was better to arrange for him to train at the base. Then the two of us won't go either. After all, if Chun Kai returns to the base, only the two of them will be left in this sanctuary. I'm afraid Xianxian would be scared. Cheng Pingyan said to Lin Hui. Cheng Pingyan had an astute judgment of people, instantly grasping Lin Hui's desire to keep him around. Indeed, if only Yang Guimei and Song Qianqian were left in this shelter, they would be in grave danger if the automatic rifles ran out of ammunition during an aberrant attack. Though the likelihood was slim, Lin Hui still preferred to have Cheng Pingyan and his team guard the shelter. Alright, then, it's settled. I also have someone in mind. I'll head to the base later and have Chen Kai bring him over. You can train together. And who knows, he might even be able to provide a training environment for Chengpingen. Chengpingen, your current physical enhancement is at 37 times, and you've hit a bottleneck. After Lin Hui finished speaking, Chengpingen nodded. His physical enhancement was indeed 37 times, but he felt his body had become far more formidable than before. The current 37 times, if converted to the stage right after awakening, might exceed 50 times. In any case, Chengpingen wasn't afraid of a group of first-order aberrants. Like a small tank, he charged forward, grabbing one aberrant in each hand and smashing them against the ground. With Cheng Shila's speed and strength amplification, his combat power became even more terrifying. However, Cheng Shila's own improvement was very slow after all her buff was additive. Once Lin Hui's combat power rose in the later stages, and Cheng Shila's amplification also increased, a single buff would allow Lin Hui to hold a pass against 10,000. Lin Hui very much looked forward to that day. Lin Hui and his team arrived at the base where Lu Jinglong had prepared a welcome and commendation ceremony. Alright, let's thank our great hero of Huaxia. Lu Jinglong clapped from the stage as the broadcast aired in all shelters, gradually earning the people's recognition of Lin Hui. Though Lin Hui felt a bit uncomfortable, he accepted the honor, for no one was more deserving. After stepping down, Lin Hui decided to discuss business. Comrade Dalong, a day has passed since the study of the mutated wolf. Have you found anything? Lin Hui asked directly. To be honest, there's no substantial progress yet. We did discover the aberration in the wolf's DNA, and we only know it was caused by the mutant virus. Moreover, the mutant virus dies quickly outside a living host, which has caused great trouble for our research. As for other findings, we haven't identified anything yet. Most importantly, the mutant virus manifests completely different results in zombies and animals. I believe that to fully deconstruct the virus's structure, we may need a live aberrant, and the higher its rank, the better. Unfortunately, the ferocity and aggression of aberrants are obvious to all, and we currently lack any equipment to restrain them. Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. Although they had prepared in advance, it was only the 21st day of the apocalypse, and many operations could not proceed normally. I think capturing a live aberrant is very difficult. Aberrants are highly aggressive, and it's hard to guarantee they won't attract others. I suggest we shelve this matter for now. Let me see if I can find a way to provide you with a live aberrant. Or after I conduct some experiments, I'll see if I can test feasibility. If it's feasible, capturing a live aberrant won't be a problem. Lin Hui said to Lu Jinglong. By the way, I want to ask for a person. Her ability can reduce gravity. She helped me during the battle against the second-order aberrant. I want to bring her to my shelter. Comrade Dalong, is that alright? Lin Hui said to Lu Jinglong. Lu Jinglong naturally agreed. Not just one person, even 10 or 100 were negotiable. No problem. I'll have someone investigate the situation that day, and we'll find the person you're looking for soon. Lu Jinglong immediately agreed and sent someone to prepare. After a while, the girl came out. She had twin ponytails, standing only 6 meters tall, and looked quite adorable. Lin Hui, this should be the person you're looking for. Her squad suffered a lot. 2 severely injured, 3 lightly injured. She was among the lighter cases. After a day of recovery, she's fully healed now. Lu Jinglong brought the girl over. Lin Hui confirmed it was indeed her. Although they had only met briefly, he had a strong impression of the girl, who could reduce gravity. Yes, it's her. Hello, I'm Lin Hui. What's your name? Lin Hui stepped forward and shook her hand. I'm Liang Qing. Hello. Liang Qing extended her hand, and Lin Hui shook it. Would you be interested in joining my shelter? We provide 3 meals a day. Lin Hui said to Liang Qing. Lu Jinglong had no objection, and her squad needed reorganization anyway, so having Lin Hui take Liang Qing was fine. Okay, I'll join. Liang Qing seemed quite shy. Having witnessed Lin Hui's battle against the second-order aberrant, she deeply admired him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him the buff at that moment. It was her last bit of strength. She had expended too much energy escaping from the second-order wolf aberrant. Congratulations on joining us. Your ability is gravity reduction, right? Can I test your abilities? I want to see if you have any other capabilities. Lin Hui said to Liang Qing. She agreed. Lin Hui led her to a training room equipped with fitness tools like barbells. Have you tried using your ability on non-living objects? Or is it limited to living beings? Lin Hui asked. I've tried. It can also reduce the effect of gravity on non-living objects, and the duration is much longer than on living beings. However, the ability cannot be applied to non-living things in the same way. For people or aberrants, it works differently. Liang Qing explained. Show me a demonstration. Lin Hui said. Liang Qing then controlled a barbell, reducing its gravity until it achieved anti-gravity, causing it to float. However, she seemed to struggle a bit in controlling it, but it was still a promising ability, one that Lin Hui felt motivated to develop. Impressive. Lin Hui praised her, which made Liang Qing blush with embarrassment. Since you can reduce an object's gravity, can you also increase it? If you can, you could easily become a control-type support. Decreasing an object's gravity and increasing it were 2 entirely different concepts. Lin Hui had no idea whether it could work. He could only offer her a line of thought to explore. At least give it a try. I've never even thought about that before, Liang Qing replied. Why not try using your ability in reverse? It might just produce surprising results. Lin Hui wasn't certain himself, but using one's ability was like writing. If you could write forward, you could naturally write backward as well. Liang Qing's first reaction was sheer disbelief. She had never considered it, never once imagined releasing her ability in reverse. Yet deep inside she sensed that it might actually be possible. And indeed, as Lin Hui had said, if she could apply gravity to objects, she would become incredibly powerful. Let me try, Liang Qing said, and she immediately began experimenting. But after many attempts there was no effect. Releasing the ability in reverse was possible, but it produced nothing. Take your time, it's alright. Just relax. Lin Hui could tell that Liang Qing was anxious, perhaps afraid of disappointing him or afraid that she truly couldn't manifest the ability. But Lin Hui was extremely patient, constantly soothing her nerves from the side. Finally, after a full 3 hours had passed, the barbell on the floor shifted. This time the gravity hadn't been reduced. Liang Qing had added weight to it. She had found the feeling of applying gravity, and she succeeded in casting increased gravity upon the barbell. Though her power was still weak for now that she had found the trick, she could continuously strengthen the intensity of her gravity manipulation. In time she would become a formidable force. Excellent. You finally did it. Lin Hui embraced Liang Qing in his excitement, and she instantly became flustered, unsure how to react. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away. How embarrassing. Lin Hui apologized to Liang Qing. Fortunately, Xia Qingqing hadn't seen that moment, or he would likely be in serious trouble. Thank you, Lin Hui. Thank you for teaching me how to use my ability. If not for you, I probably would never have known it could be used like this. Liang Qing said to Lin Hui, her cheeks slightly flushed, which made her look rather endearing. Don't mention it. You growing stronger benefits me as well. Here, I'll have Chen Kai take you back to the shelter to rest. Lin Hui said to Liang Qing, and she nodded shyly. Chen Kai, take her back to the shelter. Keep her safe and stay cautious on the road. Lin Hui instructed Chen Kai, who naturally followed his orders. Well then, Comrade Dalong, we'll be taking our leave now. We'll be back in 30 days. This time Lin Hui planned to visit Jiang City. Perhaps there he could find new aberrations and simultaneously put an end to the things that were blocking their evolution. Wishing you a safe journey and a safe return, Lu Jinglong said to Lin Hui. After their brief exchange, Lin Hui set off. Lin Hui summoned his heavy-duty RV truck. Seeing it up close, one could truly appreciate how majestic it was. A heavy truck had always been a man's romance. And this vehicle could even be driven by Ning Ziyuan or Xia Qingqing, as it was equipped with an intelligent driving system. Even at night, someone could still keep watch over the road conditions without issue. Of course, the vehicle's intelligent driving system could fully rival manual control. Still, having someone keeping watch at night could help prevent certain incidents. Whoa, Lin Hui, this heavy truck of yours is impressive. And it even has graffiti. That graffiti looks really cool. Wow, this is my first time seeing such a long truck. Lin Hui, you must be some kind of creator god. You can even conjure up something like this. Ning Ziyuan was astonished upon seeing the heavy truck. To be honest, this was her first time seeing this heavy-duty RV truck, and it even came fully equipped with an entire set of living amenities. Behind the truck was a long cargo compartment. Though the interior space was somewhat cramped, expected for a truck, one had to make do. Having enough height to sit up in bed was already a luxurious comfort. Alright, enough praising. Get in, Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan. The front cabin was also a resting area. The seats could be folded down to make do for the night. Lin Hui, refueling this truck must cost a fortune each time. And with most gas stations abandoned by now, what happens if it runs out of fuel? Ning Ziyuan asked. Don't worry, we've got plenty of fuel. Lin Hui wasn't concerned about fuel at all. He had 9 full tanks of reserve fuel, enough to travel across the entire map of China. Furthermore, he could spend points to purchase a barrel of fuel, though it was quite expensive, 100 points per barrel. But given the truck's massive fuel tank, it was a fair trade. After all, in the apocalypse, gasoline was a hard currency. Actually, not just in the apocalypse. Even in peacetime, gasoline was always a commodity of universal value. This truck also has an intelligent driving function, pretty remarkable. And looking at the manual, I see it has an emergency rescue feature too. I have no idea what that one does though. Apparently, when confronted with real danger, the feature activates automatically. Seems like it could be quite useful. Could it be a full self-defense mode? Lin Hui had read the manual, but he didn't quite understand it either. Not that it mattered. This truck was already formidable as it was. It even had an audio-visual entertainment system, so Lin Hui could lie back and enjoy films at his leisure. The vehicle also came with a built-in hydration station. For those inclined, one could mix drinks there. A nice way to celebrate special occasions. All in all, this heavy truck was remarkably comprehensive in its features. Their destination was Jiang City. They arrived in just half a day. The truck's horsepower was immense, and the steel spikes at the front were forged from no ordinary material. Even cars blocking the way were ruthlessly crushed, leaving the smaller vehicles no dignity whatsoever. How we got here in just half a day. Not bad at all. Ning Ziyuan patted the heavy truck approvingly. Just then she noticed the headlights in front flicker once. Though it might have been her imagination. But in the end it didn't matter. What mattered most was that they had arrived at Jiang City. Though it was the apocalypse, now the general situation across China was much the same everywhere. Still, arriving in a new city always brought a different kind of feeling. Jiang City. I wonder what we'll find here. I hope it gives us a nice surprise. Lin Hui gazed at Jiang City, speaking with great anticipation. To guard against any unexpected incidents, Lin Hui purchased 2 spider crawler surveillance robots and placed them upon the heavy truck. If anyone approached with the intent to steal the vehicle, he could remotely activate their attack mode. For machine guns would be set up right in front of them to see whether they still dared to steal cars or hatch any other wicked schemes. Lin Hui and the others arrived at the central district of Jiang City, where many upscale residential quarters and entertainment venues stood. Zombies did wander here, but perhaps because many days had passed without much feeding they moved with agonizing slowness. Lin Hui cleared out the zombies without trouble and gained some points. Then they pressed onward and reached a hotel. Why does this place feel so wrong? Xia Qingqing, stay behind me. Lin Hui shielded Xia Qingqing behind him, sensing that some danger was lurking here. Bang! Gunfire. Someone inside was armed and had opened fire at them. Lin Hui instantly hurled a fireball forward which melted the bullet in mid-flight. Although the bullet had been aimed not at their heads, but at the empty ground nearby, the shot still left everyone's hearts racing. Get lost, or we'll kill you. A man's voice rang out from inside. Lin Hui was now furious. They had shot at them, and then had the audacity to bark at them to leave. That shot had clearly come from a large-caliber pistol. The people inside must have been fairly capable, but he couldn't figure out why they had opened fire at him. Lin Hui hadn't provoked them in the slightest. You shot at us, and still tell us to get lost. What the hell are you trying to say? Do you honestly think I'm afraid of you? Lin Hui shouted. Xia Qingqing tugged at his arm, looking tense, and only when he saw her anxious face did he force himself to calm down. Get lost. We're from the Wild Wolf Gang. Leave now if you don't want to die. The same male voice continued, but this time, he didn't fire at Lin Hui and the others. That was strange. If they had many people, they should logically have kept firing at Lin Hui. I'll remember this grudge. If you ever fall into my hands, I'll make sure you suffer beyond belief. Lin Hui said, then took Xia Qingqing and the others back to the heavy truck. They still knew very little about the situation in Jiang City. Today they had taken a loss, but at least no one was injured. That was a mercy. Lin Hui, it's possible that people have really formed gangs in Jiang City. Things might be chaotic. Why don't we head on to the next city? Xia Qingqing was not worried for herself, she was worried for Lin Hui. What's there to fear? A mere Wild Wolf gang is nothing. They have weapons, but so do we. Ning Ziyuan said, full of confidence. Lin Hui glanced at them both and couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Ning Ziyuan embraced challenges and was unafraid of them. That might be one of the key reasons she could improve so quickly. Xia Qingqing, though, was mainly worried about Lin Hui's safety, so he found it hard to say which of them was right. Don't worry. It's all right. Lin Hui reassured Xia Qingqing. Although the bullet had been fired toward them, it had not been fired to kill. It had simply been aimed at the empty ground beside them. My guess is that they're bluffing. I did this sort of thing plenty of times in my past life. If they really had the power to kill us, they wouldn't have shot at the ground next to us. I think they saw us approaching the hotel and were afraid we might discover something or get in the way, so they fired a warning shot. Lin Hui explained to Xia Qingqing and the others. I think Lin Hui's analysis makes sense. If they're really part of some gang like the Wild Wolf Gang, then more than one of them should have a gun. They wouldn't have let us walk away, they'd have kept firing at us. Ning Ziyuan chimed in. Xia Qingqing understood, but she couldn't shake her fear of a worst-case scenario. Lin Hui might have an ability to absorb kinetic energy, but what if something went wrong? It's fine. I'll go over tomorrow and have a talk with them. Since they dared to shoot at us, I definitely won't let them off lightly. Lin Hui said, and Xia Qingqing immediately said no. No, you absolutely can't go. It's too dangerous. We'd be better off staying in the truck or heading to the next city. Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui, her voice insistent. The other side had used a gun, and in the worst case, even a superhuman could be killed by one. Even though superhumans had lightning-fast reflexes and neural control, they were still not invulnerable to bullets. She naturally did not want to see Lin Hui get hurt. If they really are an evil gang, we have to disband them. If necessary, we'll have to resort to some means. Besides, this is the real reason I came to Jiang City. Other cities are bound to have survivors, as well as gangs formed by ability users and other survivors. If they're good people, I'll stay. If they're bad people, I'll wipe them out. That is why I came to Jiang City. Lin Hui told Xia Qingqing his reasoning. Though she could understand it, she said she still couldn't accept it. However, she knew Lin Hui's character, so she did not try to stop him. Qingqing, there's no need to worry about me. I'll definitely be fine. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. She was the same as in his previous life, still gentle and still caring about him so deeply. All right, then you must be careful. Xia Qingqing's eyes were filled with worry. You two stop showing off in front of me. I'm going to sleep. Ning Ziyuan couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing were so affectionate that she felt like a third wheel. Still, it showed just how solid and affectionate the bond between Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing was. Lin Hui gazed at the hotel, feeling uneasy. He had actually been intimidated by someone he had never seen before. That frustrated him deeply. Meanwhile, in the center of the hotel, Uncle Zhang, are they gone? A tall, curvaceous woman stepped forward, and it was apparent that a strange energy also swirled around her. Yes, I scared them off. I don't think they'll be coming back anytime soon. That man's expression didn't look honest to me. We'd better stay on guard against them. The man addressed, as Uncle Zhang said. We had no choice. If they had come in and turned out to be bad people, they might have hurt the others. Uncle Zhang, you didn't hurt them. You merely asked them to leave. What you did was right. Don't feel guilty. The woman said to the man as she looked out the window. A trace of worry surfaced in her deep, dark eyes. Their food supplies were running low and food was precisely how she kept these people under control. If no more food was provided, she feared everyone would lose patience and rise up. Moreover, Jiang City had two gangs, the Wild Wolf Gang and the Ground Snake Gang, and they had done more harm than good to the city. Counting on the several superhumans among their ranks, they ran wild and committed all sorts of crimes. She was also troubled by this point. This tall, slender woman. If Lin Hui saw her, he would surely recognize her. She was a very famous star in the film and television industry before the apocalypse. Just before the apocalypse descended, she had checked into this hotel, which was quite upscale. The people staying there were no ordinary individuals. If she had not awakened the wind elemental ability, she would never have been able to keep this group in check. Moreover, what troubled her most were those men who harbored malicious intentions toward her. If she hadn't been held back by her own conscience, she would have already killed all those disgusting men. Now with food shortages, she could foresee the situations that might unfold. She was a smart woman, but she was also trapped in the game. Lately she had lost a lot of weight, though she should have been happy about it, as female celebrities usually have to manage their figure and weight. However, in the apocalypse, she wished she could gain 10 or 20 gene so that she could at least hold on a bit longer. Now she only hoped that someone would come to rescue her, to save her from this sea of suffering. But now in the apocalypse, who would come to save her? She knew this was a pipe dream, yet if she didn't even have that faint illusory hope, how could she survive in this apocalypse? The next day, the 22nd day of the apocalypse, Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing had a simple meal of instant noodles inside the heavy truck. Although instant noodles have no nutritional value, they were definitely a survival essential in the apocalypse. High in calories, rich in oil, and even with a variety of flavors. Even those upper-class individuals who had been starving for a while would sell all their assets for a pack of instant noodles. Because assets and money were external possessions, and in the apocalypse they were no longer of much importance. Now survival was the top priority. This is my first time eating instant noodles, it feels kind of novel, Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui was shocked. Someone could live so many years and never have tried instant noodles. My parents always forbade me from eating snacks, and I usually brought homemade meals to school, so I've never actually had instant noodles, Xia Qingqing explained to Lin Hui. Lin Hui then realized that Xia Qingqing's family education was so strict, no wonder she seemed like a bookworm at school. After eating, Lin Hui and the others threw away the instant noodle cups. At the same time, Lin Hui took out fresh grapes, and pears, both of which were fruits he quite enjoyed. And all of this happened to be seen by the people in that hotel. From their position, using binoculars, they could just see the location of Lin Hui's heavy truck. They still have food, and they have a heavy truck. There must be plenty of food stored in it. Let's find a way to get their truck. With this truck, we won't have to worry about food. And I've observed that there are only 3 of them. We have weapons, so the odds are in our favor, a person in the hotel said. They had set their sights on Lin Hui's truck. This heavy truck was extremely powerful, whether for going out to find food or for living in. If they could get Lin Hui's heavy truck, their survival environment in the apocalypse would be much better. Moreover, the truck was so large that it might store a lot of food inside. Right, once we get it, we won't lack food. I see they're just 3 young people. Maybe we can scare them into handing over the truck. The problem is, how do we make him hand over the truck? If he stays inside the heavy truck and doesn't come out, it might be difficult for us to deal with them. One person inquired. Indeed, as he said, if Lin Hui and the others stayed in the heavy truck and never came out, there was nothing they could do to Lin Hui. The windows of Lin Hui's heavy truck were all reinforced bulletproof glass. Lin Hui only needed to activate the intelligent driving system, and he could charge out of the encirclement without any damage. Wait, just wait. I don't believe they can stay inside forever. They'll have to come out to use the bathroom eventually. We'll just ambush nearby. Next, we need to choose who will lie in wait. After all, the opportunity might only come once. The people in the hotel discussed scheming to seize Lin Hui's heavy truck. However, Lin Hui had no idea about this because his truck was basically impossible to be taken by outsiders. This heavy truck had long been bound to his facial recognition data. Without him present, the truck would not open its doors. If it didn't even have this basic anti-theft function, how could it be a precious golden tier item? This was the first golden tier item Lin Hui had ever drawn. If it could be stolen by outsiders, the system would lose face. Hey look, he seems to have gotten out of the truck. And he's taking out a box. I wonder what he's doing. The group was still discussing who should be sent to lie in wait when one of them saw Lin Hui get out of the truck. Lin Hui got out of the truck alone, telling Xia Qingqing and the other girl to stay in the vehicle. Since the truck's safety was maxed out, Lin Hui wasn't worried about their safety. He got out because he had an idea, and he was certain this method would succeed 100%. Because what he brought to these people was food, and they seeing that he had food would not harm him. That was Lin Hui's confidence. Lin Hui carried a box of instant noodles to the hotel entrance. He stood there knowing that he was being watched. He was in no hurry, he just stood there waiting for them to speak. Look, that guy is holding a box. I see it says braised beef noodles on it. Could that box be instant noodles? I don't think so. It's already the 22nd day of the apocalypse. How could they have that much food? They're probably trying to lure us out to take over our place. Right, I agree. Who would be willing to give away a whole box of instant noodles? At this stage, it's simply impossible. The group all said, believing that Lin Hui couldn't possibly have a whole box of instant noodles, as it was too unrealistic. Then someone reported this to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao walked out and took a look at Lin Hui from the window. What is he doing? Xiao Xiao was a bit puzzled, and she didn't know what that box in Lin Hui's hands was. Ahem. Xiao Xiao cleared her throat, and then said, "Friend, what are you doing standing here? We are not accepting any more survivors. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, we will take compulsory measures," Xiao Xiao said to Lin Hui. Lin Hui grinned. "I'm here to deliver supplies. I guess you must be out of food. I have a lot of supplies stored on my truck, and I thought I'd share some with you. After all, there are only 3 of us, and we can't finish all the food. We are all Chinese people, it's only right to help you," Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao, directly stating his intention. Now it was up to this group to decide how they viewed him. Xiao Xiao observed this scene lost in thought. She didn't actually believe that Lin Hui would bring them food, yet the box in his hands indeed appeared to be braised beef noodles. "We don't need your charity." Xiao Xiao ultimately refused Lin Hui, for no one offered kindness without motive. As someone in the know, she understood this well. Lin Hui chuckled at her words, finding them utterly ridiculous. "Are you sure you don't want it? This is a whole box of instant noodles." Before Xiao Xiao could contemplate further, others in the hotel grew restless. "Instant noodles? Seriously, is that really a box of noodles? I think it is. Should we accept him? It's a full box of noodles." In the past, no one would have been moved by a box of noodles, but now its allure was overwhelming. To draw a comparison, even if Xiao Xiao were lying naked on the bed, it wouldn't tempt them as much as that box of noodles. In extreme hunger, one has no energy for other thoughts. As the saying goes, a full belly leads to other desires. Satiety is the foremost factor. Even if all they could eat was a pack of noodles, hunger would make it taste like a feast. "Friend, are you sure that's a full box of noodles and you intend to give it to us? If so, we'll take you in. We're quite peaceful here. And we're not part of the wolf gang. You can stay here safely." Though Xiao Xiao wished to refuse Lin Hui's kindness, others couldn't resist the temptation. After all, a full stomach was the greatest comfort. "Of course I'm telling the truth. But everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. This box of noodles comes with a price, though I believe you can afford it." Lin Hui addressed the crowd. "What price?" This time it was Xiao Xiao who spoke. "So you're willing to trade? Good. I'll be direct. Earlier when we arrived, someone fired a shot at us. I'd like that person to come out and face me." Lin Hui's words brought silence, but eventually a voice replied, "Fine, we agree." A male voice said, "No, I'm the floor leader here. I make the decisions." Xiao Xiao shouted from above, but her authority was lacking. In the end, she was too kind. If she had been ruthless enough to kill a few, things wouldn't be this way. "Xiao Xiao, you're the floor leader, but we all need to eat. Zhang Chong is your man, so he should step forward." Who told him to fire that shot? "You may not need these noodles, but we do. We've been starving for days, and you can't provide food. Shouldn't we find our own? Zhang Chong, if you're a man, take responsibility. Don't cower like a turtle. You have a gun, so what? Go ahead and kill all 15 of us." Listening to the argument, Lin Hui smiled even more. This was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to see how many people were here and how they got along. A single box of noodles had revealed everything. Of course, he wouldn't give them the whole box. He had to keep them dangling for amusement. "Shut up. How do you know his noodles are real? You believe whatever he says. Aren't you afraid he's deceiving you?" Xiao Xiao shouted. After a moment's silence, they retorted. "Miss Xiao, you can't provide food now, so who are you to order us around? When we made you floor leader, you promised to keep us fed. Now you only give us 1 meal a day. We're starving. And you're in charge of the food. Who knows if you've been sneaking some? Zhang Chong, get out now? Or are you trying to get us all killed? Besides, this young man seems kind. He might not hurt you." "Right, young man," said the man. They all knew Lin Hui wanted Zhang Chong dead, and they were just pushing him out as a scapegoat. Whether Lin Hui gave them food or not, getting rid of Zhang Chong was beneficial. They had long coveted Xiao Xiao, but Zhang Chong, a former soldier with a gun, stood in the way. If Xiao Xiao hadn't awakened her ability, these men would have defiled her long ago, or perhaps even devoured her. Xiao Xiao seethed with rage, but felt helpless. She truly didn't want blood on her hands. Moreover, using her ability drained her energy. She had to conserve strength. Lin Hui watched the internal strife without surprise. When faced with benefits, no one could truly unite. Especially in this apocalypse, a box of noodles held immense value. They could hardly resist the temptation. Even if the noodles were fake, they were willing to gamble. After all, they had no other way to get food. Now that Lin Hui was offering, they had to take the risk. "I can see you don't trust me. Let me show you whether this box is real." Lin Hui placed the box on the ground, opened it, and revealed the noodles, 30 packs in total. "To prove my sincerity, I'll open one pack for you to see." He tore open a pack and tossed it in front of the hotel. When they saw it was real noodles, their eyes widened. It was truly a box of instant noodles, genuine and intact. Seeing the discarded noodle block, some rushed downstairs immediately. No matter what, that pack was real. And Lin Hui had thrown it on the ground. Wasn't that wasting food? In this apocalypse, such an act deserved 1,000 cuts. "I have to go. I need to pick up that pack." He threw it away. "Oh, it's dirty now. He probably doesn't want it." Just as he thought that, someone had already reached the ground floor. The person bent to pick up the dirty noodle block. Lin Hui drew his gun and pointed it at him. "Are you the one who shot at me?" The terrified man shook his head frantically. Hungry as he was, he feared death more. The people upstairs were also relieved that it wasn't them who had gone down. Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lin Hui naturally knew this person wasn't the one he was looking for, but he could use this person to make a point. Willing to trade your life for food, are you? Never mind that. If I can die with a full stomach, I'm willing to go. I don't want to become a starving ghost after death. That's too painful. Though the crowd upstairs was watching the spectacle unfold, they couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of that flatbread. Only when you're truly starving do you understand how blissful it feels to have your belly full. Xiao Xiao watched this scene at a loss for words. It was true. Calling the box of instant noodles Lin Hui held fake would have been completely baseless. Yet saying Lin Hui deliberately brought them instant noodles didn't quite fit the situation either. Frankly, she had no idea what his true intentions were. Good. Since you're not the one I'm looking for, I won't make things difficult for you then. Pick it up and eat. But finish it here before going back up. Lin Hui holstered his gun, making sure the people upstairs heard every word. He wanted to see just how desperate they were for supplies. The man saw that Lin Hui no longer had his gun trained on him, and was actually telling him to eat the flatbread. He didn't overthink it, just picked it up and started gnawing at it. Though the flatbread was dry and hard to chew, he was eating actual food now. This was real, genuine sustenance. The first time he'd ever found flatbread so delicious. This bastard. What the hell, he's actually letting him eat. Damn it, why isn't this guy shooting? Yeah, why isn't he firing? This was completely unfair. Didn't he have a gun? Why wasn't he killing the man? The crowd was stunned to see the man actually eating the flatbread. They hadn't expected Lin Hui not only to spare him, but also let him eat. Even Xiao Xiao was puzzled by what she was witnessing. What was Lin Hui really trying to do? Was he attempting to win over the group with food? But what could be his motive? Actually, Lin Hui had no grand reason. He simply wanted to tear apart a team that was never united to begin with. And he wanted to find out who had shot at him. After the man finished eating, Lin Hui tossed him another packet of instant noodles. The man was utterly flabbergasted. He never expected Lin Hui to be so generous. Thank you, you're truly a great person. In this apocalyptic era, whoever controlled food was king. The man had no concern for dignity now. He knelt and bowed several times to Lin Hui. Those who could give food were like saviors reborn. Let me repeat myself. Hand over the person to me, and I'll give you instant noodles. You have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if I haven't seen the person, I'm leaving. Lin Hui told the crowd. By giving that man a packet of noodles, he was showing everyone he was genuinely here to distribute supplies, and these instant noodles were real. Upon hearing Lin Hui's words, the people upstairs erupted with excitement. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. Quick, hurry upstairs and drag Zhang Chong down. As long as we get him, we'll have food. Those who had been bitter and resentful moments before suddenly charged upward, moving with the speed of sprinters. Not at all like people who'd gone days without food. Zhang Chong, come out right now. Hurry up, we've only got 2.5 minutes left. If you don't come out, we're breaking in. Exactly, come out fast. Sort out your differences with this young man yourself. We want instant noodles. We've been starving for so long. Hearing the urgent knocking, Zhang Chong felt a surge of despair, but he ultimately handed his pistol to Xiao Xiao and stepped out. The crowd immediately dragged Zhang Chong downstairs. With 10 seconds remaining, they arrived with the hostage. Lin Hui was quite satisfied with the result. Lin Hui gave each person a packet of instant noodles as promised. Though they wanted more, the gun holstered at his waist kept them in check. Seeing there were indeed noodles to be had, even those who had been hesitating came down. There were 13 people in total, but Xiao Xiao stayed behind. Lin Hui was generous enough to hand out noodles to everyone. They hadn't wronged him, so helping them was fine by him. Zhang Chong saw Lin Hui actually distributing noodles to the group and accepted his fate. He never imagined his life was worth merely 15 packets of instant noodles. Were you the one who shot at us? Lin Hui asked. Yes, Zhang Chong replied. Lin Hui remembered his voice clearly. It was indeed him who had fired. Good, you haven't lied. Lin Hui said to the crowd, then turned to Zhang Chong. The man showed no fear on his face, as though he had already accepted his impending death. Lin Hui found this rather amusing. But Xiao Xiao understood she had to step forward. Otherwise Zhang Chong might truly be killed by Lin Hui. Friend, Uncle Zhang meant no harm. He only wanted to drive you away. Why not let him go this once? Consider it a favor owed to me, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao pleaded with Lin Hui, who chuckled at her words. Who the hell are you? Why should I do you a favor? He shot at me, I shoot back. Sounds reasonable to me, Lin Hui shouted. He'd heard of Xiao Xiao. She was a big celebrity with decent looks and figure, though her acting skills were merely passable. However, he hadn't connected this woman with that famous star. Brother, I admit, I shouldn't have shot at you without warning first. If you want to kill me, so be it. I only ask that you don't harm the people in this building, especially Miss Xiao Xiao. She's a good person. I hope you'll spare her. While Zhang Chong spoke, Xiao Xiao had already opened the window and descended from above. She was a wind attribute ability user, though the development of her powers remained slow. Even her ability to fly was brief and sluggish. Friend, please spare Uncle Zhang. He's been my bodyguard for so many years. I trust him completely. Plus his combat ability is high. Killing him would be a mistake. Xiao Xiao reasoned with Lin Hui, thinking he looked young and should be reasonable. Besides, Lin Hui probably didn't truly intend to kill Zhang Chong. If he did, he would have fired the moment the man appeared. You're Xiao Xiao, that celebrity. Lin Hui studied the woman before him, finding her familiar. Though he didn't follow celebrities, Xiao Xiao's fame was undeniable. No wonder. I'm in the largest hotel in Jiang City. I recall you were filming a drama here, and it trended on the hot search at the time. Lin Hui's gaze drifted over Xiao Xiao's figure. Though she wore simple daily clothes and jeans, the denim only accentuated her silhouette. Indeed, if Xiao Xiao hadn't awakened her ability, she would likely already be nothing more than a cold corpse. Xiao Xiao noticed Lin Hui's gaze wandering over her body, and a flicker of disgust arose in her heart, but she concealed her thoughts well. Having navigated the circle for so many years, she naturally possessed this skill. "Can I beg you to spare Uncle Zhang?" Xiao Xiao deliberately spoke in a pitiful voice, a tactic that most men found irresistible. But Lin Hui still raised his gun and aimed at Zhang Chang. "No." Xiao Xiao watched as Lin Hui pulled the trigger, the bullet firing from his gun, and her heart leaped into her throat. But the bullet struck the ground beside Zhang Chang's ear, leaving him with only a ringing sensation. Lin Hui had no intention of killing him with that shot. If Zhang Chang had aimed at Lin Hui on the first try, Lin Hui's shot would have been aimed straight at his head. But Zhang Chang's first shot had hit the empty space beside Lin Hui. That saved his life. The reason Lin Hui had made the harsh threat was because Zhang Chang claimed they were from the Wild Wolf Gang, a gang that sounded far from reputable. Thus he had considered killing that person. But after hearing what they said, he felt things weren't so simple, and so he changed his mind. Thank you. Seeing that Lin Hui hadn't killed Zhang Chang, Xiao Zhao's hostility toward him dissipated considerably. As long as Zhang Chang was alive, she had no reason to hate Lin Hui. "His life belongs to me now. As for you, you're a superpowered being. But you seem too weak. Never mind. I'll leave this for you, you can scram," Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao. In truth, he had considered recruiting her as a companion, but he knew that if he said it outright, she would certainly refuse. So he employed a tactic of playing hard to get. What? Xiao Xiao was utterly bewildered. This was the most shocking thing she had ever heard. This young man in front of her was actually telling her to scram. "Don't you have any interest in me? You were just looking at my bod," Xiao Xiao said to Lin Hui, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had misspoken. The great star Xiao Xiao is so precious, would a single glance cost you a pound of flesh? Lin Hui said to her, then prepared to leave, showing no sign of lingering attachment. But he knew Xiao Xiao would call him back. "Wait. What did you mean by saying Uncle Zhang's life is yours now? Are you still planning to kill him?" Xiao Xiao continued to address Lin Hui. But Lin Hui turned around with an expression of impatience, causing Xiao Zhao's heart to sink. "It means if I tell him to die, he won't hesitate. And coincidentally, I'm somewhat interested in the Wild Wolf Gang you mentioned, and I need someone to give me some information," Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao. When Xiao Xiao heard Lin Hui mention the Wild Wolf Gang, her eyes lit up. "Are you going to take on the Wild Wolf Gang?" she said, looking somewhat excited. "None of your business. You're Zhang Chang, right? Remember, your life now belongs to me," Lin Hui said to Zhang Chang, then turned and left. But Xiao Xiao called him back again. "Wait, I'm also a superpowered being. I can help you. Besides, I know something about the Wild Wolf Gang. I can join you in dealing with them." Xiao Xiao continued to speak to Lin Hui. Lin Hui had only taken a few steps when he stopped again. "Your ability is so weak. What value can you offer me? But then again, if you can provide me with other kinds of value, that could work too. Though I wonder if you'd be willing," Lin Hui said to Xiao Hui without any pretense. After all, Xiao Xiao was indeed pleasing to the eye. As expected, men are all the same. Though Xiao Xiao despised Lin Hui inwardly, she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she appeared hesitant. I can do it, but I hope you can give me some time to mentally prepare," Xiao Xiao said to Lin Hui. Indeed, as Lin Hui had said, her ability was rather weak. Moreover, there was little food left in the base, and her body was growing weaker by the day. In the end, her fate would not be pleasant. So it might be better to follow Lin Hui. At least he had food. "Fine," Lin Hui agreed. Xiao Zhao's wind-based ability, when developed later, would actually be quite useful to him. Besides, wind abilities could accomplish many things. Taking on this partner was a good deal. "Then come with me. That heavy truck is our base. Zhang Chang, you come too. By the way, give me your gun." Lin Hui extended his hand to Xiao Xiao. He noticed that Zhang Chang wasn't carrying a gun, so he knew Zhang Chang had given it to the great star Xiao. Xiao Xiao seemed hesitant. Her ability was indeed very weak now. Just enough to shatter a vase. Without a gun, if Lin Hui wanted to kill them, they would have virtually no chance to resist. Seeing Xiao Zhao's hesitation, Lin Hui simply turned around, showing complete indifference. After all, whether they could board the heavy truck was up to him. Besides, he didn't necessarily have to take them along. "Forget it. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. If you think you can survive without food, you don't have to follow me." Lin Hui said this. Although Xiao Xiao was reluctant, she still handed the gun to Lin Hui. Because she could tell Lin Hui wasn't a bad person. At worst, he might be after her body. And Lin Hui was so young, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. "I'll give it to you then." Xiao Xiao finally handed the gun to Lin Hui. Lin Hui glanced at it, and was rather impressed. "This is a powerful gun, a large caliber," Lin Hui said. Zhang Chang picked up the instant noodles from the ground, and followed Lin Hui. Zhang Chang was just an ordinary person, though he had some combat skills. But with Lin Hui possessing a gun and abilities, resistance clearly wasn't the best option. Xiao Xiao and Zhang Chang followed behind Lin Hui, who walked ahead. He wasn't worried about them attacking him, because there was no way they could take him down. "Miss Xiao, what should we do? That man doesn't seem like a good person, but he probably won't kill us now. Should we try to escape tonight?" Zhang Chang approached Xiao Xiao and whispered. With his sharp hearing, Lin Hui naturally overheard what Zhang Chang said to Xiao Xiao. He didn't call them out, he just waited to see how Xiao Xiao would respond. "No need. He won't kill us. We still have value to him, and he wants to attack the Wild Wolf Gang, which aligns with our goal. That bastard from the Wild Wolf Gang. I must kill him, Xiao Xiao said to Zhang Chong. Hearing this, Lin Hui instantly understood. Xiao Xiao likely had a grudge against the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, and it might be a deep one. Get in the truck, Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao and Zhang Chong. They followed Lin Hui and boarded the vehicle. This scene was naturally witnessed by others who looked toward Lin Hui with confusion. I think Xiao Xiao just latched onto that guy because he has supplies. She even volunteered to be the floor leader, but now that she's found a better option, she's abandoned us and left. Exactly. If we had known, we should not have let her keep the food. What should we do now? We have no guns either, so we certainly cannot deal with them. They have 2 guns. We have no way to compete with him. How are we supposed to survive? The people in the hotel discussed among themselves. Actually, this could not be blamed on Xiao Xiao. The people in the hotel simply never listened to her, and by the 22nd day of the apocalypse, food had become extremely difficult to find. The fact that Lin Hui could bring them a pack of instant noodles was already a tremendous favor. At this stage, going out to search for food was far worse than simply lying still in the hotel. Venturing out not only offered no guarantee of finding food, but also carried a high risk of death. Between the 2 choices, it went without saying which was safer. But we must survive somehow. We need to get our hands on that heavy truck of his. I guess they are leaving tomorrow, so we will make our move tonight. Wait until they step out of the truck to relieve themselves, then we eliminate them. With so many people crammed inside the vehicle, someone will surely have to come down. This group had set their sights on Lin Hui's heavy truck. In truth, given their strength and abilities, they posed no real threat to him. But if they harbored ill intentions, Lin Hui would not hesitate to eliminate them. Fine. Let us unite tonight and seize that heavy truck. Judging by his food reserves, we will not have to worry for months. If Lin Hui was willing to trade a box of instant noodles, it proved he must have even better and greater supplies. These people would never let him go so easily. They were deeply covetous of his truck and provisions. After all, in this apocalypse, survival was the only thing that mattered. You are Xiao Xiao, that famous star. Xia Qingqing was delighted upon seeing Xiao Xiao, though she was not really a fan. But Xiao Xiao was undoubtedly a trending celebrity these days. Even without watching her works, everyone knew who she was. Yes, it is me. You must be his girlfriend, right? Hello. Seeing that someone recognized her, Xiao Xiao immediately put on a smile. Men like Lin Hui were simply incomprehensible to her. Zhang Chong, you will sleep in the driver's seat. There are only 4 beds here. There is nowhere else. The driver's seat can barely accommodate someone resting. Lin Hui said to Zhang Chong, who of course had no objections, and dared not have any. By the way, can you drive? Lin Hui asked. If Zhang Chong could drive, he could hand over all driving duties to him. After all, with the intelligent driving system, Zhang Chong only needed to monitor the road conditions. No problem, Zhang Chong replied to Lin Hui, while also noticing the 2 other people in the vehicle, both young women, and could not help but speculate about Lin Hui. Zhang Chong, do you know the people in that hotel? Or are they merely hotel guests? We barely know each other, Lin Hui said to Zhang Chong. He had noticed the other side constantly observing them. Thinking they might target his heavy truck, he had to remain vigilant. Some unfamiliar guests. I am Miss Xiao Xiao's bodyguard. There should have been agents and others, but unfortunately they were bitten and mutated, and back then. Stop talking. Zhang Chong wanted to say something, but Xiao Xiao interrupted him. However, Lin Hui became even more curious about what secrets Xiao Xiao was hiding. What can't be said? I have already let you onto my truck. Don't I trust you enough? Lin Hui said. But Zhang Chong was still reluctant, and he looked at Xiao Xiao, whose expression was even more strained. Let me guess, it has something to do with the Wild Wolf Gang. Seeing Xiao Xiao's expression, Lin Hui had already guessed something. That's right, it does involve the Wild Wolf Gang. Zhang Chong answered, but he was unwilling to continue. This was a wound for Xiao Xiao. So that is why you went to wipe out the Wild Wolf Gang. Lin Hui continued asking, and Zhang Chong nodded. Lin Hui, stop asking. Can you show some consideration for a girl's feelings? Xia Qingqing stepped forward to speak for Xiao Xiao at this moment. She could see that Xiao Xiao's expression was already quite disturbed. Alright, I will stop. Lin Hui had actually guessed it too. This matter was indeed inconvenient to discuss. Since that was the case, everyone could simply understand implicitly. There was no real need to force it out into the open. If you are hungry, boil some instant noodles first. We have a small kitchen here, and we will have a better dinner tonight, Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao and the others. Time quickly passed until evening. Xiao Xiao looked at the sumptuous dinner and was utterly stunned. This is just normal provisions. Keep a low profile, Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao. This dinner was indeed quite ordinary. Just 2 vegetable dishes, 2 meat dishes, and a corn and pork rib soup. Although Xiao Xiao knew there should be many ingredients in the refrigerator, she never expected the dinner to be this lavish. Moreover, for so many days she had not eaten meat in a long time, as she had lost quite a few pounds. Now seeing these ordinary meals, she actually felt it was a luxury. Furthermore, to maintain her figure, she usually ate mostly vegetables and fruits, rarely consuming staple foods. But the moment that piece of meat entered her mouth, she actually felt a sense of happiness. Zhang Chong stopped staring blankly and eat. Let me be straightforward with you about today. The thing I despise most is people who shoot from ambush. I understand you had no malicious intent. However, I had to return that shot. That is my principle, so do not think I wanted to kill you back then. Although I genuinely did want to kill you the moment you came out empty-handed, I let that thought go. Lin Hui said to Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong could tell he was a good man, and he likely had not stained his hands with blood either. I understand. I did handle this improperly. Zhang Chong actually did not think he was wrong. In the apocalypse, ambush shooting was simply the law of survival when one did not know the other's strength. And honestly, he had not intended to kill Lin Hui. It was precisely his kindness that had saved his own life. Otherwise, Lin Hui would have definitely killed him today. No one could have saved him, not even Jesus. I am glad you understand my meaning. Both of you eat as much as you want. There is plenty of meat and vegetables in the refrigerator, do not worry. Just eat freely, and do not ask questions that should not be asked, Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao and the others. With Lin Hui's words, they felt reassured and began eating freely. Thank you. After finishing her meal, Xiao Xiao said to Lin Hui, what do you need me to do? By this point, Xiao Xiao had accepted her situation. The moment she boarded this RV, she had realized that Xia Qingqing was Lin Hui's girlfriend. Ning Ziyuan was likely in the same position, forced into this as well. She could see that Ning Ziyuan actually harbored feelings for Lin Hui when looking at him, but she kept them deeply restrained. Xiao Xiao naturally associated it with that matter. In fact, it was quite normal for her to think, so after all, an RV carrying two women made it clear what could be done. Off, Lin Hui said to Xiao Xiao. He understood her implication and was quite willing to give it a try, but Xia Qingqing was still present, so this place wasn't suitable. I'm willing as long as you can guarantee I won't go hungry every day. I'll follow you. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to lower her pride. When you're starving to the extreme, what's abandoning your body compared to survival? Let me clarify. I do desire your body, but I don't have that intention. Looking and doing are two different things. Qingqing, I swear I'm innocent. I only love you. You have to believe me. Lin Hui leaned in after speaking, but Xia Qingqing pushed him away in disgust. Xiao Xiao heard Lin Hui's words. Normally she had a thick skin being from the entertainment industry, but somehow she felt her face burn. Can you be serious? Xia Qingqing pushed Lin Hui's face away, not letting him come closer. Xiao Xiao, witnessing this, wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She had misunderstood Lin Hui. She thought he was that kind of person and already experienced. Now it seemed that his relationship with them was quite innocent. Sister Xiao Xiao, it's okay. What he just said was just a trick to get you in the car. If he had directly invited you, you definitely wouldn't have agreed. So he had to make you think he desired your body. Actually, this guy knows his boundaries. Just ignore him, treat him like air. Don't come closer. Xia Qingqing was a bit angry. She couldn't overpower Lin Hui, so she had to let him hold her. Just a hug, just one hug. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing was both angry and helpless, having to put on this act in front of so many people. I understand. Xiao Xiao finished speaking and climbed directly onto the bunk bed, covering her face to pretend to rest. She had never imagined that being several years older than Lin Hui, she could still be bested by him. She had originally thought that Xia Qingqing and the others were surely used to such things, so she had spoken out. Really, how embarrassing. Those guys aren't eating instant noodles today. Do they have rice to cook? Although they couldn't see clearly inside the vehicle, no instant noodle boxes were thrown out, proving they weren't eating instant noodles tonight. Moreover, since Lin Hui could offer them instant noodles as a gift, it showed that he looked down on such food. The group guessed that Lin Hui must have hidden good supplies. This proved that the food reserves in Lin Hui's truck were very abundant, giving them even more reason to seize his heavy truck. Time quickly reached nightfall. Lin Hui activated the spider-like surveillance robot. He had to guard against these people. In fact, Lin Hui could have driven away from this place, but he wanted to see if they would be grateful after eating his food. If they had no intention of coveting his truck, he could leave them some supplies the next day and give them the address of the shelter in Jiang City. Let them head to the shelter. At least that would ensure their short-term safety and keep them from starving. But if they were ungrateful, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. The bunk beds were designed together, and the space was small, only enough to lie flat and turn over. Although the place was cramped, it still allowed for good rest, just needing some getting used to. When Lin Hui and the others fell asleep, the people in the hotel began to move. Lin Hui's spider robot noticed their activity and sent an alarm to him. Lin Hui's sleep was already light. The spider's sound woke him up. Except for Zhang Chong, who slept in the front of the vehicle, the three women also woke up. They were superpowered individuals, so skipping a night of sleep was no problem. Moreover, superpowered people were naturally more alert to sounds. All three women were awake. Seeing that they were also awake, Lin Hui got out of bed and joined them to observe the surroundings. Xiao Xiao, seeing that they wanted to attack Lin Hui's heavy truck, was furious. She hadn't expected that after all her care for them, they would still harbor malicious intentions. She had fairly distributed the meager food, and in the early days of the apocalypse, she had even taken Zhang Chong to find food for them, yet none of this remained in their hearts. Now they even dared to sneak attack Lin Hui's truck in the dead of night. It was truly infuriating. These people are utterly ungrateful. I've been good enough to them, and yet they still think of ambushing us at night. Xiao Xiao spoke, her chest heaving. Lin Hui glanced at her, a truly lovely sight. Then Xia Qingqing slapped Lin Hui on the head. Human nature is like this. If I were in their position, I would probably do the same. It's a normal thing. Lin Hui said. If he couldn't get enough to eat and couldn't survive, malice might sprout in his heart too. It's a normal thing, hard to judge. In a few more days, cannibalism might even break out. What do we do? They won't really break in, will they? Ning Ziyuan asked. Don't worry. If they could break through this truck's defenses, I'd suggest they apply for a Superman job. Besides, none of these people have awakened as superpowered individuals, so there's no need to panic. I guess they're just waiting to ambush us when we get out. In that case, we simply won't get out. Tomorrow we'll just drive away. They can only watch helplessly, Lin Hui said to the others. Then they went back to rest. Meanwhile, the people outside were trying to find a way into the heavy truck. They circled the heavy truck looking for a weak point. But if even the mutants struggled to find a flaw in the truck, how could these ordinary humans possibly find one? Boss, we can't do it. This heavy truck only has 2 openings, a door and a window for throwing things out. We checked the door. Forcing it open won't work. They'll definitely notice. And that window can't be opened either. It's flush with the body, and we climbed up to check. The roof of this heavy truck has no openings. We simply can't get in. One man said to the bald man. That man was probably a well-known rich man in the area, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to command so many people. This man must have promised them a lot of benefits for them to be willing to do this. Then we wait. Wait all night. I don't believe he won't get up early in the morning. The bald man said to his subordinates. Boss, it's too cold out here. Why don't we go back? I can't take it anymore. Yeah, I really can't bear it anymore. I feel like my body is shivering from the cold. That's right, let's go back and rest for a while, then come back to ambush at dawn. I feel like waiting like this is pointless. These people clearly underestimated the power of the blizzard outside. Though the weather wasn't freezing, the night breeze still made them feel icy cold. Besides, they were reluctant about this task from the start. Naturally, they lacked the perseverance to wait here. It was too cold, and they all wanted to back out. It was understandable. After all, they were just ordinary people unable to withstand the bitter cold. Moreover, none of them had undergone professional training, and their clothes were too thin. How could they endure such extreme weather? No, hold your ground. What if we miss our chance? If we fail, none of us will survive. We must never ever let them go. So we have to stay on guard at all times. The bald man said to his subordinates. They gritted their teeth and persisted for a while longer, but their frail bodies couldn't hold out, and one by one they ran back into the building. Stop! All of you stop! Come back! Come back! The bald man shouted angrily, but no one paid him any attention. After all, it was freezing outside, and he himself couldn't bear it, so why should others? The bald man had brought a quilt down for himself while his men could only wear thin clothes. It was utterly unfair. Seeing them all run back, the bald man had no choice but to follow. He glared at them in fury, but they ignored him. Why don't you listen to me? The bald man shouted at them angrily. But no matter how he berated them, they all held him in contempt. Not to mention the fact that he was wrapped in a quilt while they weren't. This ambush was fundamentally unfair. Naturally, the group didn't acknowledge him as their leader. Moreover, the assets he had promised were all rare items they couldn't see. Everyone knew that in the apocalypse, assets and gold were useless. Now the most important thing was food resources. Boss, it's not that we don't want to ambush them. It's just too cold outside. You won't let us use quilts, and you're using one yourself. How can that win us over? A man said to the bald one, clearly displaying the latter's lack of leadership. I was just worried that quilts would hinder your movements. If you want to use them, go ahead. The bald man finally relented, knowing that if he didn't appease the group, his plan would be ruined. So he immediately compromised. Time passed minute by minute. Even though they now had quilts, the food in their stomachs was quickly consumed, and they still felt bitterly cold. But one good thing, dawn was approaching. They're still out here, ambushing us early in the morning. Hard work it. Lin Hui looked at the surveillance footage and said. The heavy truck had heating, so sleeping inside was quite comfortable. But those outside were different. They were shivering all over. If it weren't already morning, they would have chosen to go back to the hotel. Waiting here in ambush was sheer torture. These people are so foolish. Wrapping themselves in quilts. Don't they know I'm a fire-type superhuman? Lin Hui saw this through the spider camera and found it amusing. Although Lin Hui could have simply killed them, he didn't. Instead, he chose to drive off directly. Boss, they're running away. What should we do? We've been ambushing here all night and got nothing. I told you this plan wouldn't work, but you insisted on listening to him. Now look, we've been made fools of. Shut up. The bald man was already furious. Being mocked like this was unbearable. He slapped the man across the face. That man had never respected him anyway. He immediately swung his arm and started fighting back. The others watched, but did not intervene. First, they were cold and hungry. Second, they hated the bad idea this man had come up with. Stop. Don't fight. Don't fight. I surrender. I surrender. The bald man said to the group. I have some food upstairs. Come with me, and I'll compensate you. Don't hit me anymore. The bald man begged. Hearing the word food, they stopped their attack and followed him upstairs. But the bald man led them into an empty room with nothing inside. What's going on? Are you trying to trick us? A man pointed at him, furious at being deceived. But then he saw a gun pointed at him. The man had a weapon. It was a small pistol always hidden in his sleeve, capable of holding 2 bullets. It was precisely because of this pistol that he had the nerve to target Lin Hui. Die. The bald man fired a shot. The bullet pierced the skull, and the man died instantly. The others panicked at the sight. Well, anyone else want to fight me? The bald man said arrogantly. Though there was only 1 bullet left, no one wanted to be the next target. Lin Hui left the hotel unaware of what happened afterward, and he didn't care. Tell me everything you know about the Wild Wolf Gang. Lin Hui said to Zhang Chong. The Wild Wolf Gang is a gang founded by a superhuman. He is not only ruthless, but also extremely lecherous. Miss Xiao Xiao and I originally wanted to seek refuge with the Wild Wolf Gang. But then the gang leader targeted her, and she almost got violated. If she hadn't awakened her superpower at the last moment, they might never have escaped. Zhang Chong glanced at Xiao Xiao, who allowed him to tell the story. Although the leader didn't succeed, it was still a thorn in her heart. So you want to destroy the Wild Wolf Gang? Lin Hui said. Yes, I want to tear that bastard apart with my own hands. Since you're also interested in them, let's work together. Xiao Xiao said to Lin Hui. To be honest, with a figure like hers, few men could resist. Alright, I'll help you eliminate the Wild Wolf Gang. But what's in it for me? As soon as Lin Hui finished speaking, Xia Qingqing knocked him on the head. Lin Hui, what reward do you want? Moi. Seeing Xia Qingqing's glare, Lin Hui backed down. Fine, I take it back, okay. Lin Hui immediately apologized. Sister Xiao Xiao, rest assured we will help you get revenge. Xia Qingqing said to Xiao Xiao. Thank you. Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude. Based on the information about the Wild Wolf Gang provided by Xiao Xiao and Zhang Chong, Lin Hui roughly understood the following. The Wild Wolf Gang had about 50 members, including 3 superpowered beings. Their leader Li Lu was the one who nearly assaulted Xiao Xiao. The gang's base was located in a park, and they had acquired a motorhome to serve as the leader's headquarters. Lin Hui went directly to their vicinity to assess the situation. What are our chances if we charge in directly? Ning Ziyuan inquired. Lin Hui glanced at her. This was the most reckless move possible. Besides, they didn't even know if the gang possessed firearms. If they rashly charged, and they might encounter danger. Of course, if you want to think that way, it's not impossible. But it's highly risky. We could strike at night, when they're asleep, catching them off guard. Lin Hui said. Although Ning Ziyuan's plan was somewhat crude and straightforward, it was indeed the most direct and effective. Alright, we'll strike tonight while they're asleep. That motorhome is our target. Ning Ziyuan said to the group, and they had no objections. Then Lin Hui and the others returned to the heavy truck to replenish their energy. They had parked the truck far away, so it was unlikely to be discovered. Time quickly passed to nightfall. It was the 23rd day of the apocalypse. Although the Wild Wolf Gang had many members, only a few were main combatants. Lin Hui's goal was to eliminate the 3 superpowered beings. Xia Qingqing, follow me. Ning Ziyuan, you should be fine on your own. Brother Zhang Chong, I'll give you both guns. Xiao Xiao, assist him. We'll attack together. Lin Hui said to the group, and they nodded in agreement. Ning Ziyuan didn't need anyone else's help anyway, so she was perfectly fine acting alone. Without further ado, they charged straight into the Wild Wolf Gang's base. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. War. The man didn't finish his sentence before Lin Hui punched him, sending him flying and knocking him unconscious. Lin Hui still held back against these ordinary people. If he wanted to kill them, he could simply mobilize his own ability and incinerate them all. What's going on? Wang Chao rushed out, having been sound asleep when the commotion erupted. What happened? The other 2 superpowered beings also appeared. Seeing Lin Hui charging toward them, they instinctively activated their abilities. Plans changed in an instant, and now Lin Hui had to face 2 superpowered beings alone. But Lin Hui was undaunted. He used his kinetic fist gloves to enhance his strength and threw a punch. Yet it felt like hitting cotton, and his force was actually rebounded back at him. Lin Hui was astonished at this sight. This was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar ability. The opponent had a rubber-like body, much like Luffy from One Piece. This was a special form of body enhancement. Meanwhile, the other person charged at him, swinging his fists with a gust of wind. This was strength enhancement. Lin Hui was not intimidated and directly caught the opponent's fist. What? The man was stunned, never expecting Lin Hui to effortlessly block his attack and appear completely at ease. Lin Hui swept his leg, tripping the man and sending him flying with a kick. What ability is that? Lin Hui inquired. Lin Hui's attacks had felt like hitting rubber, which was quite peculiar. The opponent didn't answer and instead launched an attack with his ability. The enemy stretched his arm toward Lin Hui, attempting to entangle him. Lin Hui didn't dodge and let himself be wrapped up. Ha ha ha, I'll squeeze you to death. Can't believe you're stupid enough not to dodge. The man laughed heartily, but the next moment, he sensed something was wrong. He looked at Lin Hui, who wore a confident smirk. You didn't really think I couldn't avoid that, did you? With your attack speed so slow, you couldn't catch me even if I stood still. Lin Hui said to the man, who instantly panicked. He immediately tried to retract his arm, but Lin Hui wouldn't give him that chance. He grabbed the opponent's rubbery arm and unleashed his own fire ability. The man howled in pain from the searing heat. After it was enough, Lin Hui let him go. Xia Qingqing froze their hands and feet to prevent escape. Meanwhile, Ning Ziyuan had also won her battle. The superpowered being she faced also had a body enhancement ability, allowing him to unleash explosive strength in bursts. Whether jumping, attacking, or running, he could continuously amplify his power. Though his ability was formidable, Ning Ziyuan's strength proved superior. Seeing him defeated, Xiao Xiao stepped forward and stomped hard on him several times. Zhang Chong and Lin Hui winced in empathetic pain. The man screamed in agony, and Xiao Xiao only stopped after stomping several more times. She looked around, amazed that the notorious Wild Wolf Gang had been taken down in just a few minutes. Well, should we kill him? Lin Hui asked. If Xiao Xiao wanted him dead, he would oblige. Though Xia Qingqing was reluctant, Lin Hui believed this was the right course. After all, the Wild Wolf Gang was an infamous organization. Let me. Xiao Xiao took Zhang Chang's gun and fired several shots into the leader's head. Despite his pleas for mercy, she showed no pity. This act instantly earned Lin Hui's respect. But only Xiao Xiao knew that she wasn't as clean and decisive as she appeared. Boss, please don't kill us. We beg you, boss. Let us go, and we promise never to appear before you again, boss. Please. Yes, we swear we'll never do evil again. Please let us go. We know we've done wrong. We promise to turn over a new leaf. Faced with death, almost everyone trembles uncontrollably. The feeling of having the scythe of death at one's throat is worse than death itself. Tell me, what have you done? Lin Hui kicked them and demanded. We. Both were silent, clearly having committed unspeakable crimes. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll have to take action. Lin Hui said to them. They immediately caved. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The two confessed all their crimes, but shifted most of the blame onto the dead leader. After all, dead men tell no tales. I don't really want to kill you. I'll give you a chance to atone. Lead your men to fight the ground snake gang. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, well, I'm sorry. Lin Hui planned to use their strength to harass the ground snake gang and test the strength of their leader, though he was confident that few superpowered beings at this stage could rival him. But better safe than sorry. We cannot defeat the Earth Snake Gang's leader with just the two of us. Although they only have two superpowered individuals, both are extremely formidable. We stand no chance against them. When it came to this matter, the two men found themselves at a loss. It was not that they lacked the courage to fight. They genuinely could not win. Such was their helpless predicament. It is all right. Simply engage them in combat and hold out until we arrive. Otherwise, if you perish, I bear no responsibility. Lin Hui spoke to the pair. Though deeply reluctant, they had no choice but to comply for survival. Lin Hui, why do you wish to attack the Earth Snake Gang? They have nothing to do with us. Why must you wade into this mess? Xia Qingqing addressed Lin Hui. She failed to comprehend his actions, believing he ought not to antagonize the Earth Snake Gang. After all, the Earth Snake Gang had wronged them not at all. Why stir trouble where none existed? Tell him what the Earth Snake Gang has done and whether I should attack them. Lin Hui spoke to the two men. With no alternative, they truthfully recounted to Xia Qingqing the deeds of the Earth Snake Gang. The crimes committed by both gangs were essentially identical: murder, arson, coercion. In truth, the nature of the two organizations was remarkably similar. From Lin Hui's perspective as a citizen of Huaxia, it was only natural that he should eliminate such a gang. Moreover, the military lacked the resources to crack down on these criminal organizations, which is precisely how they grew so powerful. Since Lin Hui had encountered them, he naturally felt compelled to act. Upon hearing of the Earth Snake Gang's atrocities, Xia Qingqing fell silent. Indeed, as Lin Hui had said, he should intervene in these matters. However, Xia Qingqing still did not wish for Lin Hui to face such dangers, for they carried inherent risk. Furthermore, the Earth Snake Gang had wronged Lin Hui and his companions not at all. Was he truly expected to eliminate them in the name of justice? Deep down, Xia Qingqing disagreed with this course of action. Qingqing, someone must do what needs to be done. I know you worry about me, but rest assured, everything is under my control. Lin Hui spoke to Xia Qingqing. Only then did she consent, permitting him to eradicate the Earth Snake Gang. As for those from the Wild Wolf Gang, he would have the military dispatch someone to handle them. After all, they had not crossed him directly, and Lin Hui saw no reason to execute them outright. Though they had committed evils, everyone deserved a chance to redeem themselves, did they not? Lin Hui was willing to grant such an opportunity, though they would certainly be assigned to grueling labor. Would you prefer to continue following me to eliminate the Earth Snake Gang, or return to the base? If you wish to return, the helicopter will arrive shortly, and you may coordinate with them. Should you choose to remain with me, I shall continue leading you. Of course, you must ensure your own safety. I cannot protect you indefinitely. Lin Hui addressed Xiao Xiao and Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang glanced between Xiao Xiao and Lin Hui. In truth, he wished to follow Lin Hui. At least the quality of their meals was exceptional. Whatever Miss Xiao Xiao decides, I shall follow, Zhang Chang stated. Though the apocalypse had stripped away many obligations, he felt bound to protect her. Though without her, he would have nowhere to go. Thus Zhang Chang chose to remain by her side. I will follow you, Xiao Xiao told Lin Hui. She could sense that following Lin Hui was the right decision. While returning to the base offered comfort, she clearly perceived that life alongside Lin Hui would be far superior. For one, the meals Lin Hui prepared. She dared not guarantee such daily delicacies at the human settlement base. Thus her choice was clear. And indeed, she had made the right decision. Lin Hui was delighted to hear Xiao Xiao wished to stay. He had hoped she would remain. Having such a stunning beauty at his side brought him untold satisfaction. Then let us go. This time Lin Hui decided against driving the heavy truck. The distance between the two gangs was not considerable, making the vehicle unnecessary. After approximately half an hour's march, Lin Hui and his group arrived at the Earth Snake Gang's location. Their opponents were asleep. Go inside and test their strength. Lin Hui spoke to the two men. Though deeply unwilling, they obeyed. Earth Snake Gang, come out. This humble one has come to smash your operation. That is correct. Today I shall beat every one of you into submission. These two were skilled at bluster. If anyone unfamiliar with their true nature witnessed such bravado, they might easily be intimidated. Are these not the second and third masters of the Wild Wolf Gang? What brings you to our Earth Snake Gang? Perhaps they seek to spar with us. Very well. If you come requesting combat this night, I shall not shrink from you. Come then. Members of the Earth Snake Gang, closed in surrounding all 4 individuals. The Earth Snake Gang found it peculiar that only 2 men had arrived. Upon confirming no reinforcements followed, their bewilderment deepened. What are you afraid? The Wild Wolf Gang members relied primarily on intimidation. I am merely curious. You 2 barged into our territory alone with no backing whatsoever. That is rather strange. The Earth Snake Gang leader addressed the 2. Do you think the Wild Wolf Gang would resort to schemes? If you are too cowardly to fight, simply surrender. The 2 Wild Wolf Gang members continued their provocation. More than anything, they feared Lin Hui's combat abilities rather than the Earth Snake Gang's superpowered leaders. Shortly thereafter, the 2 sides clashed. Lin Hui dispatched a crawler spider to secure an optimal vantage point. As I surmise, they stand no chance against the Earth Snake Gang's 2 leaders. Lin Hui smiled, entirely unsurprised by this outcome. Then why send them to fight? Ning Ziyuan inquired. No particular reason. I merely wished for them to be beaten once more and to extract further intelligence from them, Lin Hui replied. He had never expected these 2 to match the Earth Snake Gang's leaders. Had they possessed such capability, they would not have remained mere second and third in command. Lin Hui, your thoughts are truly unfathomable. They are nearly defeated. It won't be long before they fall. When do we strike? Ning Ziyuan inquired, her hands itching for battle. These opponents were merely at the mid-stage of the first rank, while Ning Ziyuan had long since reached the late stage. Even combined, these 2 stood no match for her. Patience. Wait for them to return, Lin Hui told Ning Ziyuan and the others. Moments later, the 2 men made their way back to Lin Hui's side. The 2 of them were utterly dejected, clearly indicating that the Earth Serpent Gang had emerged victorious. Zhang Chong, keep an eye on those 2. Lin Hui said to Zhang Chong. The 2 men were already bruised and battered, and their supernatural energy was nearly depleted. Just as the Earth Serpent Gang members were celebrating, Lin Hui and his team charged in. He swiftly subdued the 2 leaders, for with a gun in hand, they dared not make a single move. Spare us, good sir, spare us. Yes, big brother, don't shoot. We'll do whatever you say. Because Lin Hui's movements were so swift, they had no time to react before he had them at gunpoint. Tell your underlings to drop their weapons and squat over there against the wall. If you try any tricks, your heads will be blown off. I'm a superpowered being too, so don't play games with me, Lin Hui warned the 2. They had no choice but to order their subordinates to lay down their weapons and line up in a squatting position. Though reluctant, the underlings complied, seeing their leaders held hostage. By my calculation, they should be arriving soon, Lin Hui said, glancing at his watch. When he had contacted the military, he specifically requested that several aircraft be dispatched to the Earth Serpent Gang's location, allowing them to transport everyone away. Damn, what's this? I didn't even get a chance to fight. After squatting for so long, it's over already. Ning Ziyuan complained, disappointed that she hadn't found an opponent to battle before Lin Hui took down both gangs. Alright, stop complaining. Isn't it great that we resolved this smoothly? Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan just as the sound of a helicopter echoed overhead. He then had everyone board the aircraft. This cargo helicopter could carry many people, easily transporting the members of both gangs in one go. Although they hadn't been hunting aberrations for points during this period, Lin Hui still had 70,000 points on him, which would suffice for his needs. Moreover, luck was on Lin Hui's side in Jiangshi. The aberrant rifts never opened near him, so he had no opportunity to hunt them. Without encountering any aberrations, he earned no points. It was hard to say whether Lin Hui was fortunate or unfortunate in this regard. Comrade Lin Hui, thank you. Thank you for helping us eliminate the 2 major gangs. The reason we tolerated them in Jiangshi for so long is that our soldiers are dwindling. China has initiated a nationwide conscription plan open to the entire world. We are preparing to accept a portion of people from abroad. Comrade Lin Hui, what do you think? The officer asked. Lin Hui nodded upon hearing about the conscription plan. Indeed, the country must be in a state of total mobilization, otherwise when second-tier aberrations appear in a month, they will be even more difficult to deal with. Conscripting from other nations is feasible, but how to promote it is a challenge given the chaotic state of foreign environments. This can be done, but I haven't figured out the details yet. When I return to the S-City base later, I'll share my thoughts with you. Lin Hui said to them, and the officer saluted before leaving. From then on, Jiangshi was rid of its 2 harmful gangs. Although there were very few people who hadn't entered the shelters, some still refused due to various reasons. It was beyond help, all one could do was respect their decisions. Come on, let's head back to the truck, Lin Hui said to the group, and they returned to the vehicle. Once inside, everyone felt a profound sense of security, though they couldn't pinpoint its origin. Lin Hui was in high spirits today. He cooked together with Xia Qingqing, and Xiao Xiao, after watching for a while, decided to join in. Though she hadn't cooked in a long time, she could still lend a hand with the prep work. The RV's kitchen was small, but it could barely accommodate 3 people. Ning Ziyuan observed the scene, and caught a whiff of an unusual jealous tension. After some time of bustling about, Lin Hui and the others successfully prepared a meal. Thank you, Qingqing. Without your help, I wouldn't have managed this, Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. Such a life was something he had never dared to imagine before. Thanks to the system's assistance and his own efforts, he had finally fulfilled his promise. Stop flattering me. I just helped you with the little things, Xia Qingqing said with a sweet smile. They had been in a relationship since before the apocalypse, and after all this time their bond had only grown stronger. What about me? Xiao Xiao protested. She had helped too, so why didn't Lin Hui praise her? You? I'm already lucky you didn't cause me trouble. Besides, you kept hovering around me, which really tested my self-control. Lin Hui said this half-jokingly. In truth, as a superpowered being, Xiao Xiao could indeed disturb his composure, but his willpower was strong enough to withstand it. Humph. Xiao Xiao seemed a bit annoyed. She had been making frequent advances toward Lin Hui, but he seemed to reject them all. All right, let's eat, Xia Qingqing said to ease the awkwardness. Now only 4 people remained in the heavy truck. Lin Hui had sent Zhang Chong to the S-City base for training. He planned to return to S-City anyway, and would pick up Zhang Chong later. Now that Lin Hui was the only one left in the truck, he could do whatever he wanted. Like watching a movie. After dinner, he lay down with Xia Qingqing to watch a film. Seeing the two of them so close together, Xiao Xiao felt a pang of restlessness. For some reason, she desperately wanted to catch Lin Hui's attention, but he simply wouldn't notice her. While Xia Qingqing was taking a shower, Xiao Xiao leaned in close to Lin Hui. Honestly, her sudden proximity was beginning to test his self-control. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Hui immediately recoiled, shielding his crotch. So you do react to me after all, Xiao Xiao said with a smirk. Come on, I'm still a minor. This isn't right, Lin Hui protested. To be honest, he had brought Xiao Xiao along hoping to see a different side of things, but he never expected her to pull something like this. That's fine, I can wait for you. Let's try starting a relationship first, Xiao Xiao said, completely unfazed by Ning Ziyuan reading nearby. In Xiao Xiao's eyes, Ning Ziyuan was more like a man. Don't mess with me. I'm loyal. Xia Qingqing is my one and only my true love. I won't let you ruin our relationship. Stop dreaming. Lin Hui refused firmly. How could he not resist? He was strong enough to withstand it. We're already living in the end of days, so what's the harm? Even if this weren't the apocalypse, as long as no one discovers it, nothing bad would happen. Do you think because I'm a big celebrity my life must be glamorous and flawless? The truth is, everything about me is carefully planned. What I should do today, what I should eat, and whom I should meet. I also have to face those terrible comments online. Actually, Stop it, cut it out right now. You're an actress, don't pull these emotional stunts on me. Sure, your TV acting leaves something to be desired, but I have to admit the scene you just performed was solid. Lin Hui interrupted Xiao Xiao without hesitation. Xiao Xiao had been carefully nurturing her emotions, only for Lin Hui to shatter them all at once. She stared at him in utter disbelief, genuinely unable to imagine he would be such a person. Just then Xia Qingqing emerged after her shower. Seeing this, Lin Hui immediately rushed off to take one as well. Xiao Xiao watched Xia Qingqing, a wave of bitterness surging through her chest, her tears threatening to spill uncontrollably. Sister Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Xia Qingqing was puzzled. Why was Xiao Xiao suddenly crying over nothing? I'm fine, just got some sand in my eye. Xiao Xiao told Xia Qingqing. Where would there even be sand here? Xia Qingqing had no idea what was going on. A little while later, Lin Hui came out, and Ning Ziyuan gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. Ning Ziyuan, don't make things worse, or I'm not bringing you along next time, Lin Hui said to Ning Ziyuan. It was only because Ning Ziyuan didn't want to get involved in this drama. Otherwise, he might have gotten several sharp flicks on the forehead by now. What's going on? In the short time I took a shower, I feel like the entire atmosphere between us has changed. Could it be that everyone just took a shower and somehow became different people? Ziyuan, do you know something? Come on, tell, Xia Qingqing asked, but Ning Ziyuan simply put down his book and ran off to take a shower himself. Lin Hui, be honest with me. Did you do something to upset Sister Xiao Xiao? Xia Qingqing confronted him. I didn't bully her at all. If anything, she tried to bully me and failed. Lin Hui told Xia Qingqing. You two aren't keeping something from me, are you? Huh. Xia Qingqing looked between Lin Hui and Xiao Xiao. By her intuition, she felt there was something between them, but she also found it difficult to press the matter further. No, absolutely not. Lin Hui denied immediately. No way could he admit it. Otherwise, wouldn't Xia Qingqing impale him with her ice spear? Xiao Xiao wanted to explain her feelings toward Lin Hui, but the words stuck in her throat. After all, she was a full 6 years older than him. How could she possibly bring herself to say such things? No, what exactly is going on with you two? Xia Qingqing was utterly confused. She truly disliked when these two kept things bottled up inside without telling her. Lin Hui, tell me what it is. Xia Qingqing lightly punched Lin Hui's arm. But Lin Hui still chose to remain silent. There was no way he could bring himself to speak of something so embarrassing. Qingqing, forget it. If I tell you, you'll definitely lose your mind. It's better left unsaid. It'll make you feel better. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. He genuinely didn't want to hurt her over this, though keeping it hidden from her troubled him too. Fine, neither of you will tell me, is that it? Then I'll wait for Ziyuan to come out and ask her. If Ziyuan also chooses not to tell me, then none of you are sleeping tonight. Xia Qingqing's temper flared. She was determined to figure out exactly what had ruined the atmosphere and why Lin Hui was hiding things from her. Xiao Xiao hesitated for a long while before finally deciding to confess to Xia Qingqing. She believed that if this weren't cleared up, it would surely damage the bond between the three of them. Sister Qingqing, please promise me you won't get angry. Xiao Xiao said to Xia Qingqing. She looked at her sincerely, truly worried about her reaction. Tell me I won't get angry. Xia Qingqing saw the earnest expression on Xiao Xiao's face and felt puzzled. She couldn't imagine what could possibly make her angry. But Lin Hui heard these words and knew it was over. Xia Qingqing would definitely be furious. This was a conclusion drawn from his past life experiences with her. Every single time Xia Qingqing claimed she wouldn't be angry, she inevitably ended up being furious. I think I've fallen in love with your boyfriend, Xiao Xiao said truthfully. She wasn't entirely certain this counted as love, but whenever she saw Xia Qingqing standing close to Lin Hui, she had to admit her heart would pound uncontrollably. Sister Xiao Xiao, what are you talking about? Xia Qingqing was at a loss for words. She never imagined Xiao Xiao would say something like this to her. Lin Hui was only a high school student, just 17 years old. She found it almost impossible to accept. Are you serious? Xia Qingqing's first reaction wasn't anger. It was to confirm with Xiao Xiao whether this was truly her feeling or merely a momentary illusion born of sentimentality. I'm not sure. Xiao Xiao was deeply conflicted. She didn't know how to describe this strange sensation within her. She had always longed to rely on someone perhaps because she had shouldered too much alone. Whenever she saw Xia Qingqing leaning against Lin Hui, the cracks in her emotional walls would burst open. She craved being loved too, so she had poured all her feelings onto Lin Hui. Lin Hui, did you do this on purpose? Did you intentionally make Sister Xiao Xiao say something like this? How could you be so cruel? Xia Qingqing felt wrong too. Whom could she turn to for comfort? No, what are you two doing now? This time it was Lin Hui who was completely bewildered. He genuinely had no idea what state the two women were in emotionally. Just then Ning Ziyuan came out. Seeing the scene before her, she immediately gave Lin Hui a thumbs up. Her expression seemed to say, well, I must say you really are something. Damn, what kind of situation is this? Lin Hui could only go comfort Xia Qingqing first after all. The person he cared about most was her. Qingqing, first of all, you trust me, right? I did bring her along, and while one reason is. Another is that she's a wind element esper, which is genuinely helpful to our team. Lin Hui explained, though his explanation only seemed to make things more confusing rather than clearer. I was kidding, my acting skills are pretty good, right? Suddenly Xia Qingqing's sadness vanished. There were still tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, leaving Lin Hui completely stunned. Wait, are you both lying to me? Lin Hui asked, bewildered. No, I'm telling the truth. Xiao Xiao said to Lin Hui. At this point Lin Hui could no longer tell what was real and what wasn't. I'm not that naive. I've long noticed that your heart is fragile, Xiao Xiao, so needing someone to rely on is perfectly normal. Actually, I don't mind if you grow closer to Xiao Xiao. It doesn't affect me much. Of course, we still need to maintain boundaries. Do you agree, Xiao Xiao? Xia Qingqing asked. Xiao Xiao was somewhat confused about what Xia Qingqing was thinking. What's the big deal? The law no longer exists in this world, so why bother distinguishing right from wrong? Xia Qingqing said to Lin Hui. Oh, Lin Hui was dumbfounded. This complicated situation hadn't developed as he'd imagined. He never expected Xia Qingqing to think this way. If this had happened before the apocalypse, when Lin Hui and Xia Qingqing were together, and he was pursuing another woman, Xia Qingqing would have certainly slapped him 10 times upon meeting him. But now it was the end of days, and she mostly felt it was just two pitiful souls finding resonance with each other. Moreover, she knew Lin Hui well. If they both understood boundaries, it really wasn't a problem. Then can I watch the movie with you too? Xiao Xiao caught on. She knew Xia Qingqing didn't mind, so she immediately gravitated towards Xia Qingqing. Wait, what are you two up to? I could understand even if you were romantic partners, but I can't comprehend what's happening today. Ning Ziyuan, help. Lin Hui was utterly bewildered and could only turn to Ning Ziyuan for assistance, but Ning Ziyuan was absorbed in a book, paying no attention to anyone. That evening before bed, Lin Hui lay awake. Xia Qingqing, Xiao Xiao has fallen asleep. What exactly are you thinking? Tell me quietly right now. I need to understand this today, or I won't be able to sleep. Lin Hui said to Xia Qingqing. It's nothing, I'm just accepting her. You can see it yourself. Her heart is fragile too. By letting her join us, you've given her a sense of security, and it's natural that she'd want to lean on you. This isn't necessarily love, but if I were to say to her today, you're my boyfriend, you can't have feelings for my boyfriend, you're mine, then Xiao Xiao would be devastated. She might not even be in love with you, and even if she were, so what? There's nothing wrong with liking someone. Why should I guard against her like a thief, constantly worried she'll steal my boyfriend? Let's sleep. Xia Qingqing's words lifted the burden from Lin Hui's heart. He finally understood why she had acted this way. The next morning upon waking, he discovered that Xiao Xiao and Xia Qingqing's bond had grown remarkably close. They were watching an animated film together, laughing heartily. Seeing them like this, Lin Hui suddenly felt like yesterday's self had been nothing but a fool. Perhaps, as Xia Qingqing had said, Xiao Xiao was simply seeking a sense of belonging, and Xia Qingqing had provided it. Their bond naturally intensified. Lin Hui, you're amazing. Can you really handle this situation? Ning Ziyuan approached him with a glass of milk. Honestly, Lin Hui felt she was just enjoying the spectacle rather than helping. And you have the nerve to say that. Why didn't you speak up for me yesterday? Lin Hui demanded, to which Ning Ziyuan merely shrugged. What could I do? I'm not some relationship expert. I have no idea how to resolve whatever's going on between you and them. Besides, I've been single my entire life and have never experienced anything between men and women, so how could I possibly understand? How do you expect me to help you? Although Lin Hui found this somewhat exasperating, he somehow felt Ning Ziyuan had a point. Now he was confused. Had Ning Ziyuan simply recognized this was beyond her ability to handle and chosen not to intervene, leaving him as the sole fool? Today marked the 24th day of the apocalypse. Only 6 days remained before the second-tier mutants appeared. Xiao, I plan to train your abilities today. They're far too weak right now. After 30 days in the apocalypse, your wind-type abilities may prove useful, but their power is entirely insufficient. That's why I want to put you through intensive training. Lin Hui's training method for Xiao's wind abilities was actually quite simple. He would have her sparring against Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing try to condense shattered ice. Xiao attempt to shatter the ice fragments Xia Qingqing creates. Remember, if you feel your power is lacking, find a way to release more powerful wind blades. Only by pushing past your limits will your abilities improve faster. Your powers are actually quite strong. You need to believe in yourself. Lin Hui told Xiao. His goal was to build her confidence. She genuinely could perform better with her abilities, but her mindset had been holding her back. If she could bring herself to use her powers to slay mutants, or even superpowered individuals, her abilities would improve more rapidly. Although I don't wish to reopen old wounds. I want you to recall the sensation you felt when you first awakened your powers, then grow accustomed to it, and continuously unleash your abilities while experiencing that same feeling. Lin Hui continued speaking to Xiao. His primary focus now was guiding her to unleash her true strength. That time I first felt fear, then despair, and finally anger. I just wanted to push him away. Then my body erupted with tremendous power, and I instinctively sent that person flying. But since then I've discovered I can use my abilities for low-altitude flight. However, my powers are quite weak when it comes to offense, and I'm not sure why. Xiao told Lin Hui. After hearing Lin Hui mention that second-tier mutants would arrive in 6 days, she realized she needed to start taking things seriously. Give it a try first, let me see how your power measures up, Lin Hui said to Xiao. She condensed a wind blade in her hand and hurled it at a piece of ice ahead. The accuracy was fine, but the damage was too weak. The wind blade's energy dissipated mid-flight. The speed wasn't fast enough, and the power wasn't strong enough. This was one of Xiao's key limitations. Keep going. Your current abilities are far too weak. It's like you just awakened them. But you can clearly use your powers for flight, so why is the damage so weak? Lin Hui was somewhat puzzled. By all accounts, Xiao's abilities shouldn't be this poor, not even remotely this weak. Such attacks might barely repel walkers, but they'd be completely useless against mutants. To put it plainly, Xiao's wind blade wouldn't even scratch him if he walked through it. That alone proves her abilities are severely underdeveloped. Xiao fired 2 more wind blades forward. This time the initial power showed some improvement, but the energy dissipated again over longer distances.